Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 204, Chapter 204 Dojutsu, Blood Dragon Ascension. Sher Sui walked to the center of the training ground and began his routine physical training to maintain peak combat readiness. High-intensity taijutsu movements created whooshing sounds, and sweat soon soaked his temples. After finishing his training, he walked to a large tree, sat down on an exposed root, took out his water bottle, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Cool water slid down his throat. He gazed at the flag fluttering over the Star Ninja Academy in the distance and the faint, energetic shouts of training coming from the direction of the military district, his eyes somewhat unfocused. The scene of peaceful integration was so beautiful it seemed almost illusory. He sighed softly. That sigh contained worry about Konoha's current situation, as well as yearning for the alternative possibility displayed by this land before him. Meanwhile, Team Natsuhi had already left the warm confines of Star City and set out on the road north. The air noticeably grew colder. As they weaved through the trees, patches of unmelted snow began to appear on the ground. Hey, pipsqueak. Shunji couldn't hold back any longer. While moving, he turned his head to speak to Chino, who was following closely behind Natsuhi, his tone still carrying a hint of provocation. You talked big earlier. Chinoy clan. Got any special ninjutsu? Don't start crying when you see blood and hold us back. He still had reservations about whether this suddenly added, seemingly delicate and weak new teammate could adapt to cruel real combat. Chino's steps faltered, her small face tightening again. She was about to retort when Natsuhi, ahead of her, spoke without turning her head. Shunji, during a mission, focus on the objective. She paused, perhaps to facilitate better tactical coordination among the three youngsters, and added, Chino's Kekkei is the Ketsuryugen. In specific combat environments, it has unique tactical value. What you need to do is learn to cooperate, not question your teammates' abilities. Ketsuryugen. Hazuki looked at Chino curiously. That sounds really powerful. Chino, feeling somewhat defended by Natsuhi and under Hazuki's curious gaze, felt her anger mostly dissipate, replaced by an impulse to prove herself. She raised her head with a bit of pride. Yeah. My clan's Ketsuryugen is really powerful. It can. Alright. Natsuhi timely cut off her potentially revealing explanation. You will demonstrate its specific abilities when necessary. Now, conserve your strength and stay alert. Once we enter the snowy forest area, we could encounter an enemy ambush at any time. Remember, they are desperados who will show no mercy. Natsuhi's words were like a bucket of cold water, sobering up the three youngsters. Shunji also fell silent, though his eyes still held scrutiny. Chino pressed her lips together, swallowing her boastful words. Her small hand unconsciously rested on her tool pouch as she vigilantly observed the increasingly desolate, snow-thickened environment around them. The cold wind whipped fine snow dust across their cheeks, bringing a biting chill. After a long, tedious, and weary trek, as the setting sun dyed the western sky a bleak, vivid orange-red, an endless expanse of coniferous forest, blanketed in heavy white snow, finally appeared before them. Tall cedars and firs stood like giants clad in morning white, their branches bowed low under the weight of the snow. The cold wind whistled through the woods with a mournful, ghost-like howl, kicking up swirling snow mist that severely reduced visibility. The air was so cold it felt like it could freeze one's breath. We're here, the edge of the Awa snow forest. Natsuhi stopped on a tree branch, raising her hand to signal the team to halt. Her voice was very low, almost inaudible against the howling wind, but it clearly reached the three of them. From now on, it is the highest alert status. The enemy is likely lurking somewhere in this sea of trees. She quickly issued orders. Shunji, left flank. Hazuki, right flank. Chino, stick close to me, central support. Maintain a triangular formation. Keep the distance under 10 meters. Watch for tracks in the snow and any unnatural sounds. They are experts at ambushes. Any rustle could be a trap. Yes, the three responded in low unison, immediately dispersing according to instructions. Their movements were noticeably more cautious and efficient than during training. Shunji drew a kunai, holding it ready, his eyes sharply scanning the snow-covered bushes and strange rocks on the left. Hazuki also gripped her weapon tightly, warily watching the deep woods on the right. Chino followed closely behind and slightly to the side of Natsuhi. Her heart pounded, her small palms sweating, but she tried to control her breathing, wide-eyed, imitating her teacher as she observed the vast white snowfield ahead, the distorted tree shadows, and any snowdrift that might conceal an enemy. The team moved like ghosts, blending into the snowy landscape, advancing silently deeper into the dense forest. They moved from tree trunk to tree trunk, trying their best to avoid leaving traces in the snow. The icy air stung their lungs with each breath but also made their minds exceptionally clear. Time passed minute by minute in the highly tense stealth advance. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the towering trees. The light within the forest rapidly dimmed, taking on a layer of icy deep blue cold. The chill grew increasingly piercing. Suddenly, Natsuhi, at the very front, stopped abruptly. Her left hand quickly formed a fist and shot up, which is the signal to halt and be alert. Almost at the same instant. Whoosh! 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 Sharp whistling sounds tore through the howl of the wind and snow. 7 or 8 arrows, shot with powerful force and cunning angles, shot out like venomous snakes from several snow burrows and tree holes half concealed by snow ahead and on both flanks. Their target was all 4 members of the team. The arrowheads gleamed with a sinister blue light in the dim light, clearly coated with potent poison. Ambush! Scatter! Natsuhi shouted sharply, her voice like a clap of thunder in the silent snowy forest. Her reactions were extremely fast. The moment the arrows were loosed, her body slid sideways to the right to evade. Simultaneously, her hands became a blur. Clang! 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 Several poison arrows aimed at her were precisely knocked away by kunai, sparks flying. Shunji and Hazuki also demonstrated their qualified skills as genin. Shunji roared, throwing himself violently to the left, narrowly avoiding the arrows aimed at his chest and abdomen. His heavy body crashed into the thick snow. Hazuki performed a nimble backflip. 2 poison arrows grazed her hair and the soles of her boots, embedding themselves deeply into the tree trunk behind her, the shaft still vibrating violently. However, the attack was not over. Just as Chino's mind was reeling from the sudden ambush, she instinctively jumped towards the ground. Upon landing, the seemingly flat snow beneath her feet suddenly gave way, collapsing downward. An extremely cleverly disguised snow pit trap. At the bottom of the pit stood several sharpened wooden stakes, honed to a razor's edge by ice and snow. Cold killing intent instantly shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Ah! Chino screamed, losing her balance, about to fall. Chino! Natsuhi's pupils constricted. At this critical moment, the instinct to survive and 3 months of arduous training instantly overcame fear. A flash of resolute red glint gleamed in Chino's eyes. She forcibly twisted her body in midair, her right hand swiftly drawing a kunai and stabbing it hard into the pit wall. Crunch! The kunai sank deep into the frozen earth, drastically slowing her fall. But her left calf was still grazed by a sharp wooden stake, opening a long gash. Blood instantly gushed out, staining her pants leg in the cold snow crimson. Intense pain made her small face turn deathly pale. She let out a muffled groan. Bastards! Seeing Chino in danger and injured, a surge of rage shot through Shunji's head. He no longer hid. Roaring, he formed hand seals with both hands, earth release, rock pillar spear. His palms slammed onto the snow. Rumble. The ground not far in front of Chino's trap shook violently. 3 sharp rock spears burst through the snow with a dull roar, stabbing fiercely towards a bandit hiding spot that had just been revealed. Arg! A piercing scream rang out. A bandit clad in bulky furs, his face brutish, had his thigh impaled by one of the rock spears. Blood sprayed wildly, instantly rendering him combat ineffective. Hazuki also quickly counterattacked, her hands moving in a blur, multiple phantom shuriken. Several shuriken transformed into a sheet of cold light, covering the direction another volley of arrows had come from, forcing 2 bandits who had just leaned out to scramble back in disarray. Well done! Natsuhi praised, her cold gaze locking onto the area ahead. The main players are out. About 20 meters ahead, from behind several thick cedar trees, accompanied by falling snow, 7 figures slowly emerged, blocking the path. They wore dirty, heavy clothes patched together from various furs and rags. Their faces showed the weariness of long flight and the vicious ferocity unique to desperados. The leader was a one-eyed giant of a man, a savage scar running from his left forehead to his right jaw. He held a heavy cleaver stained with dark red blood. Beside him, a lean, wiry man with eyes as venomous as a snake held several sharpened, poisoned shuriken. There was also an archer holding a longbow with a quiver on his back. The remaining 4 also held various weapons, like axes, spears, maces, their eyes filled with a beast-like bloodlust. They all emitted faint, chaotic, yet murderous chakra fluctuations. Star ninjas. They sent a few brats who haven't even grown all their hair to die. The one-eyed man licked his chapped lips, revealing yellowed teeth. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, full of mockery and killing intent. Perfect. I'll use your heads to consecrate the flag for my dead brothers. He pointed his heavy cleaver fiercely at Team Natsuhi and roared, brothers. Tear them apart. Leave none alive. Kill. The remaining bandits let out beast-like howls, brandishing their weapons, charging through the snow like a pack of mad wolves. Snow flew everywhere under their heavy tread. Take them out quickly. Natsuhi ordered. Her figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for the one-eyed leader who emitted the strongest chakra fluctuations. The kunai in her hand traced a cold arc. Hazuki, cover me. Shunji roared, fearlessly charging towards the bandit wielding a mace, a man built like a bear. He abandoned hand seals, opting for close-quarters combat with his more proficient taijutsu. His heavy fist whistled through the air as he smashed it towards his opponent. Understood. Hazuki shouted, her figure moving nimbly across the snow. Her hands flew, shuriken and kunai shooting with precision towards enemies trying to flank Shunji from the side, providing suppressive fire and disruption. Her throwing skills were quite proficient, the angles cunning, forcing the two bandits to constantly dodge and block, temporarily preventing them from forming an encirclement. Chino endured the burning pain in her left leg, gritted her teeth, and climbed out of the pit, leaning against a large tree, panting heavily. Blood stained the white snow at her feet, the blinding crimson glaringly obvious. She watched the enemies charging like beasts not far away, watched the sparks fly from the fierce clash between Natsuhi and the one-eyed leader, watched Shunji roaring as he traded blows with the giant, watched Hazuki nimbly weaving about, providing restraint. Fear and intense pain made her body tremble slightly, but a stronger emotion burned wildly in her heart, rage. And the desire to prove herself. A bandit noticed the isolated and injured Chino, a cruel greed flashing in his eyes. Little girl. I'll finish you first. He grinned ferociously, waving a hatchet that was rusty but had a blade which had been honed to shine. He bypassed Hazuki's restraint and charged at Chino like a starving wolf pouncing on prey. Shunji saw this out of the corner of his eye. His heart tightened. He wanted to assist but was tied up by the fierce giant in front of him. Unable to break free immediately, he could only roar, be careful. Just as the bandit charged to within 5 meters of Chino, his hatchet raised high, bringing it down with a foul wind with brutal force. Chino, who had been hanging her head low, suddenly looked up. Her eyes were no longer clear black, but had become a heart-stopping scarlet, like the purest rubies. Ketsuryugen, activated. Deep within her pupils, the faint red symbols glowed with an eerie light. A sinister, violent, soul-shaking ocular power shot out like an invisible shockwave, instantly locking onto the charging bandit. Ha! The bandit's grin instantly froze, replaced by utter terror. He felt as if his blood was being ignited and frozen by those terrifying eyes. His mind went blank. His body's movements uncontrollably stiffened for an instant. The raised hatchet halted mid-swing. It was that instant. Chino endured the intense pain in her leg, her small face filled with resolute ferocity. She didn't form hand seals, only let out a childish yet powerful shriek. Ha! The scarlet light in her eyes swelled violently. The smell of blood permeating the air seemed drawn by an invisible force. The blood flowing from the wound on Chino's left leg, and the blood gushing from the wound of the bandit whose thigh had been impaled not far away, seemed to gain life. It instantly defied gravity, transforming into two thin, viscous crimson lines that rapidly coalesced in the air. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a massive dragon, several meters long and completely formed from viscous blood, materialized. It radiated a thick stench of blood and a nauseatingly sinisterly cold chakra fluctuation. Its head was savage. Locked onto by Chino's Ketsuryugen, the crimson blood dragon tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. With the speed of lightning, it precisely pierced into the chest of the bandit charging at Chino. Thump dash. The dull sound of penetration was clearly audible. The bandit's charging body halted abruptly as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. He looked down in disbelief at the cavity in his chest left by the crimson blood dragon. The fear on his face solidified into eternal despair. An incomprehensible gurgle came from his throat. The hatchet in his hand fell into the snow with a clang. His body swayed, then he collapsed forward limply as if his bones had been removed, splashing up a spray of crimson snow. Warm blood quickly spread out beneath him, melting the icy snow. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The howling cold wind seemed to pause. Shunji and Hazuki, locked in their own fierce battles, and even the fierce bandits, everyone's movements froze for an instant. Gazes filled with shock, disbelief, and deep fear all simultaneously focused on the small figure in the center of it all. She leaned against the rough tree trunk, the wound on her left leg still bleeding. Her small face was pale from blood loss and the intense drain of chakra. But her pupils were glaringly scarlet. After a brief, dead silence, Chino's body swayed violently. Intense nausea and dizziness from chakra overdraft washed over her like a tide. She could no longer hold back. She bent over with a retching sound, vomiting violently, her small body trembling in the cold wind. The impact of that bloody scene and ending a life with her own hands was far harder for her to bear than the wound on her leg. Keikeki Genkai. A bandit stammered, his voice trembling with fear as he watched the eerie blood dragon that had pierced his companion's chest slowly dissipate into filthy blood, merging with the snow. Monster, another bandit cried out in terror, taking a step back. Shunji looked at the small, vomiting figure, then at the corpse on the ground rapidly losing its warmth after being pierced through the chest. The habitual disdain and arrogance on his face completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and awe. He finally understood what Natsuhi meant by unique tactical value. This was no flower from a greenhouse. What are you staring at? Natsuhi's cold voice cracked like thunder, instantly shattering the eerie silence. Her kunai stabbed out with the cunning of a venomous snake, aiming directly for the wrist of the one-eyed leader holding the cleaver. Ah! The one-eyed leader screamed as his right hand, still clutching the large knife, was severed. After all, he was just a bandit with a bit of chakra, his strength only equivalent to a genin's, so he was no match for Natsuhi, who ended him in a single move. Her main goal had been to let her 3 young charges smell blood and gain some combat experience. Finish them. Natsuhi's order was concise and filled with killing intent after effortlessly dispatching the bandit leader. Shunji and Hazuki, snapping back to reality, had no hesitation left in their eyes. Their fighting spirit was completely ignited by Chino's stunning and brutal strike. The 2 of them pounced on the remaining bandits, whose morale had plummeted, like tigers descending a mountain. Natsuhi stood with one foot on the thoroughly dead bandit leader's corpse, watching her genin subordinates dispatch the despairing bandits who tried to flee on the crimson snowfield. Chapter 205 Encounter with Yukigekir's Ninja. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the icy scent of snow filled the clearing in the Awa snow forest, which had just witnessed a slaughter. On the snow, the twisted, frozen bodies of several bandits silently spoke of the brutality of the battle. The cold wind moaned as it swept through the treetops, stirring up fine snow powder in an attempt to bury the cruel traces left behind. Natsuhi retracted her kunai, the blood droplets on the blade tip falling onto the snow and creating small red dots. Her sharp gaze quickly swept across the battlefield. After confirming there were no more threats, she immediately turned around and, with a few leaps, arrived beside Chino, who was leaning against a tree trunk and her face as pale as paper. Chino. Natsuhi's voice carried a trace of barely detectable urgency. She crouched down, her movements gentle yet swift as she examined the horrific wound on Chino's left leg. The deep, bone-deep gash had edges that were curled outward, and blood was still slowly seeping out, staining the torn pants leg and the snow beneath her. The intense pain and the massive psychological impact of killing for the first time caused the 9-year-old girl's body to tremble uncontrollably. The Ketsuryugen that had just radiated a sinister red glow had now returned to their original black color, but the lingering fear and confusion deep within them had not yet dissipated. Nanatsuhi-sensei. Chino's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, carrying a sob and a sense of fear. Don't speak, bear with it a little. Natsuhi comforted her gently. She quickly took out clean bandages and hemostatic powder from her ninja tool pouch, deftly performing emergency treatment. The powder sprinkled on the wound caused a sharp pain, making Chino gasp sharply and bite down hard on her lower lip. Heavy footsteps approached as Shunji and Hazuki gathered around. The previous arrogance and disdain on Shunji's face had vanished without a trace. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the horrifying wound on Chino's leg, then glanced at the bandit corpse not far away that had been pierced through the chest with a dreadful appearance. His expression was complex. The image of that blood dragon was deeply etched in his heart. The power this ninja clan's girl, whom he had disdainfully called Pipsqueak and Greenhouse Flower, that had erupted with at the moment of life and death was so cruel and powerful. Hey, are you okay? Shunji's voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying an unprecedented seriousness, and even a trace of barely detectable respect. He awkwardly averted his gaze, seemingly unaccustomed to this caring attitude. Yeah, still okay. Chino sniffled, trying hard to force a smile, but it looked worse than crying. Hazuki crouched on the other side of Chino, carefully helping Natsuhi support Chino's leg. Chino-chan, just now, it was amazing. Was that the Ketsuryugen? It was just like a legendary ninjutsu. Her gaze fell on the star ninja's forehead protector on Chino's forehead, her pretty face full of worry and admiration. Natsuhi finished bandaging quickly and carefully checked Chino's pupils and mental state, confirming that it was only chakra exhaustion and overstimulation, without any more serious backlash, before she slightly relaxed. You did very well, Chino. She patted Chino's shoulder, her tone affirmative. Now, we need to clean up the battlefield, gather intelligence, and confirm if there are any other remnants. Hazuki, be on guard. Shunji, you are responsible for searching these bandits to see if there is anything valuable on them. Understood. Hazuki immediately stood up, forming hand seals for perception, vigilantly scanning the surrounding dark forest shrouded in wind and snow. Shunji nodded. Although his expression still didn't look good, his movements were without hesitation. He forced down the discomfort brought by the smell of blood and walked towards the corpses, starting to search them carefully. He kicked away a rusty machete, pulled out a few crumpled pieces of paper with hastily drawn route maps from one bandit's pocket, then untied a bulging, stained money pouch from another bandit's waist, which jingled. When he tried to search the bandit killed by Chino's blood spear, his gaze fell on the terrifying penetrating wound and the congealed, dark red, viscous blood, causing his stomach to churn. He took a deep breath of the cold air, forcefully suppressing the nausea, and continued searching. Sensei. Someone is approaching. Just as Shunji pulled out a small scroll wrapped in oilcloth from a bandit's pocket, Hazuki, who had been maintaining a high state of alert, suddenly issued a warning. Natsuhi sharply looked up, her gaze instantly piercing towards a steep mountain peak in the distance covered in thick ice and snow, towering like the fangs of a giant beast. Hull dash. Almost at the same moment Natsuhi looked up, a long, wild, and penetrating wolf howl suddenly came from the summit of that snow peak. The howl echoed through the empty, icy snow forest, carrying an arrogant and cold warning tone from a superior position. The four members of the team instantly felt their hair stand on end. Shunji and Hazuki immediately dropped what they were holding, moving to Natsuhi and Chino's side at the fastest speed, formed a defensive formation back-to-back, and aimed their weapons at the direction from which the wolf howl came. Chino also struggled to stand up but was gently pressed down on the shoulder by Natsuhi. The wind and snow seemed to become more violent at this moment. On several protruding black boulders halfway up the snowy mountain peak, four figures had unknowingly appeared, standing quietly. They looked down from above, like snowfield eagles overlooking their prey, their cold eyes piercing through the wind and snow, firmly locked onto Natsuhi's team below. The leader was a tall kunoichi. She had striking amethyst-colored hair tied into twin tails that fluttered slightly in the cold wind. She wore a uniquely designed, form-fitting combat suit with sleek lines, key areas protected by armor plates that shimmered with a faint blue metallic glow. This was not traditional metal armor, as the surface of the plates shimmered with a faint chakra light, which is clearly a type of chakra armor fused with ninjutsu technology. Her arms were crossed, her delicate chin slightly raised, and her face held an expression of undisguised arrogance and scrutiny. The three ninjas behind her wore similar chakra armor, though the style was slightly different, leaning more towards a silver-gray color. Their helmets obscured most of their faces, revealing only cold, watchful eyes. They stood like icy statues, silently flanking the purple-haired woman in front of them, emanating chakra fluctuations far more powerful than those of the bandits. Without any warning, the four figures descended lightly from the 100-meter-high boulder as if they were weightless snowflakes. Their movements were swift and elegant, the chakra armor seemed to significantly reduce the effects of gravity. When their boots landed on a relatively flat, large snow-covered rock below, they only kicked up a few puffs of fine snow dust. The purple-haired woman stepped forward, standing at the edge of the snow rock. Her cold gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield and the four alert figures below, finally settling on Natsuhi, who was at the front. Her voice was clear but carried a bone-chilling coldness, piercing clearly through the wind and snow. Jonin of the land of snow, Kakuyoka Fubuki, she announced her name, her tone dripping with scorn. By order of Kazahana Doto-sama, we are pursuing these scum who have been rampaging across the border. It seems you've saved us the trouble and cleaned up the garbage for us. Her eyes scanned the corpses, finally landing on Chino, who was sheltered behind Natsuhi. When she saw the blood on Chino's leg and her pale little face, a faint, almost imperceptible, peculiar glint flashed in her violet eyes. Natsuhi stepped forward, placing herself fully between the three genin and the threat. The kunai in her right hand was held in a reverse grip, positioned defensively before her. Chakra circulated quietly within her, ready to be unleashed. Her voice was steady, laced with skepticism. Jonin Kakuyoka Fubuki. These bandits attacked villages in the northern part of our land of stars. They have been lawfully eliminated by our star ninja team. This is Land of Stars' territory. For ninja of your nation to cross the border without permission, are you seeking to provoke a war? Her reddish-brown hair whipped in the bitter wind, her gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Natsuhi stared directly into Fubuki's eyes. Fubuki's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, as if she'd heard something utterly ridiculous. Land of Stars. Ha! You're nothing more than an upstart that swallowed up the land of demons' remnants. These bandits have repeatedly crossed into our land of snow to plunder, committing numerous bloody crimes. Their heads must be taken back by me to the land of snow, to serve as a warning. She thrust out a hand clad in a chakra armor glove, pointing at the corpses on the ground, her tone brooking no argument. Now, hand over the bodies. Consider it payment for your efforts. We might just let you leave. Not a chance. Shunji couldn't restrain his anger, a vein throbbing on his temple. We risked our lives to take them down. Why should we hand them over to you? That's right. This is Land of Stars territory. Hazuki found her courage and shouted in support. Chino pressed against Natsuhi's back, her small hand clutching tightly to her sensei's flak jacket. Her body trembled slightly from tension and exhaustion, but her large, dark eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the arrogant purple-haired woman on the rock. Natsuhi's expression turned to ice. Kakuyoka Fubuki, your demand is unacceptable. You will leave Land of Stars territory immediately. Failure to do so will be considered an act of invasion. Invasion. Fubuki let out a short, derisive laugh, as if she'd just heard the world's greatest joke. With just you. A fierce light erupted in her eyes. Her crossed arms snapped open, and her hands flew through a series of hand seals at a blinding speed in front of her chest. A chakra fluctuation erupted, far more powerful, pure, and bitingly cold than anything the bandits had mustered. Ice release, swallow snow storm. With her cold cry, the temperature around them seemed to plummet another 10 degrees instantly. Moisture in the air was violently ripped out and condensed by the raging ice attribute chakra. Countless hexagonal ice crystals, glittering with a lethal cold light and with edges sharp enough to cut, materialized out of thin air. Densely packed, they instantly formed a massive, rapidly rotating storm of ice shards that shrieked through the air. The storm's area of effect was enormous, covering most of the clearing. Carrying a chill that could freeze souls and the force to pulverize anything in its path, it violently surged toward Natsuhi's team below. The wind and snow were caught up in the vortex, adding to its terrifying spectacle. Fall back. Natsuhi barked. Instead of retreating, she advanced. She shoved Chino firmly toward Shunji behind her and took a decisive step forward to meet the terrifying ice storm head-on. Her hands formed a hand seal. Mysterious peacock method. Hum dash. A strange hum resonated from within Natsuhi's body. A massive, magnificent, deep purple chakra surged out like a volcanic eruption. This chakra did not spill out uncontrolled. Under her exquisite control, it instantly condensed and took shape. A vivid, lifelike Eastern dragon, entirely composed of condensed purple chakra, majestically formed. The dragon's body was long and sinuous, covered in the intricate illusion of fine purple scales. Its eyes glowed with spirit and imposing majesty. The purple chakra dragon issued a silent roar. Its massive body swung with agile power, carrying an indomitable momentum as it slammed headlong into the oncoming ice shard storm. Screech, crunch, hiss. The ear-splitting sounds of cutting, shattering, and melting instantly filled the snowy forest. The purple chakra dragon's body violently collided with, scraped against, and annihilated countless sharp ice crystals. The ice storm frantically tore and sliced at the purple dragon's form, exploding large bursts of purple light fragments and powdered ice crystals, like a brief but deadly firework display of purple and ice blue blooming amidst the wind and snow. The purple dragon's massive body struggled to push forward through the storm. Every swing of its tail, every thrust of its claw, sent out powerful waves of chakra shock waves, shattering and evaporating vast swathes of ice crystals. Yet, the ice storm seemed endless. The faint light shimmering on Fubuki's chakra armor was clearly continuously amplifying her ninjutsu's power. A stalemate. The violent collision of chakra made the entire clearing tremble slightly. The settled snow was swept into the air by the raging currents. Attack! Fubuki coldly ordered while maintaining the ice storm. The three Yukigekyu's ninjas behind her, like hunting dogs unleashed, instantly surged down from the snow rock. Their chakra armor glowed faintly, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. They moved as if weightless on the snow, their actions swift as the wind. The three formed a triangular formation, deliberately bypassing the terrifying clash between Natsuhi and Fubuki, and charged straight towards Chino, who was being protected by Shunji and Hazuki. Chapter 206, Chapter 206 News of the Uzumaki clan's mass call. Protect Chino. Shunji roared, his large frame standing like a rock in front of Chino. His hands flew through hand seals, earth release, earth-style wall. Boom. A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the Yukigekyu's ninja's path. However, the Yukigekyu's ninja's speed far exceeded his expectations. The lead Yukigekyu's ninja, the moment the wall rose, kicked off the ground fiercely. His chakra armor flashed, and his body leaped into the air with unbelievable agility, easily clearing the wall. While still airborne, his hands finished a series of hand seals, ice release, ice rock dome. Three thick, sharp ice spikes materialized midair, shooting towards Shunji with a piercing shriek, like icy spears. Shunji's pupils contracted. He roared, swinging his kunai to meet the incoming ice spikes. Though his earth release defense and taijutsu were solid, he was far inferior in speed and agility to the Yukigekyu's ninja enhanced by chakra armor. Clang. Clang. The first ice spike was shattered by his kunai, the second was deflected, but the third spike shot past, scraping viciously along the outside of his left arm. The icy blade easily tore through his flak jacket and flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. Shunji! Hazuki cried out in alarm. She immediately began throwing kunai and shuriken like a storm towards the leaping Yukigekyu's ninja, trying to disrupt his landing. Several shuriken instantly multiplied into dozens of cold glints, sealing off the Yukigekyu's ninja's landing point. The Yukigekyu's ninja twisted his body agilely in the air. His chakra armor glowed faintly again, allowing him to perform an unnatural horizontal shift midair, avoiding most of the shuriken. Only a single kunai grazed his shoulder plate, sparking off it. He landed steadily, his eyes cold, and began forming hand seals again. Meanwhile, the other two Yukigekyu's ninjas had flanked the earth-style wall from the left and right, closing in. One held a short blade coated in ice, thrusting directly towards Hazuki's ribs. The other pressed his hands against the ground. Ice release, ice prison technique. Frigid chakra instantly spread, attempting to freeze the immobile Chino right where she stood. Get away. Bearing the intense pain in his left arm, Shanji's eyes turned crimson. Like an enraged rhinoceros, he charged recklessly at the Yukigekyu's ninja attacking Hazuki. He abandoned all defense, fighting purely to trade injury for injury. His heavy shoulder slammed hard into the other's knife-wielding arm, knocking it askew and causing the icy blade to miss Hazuki. But the opponent reacted extremely quickly, countering with a sharp elbow strike to Shanji's side. The force augmented by the chakra armor made the blow incredibly heavy. Shanji grunted, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back. Hazuki barely dodged the ice blade but was grazed by the chilling air at the edge of the other Yukigekyu's ninja's ice prison technique. Her movements instantly stiffened, her feet slipped, and she fell to the ground. The Yukigekyu's ninja attempting to freeze Chino pressed his hands to the ground. The icy coldness, like a venomous snake, coiled around Chino's feet. Chino watched in terror as the frost rapidly crept up her legs. The bone-chilling cold made her injured left leg almost lose all sensation. Chino. Natsuhi caught sight of the children's peril from the corner of her eye, her heart clenching with anxiety. The purple chakra dragon she controlled let out a furious roar. Forcing its way through the grinding ice storm, it suddenly swung its massive tail, sweeping it fiercely towards Fubuki in an attempt to force her back so she could rescue the children. Humph. You can't even protect yourself. Fubuki sneered. Her hand seals changed, and the ice crystal storm abruptly contracted, coalescing into a massive, thick, rotating ice shield in front of her. Boom. The dragon's tail smashed hard into the ice shield. The shield shattered, and the dragon's form dimmed significantly, ultimately failing to break through. It was at this critical moment of life and death. The deep fear and despair in Chino's eyes, invaded by the cold, her body stiff, watching the frost climb towards her knees, were like dry tinder thrown onto a spark. They ignited explosively, instantly transforming into the most primal, desperate rage. A shrill scream, mixed with sobs and ultimate fury, erupted from her throat. Those eyes, which had just recently lost their crimson hue, were once again swallowed by a viscous, blood-like scarlet. Ketsuryugen. This time, deep within the black pupils enveloped by the scarlet, the shape flickered with an even more violent light. Blood streamed from her eyes. An ocular power far colder, more savage, and filled with the aura of death than before surged out like an uncontrollable flood. The Yukigekyu's ninja nearest to her, the one performing the ice prison technique, bore the brunt of it. He felt an irresistible mental force, filled with chaotic and destructive intent, instantly overwhelm his mental defenses. His thoughts felt like they were plunging into a sea of blood, drowned and suffocated by the viscous fluid. His movements completely froze, his hands pausing mid-seal in the air. His eyes instantly became vacant and dull, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Dojutsu, exploding human technique. Chino's childish voice now dripped with a chilling, murderous intent. Under the control of her blood dragon eyes power, the mentally dominated Yukigekyu's ninja's body turned around with an extremely stiff and grotesque motion, like a string puppet. The blood and remaining chakra within his body were forcibly extracted, ignited, and compressed by the power of the Ketsuryugen. He became like a lit fuse on a powder keg. Under the horrified gazes of the other two Yukigekyu's ninjas, he lunged towards them. What? The other two Yukigekyu's ninjas panicked, trying to retreat or block. But it was too late. Boom. A deafening, terrifying explosion erupted within the snowy forest. The controlled Yukigekyu's ninja's body was instantly torn apart by his own violent chakra, transforming into a massive, blood-red fireball mixed with flesh, bone fragments, and violent energy. Scorching heat waves and a terrifying shock wave spread outwards crazily like a tsunami. Thud. Thud. The two nearest Yukigekyu's ninjas were hit as if by a sledgehammer. They screamed as they were violently thrown back. One's chakra armor emitted a piercing shriek, the chest plate denting inward significantly. Blood gushed from beneath his mask, he was knocked unconscious midair. The other, though his armor blocked most of the impact, still had his internal organs shaken violently. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth as he landed heavily in the snow over 10 meters away, struggling to get up. This sudden, extremely bloody, and cruel turn of events plunged the entire battlefield into a brief, dead silence. Even Natsuhi and Fubuki, who are locked in their fierce battle, were shaken by the fierce explosion's shockwave. Their movements faltered, and they separated momentarily, each retreating several steps to steady themselves. Fubuki watched the slowly dissipating crimson mist, then looked at her two subordinates lying motionless in the snow in the distance. Finally, her proud, astonished gaze locked onto the small figure at the center of the clearing. The girl's pupils were blood-red, her entire body emanating a soul-chilling, sinister aura, like a young demon crawling out of a hellish pool of blood. What made her pupils contract even more was that as Chino's Ketsuryugen erupted at full power, the warm, still unfrozen blood spilling from the bandit corpses scattered across the battlefield and the recently exploded Yukigeku's ninja seemed to answer the call of some evil ritual. As if possessing life, defying gravity, it oozed out from the snow and the broken wounds of the corpses, transforming into viscous, scarlet streams that gathered and coalesced rapidly in the air. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious blood dragon, nearly 3 meters thick and 7 to 8 meters long, took shape above Chino's head. It was entirely composed of viscous blood, reeking of a thick, metallic scent. Its form was even more wild, more evil than the purple chakra dragon Natsui had summoned. Roar dash! The blood dragon roared, its terrifying pressure making the very air tremble. Its empty, blood-colored eye sockets locked firmly onto Fubuki in the distance. A roar as if from the abyss exploded in Fubuki's mind. The massive blood dragon, coalesced from the blood of countless dead, carrying a nauseating bloody wind and a boundless aura of death, shot towards her like a giant blood-colored arrow released from its string. Where it passed, the air itself seemed to be stained a dark red. Fubuki's face changed dramatically. She could feel the terrifying power contained within this blood dragon. It wasn't just a physical impact, but also carried an evil ocular power that eroded the spirit and soul. The chakra armor on her body instantly erupted with a dazzling indigo light. Her hands flew through hand seals, ice release, multiple ice walls. Boom. 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 Layer upon layer of gigantic, crystal-clear ice walls, half a meter thick, instantly crystallized in front of her. This was her strongest defensive ninjutsu. However. Boom. Crash. Boom. Crash. The blood dragon slammed into the first ice wall like a battering ram, with a force that crushed everything in its path. The hard ice wall shattered like fragile glass. Followed by the second, the third, it smashed through them as if they were nothing. The viscous blood contained terrifying impact force and corrosive properties. The shattered ice walls were quickly stained red and began to melt. By the time the blood dragon shattered the fifth ice wall, though its size had reduced by nearly half and its speed had slowed, its imposing momentum was still frightening. A trace of alarm finally flashed in Fubuki's eyes. She made a decisive decision, no longer trying to block it head-on. Her chakra armor flashed brightly, and her body, light as a feather, drifted backward rapidly. At the same time, her hands formed seals again, ice release, ice clone technique. 2 ice clones identical to her instantly appeared to her left and right, actively rushing towards the blood dragon whose force was not yet spent. Squelch! Squelch! The 2 ice clones were instantly swallowed, shattered, and melted by the blood dragon. But they successfully bought Fubuki the precious time to escape. The blood dragon finally crashed fiercely into the large snow rock where Fubuki had been standing, emitting a dull, thunderous sound. The hard rock was corroded into a huge concave pit. Viscous blood cascaded down like a waterfall, dyeing the rock a shocking scarlet. Fubuki landed on another rock dozens of meters away, her breathing slightly ragged, the light of her chakra armor noticeably dimmer. She looked at the terrifying marks left by the blood dragon's corrosion, then glanced at the little girl in the clearing who was swaying unsteadily, the light in her blood-red eyes flickering uncertainly, clearly at her limit. And then at the powerful Jonin from Land of Stars beside her, whose gaze was locked onto her, and the 2 genin who, though injured, were still standing stubbornly. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with unwillingness and a trace of apprehension. One jonin whose strength was not inferior to her own, one child with such a bizarre and terrifying Kekkei, plus 2 genin fighting desperately. On her side, one was instantly lost, another was unconscious, and the last one was struggling to get up, clearly having lost most of his fighting capacity. Continuing to fight would be unfavorable for her, she might even fall here. Retreat. Fubuki squeezed out the cold word through clenched teeth. She turned without hesitation. Her chakra armor lit up again, and her figure transformed into a streak of indigo light, racing headlong towards the snowy mountains without a backward glance. The Yukigeku's ninja who could still move felt as if he'd received a great pardon. Bearing his injuries, he hoisted his unconscious comrade onto his shoulder and followed Fubuki, disappearing quickly into the vast wind and snow. Only when the 3 figures representing the Yukigeku's ninja completely vanished from sight did the tightly drawn string suddenly loosen. Thud. The blood-red color in Chino's eyes receded like a tide. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the cold snow, completely unconscious. Forcing the Ketsuryugen to erupt twice, especially the final control of that massive blood dragon, had long exceeded her body's limits. Chino. Natsuhi immediately rushed over and picked her up. Shunji, clutching his bleeding left arm and painfully sore side, leaned against a tree trunk, breathing heavily. He looked at the unconscious Chino, his expression extremely complex. There was relief at surviving the disaster, shock at the terrifying power, but more than that, a shattered perception and a heartfelt recognition. This little brat dash, he muttered to himself, finally letting out a bitter laugh. Hazuki struggled to her feet. Ignoring her own scrapes, she quickly ran to Shunji's side, pulling bandages and medicine from her ninja tool pouch. Shunji. Quick, let me bandage you. Natsuhi quickly checked Chino's condition, confirming it was only a dual exhaustion of chakra and mental energy causing the coma, with no immediate life-threatening danger, and felt slightly relieved. She carefully handed Chino to Hazuki for temporary care, then walked to Shunji to help treat the deep, bone-grazing ice spike wound on his arm. Nanatsuhi-sensei, Shunji asked, enduring the sting of the disinfectant powder, his voice hoarse, who were those people just now? That armor was so powerful. Natsuhi bandaged with practiced skill while explaining in a low, grave voice, those were ninja from the land of snow. The leader was Jonin, Kakuyoku Fubuki. After the land of demons merged into our land of stars, our northern border directly adjoins the land of snow. The land of snow is located in extreme cold. They don't have many ninja, but their individual strength shouldn't be underestimated. They excel in ice release ninjutsu and rely heavily on that specially made chakra armor, which greatly amplifies their ninjutsu's power and their physical attributes. It seems our new neighbor is not very friendly towards us. Shunji and Hazuki exchanged a glance, seeing the same complexity and heaviness in each other's eyes. They had just finished dealing with bandits, and now they provoked even more troublesome Yukigekir's ninjas. The difficulty of this B-rank mission was seriously exceeding standards. Natsuhi efficiently finished bandaging Shunji's wound, and checked Hazuki's condition. After confirming it was only superficial injuries, she then stood up, looking at the chaotic battlefield. She took a deep breath and said, "Clean up the battlefield thoroughly. All corpses, including the remains of that Yukigekir's ninja, must be sealed into storage scrolls and taken away. We cannot leave any traces here. Move quickly. This is not a place to linger." The three of them endured their pain and exhaustion, forcing themselves to stay alert and act quickly. Natsuhi personally handled the bloodiest parts, sealing the remains and important items, like the shattered fragments of the Yukigekir's ninja's chakra armor, the maps from the bandits, the money pouch, and the small scroll, into different storage scrolls, carefully categorized. Shunji and Hazuki were responsible for clearing the obvious traces of battle. After completing this, Natsuhi carried the unconscious Chino on her back and led the two injured genin, retreating with difficulty but determination towards the direction of Star City. Deep within the military district of Star City, inside Menma's personal office. The air was faintly scented with sandalwood. Menma, still clad in his signature black robe with the white three-eyed fox mask covering his face, sat quietly behind the large desk, his back to the window ledge. The desk was piled with some files and maps. From here, the entire Star City could be seen spread out below. Natsuhi stood opposite him, respectfully reporting the complete details of the mission in the Awa Snow Forest. Her voice was steady and clear, detailing everything from eliminating the bandit remnants, to Chino's danger and awakening of the Ketsuryugen to kill the enemy, to encountering the land of snow's Jonin, Kakuyoku Fubuki, the conflict between the two sides, and Chino's second eruption controlling the blood dragon to repel the powerful foe. Every detail was thorough and unembellished. It can be judged that the land of snow's action this time, while nominally pursuing bandits, was actually testing our land of star's northern border defenses, and may even have carried intentions of provocation and creating friction. Kakuyoku Fubuki's attitude was arrogant. Her chakra armor significantly enhanced her ninjutsu and taijutsu, and her ice-release ninjutsu was powerful and pure. Had Chino not erupted with the power of Ketsuryugen at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Natsuhi concluded. Menma listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth surface of the desk. The mask hid his expression, only his deep eyes faintly gleaming behind the mask's eye holes. Chakra armor. Menma's low voice sounded in the room, carrying a trace of amusement and inquiry, to amplify an average Jonin's ice release to that extent. The land of snow's technology is somewhat interesting. An idea quietly stirred within him. I have handled the battlefield. All corpses and possible intelligence items have been sealed and brought back. Natsuhi added. Menma nodded slightly, you've worked hard. How are Chino and the other two children? Chino is severely depleted in chakra and mental energy. She is receiving treatment in the medical department. She is fine, but needs rest. Shunji and Hazuki suffered some external injuries, which have been treated. They are currently resting. Although this mission was dangerous, it greatly trained the team, especially Chino. Her Kekkei-Genkai's potential is astonishing. Potential needs guidance and control, not unrestrained overdrafting. Menma's voice betrayed neither joy nor anger. This mission process was perilous. I will have the military re-evaluate the rank. The results will be out within a week. Yes. Thank you, sir. Natsuhi felt somewhat pleased. Engaging in combat with ninja from another country, no matter how you looked at it, warranted an upgrade to an A-rank mission. Furthermore, the opposing side was a team led by a Jonin, and they had killed one of them. Considering the sudden change in nature of the mission, it should be rated as medium grade, and a reward of 500,000 ryo was assured. Dismissed. Let them rest well. The encounter with the Yukigaku's ninjas is classified. Menma said, propping his cheek with a fist. Yes. Natsuhi bowed and then withdrew. Just as Natsuhi left the office and Menma was pondering the Land of Snow's plot and characters from the movie, the office door was gently knocked. Enter. Menma snapped back to attention, looking towards the door. The door opened, and Kanon walked in. She first bowed respectfully to Menma behind the desk. Menma-sama. Kanon, what is it? Menma asked. Kanon stepped forward, presenting an extremely ancient-looking leather scroll, its edges somewhat worn and damaged. The scroll's material was neither paper nor cloth, exuding an aura of sedimented time. Sir, the ruined site of the Uzumaki clan's mass call you previously ordered us to investigate has been found. She gently unrolled the scroll, pointing to a map drawn in an ancient style, slightly blurry, alongside a few lines of dense Uzumaki clan cipher text. Based on several damaged texts we found in the core sealed area of the Uzushiogakura's ruins, we have finally confirmed that the old site of the mass call is located within the Land of Fire, deep in the forest along the lower reaches of the Naka River, on the outskirts of Konoha village. Her slender finger accurately pointed to a marked spot on the map in the Naka River's forest. Naka River's forest. The brow beneath the white three-eyed fox mask raised slightly. The soul of that cheap father, Namikaze Minato, is still sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach, right? Speaking of which, the Shinigami should be a local deity of this planet. Besides the Shinigami, there's the Jashin. And which other gods were there? A deep, dark light flashed in his eyes. Curiosity and a thirst for knowledge about these so-called local deities welled up within him. Chapter 207, Chapter 207 First, reanimate Kushina. The special care ward area of Star City's first hospital was filled with a clean scent mingling antiseptic with the faint aroma of medicinal herbs. The corridor was wide and bright, and through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could overlook the skyline of most of the city, revitalized under the warm winter sun. The door at the end, marked, Special Care Room Number 3, was slightly ajar, faint murmurs emanating from within. Natsuhi pushed the door open gently and entered. The light inside the room was soft, the heating having chased away the chill from outside. On the small hospital bed, Chino was sleeping soundly, her pale little face nestled in the soft pillow, her breathing even. Only her brows occasionally furrowed unconsciously, as if she were still experiencing the battle to the death from the snowy forest in her dreams. Her injured left leg was properly bandaged and fixed on a support. By the bed, three figures turned their heads upon hearing the sound. Oya's hero N sat on the chair closest to his daughter, still wearing his signature diamond-shaped sunglasses, but they couldn't conceal the concern between his brows. He was dressed in dark casual clothes, his back straight, carrying the restrained temperament characteristic of a shinobi clan. His wife, a woman with a gentle demeanor whose eyes and brows somewhat resembled Chino's, was carefully wiping the fine sweat from Chino's temple with a moist cotton swab. Standing by the window was a tall, sturdy young ninja with neat black short hair. He wore the standard Star Village's flak jacket, his face resolute and his gaze steady. It was Natsuhi's husband, Hatarubi. He was holding a thermal insulated bucket, clearly having just brought some soup. Natsuhi-sensei. Oya's hero N and his wife greeted softly simultaneously, with respect. N-san, madam. Natsuhi walked to the bedside, her gaze falling on Chino's bandaged leg. The stark white bandages made her heart clench. She took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Oya's hero N and his wife, her reddish-brown long hair falling over her shoulders, her voice heavy with apology. I am deeply sorry. I made an error in judgment on this mission, causing Chino to be so severely injured and overexert her power. As the Jonin instructor, I am solely responsible. The ward fell silent for a moment, only the sound of Chino's steady breathing could be heard. Natsuhi-sensei. Oya's heroine's voice was low and calm, devoid of blame, instead carrying a kind of transparency born from experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Please, raise your head. Natsuhi straightened up as told. Oya's heroine's gaze behind his sunglasses fell on Natsuhi's face. The path of a ninja is inherently a thorny road accompanied by blood and pain. From the moment she chose to wear the forehead protector, bleeding, injury, and even death have become a fate she must face and endure. If she cannot even endure this level of hardship, then she is unworthy of becoming a true ninja. Flowers raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand real storms. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his sleeping daughter, his tone softening, even carrying a trace of imperceptible relief. On the contrary, this experience, though dangerous, allowed her to truly activate the power of the Ketsuryugen at a critical moment of life and death. This transformation is crucial for her, and for our Chinoi clan. In a sense, I must even thank you, Natsuhi-sensei. You provided her with a battlefield to face life and death and break through her limits. It is Chino's fortune to be your student. N-san. Natsuhi felt mixed emotions, partly relief from having a burden lifted, but even more so, deep respect for this father's open-mindedness and depth. Chino's mother also walked over, gently taking Natsuhi's arm, her gentle face full of understanding and gratitude. Yes, Natsuhi-sensei, please don't blame yourself too much. Our daughter was willful, insisting on graduating early to undertake missions. That she returned safely this time is all thanks to your protection and that of her teammates. As parents, we only hope she can grow from every experience. Harubi also walked to Natsuhi's side, silently squeezing her hand, conveying wordless support. Just then, the hospital door was gently knocked twice, then pushed open. Shunji and Hazuki peeked in cautiously from the doorway. Both had changed into clean casual clothes. Shunji's left arm was wrapped in thick bandages and slung across his chest, his face sporting several bruises. He seemed somewhat uncomfortable around his waist when walking, but his spirits were good. Hazuki had a small bandage on her temple and held a large bouquet of winter cherry blossoms in full bloom. In Shunji's other unharmed hand, he carried a fruit basket filled with fresh fruits. Seeing so many people in the room, the two were visibly startled for a moment, then stood up straight somewhat awkwardly. Reporting. Natsuhi-sensei. En-san. Madam. They shouted in unison, their voices loud, carrying the respect of genin facing superiors and seniors. It's you two, come in quickly. Natsuhi greeted them, a warm smile appearing on her face. The two entered the room and placed the flowers and fruits on the bedside cabinet. Hazuki looked at the sleeping Chino and said quietly, Chino-chan still hasn't woken up yet. She just fell asleep not long ago. Let her rest more. Chino's mother answered softly. Shunji glanced with a complicated expression at Chino's pale face, then quickly scanned the bandages on her leg. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just awkwardly averted his gaze and muttered, this little brat, sure can sleep. Natsuhi took the opportunity to introduce them to Oya's hero En and his wife, En-san, madam, these two are Chino's teammates. Shunji, Hazuki. They both performed exceptionally well on this mission, especially at the critical moment, they exhausted their full strength to protect Chino. Oya's hero En's gaze fell on Shunji's sling and the injuries on his face, then on the bandage on Hazuki's temple. He nodded gravely, you've worked hard. It is Chino's good fortune to have comrades like you. Thank you for looking after her on the battlefield. His tone was sincere and solemn. Yes, children, thank you. Chino's mother also quickly expressed her gratitude. Shunji was somewhat flustered by this sudden, solemn thanks. A rare blush appeared on his dark face as he stammered, it's nothing, it's what we should do, and it was all thanks to Chino that we repelled the enemy dash. His previous disdain and rejection of Chino now seemed particularly childish and glaring in the face of her parents' sincere gratitude. Hazuki, however, smiled generously, Auntie, you're too kind. We're teammates. Protecting each other is what we should do. Chino-chan was amazing at the end, and if it weren't for her, we might have all dash. Cough. Natsuhi cleared her throat lightly, interrupting Hazuki and changing the subject. Right, regarding the follow-up to this mission. The military has reassessed the mission's progress. Considering the unexpected encounter with the Land of Snow's Jonin and the intensity of the combat, the final mission rank has been elevated to A rank. She looked at Shunji and Hazuki, the corresponding mission reward and contribution points will be issued according to the A rank standard. Additionally, Chino needs time to recuperate and recover, and you two are also injured. For the next half-month, the team will not be assigned fixed missions. You can arrange your own time for rest, basic training, whatever you need. If you want to take on missions, you can take some D rank or C rank missions. With your current skills, you should be able to handle them alone with ease. Or, when the military department has suitable team-based B-rank missions, I will notify you to participate. A rank. Shunji's eyes lit up, and even the pain from his injury seemed to lessen. The reward and contribution points for an A-rank mission were a huge fortune for genin like them. Great. Hazuki also laughed happily, thank you, Natsuhi-sensei. Rest well and absorb the gains from this real combat experience. Natsuhi advised, especially you, Shunji, don't push your luck just because you have a sturdy body. Got it, sensei. Shunji scratched his head, unusually refraining from talking back. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and harmonious. Oya's hero En and his wife thanked Natsuhi and the two children again for their visit. After exchanging a few more words, Natsuhi and Harubi left the ward with Shunji and Hazuki, allowing Chino to rest quietly. Almost the moment Natsuhi stepped out of the Shura's office. In the top-floor office of the tallest building in Star City's administrative district. Before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Menma removed his iconic white three-eyed fox mask, revealing his handsome young face. Beneath his black, spiky hair, His blue eyes were as deep as the sea, reflecting the magnificent sight of Star City's winter dusk outside the window, the setting sun's afterglow gilding the city with a warm golden edge, cooking smoke curling upwards, ninjas returning from training like ants returning to their nest, and the faint, orderly shouts coming from the distant military district. He quietly watched this city that had risen to prominence under his guidance for a while, then turned around. On the large, modern desk lay the ancient scroll presented by Canon, its map drawn with simple and rustic lines and annotated with the Uzumaki clan's unique cipher text. His fingertip lightly traced over a location on the map that was heavily circled, the forest downstream of the Naka River. In the next instant, the young man's figure instantly vanished from this office that overlooked the entire city, as if he had never been there. Land of Fire, outskirts of Konoha village. Deep within the Naka River's forest. Towering ancient trees blocked most of the sky's light, making the forest appear deep and gloomy even during the day. The thick layer of fallen leaves emitted a damp, decaying smell. A stream rushed over scattered rocks, creating noise. This place was far from human habitation, a natural barrier for wild beasts and ninjutsu experiments. Menma's figure moved through it. He had changed into dark casual clothes suitable for movement and restrained all the sharp aura belonging to Shura, appearing like an ordinary Konoha youth. Mind's eye of Kaguya. He closed his eyes. An intangible perception power, like the most precise radar wave, exploded outward from him. Everything within a radius of over 100 kilometers, the veins of giant trees, the course of streams, the squirming of insects underground, even the faint remnants of chakra in the air, all this information flooded into his mind like a tide, constructing an incredibly clear holographic map. Following the guidance of the scroll's map, he traced the path along the turbulent, cold stream of the Naka River, moving upstream, shuttle through dense woods and strange rocks. Menma's mind's eye of Kaguya meticulously scanned every inch of land, searching for any traces that matched an ancient barrier or abnormal chakra fluctuations. Whoosh! A small, furry head poked out from his thick black hair. The small, dark red Nine-Tails blinked her large, watery eyes, curiously observing the gloomy forest around her. Her small nose twitched, as if she had smelled something. Kokyu, did you sense something? Menma asked in a low voice, his steps not faltering. T/N, Menma called her Little Nine, so I made it Kokyu, which is Little Nine in Japanese. Ah. The small Nine-Tails nodded vigorously, her fluffy tail gently brushing against Menma's earlobe. Her voice held a childlike wonder and a trace of instinctive wariness, such a strange power, cool, sticky, with a little bit of a death smell. It's different from chakra. I've never encountered it in that world before. A knowing smile tugged at the corner of Menma's mouth. That's the aura of the Shinigami. An ancient local deity of the ninja world, an existence that controls part of the rules of the boundary between life and death. The target of our trip is related to him. Deep within the forest, an extremely weak energy fluctuation, carrying a unique emptiness and death aura, reached them. It stood out starkly against the surrounding vibrant natural energy. Menma landed on the ground. Before him stood a dilapidated temple-like structure. The red emblem pattern above was faintly recognizable. It was the Uzumaki clan's symbol. After entering the mask hall, the air inside was stale, filled with a strong smell of dust and mold. The sealing formulas on the structure had long since faded, but one could still feel the powerful sealing power they once contained. And on the wall directly opposite the entrance hung densely packed rows of ferocious-looking masks. These masks varied in form, their material resembling both wood and bone, presenting an old and worn grayish-white color. Without exception, their expressions were fierce and twisted, the pair of horns on their foreheads varying in shape. Their hollow eye sockets and gaping mouths seemed to silently mock the insignificance of the living. The gloomy and cold, empty, energy fluctuation carrying the aura of death rules was emanating from these countless masks. The erosion of time had covered many masks in dust, but unlike the building itself, they were not broken. They even contained that faint, heart-palpitating aura. Wow! So many ugly masks. The small Nine-Tails poked half her body out from the top of Menma's head, looking at the masks on the wall with curiosity and a bit of distaste. Her small finger pointed at one of them. That one. That one has the strongest aura. Menma's gaze also fell upon the mask indicated by the small Nine-Tails. It was located slightly above the center of the wall. Its expression seemed somewhat calmer than the other masks, but that profound aura of death was the most restrained and refined. The Uzumaki clan's mask hall dedicated to the Shinigami is indeed well deserving of its reputation, Menma murmured. He quickly retrieved a specially made storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Forming hand seals, the scroll unfurled. Seal. With his soft cry, powerful chakra enveloped the entire wall of masks. The masks on the wall, as if pulled by an invisible force, automatically detached one after another, transforming into streams of grayish-white light that were continuously sucked into the unfurled scroll. Including the mask with the strongest aura that Kokyu had pointed out. A moment later, the entire wall was bare, leaving only some rotten wooden nails used to hang the masks. The gloomy aura that had lingered in the stone chamber also dissipated significantly. The scroll closed automatically. Menma stored it away, took one last look at this stone chamber that held the ancient secrets of the Uzumaki clan, and his figure vanished. Star City, deep underground in the military district, advanced laboratory area. The air here was constantly cool, filled with the scent of antiseptic and the faint hum of precision instruments in operation. Cold white lights illuminated the spotless alloy corridors and heavy isolation doors. In the innermost core laboratory, Menma stood quietly before a wide alloy experiment table. In his hand, he toyed with that particularly unique Shinigami mask he had brought back from the Uzumaki clan's mask hall. The grayish-white mask felt cold to the touch, its material neither metallic nor wooden. He tried injecting chakra into the mask, even using his mental power to sense it, but the feedback he received was only an even deeper emptiness and a faint sense of rejection. The rules of local deities are indeed different from the pure chakra system. Menma's brows furrowed slightly. Directly communicating with the Shinigami through the mask, or locating and contacting souls devoured by the Shinigami, seemed more difficult than he had anticipated. The Shinigami's power rules seemed to form their own system, with extremely strong isolation properties. It seems I'll have to use Orochimaru's method from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Use the Shinigami mask to sacrifice a fairly capable ninja to summon the Shinigami, then open the Shinigami's stomach to release the sealed soul of Minato. Then, use the Impure World reincarnation technique, the forbidden technique pioneered by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and improved by Orochimaru, to reanimate Minato. Menma had many questions he wanted to ask Minato and Kushina. For example, why they had chosen to both die back then when a child had been kidnapped, why the third Hokage, Hiruzen, seemed unaware of the other child's existence and hadn't searched for that child. But, he was also hesitant, unsure how to communicate with Minato. In the Limited Tsukuyomi World, where he had spent 15 years, that Minato valued family more. But in this world, Minato valued Konoha more. Would the cheap father try to stop the things I was doing, the things I was about to do? Menma put down the Shinigami mask and thought for a moment. It seems before releasing Minato's soul and reanimating this cheap father, I should first reanimate Kushina and ask her. After all, whether in that world or this one, Kushina's personality was roughly the same. Menma no longer hesitated. First, through the imprinted chakra network, he ordered the Star Umbu commander, Hoshigaki Kisame, to bring a prisoner from the prison area. Then, he extended the index finger of his right hand. His fingertip condensed highly concentrated dark red chakra, like the most precise engraving tool, and he began to carve on the ground. Complex technique formulas and symbols quickly took shape under the outline of the chakra flame, their lines smooth, emitting a gloomy and ominous aura. After finishing the carving, he took out the storage scroll and retrieved a special test tube. Inside, soaked in a solution, was a tissue sample only the size of a fingernail. It was the small amount of cell tissue belonging to Kushina that he had obtained from Orochimaru in a transaction. Speaking of that guy Orochimaru, he had tissue cells from the first Hokage to the fourth Hokage. He actually had taken Kushina's tissue cells as well. Menma gently placed this precious sample at the center of the summoning array. Click. Not long after, the door opened. Sir. Kisame, wearing his Umbu's flak jacket and carrying the same hat bestowed by Menma, entered the laboratory dragging a bound, black-haired ninja. This is the prisoner you requested, Kisame said, tossing Shiso onto the ground. This guy was one of the 3 former traders from Hoshigakure, with roughly special Jonin-level strength. He had been imprisoned ever since and now had came in handy. You may leave now. Menma said without turning around. Yes. Kisame was efficient and never asked unnecessary questions. After Kisame left and the door closed, Menma dragged Shiso to the center of the summoning array, placing him over the cell sample. Sir. Spare me, sir. Shiso, who had been imprisoned for over a year and was barely clinging to life, pleaded for mercy. Menma, following the Impure World reincarnation technique provided by Orochimaru, began forming hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. He slammed his right hand onto the ground. Impure World reincarnation technique. Chapter 208, Chapter 208 How could a mother not recognize her own child? Buzz. Within the laboratory, using that precious sample of Kushina's cell tissue as the origin point, the dark blue seal array suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The light carried a kind of deep-seated, bone-chilling coldness and ill omen. The air twisted violently, and countless ash-white substances, resembling the ashes of burnt paper, materialized out of thin air. These substances were madly drawn towards the traitor at the center of the laboratory by an invisible vortex. Ugh! This traitor named Shiso convulsed violently. His face twisted into an expression of extreme agony and terror. His throat emitted incoherent, death throes like howls of agony as his body began to melt and decompose like a wax statue thrown into strong acid. Skin, muscle, bone, under the envelopment and erosion of the ash-like substance, they rapidly dissolved like ice and snow under the sun. The ashes grew thicker and denser, churning like a living thing. They greedily devoured the remaining human matter, emitting a grating, teeth-gnashing, crunching sound. The dust churned, writhing, and shaping itself like a living creature. Gradually, it outlined long limbs, a full bust, a slender waist. Finally, a female face gradually became clear amidst the billowing gray-white dust. Menma's sapphire-blue pupils contracted slightly, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on this forbidden spectacle of reversing life and death and defiling the deceased. This was the first time he had personally performed the impure world reincarnation. The cold, repulsive feeling originating from the soul level caused even him a trace of discomfort. The light shone on his young face, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow. The vortex of ashes gradually settled. The light dimmed. Inside the laboratory, the traitor named Shiso had vanished without a trace. In his place stood a figure, silent and still. Waist-length red hair, burning like flame, remained dazzling even under the cold fluorescent lights. Her features, bearing a heroic air, were now rendered in a lifeless, grayish tone, like aged pottery. Most striking were the dense, web-like black cracks covering her face, neck, and exposed arms, like fine porcelain shattered and hastily glued back together. Her eyes were closed, and she wore a simple green long dress, the attire she wore in life, provided by the impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Kushina. She had returned to the world of the living in the body of the deceased. Menma's heart thumped heavily, uncontrollably, in his chest. An indescribably complex emotion instantly seized him. Was it the thrill of a long-awaited reunion? Guilt for defiling the deceased? Or was it the unexpected, heart-wrenching pain that surged upon seeing this shattered clay doll? He subconsciously pressed his lips together. Deep within his sapphire-blue eyes, waves of emotion even he found difficult to decipher churned. Just then, the long eyelashes of the clay doll trembled and slowly opened. The eerie gray whites of the eyes characteristic of the impure world reincarnation, the pupils empty and blank, like dust-covered glass beads. She turned her neck stiffly, surveying the cold, unfamiliar, technology-filled laboratory, her eyes filled with alienation and detachment from the world of the living. Until her gaze fell upon the black-haired youth silently watching her before her. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The empty gray eyes of the reincarnated soul, upon clearly seeing the youth's face, rippled violently like still water struck by a stone. Blankness faded, replaced by disbelief and shock, followed immediately by a pure, blazing joy that erupted like a volcano. Menma. Kushina's voice was hoarse from just awakening, yet brimming with overwhelming excitement and incredulity. She even instinctively took a step forward, her grayish face seemingly regaining a faint trace of vitality from this extreme emotion. Is it you? Menma. Heavens, you've grown so big. Her voice echoed through the cold laboratory, carrying an unreal warmth. Menma jolted. As if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His sapphire-blue pupils instantly contracted, filled with shock greater than that of seeing the impure world reincarnation succeed, and a trace of panic. Why? My current appearance was meticulously maintained through a transformation technique. It simulated my appearance grown to 15 years old in that false world of Limited Tsukuyomi. That world's Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato had long since vanished with the collapse of that world. The one before him now, summoned through the impure world reincarnation, was his true mother from this real world, who had died just after his birth. How could she recognize me at a glance? Just as Menma's mind was reeling and his thoughts thrown into chaos, Kushina, brimming with the overwhelming joy of having found something long lost, opened her arms, wanting to embrace this son she hadn't seen for who knew how many years. Her grayish face even twisted slightly with the force of her excitement, tugging at the black cracks, but the longing was undeniably real. However, just as she was about to touch Menma's body, like a startled cat, jerked violently backward a large step. Kushina's open arms froze in the cold air. Her fingertips were less than an inch from Menma's clothes, yet it seemed to span an unbridgeable chasm. Deathly silence filled the laboratory. Only the hum of the instruments sounded particularly piercing. The radiant joy on Kushina's face, like a flame doused with cold water, rapidly dimmed and finally solidified into a profound, bone-deep sense of loss and sorrow. Those eyes, glowing with the gray hue of the impure world reincarnation, looked at Menma with disbelief, swirling with pain and confusion. Slowly, trembling, she lowered her arms that had frozen midair. Her voice was thick with emotion and a wounded tremor. Menma, do you still hate Mom and Dad? Hate us for not protecting you and Naruto well? Hate us for letting you drift alone outside for so many years? These words, like a blunt knife, stabbed viciously into Menma's heart. He forcibly suppressed the tempest within him, forcing himself to remain calm. He took a deep breath. The cold air stung his lungs, making his voice sound unusually dry and detached. Hate? No. He paused, his sapphire blue eyes meeting Kushina's pained gaze directly, and threw out the core question that had thrown his mind into disarray. I just don't understand. Why? Why can you recognize me? My current appearance isn't real. She tilted her head slightly, her mouth struggling to form a reassuring smile, though it appeared fragile beneath the cracks of the reincarnated flesh. She looked at Menma's deep sapphire blue eyes, which seemed especially profound under the cold light. The sorrowful expression on her face was replaced by a mother's tenderness and insight. Silly child. Her voice softened, carrying a tone of matter-of-fact certainty, because of your eyes. Eyes. Menma's brow furrowed deeply. Kushina leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to get a closer look, even though Menma still maintained his distance. Your eyes are a lot like Naruto's, a beautiful blue, like a clear sky. Kushina's lips curled into a hint of a nostalgic smile, which then took on a unique sharpness. But, Menma, your eyes are deeper, more complex. They hold too many things. And. Her voice lowered, carrying a trace of imperceptible pride and heartache. When you were just born, you were different from other children. I've seen other newborns in the Konoha hospital's maternity ward. They were all crying loudly. Only you just opened your eyes so quietly, not crying or making a sound. Your bright pupils just looked quietly at your father and me. Right then, I knew my Menma was a very, very special child. Your eyes. Mom could never forget them. Boom. Kushina's words struck Menma's mind like a second thunderbolt. The detail she described, that unusual quietness and gaze, unlike a normal baby, was like a key, instantly unlocking the most secret floodgates of his memory. Memories from the moment of his birth surged up, countless fragmented images rushing in. Menma's breathing became somewhat ragged. He subconsciously averted his gaze from Kushina's, as if her eyes carried a scorching heat. An intense desire to confide, a loneliness and confusion pent up for 15+7 years, churned within him like a flood breaking through a dam. I wasn't adrift. Menma's voice was so low it was almost a whisper, carrying a weariness that seemed to traverse vast stretches of time. He began to weave a half-true, half-false lie. On the day I was born, the mysterious man who attacked Konoha, his Sharingan's Genjutsu dash. He raised his head, looking back at Kushina. Deep within his sapphire blue eyes was a bottomless, dark pool. Trapped me in a Genjutsu world called Limited Tsukuyomi dash. For a full 15 years. He began to narrate. His voice was calm, yet like a cold stream, washing over Kushina's heart as a mother. He told of that false yet utterly real world. It had Minato, it had Kushina, it had a complete Konoha village, familiar comrades, and the rules by which the entire world operated. He was born there, grew up there, possessing what seemed like a complete family in childhood. His parents' love, his friends' companionship, everything felt so real. But I knew it was fake. All of it was fake. Menma's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a sharp, self-mocking edge. From the moment I had clear consciousness, I knew. The light and shadows of that world carried an indescribable sense of fakeness. I spent 15 years, a full 15 years, searching for a way to leave. Using the most extreme methods to shake the very foundations of that world. Finally, it rejected me, and I was able to leave. Kushina listened quietly. The gray eyes of her reincarnated body fluctuated violently with Menma's story, filled with an inexpressible sadness. Menma's madness, his willingness to make enemies of the entire world just to break free from the falsehood. It shocked Kushina as a mother, pained her heart, and filled her with immense regret over Minato's choice back then. That world's mom dash. Menma's gaze fell on Kushina's grayish face, carrying a trace of dazed comparison. She had a personality very much like yours. Optimistic, cheerful, strong-willed. She could be very fierce when angry. Everyone called her the red-hot habanero. Kushina couldn't help but laugh. The smile tugged at the cracks on her face, looking somewhat strange, yet revealing genuine amusement. That really is exactly like me. The laughter was short and dry, laden with thick bitterness. Menma's eyes grew even deeper. He continued, each word like an ice spike, but that world's dad, Namikaze Minato, he didn't become the fourth Hokage. He chose to be an ordinary ninja, guarding his family's side. He was just a jonin with decent strength. His voice betrayed no emotion, yet it made Kushina's heart sink heavily. Kushina finally understood. She understood where her son's lingering alienation and confusion came from. She understood why he was so silent regarding the role of father. In that false world, he had a complete, family-oriented father. While in reality, Minato sacrificed himself for the village, for sealing the Nine-Tails, leaving Menma and Naruto in grave danger. Overwhelming guilt and heartache flooded Kushina like a tidal wave. She could no longer hold back. Her reanimated body seemed to break free from some invisible restraint. She took a fierce step forward, and this time, disregarding Menma's potential resistance, she opened her arms and hugged him tightly, forcefully. The embrace was cold, carrying the scent of dust, not warm in the slightest, yet exceptionally powerful. I'm sorry. Menma. I'm so sorry. Kushina's voice choked up. Tears couldn't flow from her reincarnated body, but the intense sorrow and self-reproach were clearly conveyed. It was all Mom and Dad's fault. We failed to protect you in Naruto, let you struggle alone in that terrible place for 15 years. Her arms held him tightly, as if trying to knead 15 years of debt and longing into this embrace. This time, Menma's body only stiffened for a moment, but he did not retreat again. He allowed Kushina to hold him. Her red hair fell, covering his face and his eyes. His straight back appeared exceptionally lonely under Kushina's embrace. Menma's voice came from Kushina's shoulder, muffled, carrying a deep weariness and confusion. I can't tell anymore. Can't tell which world is real, which is fake. Can't tell which Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato this familial love truly belongs to. He spoke as if stating an objective fact, yet it revealed the immense chaos and fragmentation within him. 15 years of real experience in a false world, and the cold, harsh truth of the real world, had torn his emotions and cognition to pieces. Kushina's arms trembled slightly around her son. She released the embrace, cupped Menma's face with both hands, forcing him to look directly into her eyes, which, though glowing with the gray hue of reincarnation, were filled with an endless, maternal soft light. Menma, you're wrong. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a power that pierced through the fog. That world might have been a prison created by the enemy's genjutsu, it was false. But dash. She spoke word by word, her voice like a heavy hammer striking Menma's soul. Mom and Dad's love for you was never false. Not in any world. Genjutsu can create environments, can distort perceptions, but it cannot create a real emotion out of thin air. The love that Kushina and Minato in that world had for you was real. It stemmed from the instinct of our souls. It's the familial bond carved into our very bloodline. Boom. This statement, like the third and most violent thunderbolt, viciously shattered the thick ice named doubt and fragmentation in Menma's heart. His sapphire blue pupils dilated abruptly, filled with an unprecedented, violent tremor. Kushina's words were like a key, instantly unlocking the most turbulent floodgates deep within his memory. In the limited Tsukuyomi world, that Kushina, teaching him the complex Uzumaki clan sealing techniques hand in hand, from the most basic chakra control to the exquisite adamant sealing chains. She was always boisterous, and a wrong hand seal would earn him a light tap on the head with a rolled-up book, shouting, Menma, you dummy. Like this, yet her eyes held not a trace of impatience, only full of expectation and encouragement. He remembered when he first successfully condensed a chakra chain. She excitedly picked him up and spun around, her red hair flying, laughter echoing across the entire training ground. That Minato would squeeze time between busy, ordinary missions to take him to the training grounds outside the village. He practiced flying Thunder God Kunai with him, practiced the Raise-Non, again and again, tirelessly. Under the setting sun, his father's blonde hair was dyed a warm orange red, his smile gentle and tolerant. Don't rush, Menma. Space-time ninjutsu requires feeling, not brute force. Remember, where the heart goes, the body follows. Big Sis Hinata, with her hands on her hips, beating up the older kids who bullied him until they were bruised and swollen, then turning to give him a bright, domineering smile. From now on, your big sister's got your back. The dark little Nine-Tails popped out from his scarf, snatched his tricolored dango, only to be picked up by the scruff of its neck by him. The little fox, pouting angrily, waved its tiny paws in protest. Menma, you big dummy. This Lord Fox wants sweets. Those vivid, lively scenes, those emotions carrying warmth. Were these all false? If the love was false, why were the details of the teachings so real? Why was that look of gratified relief and pride so deeply etched in his memory? Why were Hinata's affection for him and the little Nine-Tails dependent so vibrant? Kushina, watching the violent turmoil in her son's eyes, seemed to understand the storm raging within him. A gentle, insightful smile appeared on her grayish face, and she continued softly. Although Mom doesn't know exactly what the genjutsu world was like, I think, a genjutsu so vast, so real, that it could even let you live inside it for a full 15 years dash. She paused, her gaze profound as she looked at Menma. Everything it constructed, the us it presented, the emotions it contained, perhaps it was precisely the truest, deepest reflection of your innermost desires and longings. The truest, deepest reflection of his innermost desires and longings. Buzz dash. Menma's mind seemed completely detonated by these words. After a moment of blankness, an unprecedented violent storm erupted. Could it be? Could it be that world was not entirely controlled by Obito's Sharingan Genjutsu? Could it be that 15-year-long, incredibly real, limited Tsukuyomi was something I myself, deep in my subconscious, to escape the cruel reality of being reborn into the Naruto world, at the moment he was hit by Obito's Genjutsu, cooperating with the Sharingan's illusionary power, self-hypnotized, self-constructed. A sanctuary for the heart born from my deepest desires and fears. Cogito, ergo sum. Menma unconsciously murmured this ancient philosophical phrase, his voice dry and hoarse, carrying a shudder of world-appending shock. T/N, it means, I think, therefore I am. He remembered the birth of the black Nine-Tails at the orphanage. He was only 3 years old then. He had once thought the little guy appeared after absorbing his chakra for 3 years. Perhaps it also coalesced from his endless negative emotions and loneliness. He remembered the emergence of Big Sis Hinata's personality, that spicy, straightforward second personality who had an unconcealed fondness for him. Was that also a subconscious longing for pure love, or even his? All the clues, at this moment, connected and collided madly. The few high-intensity emergency lights on the laboratory ceiling, as if unable to withstand the mental impact that surged in an instant, and the unconscious violent fluctuations of chakra, suddenly emitted a sharp, crackling sound. The tubes inside flashed with a blinding red light, followed by several dull pop sounds as they exploded one after another. Countless tiny glass fragments fell like crimson ice shards. The entire core laboratory was instantly enveloped in a shattered, glaring blood-red emergency light. The light madly danced and twisted on Menma's rigid body, on Kushina's cracked, reanimated form, on the cold reflections of the alloy walls. Menma struggled out of Kushina's embrace, as if all strength had been drained from him. He staggered back a step, his back hitting the cold alloy wall with a heavy thud. He slowly raised his right hand, trembling, and slowly touched his own right cheek. That handsome face belonging to the 15-year-old Uzumaki Menma. Only now, this face held none of its usual composure, calm, or confident control. All that remained was the bewilderment and fragility brought by the immense impact. Those blue eyes, deeper and calmer than Naruto's, now trembled violently. Deep within the pupils, stormy waves churned, reflecting the room full of broken, crimson light. So, the so-called, Limited Tsukuyomi World, was never an illusion created by Obito. It was me, myself. Chapter 209, Chapter 209 Kushina and Hikari. Kushina's words were like stones dropped into a deep pool. Ripples spread in circles deep within Menma's sapphire blue eyes. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the turbulence in their depths had been forcibly suppressed, leaving only the stillness of the deep sea. Mom. Menma's voice broke the silence, carrying a trace of a barely perceptible hoarseness. The term of address felt unfamiliar and weighty on his tongue. I still have some questions about what happened back then. Kushina had been curiously running her fingers over the cold metal surface of the lab table, sensing this never-before-seen creation. Hearing his words, she immediately turned around. The web-like black cracks on her face couldn't hide the concern and seriousness in her eyes. Her grayish face held the expression unique to a mother, willing to give everything for her child. Menma, ask. Whatever Mom knows, I'll definitely tell you. That word, Mom, seemed to bring a faint warmth to the area where a reincarnated heart would be. Menma's gaze pierced through the cold air of the laboratory, as if returning to that crimson night over a decade ago, during the Nine-Tails attack. Why did you and Namikaze Minato ultimately choose to die? With your strength, especially the Flying Thunder God technique, was there truly no chance at all? Kushina's eyes instantly dimmed, tinged with a heavy layer of sorrow and powerlessness. She walked to the window, looking out at the cold, metallic outlines of the buildings in the military district of Star City. Her voice was low with recollection. It wasn't a choice to die, there was no other choice. She shook her head bitterly. That masked mysterious man was very strong, and his timing was perfect. He attacked when I was at my weakest, right after giving birth, with my body and the seal both vulnerable. He took you and extracted the Nine-Tails. Her voice carried a tremble of lingering fear. Although your father teleported the Nine-Tails away from the village, I was already at my limit by then. The adamantine sealing chains could only temporarily restrain the Nine-Tails, and they could collapse at any moment. Once the Nine-Tails broke free, with its madness and power, it could instantly rush back to the village. Konoha would have been finished. She clenched her fist tightly. Third Hokage-sama and the others couldn't have reached such a distant location in time. Every second felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Kushina's voice was filled with the urgency of despair. She looked up. The gray in her reincarnated eyes churned violently, filled with deep self-blame and pain, the dead demon-consuming seal. It was the only ultimate seal he could complete instantly, and that was absolutely effective at the time. Separating the Nine-Tails chakra, half of it was offered to the Shinigami along with himself, the other half was sealed into the only vessel with Uzumaki clan's bloodline present at the time, that was Naruto. Tears couldn't flow, but the heavy sorrow almost solidified into substance. Menma listened quietly. A sharp light flashed deep within his sapphire blue eyes. Did the third Hokage know mother was carrying twins? Kushina nodded affirmatively. He knew. Third Hokage-sama personally inquired during the prenatal checkups. But Her tone grew even heavier. Biwako-sama and the others responsible for the delivery, they sacrificed themselves right at the beginning of the attack. Minato and I also followed shortly after. Even if third Hokage-sama knew about the twins, after that kind of chaos and destruction, he probably had no way of finding the whereabouts of the other child. She looked at Menma, her eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Menma, for letting you drift outside, for making you suffer so much. So that's how it was. Menma murmured, his voice betraying little emotion. The puzzle pieces of the truth seemed complete, the logic sound. But that heavy, unresolved weight in his heart did not completely dissipate because of this. Minato's choice was the burden of a Hokage, the determination to protect the village. He had also trusted the third Hokage and the others too much. Trusted that after their deaths, Hiruzen would treat Naruto well. Trusted that the village could find the other child who had been kidnapped and gone missing. Kushina keenly picked up on the silent alienation emanating from her son. She sighed, attempting to shift the heavy topic. She walked to the window, her gaze sweeping over the broader cityscape outside. In the distance, beyond the cold military district, were row upon row of modern-looking buildings. Wide, clean streets teemed with people. Street lamps cast soft halos of light in the winter dusk, outlining the silhouette of a bustling metropolis. This place is so prosperous, Kushina said, a childlike curiosity and awe appearing on her grayish face, temporarily overshadowing the sorrow. Has Konoha changed this much over the years? I remember the highest things in the village used to be the Hokage Rock and the Hokage Building. She pointed at a distant, sleek high-rise building whose glass curtain wall reflected the lingering sunset glow. What's that? It's so tall. Menma walked to her side, also looking out the window at the city that belonged to him. His voice was calm and even. This isn't Konoha, nor is it the land of fire. This is the nation I founded, the land of stars. Where we are now is the administrative building of Star City, its heart. The land of stars. Kushina whipped her head around, shock and bewilderment on her reincarnated face. Her red hair seemed to stir slightly without any wind. Your nation. Menma, you are now dash. That's a long story. Menma interrupted her potential follow-up questions, turning towards a storage cabinet in the corner of the laboratory. Those are all the questions for now. I'll ask you if I have more later. For now. He opened the cabinet door and took out a brand new, thick, dark gray wool cloak. It was simple and elegant in style, without any markings. He shook out the cloak, walked behind Kushina, and draped it over her shoulders. His movements weren't particularly gentle, but they were careful, covering some of the cracks. Mom, you've never been to a city outside of Konoha, have you? Menma said, would you like to see my city? Kushina was taken aback for a moment. She looked down at the soft wool cloak on her body, then at her son's profile, noticing a hint of softness in his eyes. She nodded vigorously, a brilliantly bright smile blooming on her grayish face, even though the cracks made the smile seem somewhat broken. The avenue of all things, in Star City's commercial district was the city's most prosperous artery. Even on a winter evening, it was bustling with noise and excitement, brilliantly lit. Kushina, like a country girl visiting the city for the first time, seemed to lighten up, her reanimated body feeling almost buoyant. Wrapped in the dark gray cloak, she looked around curiously, her eyes with their purple glow shimmering with an unprecedented brightness. Wow. Menma, look. That light changes color by itself. She pointed excitedly at a floating chakra lamp post by the roadside that was softly cycling between blue, white, and warm yellow, tugging on Menma's sleeve. Menma stumbled slightly from her tug, sighing helplessly, but still offered an ah. Oh my god. What is this? There are little people moving inside. Kushina rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window of a large shopping mall, staring dumbfounded at the electrically powered puppet dolls inside demonstrating basic taijutsu movements. Her face was almost pressed against the glass. Puppet demonstration toys. Menma explained, his voice quiet but clear amidst the noisy environment. So amazing. Kushina exclaimed in admiration, then was immediately drawn to a shop next door wafting with an enticing sweet aroma. It smells so good. Red bean soup. And tricolored dango. Like a small animal following a scent, she immediately pulled Menma over. Boss. 2 bowls of red bean soup. Double the mochi. And 5 sticks of tricolored dango. Kushina ordered with gusto, completely ignoring Menma's look that said, you can't eat that. Reanimated individuals indeed couldn't truly consume food, but her nostalgia for the familiar flavors and her current excitement made her not care at all. Coming right up. Just a moment, please. The busy shop owner was a portly middle-aged man, deftly serving the soup and plating the food. When he looked up and saw Kushina's grayish complexion and the fine cracks on her face, he visibly started, a flash of surprise and sympathy in his eyes. But his good professional demeanor quickly brought back his smile as he handed over the food. Your red bean soup and dango, please take them. When Menma stepped forward to pay, the owner couldn't help but take an extra look. This extraordinary black-haired youth with his handsome features, he seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd seen him before. Kushina held a bowl of steaming hot red bean soup. Though she couldn't truly taste it, she leaned in and took a deep breath of the sweet, warm aroma. An expression of utmost satisfaction appeared on her face. She picked up a stick of tricolored dango and took a symbolic bite, saying to Menma muffledly, still the taste from my memories. Menma, you have some too. As she spoke, she tried to stuff another stick into Menma's mouth. Menma turned his head away, I'm not hungry. But he still took the stick of dango. The two of them walked like this along the bustling main street. Kushina was full of interest in all sorts of novel things, exquisite shops selling various ninja tool models and chakra toys, huge LCD screens playing promotional videos for Star Ninja. Kushina even let out a surprised "oh" when she saw the ninjas' figures flashing across the screen. There was even a boutique specializing in high-end kimonos and modernized ninja attire. Kushina lingered there, unable to tear herself away, running her hand over a red furosode kimono embroidered with flame patterns over and over, her eyes filled with fondness. If you like it, try it on, Menma said, leaning against the shop entrance, watching his mother's expression of wanting to touch it but being afraid of damaging it. Ah. Me, looking like this. Kushina looked down at her grayish hands and the cracks on her body, retracting her hand somewhat self-consciously. Try it. Menma said decisively, signaling the shop assistant to take down that kimono. Kushina ultimately couldn't resist. Under the somewhat strange but polite gaze of the shop assistant, she slipped the fiery red kimono on over her clothes to try it, then hugged it to her chest, overjoyed. Next, she took a fancy wool scarf printed with a cute little fox pattern and bought it without hesitation. This is for Menma. Kushina said, her eyes sparkling. Menma just silently paid, then resignedly took the shopping bags from the assistant, which were piling higher and higher. An exquisite kimono gift box, the packaged scarf, several boxes of Star City specialty snacks, even a uniquely shaped chakra wind chime. The sunset had completely sunk below the horizon, and the decorative lights had come on, adorning the avenue of all things with flowing light and dazzling color. Kushina was finally a little tired from shopping. Though her reanimated body wouldn't fatigue, her mental excitement had gradually settled. She sighed contentedly, looking at the large and small bags Menma was holding that almost drowned him, finally showing a hint of embarrassment. Did I buy too much? Menma expressionlessly weighed the items in his hands. It's fine. He turned and started walking towards the administrative district. Let's go home. Passing through the relatively quiet tree-lined streets of the administrative district, they arrived at a high-end residential area with a serene environment. In front of a residence that blended traditional Japanese and modern styles, complete with a delicate small courtyard, Menma stopped. We're here. Kushina looked curiously at this dwelling that obviously belonged to her son, her gaze sweeping over the carefully pruned pine trees and stone lanterns in the courtyard. She was just about to offer a few words of praise when her eyes suddenly fixed on the heavy wooden gate of the courtyard directly opposite the residence, across a quiet path. Carved clearly on that gate was the Uzumaki clan's crest. Uzumaki. Kushina cried out in surprise, her reanimated face filled with incredible excitement. She grabbed Menma's arm tightly. Menma. Across the street. That's our Uzumaki clan's crest. There are other Uzumaki clan's members here. Who is it? Menma followed her gaze to the closed gate opposite and said evenly, clansmen who were living outside. Uzumaki Kanon and her daughter, Karen. They weren't doing well in Kusagakure when I found them, so I brought them to the Land of Stars. You might see them later. Kanon. Karen. Kushina murmured the two unfamiliar names. That's really wonderful. She was eager to learn more about these two surviving clansmen. Pushing open the gate to their own courtyard, they walked along a short gravel path to the engawa in front of the main house. Menma was about to step onto the platform when his footsteps paused slightly. A figure stood quietly there on the engawa. Hikari was wearing her signature dark blue high-collared clan attire. Her ink-black long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, a few strands gently lifted by the evening breeze. She had her arms crossed over her chest, her delicate chin slightly raised. Those clear, cold eyes, like winter stars, were now fixed with unconcealed scrutiny and displeasure on the woman with striking red hair wrapped in a dark gray cloak standing behind Menma. An invisible, chilly low pressure hung in the air. Kushina immediately sensed this highly palpable gaze. Curiously, she peeked out halfway from behind Menma, her eyes meeting Hikari's clear, sharp, cold ones. Her grayish face held pure curiosity and a trace of confusion. Who was this pretty girl appearing in my son's house? This proud aura, it felt a bit like an Uchiha. She looked a bit unhappy. Menma seemed not to notice this subtle atmosphere, or perhaps, he simply didn't care. He unceremoniously placed the mountain of shopping bags in his hands onto the clean wooden floorboards of the engawa, creating a series of clattering light sounds. Then he straightened up, looked calmly at Hikari, raised his hand to point at Kushina beside him, and said in a tone as natural as commenting on the weather. Hikari, this is my mom, Uzumaki Kushina. Then, he turned his head slightly and introduced her to Kushina, who was blinking her eyes curiously as she examined Hikari. "Mom, this is Uchiha Hikari. She lives here." The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The cold, slightly displeased expression on Hikari's face instantly shattered. Her eyes, which always held calmness and even a trace of aloofness, widened to their limit, filled with shock and bewilderment. Mom. A stammering exclamation, completely devoid of her usual cold tone and even carrying a hint of a crack, escaped uncontrollably from Hikari's slightly parted lips. Her arms, which had been crossed, fell loose and hung awkwardly at her sides. Her entire body stood rigidly in place, staring dumbly at the woman below the engawa with her grayish complexion, shoulder-length red hair, and cracked face. Then she looked at Menma beside her, his face utterly calm, as if he'd just said something as ordinary as, "Let's have ramen today." Giant question marks almost seemed to materialize above her head. Menma's mom. Hikari's earlier imposing manner instantly collapsed. Her fair, delicate face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Chapter 210 Kushina, a 300-year-old daughter-in-law. The night gently enveloped Menma's courtyard. Warm, yellow light flowed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, which was carpeted in a dark plush rug, creating an indescribable, subtle atmosphere interwoven with the new and the old. In a corner of the living room, on a soft leather sofa, Kushina sat upright. She had changed out of the dark gray cloak and was wearing the dark green long dress she often wore in life, which barely covered the grayish tone of her reanimated body. However, the web-like black cracks on her face and arms were still clearly visible. Her sitting posture was proper, carrying a natural aura belonging to the mother's generation. Her eyes, with their gray glow, were looking with interest and kindness at the young girl sitting on the opposite sofa. At this moment, Hikari was slightly bowing her head, her hands somewhat awkwardly folded on her knees, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, seeming a little restless. The cold, scrutinizing, even slightly displeased demeanor she had on the engawa earlier had long since vanished. She was now curled up on the sofa like a small cat that had strayed into unfamiliar territory, appearing somewhat flustered under the gaze of the homeowner. Faced with Kushina's undisguised, curious, and kind gaze, she only felt her cheeks grow slightly warm, and even the roots of her ears turned a little red. Menma walked out of the kitchen carrying a fruit platter filled with freshly washed, glistening apples, oranges, and several bunches of sparkling grapes. He gently placed the fruit platter on the glass coffee table in front of the sofa, producing a crisp sound. Then, he very naturally walked over to the long sofa where Hikari was sitting and sat down next to her. The sofa sank slightly under his weight, their arms almost touching. Hikari's body tensed for an instant. Feeling the familiar body heat and scent from the person beside her, that sense of helplessness strangely receded a bit, but her heartbeat seemed to quicken even more. She secretly glanced at Menma's calm profile beside her, then quickly lowered her eyelids. "Have some fruit," Menma said, picking up an apple and skillfully peeling it with a small knife. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he didn't notice the subtle tension in the air. Kushina's gaze swept back and forth between the young man and woman sitting side by side on the opposite sofa. A look of extreme satisfaction, even a touch of gratified relief, gradually appeared on her grayish face. The smile tugged at the cracks on her face, yet it remained as warm as melting spring snow. "Hikari-chan, it's okay to call you that, right?" Kushina's voice held the unique kindness and curiosity of an elder. "Which branch of Konoha's Uchiha are you from?" "I grew up with Mikoto, your clan head's wife, since we were kids. We're like sisters." She brought up the old acquaintance with great enthusiasm, seemingly wanting to build rapport. After all, her consciousness was still stuck at the moment before her death, having just become a mother. Now her child was already in a relationship. So Kushina was also a bit nervous, thinking about how to build a good relationship with her daughter-in-law. Neither she nor Minato had any experience in this area, both being orphans. Hikari was just about to answer when she was calmly interrupted by Menma beside her. "Mom, Hikari isn't from Konoha's Uchiha clan," Menma said, handing a small piece of peeled apple to Hikari. The latter took it subconsciously, her fingertips brushing against him, causing another slight tremble. "Ah." The smile on Kushina's face froze. She tilted her head slightly to the side, showing an extremely puzzled expression, as if she couldn't understand the meaning of the words, "not from Konoha." Then, Menma handed the entire peeled apple to Kushina. Although the impure world reincarnation couldn't taste it, Kushina still retained the habits of her life and took the apple her son offered. Menma picked up an orange and began peeling it leisurely, his tone flat as he introduced, "Strictly speaking, her age is probably over 300 years old." Crack. The piece of apple Kushina had just taken seemed about to fall from her hand. She quickly tightened her grip. But her expression had completely turned into a giant question mark. Her eyes, with their gray glow, were wide open. Her whole person seemed to have been put on pause, completely frozen. 300 years old. Kushina's voice rose an octave, filled with disbelief. Her gaze focused once again on the cold, beautiful girl opposite her, who looked to be 15 at most, as if she were looking at some prehistoric monster. "Aha," Menma said, peeling a segment of the orange and naturally bringing it to the still somewhat dazed Hikari's lips. Hikari subconsciously opened her mouth and accepted it. The sweet and sour juice spread in her mouth, finally bringing her back slightly from the shock of the 300 years revelation, though her cheeks grew even redder. Menma continued explaining, his voice clear in the warm living room, "She's a figure from the Warring States period. Because her power was too great, she was jointly sealed deep within a ruin in Yuzushiogakure by the Senju clan, the Sarutobi clan, and our Uzumaki clan at the time. The seal lasted for over 300 years. Later, when I went to Yuzushiogakure to search for the Yuzushigakure's legacy, I unilaterally broke her seal." He glanced at Hikari beside him. "So, she doesn't have much connection to the current Konoha's Uchiha clan." Kushina listened quietly. The shock on her face gradually faded, replaced by a deep look mixed with understanding and affectionate pity. She looked at Hikari's beautiful face, at the occasional flash of alienation and loneliness in her eyes that didn't belong to this era. Suddenly, she felt that she and Menma were so alike. "So that's how it is," Kushina murmured, her voice thick with a deep sigh. She suddenly stood up and, under Hikari's somewhat stunned gaze, quickly walked around the coffee table. Without another word, she opened her arms and pulled the 300-year-old young girl into a tight hug. The embrace was cold and carried the scent of dust, not warm in the slightest, yet it was exceptionally strong and firm. "Poor child." Kushina's voice sounded next to Hikari's ear, filled with maternal gentleness and heartache. "All alone, locked up in a place like that for so long, it must have been so lonely, right?" She gently patted Hikari's back, her movements careful yet full of sincerity. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. From now on, this is your home. If that boy Menma dares to bully you, you tell me. I'll teach him a lesson for you." Puffed. Menma, who was drinking water, almost choked. He looked at his mother with an expression of speechless exasperation. He remembered the Kushina from the Limited Tsukuyomi World, just as fiery-tempered. If he crossed her, he'd be in for a serious scolding, and not even his father Minato could save him. Hikari, held tightly in the embrace, was as stiff as a wooden statue. Kushina, reanimated through the impure world reincarnation, had a cold embrace, but the unreserved acceptance and warmth conveyed in her words felt like a scalding warm current, instantly filling Hikari's heart. 300 years of sealed life, the bewilderment of waking alone in the darkness, the alienation of integrating into a new era. Countless complex emotions surged up, making her nose sting. Her stiff arms slowly, tentatively, gently returned the hug around Kushina's waist. She buried her face in the embrace that smelled of dust yet felt incredibly reassuring, and let out a muffled "ah." This was only the second time in her hundreds of years, besides Menma, that she had felt such pure, unconditional care. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became incredibly warm. Menma watched this scene, a trace of softness also flashing in his sapphire blue eyes. All right, Kushina released Hikari, her grayish face full of smiles, and took her hand. "Don't just sit there dumbly. Come with me to the kitchen. Let Menma watch TV by himself. Us girls need to talk." She pulled the still somewhat dazed Hikari to her feet without another word and headed towards the kitchen, leaving Menma, who had just picked up the remote, alone in the living room. The sounds of running water, the light clinking of pots and pans, and Kushina's enthusiastic chatter soon came from the kitchen. "Hikari-chan, this refrigerator is so big. It must hold so many things. Ah, it's a new product bought a while ago. Wow. This stove. No need to light a fire. Electric stove. It's very common now. Hikari-chan, what do you and Menma usually like to eat?" It's all right. Let me tell you, back in Konoha, Mikoto and I, we dash." In the living room, Menma turned on the large screen TV embedded in the wall. Clear pictures and sound came through, broadcasting a report from the Land of Stars official news channel. The content was about the grand spectacle of the latest batch of students' enrollment ceremony at Star Ninja Village. The screen showed glimpses of Natsuhi and Harubi, and a shot of Nono giving a speech as the vice principal. He leaned back on the sofa, his gaze on the screen, but his thoughts seemed to drift towards the chattering conversation coming from the kitchen. The kitchen door opened and closed, and enticing aromas continuously wafted out. Kushina seemed determined to pour out over a decade's worth of maternal love all at once. She directed the still somewhat unfamiliar Hikari to assist, and the two of them managed to prepare a full table of sumptuous dishes for dinner. During dinner, the atmosphere was even more peculiar. Hikari and Menma sat on one side. Hikari's face still held a hint of lingering blush. The two of them occasionally served each other food. Their movements were skilled and natural, revealing a strange tacit understanding and habit. Kushina sat opposite them, watching the coldly beautiful young woman sitting next to her son, carefully looking after him. An extremely complex yet supremely happy smile appeared on Kushina's grayish face. Her eyes were filled with the loving light of, the partner my son found is really good. The meal ended amidst Kushina's chatter and Hikari's occasional soft responses. After the meal, Hikari proactively stood up and began deftly clearing the dishes, carrying them to the kitchen to wash. Kushina initially wanted to help. Just as she stood up, her gaze fell on Hikari's busy back in the kitchen. For a moment, she seemed to see her good friend Mikoto, who had also been a jonin of the Uchiha clan before retiring after marriage to devote herself fully to her family. Kushina looked again at Menma sitting on the sofa. The longing and worry for Naruto surged up in her heart once more. She walked over to the sofa and sat down next to Menma. The TV was still playing a promotional video of Star City's bustling night scene, forming a stark contrast with Kushina's heavy mood at the moment. Menma. Kushina's voice lowered. She gently took Menma's hand, which was resting on the sofa. Though she couldn't transmit warmth, her concern was crystal clear. Naruto. Is he doing well in Konoha? Did third Hokage-sama take good care of him? Her gaze was locked tightly on Menma's eyes, full of hope yet with deeply hidden anxiety. Menma was silent for a few seconds. The light from the TV screen flickered in his sapphire blue eyes. He gently patted Kushina's cold hand with his own, his voice low and calm as he spoke slowly. The third Hokage settled him. Arranged a place for him to live. Basic food, clothing, and necessities are provided. But. He paused, watching the instantly tense look in Kushina's eyes. In the village, there has always been a rumor that he is the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. The villagers transferred their fear and hatred of the Nine-Tails onto Naruto. No one was willing to get close to him. Children threw stones at him. Adults looked at him with disgust. Kushina's body trembled violently. Her grayish hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, as if she wanted to crush something. Those dark cracks seemed to grow deeper. Though she couldn't cry, the heart-rending agony was clearly written across her face. The caretakers hired by the third, no one was willing to look after him long-term. They were changed again and again. In the end, Menma sighed softly, so Naruto has lived alone since he was a child. In an empty house, eating expired milk and instant noodles, learning to take care of himself. No, please, stop. Kushina bowed her head sharply. The shoulders of her reanimated form shook with suppressed sobs. She could almost see her bright-haired son, usually like a little son, huddled in a cold room with his knees drawn up, gazing out lonely at the city lights. The mere thought of that loneliness and pain was suffocating. She couldn't understand it. Menma's tragic experience could be blamed on that mysterious masked man, explained away by his disappearance. But why hadn't Naruto received better care? Only the cheerful background music from the TV and Kushina's muffled weeping remained in the living room. Menma sat quietly. After a long while, Kushina's emotions gradually settled. She raised her head. Her face was a web of fissures, her gray eyes filled with profound sorrow and deep helplessness. Menma looked at her and sighed softly, his voice gentle. Mom, don't be too upset. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Konoha village to see for yourself. See Naruto with your own eyes. And see what Konoha has become after you and father sacrificed yourselves. Kushina nodded forcefully. A glimmer of hope shone on her ashen face. Being able to see Naruto herself, even if only from a distance, would be a tremendous comfort. The night grew deeper. Early the next morning, winter sunlight streamed gently through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room. Menma walked down the spiral staircase, dressed in simple, dark home clothes. He moved quietly toward the large window that opened onto the courtyard. Through the clear glass, a peaceful and warm scene came into view. The courtyard was blanketed in a thin layer of fresh snow from the night before, glittering in the morning light. Under the simple, rustic engawa, Kushina and Hikari sat side by side. Kushina still wore her dark green dress, bundled in a thick cloak. Hikari was dressed in an elegant home kimono with a beige knitted cardigan over it. A small red clay brazier sat between them, its charcoal burning brightly with a soft crackle. An antique copper kettle rested on the brazier, a wisp of white steam curling from its spout. The scent of tea, mingled with the smell of burning charcoal, drifted lazily on the cool air. Kushina was turned toward Hikari, speaking with animated expressions and warm smiles, her hands moving as she talked. Hikari listened, leaning slightly forward. Her usually cool profile looked much softer in the morning light, and a faint smile even touched her lips. She nodded gently now and then or offered a quiet response. This obedient demeanor in front of an elder was a stark contrast to her typically proud and aloof Uchiha bearing. Delicate snowflakes drifted down from the clear blue sky, settling silently on the courtyard snow, the engawa tiles, and their hair and shoulders. The red glow of the brazier warmed two faces from different eras, yet they looked perfectly harmonious in that moment. The tea fragrance misted the air. Time itself seemed to pause gently in that little corner. Menma stood by the window, leaning against the pillar beside it, a slight smile on his lips as he quietly took in the heartwarming scene. The morning sun fell upon him. His sapphire blue eyes reflected the snow's glow, the brazier's light, and the two figures chatting softly, all clear and serene. Chapter 211, Chapter 211 The Treatment of the Hero's Son. Within the two-story house belonging to Menma in Konoha village, Menma and Kushina appeared silently. Menma wore his signature black tracksuit, his spiky black hair looking sharp and lively. He glanced around his training room. "Mom, a little disguise," Menma said, pointing to Kushina's grayish complexion and striking red hair. Kushina nodded, forming hand seals. After a ripple of chakra, her red hair turned into an inconspicuous dark brown. The fine black cracks on her face were also somewhat concealed. Her skin tone was adjusted to resemble that of an ordinary woman, though her gray eyes couldn't be completely eliminated, making her look slightly tired and weathered. Dressed in a simple, deep green padded jacket, she looked like an ordinary, somewhat sickly woman with a pale complexion. Pushing open the front door, the winter chill of Konoha village immediately swept in, carrying the noise of the street. It wasn't mealtime or the weekend. The servants who worked in the house had already finished their duties and gone home for the day. Konoha hadn't seen snow yet. The sunlight was bright but offered little warmth. The two walked along the streets of Konoha village, and Kushina looked around curiously. There were quite a few pedestrians, bundled in heavy winter clothes, hurrying along. The rebuilt streets of Konoha village seemed slightly wider than Kushina remembered, and the shops had updated their signs, but the familiar atmosphere of daily life and the unique tension of a ninja village remained. Menma walked naturally half a step behind Kushina, like a young man accompanying his mother. His voice, not loud, reached Kushina's ears clearly. After the Nine-Tails attack, many surviving ninja claimed to have seen the pattern of the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails out-of-control eyes. Menma's gaze swept over the members of the Konoha's military police force patrolling the streets. The Uchiha clan's fan crest on their uniform armbands was clearly visible. The rumor spread through the village like wildfire. And at that time, Shimura Danzo, who was commanding Roots operations, used the pretext of maintaining order and preventing the Uchiha's power from controlling the Nine-Tails to forcefully prevent the Uchiha clan from participating in the direct battle to suppress the Nine-Tails, only allowing them to be responsible for evacuating and relocating villagers. Kushina's steps faltered slightly. Behind her sunglasses, her pupils constricted. As a result, Menma's voice held a trace of cold mockery. In the eyes of the villagers, the Sharingan appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and the Uchiha clan, coincidentally, didn't appear on the most brutal battlefield. The seeds of suspicion and resentment were sown just like that. Over the years, the rumors have never died down. He raised his hand and pointed towards the outskirts of the village. Now, the Uchiha clan's compound has been relocated to the most remote corner of the village. The conflicts between the Konoha's military police force and the villagers are growing increasingly intense. The Uchiha clan is now nearly isolated within Konoha village. His gaze swept over a street corner where two men dressed as ordinary villagers, but with sharp eyes and a cold aura, stood silently watching the street. Their eyes lingered particularly on the patrolling Uchiha police officers. They're clearly Roots informants. Kushina listened in silence, her hands tightening imperceptibly inside her sleeves. The Konoha in her memory, which, while not perfect, was largely harmonious, seemed now veiled by an invisible crack. The two continued walking along the street. Turning a corner, the massive Hokage rock came into view. The first, the second, the third, and next to the third, the young stone face of Minato looked down upon all of Konoha village. Kushina's steps halted abruptly. She tilted her head back, staring fixedly at Minato's statue. The morning light outlined the handsome contours of the stone face. That familiar visage seemed to transcend life and death. Her reincarnated body couldn't feel a heartbeat, but that deep longing and agony gripped her soul. Her grayish face, under the disguise, didn't show much expression, but her body trembled slightly. The hem of her dark green padded jacket swayed gently in the cold wind. Menma didn't hurry her, simply standing quietly by her side. Just then, Menma's gaze moved past the crowd and fixed on a point across the street. "He's here." Kushina snapped back to attention, following Menma's gaze eagerly. She saw a small, thin figure walking alone on the sidewalk across the street. His shockingly bright blonde hair was like a stubbornly burning little flame, exceptionally conspicuous against the gray winter backdrop. He wore an old orange jacket with a red scarf around his neck. His small face was flushed red from the cold, his hands shoved in his pockets, head bowed, kicking a small pebble on the roadside. His lonely shadow was stretched long by the winter sun. It was Naruto. Her child. Kushina almost lost control and rushed over. However, just as she took a slight step, wanting to get closer to Naruto, the hushed whispers of the people around her reached her ears. "TCH, that demon fox is out again." A woman carrying a shopping basket frowned, pulling her companion aside deliberately. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly. "Hokage-sama is too soft-hearted." A monster like that should be driven out of the village. Exactly. Who knows when he might go crazy again. The fourth Hokage probably died because of him. Stay away, stay away. What bad luck. One malicious, fear-filled whisper after another, like poisoned needles, pierced Kushina's heart densely. She froze mid-step, staring in disbelief at these villagers she and Minato had fought to the death to protect. As Naruto passed by, the villagers around him quickened their steps as if avoiding the plague, creating distance. The looks they cast his way were filled with undisguised disgust and fear. Naruto seemed long accustomed to all of this. He kept his head down, kicking the pebble, but his small shoulders seemed to hunch even tighter. Just then, Naruto stopped in front of a small stall selling steaming oden and roasted sweet potatoes. The enticing aroma drifted on the cold wind. He tilted his small face up, his blue eyes fixed longingly on the fish cakes rolling in the pot and the fragrant sweet potatoes on the grill. His small hand subconsciously patted his empty pocket. Hey! Brat! The burly stall owner immediately scowled, waving his tongs as if shooing a fly, his voice rough and full of disgust. What are you staring at? No money? Then get lost. Don't block my business. You bring bad luck. Naruto flinched at the sudden scolding. He jerked his head down, like a frightened little animal, turned quickly, and ran off. His small figure swiftly disappeared into the crowd around the corner, leaving only a panicked figure retreating. Naruto. Kushina instinctively reached out a hand, only grasping a handful of cold air. She stood frozen in place, her reanimated body trembling violently. Her grayish complexion beneath the disguise seemed even paler. Though her gray eyes couldn't shed real tears, the area around them began to silently, steadily shed tiny flakes of gray-white paper dust. Like broken teardrops, they swirled in the cold wind before settling silently on the ground. Menma stood silently beside her. He reached out and gently placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder, which was shaking with extreme anger and heartache. He could feel the Nine-Tails Chakra churning beneath that cold shell, almost breaking through its restraints. The two followed silently in the direction Naruto had disappeared, trailing from a distance. Kushina's footsteps were heavy, as if filled with lead. She witnessed firsthand the various acts of malice Naruto encountered. A grocery store owner slammed his shutters closed with a snap as Naruto approached the window. Several children bundled in thick padded jackets, held by their parents, were quickly pulled away under their parents' stern gazes and tugs. One slightly older boy even turned back, made a face, and shouted, "Monster." A Chunin wearing a flak jacket, walking hurriedly, visibly frowned upon seeing Naruto approaching. His step subtly shifted, putting at least 3 meters of distance between them. His eyes held a cold scrutiny and alienation. An invisible wall built of fear, hatred, and rumors completely isolated that small, golden-haired figure from the crowd, from warmth and kindness. Why? Kushina's voice was choked with grief and indignation pushed to the limit. She grabbed Menma's arm sharply, her fingers digging into his sleeve with force. Where is third Hokage-sama? Where is Kakashi? Where is Jiraiya-sama? What about Minato's subordinates? Why is no one looking after him? Why has no one stepped forward to stop these vicious rumors? Just letting Naruto grow up alone in a place like this. She was like an injured lioness, letting out a cry of maternal grief. Menma held Kushina's hand. His sapphire blue eyes looked towards the Hokage rock. His voice was low. The third Hokage, he gave Naruto a place to live. He sends him a living allowance every month. Menma's gaze swept over the 2 faintly visible roots informants in the shadows of the street corner, but certain people are fanning the flames behind the scenes, making the demon fox rumor a poisonous thorn rooted in the villagers' hearts. I'm not sure why the third Hokage hasn't debunked the rumors. As for Jiraiya and Kakashi. Menma sighed. Jiraiya left the village long ago. Kakashi is drowning in his own darkness. How much energy could he spare to illuminate another child also shrouded in darkness? Besides, they aren't Naruto's blood relatives. Without explicit orders from the third Hokage, whether it's Jiraiya, Kakashi, or even Fugaku, Mikoto, or father's former subordinates, rashly approaching the demon fox would only invite more suspicion and criticism. Kushina listened, her body shaking even more violently. The falling paper dust seemed to increase. She watched Naruto's small figure finally disappear into the secluded alley leading to his cold apartment. That door shut out all the malice from the outside world, but it also shut out all warmth. How could Konoha become like this? Kushina's voice was filled with despair and heartbreak. She looked up at the distant statue of Minato on the Hokage rock, feeling an immense sense of irony. The village she and her husband had given their lives to protect was treating their child so cruelly. Compared to Menma, who was taken by the mysterious masked men, though trapped in a genjutsu world for 15 years, that world had a complete family that gave him affection and warmth, allowing him to grow up properly. While Naruto, under the care of the third Hokage, had to endure such rumors and malice. Kushina couldn't imagine how strong little Naruto had to be to survive in such a hostile environment. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 Menma's Ambition, A New Era for Ninja. Menma led Kushina into the living room of Naruto's apartment. A smell, a mix of expired food and profound loneliness, hit them, making Kushina hold her breath instantly. The living room was cramped and chaotic. An old wooden table was piled high with empty milk cartons and instant noodle cups. Some cups still contained dried sauce and noodle scraps, attracting a few flies buzzing around them. A few discarded clothes were scattered in the corner. The kitchen was even more appalling. The sink was stacked with unwashed dishes, the stovetop was smeared with grease and food residue, and the trash can was overflowing. Kushina's heart felt like it was being gripped by an icy hand. She stumbled to the table, picked up an empty milk carton with trembling hands, and turned it to the side. The expiration date had long passed. She picked up an instant noodle cup. The pungent smell of cheap flavoring packets mixed with the odor of overnight broth made her reincarnated stomach churn. Naruto eats this. Kushina's voice was hoarse and raspy, thick with the urge to cry. She couldn't imagine how Naruto lived day after day in this cold, dirty, messy room. Her gaze fell on the arm of the sofa, where a worn-out red scarf was draped. The yarn of the scarf was frayed and pilled, the color faded to a pale white, the edges even beginning to unravel. Kushina walked over and, as if holding a rare treasure, carefully picked up the scarf. A cold, rough texture met her touch. It seemed to still carry a trace of Naruto's scent. She hugged the scarf tightly to her chest, her cold cheek pressing against the coarse wool. Her reincarnated body couldn't shed tears, but the heart-wrenching, bone-deep pain made her whole body tremble. Menma stood silently to the side, his sapphire blue eyes sweeping over the dirty, poor-quality apartment. He offered no comment, but a flash of anger passed deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, at Konoha Park. The afternoon winter sun offered a false warmth, sparsely illuminating the snow-covered slide and swing set. There weren't many children in the park. Most were bundled up tightly by their parents, playing together in a sheltered pavilion. Menma and I. Higher. Higher. Naruto's excited shouts broke the park's quiet chill. He wore a faded orange jacket, his small face flushed red from the cold, yet radiated pure joy as he sat on a swing, his short legs pumping hard. Behind him, one of Menma's shadow clones was pushing him at a leisurely pace. Be careful. I won't catch you if you fall. Menma's shadow clone said flatly, but the force with which he pushed the swing was just right, sending Naruto soaring higher. I won't fall. I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto yelled triumphantly, his blonde hair bouncing in the sunlight. When I become Hokage, I'll make everyone acknowledge me. Menma and I'll treat you to the best Ichiraku ramen then. 100 bowls. The corner of Menma's shadow clone's mouth seemed to twitch. He didn't acknowledge the 100 bowls claim. After playing for a while, the shadow clone gradually stopped pushing. He pulled a bag of potato chips from his pocket and handed it over. Here. Wow. Thanks, Menma and Naruto cheered, taking it and eagerly tearing it open. He crunched away, his cheeks stuffed full like a happy little squirrel. Only in front of Menma could he temporarily forget the ever-present cold stares and harsh words. Just as Naruto was enjoying his snack, a woman in a dark green padded jacket, carrying a simple fruit basket, approached somewhat hesitantly. Her face was pale with a sickly cast, but her eyes were unusually gentle. She stopped in front of the two boys. "K kids." Kushina's voice was nervous, trying hard to sound natural. "Would you like to buy some fruit? It's very fresh." She held the basket forward. The red apples and bright yellow oranges inside gleamed enticingly, a few plump, juicy peaches particularly standing out. Seeing a stranger approach, Naruto instinctively flinched, his chewing stopping. A flash of wariness and unease crossed his blue eyes, his small hand unconsciously tightening on the swing chain. He was used to being shooed away and despised. He felt an instinctive fear towards strangers who approached him proactively. Menma's shadow clone glanced at the woman, his eyes lingering on the fruit basket for a moment before speaking naturally. "How much for the peaches?" "Ah. Oh, very cheap." Kushina, caught off guard by the question, flusteredly pointed to the largest peach. "This one, 50 ryo each is fine." The price was absurdly low. "Give me 2. Menma's shadow clone pulled out 100 ryo and handed it over. Kushina hurriedly took the money, carefully selected the 2 largest, reddest peaches from the basket, wiped them meticulously with a clean cloth, and then handed them to Menma's shadow clone. The shadow clone took the peaches, kept one for himself, and directly shoved the other into the hands of the still somewhat dazed Naruto beside him. "Here, for you." Naruto stared blankly at the large, red peach in his hand, emitting a fresh, sweet aroma. He looked up at the unfamiliar auntie before him. She wasn't looking at him with disgust like others did. Instead, her eyes seemed to hold something he couldn't quite understand, but it felt warm. And Menma gave him the biggest peach to eat. The unexpected joy instantly washed away Naruto's wariness and unease. A brilliantly bright, even slightly silly, smile spread across his small face. His blue eyes sparkled like little lakes filled with sunlight. "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Menma he said loudly, his voice brimming with pure happiness. That, "Thank you, Auntie," was like an arrow with barbs, piercing Kushina's heart. Her grayish hand clenched tightly beneath the fruit basket. She forced a smile, her voice trembling slightly. "You're welcome, eat up, it's very sweet." Naruto nodded vigorously, eagerly hugging the large peach and taking a big bite. Sweet juice immediately filled his mouth. He squinted his eyes in bliss. Menma's shadow clone glanced at the sky and said to Naruto, "It's getting late. Time to head back." Though reluctant, Naruto nodded obediently. "Okay. Goodbye, Auntie." Holding the partially eaten peach, he hopped and skipped alongside Menma, running off towards the direction of his apartment. His golden hair bounced in the setting sun like a small flame. Watching Naruto and Menma's retreating figures disappear from the park, Kushina's tightly wound body finally relaxed. Her grayish base tone and the paper dust tear tracks at the corners of her eyes reappeared. She gazed greedily in the direction Naruto and Menma had left, as if wanting to etch that small retreating figure into her soul forever. The real Menma stepped out silently from behind the park bushes and came to Kushina's side. "Thank you." Kushina's voice was terribly hoarse. She turned her head, her gray-white eyes looking deeply at her eldest son beside her, filled with inexpressible gratitude and complex pain. "Thank you for always looking after Naruto, letting him have at least a little warmth." Menma's gaze fell on the street corner where Naruto had disappeared. "After all, he is also my brother." Night fell, and Konoha village was lit by lamps, but it couldn't dispel the coldness and disappointment settled deep in Kushina's heart. Menma brought her once more to the open area overlooking the Hokage rock. The massive stone carving stood silently in the night. Minato's face seemed somewhat blurred in the shadows. Kushina tightened her padded jacket, looking up at her husband's statue. Her reanimated body couldn't feel the cold, but her heart was colder than this winter night. The Konoha village she had witnessed firsthand was filled with suspicion, indifference, and poisonous rumors. The cruel neglect of the hero's orphan. All of this was far removed from the vibrant, largely united village she remembered, despite its conflicts. Was this the place Minato had given his life to protect? Deep disappointment entwined her soul, followed by a wavering in her past choices. Was sacrificing myself and my children for the village truly worth it? If there had been another choice back then, would Naruto and Menma not have had to endure all this? "Mom, it's time to go back." A hand rested on Kushina's shoulder. Menma's voice sounded beside her. Kushina took one last, deep look at Minato's statue, as if wanting to carve all her questions and regrets into the stone. Then, the two of them vanished into Konoha's winter night. Star City, Menma's courtyard. On the Engawa, Kushina dispelled the dark green padded jacket and the disguise, revealing once more her reanimated grayish body and cracked face. She stood silently by the edge of the Engawa, looking out at the night scene so different from Konoha villages. The administrative and military districts were situated slightly higher. From the yard, Kushina could see directly the myriad lights of the distant city, like a river of stars fallen to earth, dazzling and vibrant, full of life and energy. Rows of lamp posts glowed like luminous ribbons connecting the tall, modern buildings. Even on a winter night, the streets were still bustling with traffic. The faint, lively sounds from the distant commercial district could still be heard. An atmosphere of warmth, prosperity, and hope came head-on, forming a stark contrast with the cold, oppressive Konoha village she had just left. "Menma." Kushina's voice broke the quiet of the courtyard, heavy with emotion. "Your ambitions, they must be very grand, right?" She turned around, her reanimated gray eyes looking directly into the calm, sapphire blue eyes of the young man beside her. "Building a nation like this, gathering such power. What you want to do is certainly not just to live in a secluded corner." Menma met his mother's gaze without flinching. He walked to the edge of the Engawa and stood shoulder to shoulder with Kushina, also looking out at this brilliantly lit city that belonged to him. The night wind stirred his black hair. The young man's handsome profile looked especially profound in the interplay of light and shadow. "Ambition." Menma's voice was low and clear. "I just want to end this chaotic era." He raised his hand, pointing towards the dazzling river of stars that was the city, or perhaps towards the entire war-torn ninja continent. "Ninja clans stand tall, the 5 great nations scheme against each other, smaller nations live in constant peril. Hatred spreads like a plague, passed down through generations of killing and betrayal, endless. Every brief period of peace is merely the incubation period for the next, larger war." His tone carried an insight far beyond his time. "I will break all of this. Make the ninja world into one nation, with one unified will. Have all ninja belong to one village, operate under one system. Reduce the pointless hatred and war born from region, clan, and nation to the absolute minimum." He paused, his gaze growing even more distant, as if seeing through the prosperous night scene before him. And then focus all of humanity's strength and wisdom, no longer wasting it on internal strife and mutual slaughter, but developing together. Make chakra no longer just a tool for killing. Make ninjutsu serve the survival and prosperity of all humanity. Kushina listened quietly, her reanimated face filled with shock. Unify the ninja world. What a world-shaking, monumental aspiration. This was even grander, more radical, than when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, founded Konoha and distributed the tailed beasts. She looked at her son's calm profile, which held immense determination, and for the first time, she felt so clearly that the quiet infant who never cried had grown into a titan capable of stirring up the entire ninja world. This is too. Kushina struggled to find the words to describe the shock in her heart. Too unbelievable. Menma turned his head slightly, a faint, almost mischievous smile touching his lips, like that of a clever youth. Mom, do you want to see for yourself another use for ninja's power in this new era? Kushina was still reeling from the tidal wave of unifying the ninja world. Hearing this, she nodded instinctively, her eyes filled with intense curiosity. A new use for ninja. Her education at the Konoha's Ninja Academy and over 20 years of life experience left her puzzled. Besides fighting and missions, what else could ninja do? Menma reached out and gently grasped Kushina's cold wrist. The next moment, the two vanished from the Engawa. The slight dizziness from the spatial shift faded, replaced by a biting mountain wind carrying snowflakes. Kushina found herself standing on a steep, half-mountain platform. Beneath her feet was a bottomless, dark abyss. In her ears roared a deafening, thunderous sound, like 10,000 stampeding horses. It was the sound of a raging river roaring through a narrow channel. She instinctively pulled her cloak tighter and looked forward. The sight before she made her hold her breath instantly, her gray eyes widening to their limit in awe. The Devil's Ravine widened exceptionally here. The steep mountain walls on both sides looked as if they had been split by a giant axe, yet now they were illuminated as bright as day by countless dazzling lights. The mountain face on their side of the gorge had been massively flattened and reshaped. A project of unimaginable scale was underway in full swing. At the entrance to the gorge stood a huge metal sign lit with lights, Land of Stars First Construction Group, Devil's Ravine Dam Project Headquarters. As far as the eye could see, there were dense, yet orderly, streams of people and machinery, like ants. On a gentle slope near the riverbank, over a dozen ninjas wearing standard Star Ninja's flak jackets stood in a large circle. Their hands pressed against the ground, chakra surging through their bodies, and they chanted in unison, Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. Boom. Rumble. With a deep, thunderous roar, vast sections of bedrock ahead began to rise, settle, and shape themselves as if manipulated by invisible giant hands. The hard rock, under their combined effort, became as soft as clay, molded into the solid foundation and the initial form of the diversion channels needed for the massive dam. Another team of water release users stood on a temporarily built platform, forming hand seals towards the raging main current of the Devil's Ravine below, water release, water formation wall. But this wasn't an offensive water release ninjutsu. Instead, several massive water walls were precisely guided and diverted. The savage river water was forcibly restrained and tamed, directed into two newly dug and reinforced artificial channels beside it, clearing precious dry land for the main dam construction area. Huge cranes groaned heavily, lifting prefabricated reinforced concrete components the size of houses and placing them with precision. Workers in orange reflective vests and hard hats scurried like worker ants through the steel skeletons and concrete jungle. Welding sparks flashed like stars in the night. The deafening sound of pile driving, the roar of machinery, the whistles of foremen, and instructions from loudspeakers blended together into a shocking symphony of construction. What astonished Kushina even more was that ninja and ordinary people here weren't separate but worked in close collaboration. An experienced engineer, holding blueprints, was explaining the mechanical requirements for the next phase of bedrock reinforcement to a young ninja who had just finished using an earth release ninjutsu, sweat beading on his forehead. The ninja listened intently, nodding occasionally, suggesting adjustments to chakra output. Several workers pushed carts laden with construction materials. With the aid of a wind release user employing wind release, air current wild dance, to create a tailwind, they effortlessly transported the heavy loads to higher ground. She could even see several medical needs moving through the site, providing quick treatment to workers who had suffered minor bumps and scrapes. The superhuman power of ninja was no longer a weapon for reaping lives here, but a great tool for moving mountains, filling seas, and reshaping nature. It was the core engine driving the project forward at high speed. This is the gorge area upstream on the Devil's Ravine. Winter is the dry season, with the lowest water flow, making it most suitable for foundation work on large-scale hydraulic projects like this. Menma's voice sounded beside Kushina, cutting through the gorge's roar. He pointed at the brilliantly lit, massive dam structure taking shape rapidly in the gorge below like a steel behemoth. His tone was calm yet carried a sense of power that held the future. With earth and water release users directly involved, it changes the traditional engineering process that requires lengthy blasting and excavation. Their power increases construction speed by over 300%, maybe even more. Menma's gaze swept over the ninja altering the terrain amidst glowing chakra. Once completed, this dam's generator units can stably supply electricity equivalent to the needs of a massive city of 1 million people, making electricity no longer a privilege of big cities and a few ninja villages, but light that benefits every ordinary household. He paused, pointing towards the vast plains downstream, faintly visible and sleeping in the night. More importantly, the dam's huge reservoir capacity, combined with a precise irrigation system, will provide stable, abundant agricultural water for thousands of square kilometers of plains downstream, guaranteeing harvests despite drought or flood, fundamentally securing food production. Only with sufficient food can people's hearts be settled, and more industries develop. Kushina stood dumbfounded in the biting mountain wind, looking down at the brilliantly lit, bustling, magnificent construction site below. The deafening roar of machinery and the chakra fluctuations from ninja jutsus were like powerful drumbeats, striking against the lake of her heart, frozen by Konoha's coldness and cruelty. She had never imagined ninja could be used like this. She had finally witnessed firsthand another possibility for ninja's power beyond the battlefield, a power of creation, of construction, a mighty force capable of changing the face of the world and benefiting all people. This was a world of difference from the ninja life she had known, from the entrenched ills she had seen in Konoha. Menma's words echoed in her mind: end war, unified will, concentrated power, common development. These originally grand and elusive concepts now seemed incredibly clear and real before the majestic scene of moving mountains, reclaiming land, and taming rivers at her feet. She slowly turned her head, her reanimated gray eyes deeply gazing at the sun beside her, his face calm, his gaze seemingly able to pierce the future. That young face didn't have Minato's warm, sunny smile, but it held a deeper, firmer confidence, enough to bear the weight of the entire ninja world's future. The gorgeous cold wind whipped her red hair and cloak, making them flutter noisily. In the distance, the dam's silhouette, illuminated by countless lights, resembled a giant dragon awakening, lying across the Devil's Ravine within the gorge. She began to feel a faint sense of anticipation for the ninja new era Menma had described, an era without war between nations and villages, where all people lived together in harmony. Chapter 213, Chapter 213 The New Ninja Concept, Conspiracy in the Land of Snow. Sunlight pierced the crisp air, melting the previous night's snow in Star City. The brand new teaching building of the Star Ninja Academy reflected a soft glow under the sun. The shouts of children training echoed from the playground, full of vitality. Kushina, wrapped in an elegant cloak, stood by the wide corridor window of the teaching building. On her grayish face, the cracks characteristic of the impure world reincarnation seemed slightly fainter in the sunlight. Her eyes, with their strange gray glow, looked curiously through the glass window into a classroom with an open door. Inside, Menma appeared in his youthful form, wearing his signature black robe with red edges, his unruly black spiky hair standing tall. He stood at the podium. He had just used chalk to write two powerful, bold characters on the blackboard: ninja. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of young, curious faces below. These were the children newly enrolled this year. Some came from schools across the land of stars, others were orphans gathered by Gato from outside. Their eyes held innocence, anticipation, and the traces of their respective pasts. Today's first lesson, Menma's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached every corner of the classroom. We will discuss, what is a ninja? He paused, posing the core question: in your hearts, or rather, in your past understanding, what kind of person qualifies as a ninja? After a brief silence, the classroom atmosphere became lively. A boy with dark skin and a stubborn look in his eyes shot his hand up, his voice booming: a ninja is someone with great power. Like Shirasama, who can defeat all enemies. Protect us. His words were filled with worship and longing for power. Next to him, a little girl with pigtails, who seemed somewhat timid, instinctively shrank her neck and whispered timidly, I've seen ninja before. They killed so many people, it's terrifying. She seemed to recall some bloody scenes, her small face turning slightly pale. The atmosphere in the classroom grew somewhat stagnant because of her words. A bespectacled boy who looked more studious pushed his glasses up and said thoughtfully, ninja carry out missions, protect the village. Menma listened quietly, not judging immediately. He waited for the children's voices to gradually subside before speaking slowly. What you said is both right and not entirely right. That is the traditional definition of a ninja. He walked to the blackboard and pointed at the characters. Ninja, these traditional ninja are indeed a group of humans who have mastered a special power, namely chakra. They possess physical strength, speed, and destructive power far beyond ordinary people. His gaze deepened as it swept over the young faces. However, for a millennium, this powerful force has been excessively, even pathologically, focused on killing. Ninja clans, villages, and nations, for resources, for hatred, for so-called protection, have turned ninja into tools of war. They scheme against each other, endlessly. He paused. The classroom was silent, even the boy who craved power was listening intently. This singular pursuit of power, this tradition that only knows destruction, not construction, Menma's voice carried a heavy insight, is the root cause of the millennium of chaos and tragic cycles in the ninja world. It is like a disease deep in the bones, distorting the essence of ninja and hindering the development of the entire human society. He changed his tone, injecting a new hope, and the ninja of our land of stars aim to break this cycle. We will become the new ninja. New ninja, the children repeated in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, new ninja, Menma affirmed, the training of star ninja is no longer solely for creating killing machines. We focus on the comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physique, and aesthetics. He raised one finger. Morality is understanding what we fight for. Not for some narrow-minded clan or village, but to end the chaos and strife of the entire ninja world, to create a peaceful and tranquil world for all humanity. Protecting this hard-won peace is our highest mission. Then a second finger. Intelligence is learning cultural knowledge, understanding how the world works. Besides ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, we must also study history, geography, mathematics, physics, and more. Knowledge is the foundation of power and, more importantly, the wisdom to use it. A third finger. Physique is forging strong bodies and exquisite combat skills. Power itself is neither good nor evil, but great strength is an indispensable cornerstone for protecting what we cherish. Finally, a fourth finger. Aesthetics is cultivating the perception and pursuit of beautiful things. Life shouldn't only be about fighting and missions. Art, music, appreciation of nature, these allow us to maintain balance and warmth in our hearts in a cruel world. Menma walked to the window and pointed at the vibrant cityscape outside in the sunlight and the faintly visible construction scenes in the distance. Do you know how those massive dams, the newly cultivated fertile fields, the roads cleared after being covered in ice and snow came to be? The children shook their heads. That is the work of earth and water release ninjas. Menma's voice held a trace of pride. They no longer use their power to kill or destroy, but to reshape the terrain, build water conservancy projects, prevent floods from raging, and turn originally barren or unusable land into granaries that can feed millions. He continued with examples. Fire release isn't just a weapon to burn enemies. In cold winters, it can quickly melt snow, clear vital transportation routes, and ensure the flow of supplies and people. When reclaiming wasteland, it can efficiently clear vegetation and obstacles through controlled burning. Lightning release, his fingers seem to crackle with electricity, holds unimaginable potential in the field of precision mechanical processing and on the path to exploring new energy sources. And wind release can aid transportation and clean the environment. And yin release in psychological counseling and therapy, yang release in the fields of life, medicine, agriculture, materials, and more. Every type of chakra and ninjutsu can find a path to serve human survival and prosperity. Menma's gaze swept over the children in the classroom, who represented the future of the land of stars. Chakra and ninjutsu, they have no inherent good or evil. The key lies in what the people who master them use them for. The path of the new ninja is to turn this power from a tool of killing into a cornerstone of construction, a shield of protection, an engine of development. To serve all of human society. The children seemed to understand, yet not fully, but their eyes sparkled. The vision Menma painted was completely different from the image of ninja they had heard about before. No longer just cold missions and bloody slaughter, but filled with possibilities for creation, protection, and hope. A brand new concept, like a seed, was quietly planted in the soil of these young hearts. Outside the window, Kushina watched all of this quietly. Menma's words were like a heavy hammer, striking her sealed memories. She recalled her own time at the Konoha's Ninja Academy. What were the courses taught to their group of children? Shuriken throwing, the 3 basic ninja techniques, chakra refinement, some ninjutsu's hand seals, diagrams of human vital points, tracking and counter-tracking techniques. The core was always the same: how to fight more effectively, how to infiltrate more stealthily, how to kill or injure the enemy more precisely. Even the so-called will of fire ultimately landed on the specific, exclusionary goal of protecting Konoha. But the new ninja concept Menma proposed leaped over the narrow barriers of a single nation or village. His vision was aimed at the well-being of all humanity in the ninja world, at ending the root cause of chaos. Chakra was no longer a symbol of killing, but a force for building homes and creating a future. This perspective, this redefinition of the essence of power, deeply shocked Kushina, even making her feel a trace of inadequacy. Alright, that's all for today. Class dismissed. Menma's voice interrupted Kushina's thoughts. The children stood up neatly, bowed, and filed out of the classroom with excited and thoughtful expressions. Menma organized the teaching materials on the podium. Just then, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Kanon wore a practical ninja attire, her red hair meticulously tied back. Her face bore its usual gentle smile, but between her brows was a trace of gravity. When her gaze inadvertently swept over Kushina by the window, her steps noticeably paused for a moment, a flash of surprise and inquiry in her eyes. This unfamiliar red-haired woman had a unique aura, with strange patterns on her face, but for some reason, she gave Kanon a feeling of familiarity. Shura-sama, Kanon collected her thoughts, quickly entered the classroom, and bowed respectfully. Kanon, what is it? Menma put down the teaching materials, sharply noticing her unusual state. Kanon took a deep breath, speaking slightly faster. Sir, it's about the agricultural cooperation project with the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness. There's a problem. Her voice held a trace of suppressed anger. According to the previous cooperation agreement, we sent our most skilled earth and water release specialist ninja teams. They spent a great deal of time and chakra to remodel the large floodplains and marshlands along the lower reaches of the U River that flow through both countries. The project progressed smoothly. Initially, nearly 100,000 acres of land suitable for cultivation were prepared. According to the plan, this land was to be used to build large cooperative farms, resettle refugees and poor farmers. We were to provide technology and some seeds, with the output distributed proportionally. She paused, her tone turning cold, but just as the initial remodeling was completed, shortly after the soil fertility test reports came out, the nobles of the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness tore up the agreement. Oh. Menma's brows instantly furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his sapphire blue eyes. Not only did they unilaterally declare ownership of that land for themselves, Kanon's voice was full of contempt, they also sent their privately raised samurai and armies to brutally drive out all the refugees and poor farmers we had organized to prepare to cultivate that land. They even used force, injuring many people. What's worse, they have now mobilized their armies and surrounded our temporary outposts within their borders. They claim Star Ninja are interfering in their internal affairs and demand our people immediately withdraw from their territory. Outside the window, Kushina heard clearly. Anger also appeared on her grayish face. The actions of those nobles were blatant betrayal and oppression. Menma was silent for a few seconds, his fingers lightly tapping the teaching materials on the podium. Sunlight fell on his young face but brought no warmth. He looked out the window at the prosperous Star City, yet seemed to see the greed-coveted newborn land along the lower U River. I understand. Menma's voice was steady, carrying an undisguised killing intent that made both Kanon and Kushina feel a slight palpitation. Maintain the status quo. Ensure the safety of our personnel. Avoid direct conflict for now. I will arrange for someone to handle this matter. Meanwhile, far to the north, in the capital of the Land of Snow, perpetually covered in ice and snow, the atmosphere was completely different. Inside the grand yet cold, metallic-feeling palace, the light was somewhat dim. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazuhana Dodo, sat on the seat of power. He wore chakra armor underneath and a heavy, ornate robe with a fur collar over it. He was tall and imposing, with a cold, stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest, emitting a dull thump, thump sound. Below, Fubuki, who had just finished reporting her defeat at the border of the Land of Stars and the loss of one of her subordinates, knelt on one knee, her head bowed low. Her purple twin tails were somewhat disheveled, and there were a few minor scratches on her chakra armor. Her voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tension and defeat. The one leading the opposing team was the Star Ninja's Jonin, Natsuhi. She is very strong, proficient in a powerful ninjutsu that create a purple chakra dragon. Additionally, there was a Kekkei Genkai user in their team who used a strange ability to kill Yuki, and summoned a blood dragon to repel us. I am incompetent. I beg for your punishment, Your Highness. After listening, Dodo's face showed no expression. He simply waved his hand, his voice low. Understood. You may leave. This encounter was not solely your fault. Fubuki felt as if she had received a pardon. She bowed her head deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. She then stood up and quickly retreated from the cold hall. The hall doors closed, leaving only Dodo and a middle-aged man in dark blue civil official attire standing beside him. The man had a goatee and shrewd eyes. His chief strategist, Matsuzuki Danosuke. Danosuke, Dodo's gaze turned to the strategist, carrying inquiry, regarding this Land of Stars, and that Star Ninja Village. How much do you know? Their national strength, the ninja village's power, what are they truly like? Danosuke bowed slightly, reporting to Your Highness, based on information gathered from merchants and travelers who have visited the Land of Stars, it seems that since its founding, the Land of Stars has primarily focused its efforts on internal affairs and construction. He paused, then added, aside from the large-scale military action last year when they annexed the Land of Demons, they have not engaged in any further public, large-scale military expansion against other surrounding nations. Therefore, information regarding the specific upper limits of Star Ninja's combat power, especially their high-level combat strength, is very limited. The outside world knows very little. Oh. Internal affairs and construction. Dodo raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by this answer. A force founded by missing Nin isn't rushing to expand, but is instead focusing on internal affairs. Yes, Your Highness, Danosuke nodded, and their method of handling internal affairs is quite peculiar. Recently, they have been actively engaging in so-called agricultural cooperation with the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness in the western part of the ninja continent, leveraging the influence of the priestess Miroku. Agricultural cooperation. Ninja farming the land. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Dodo's mouth. Precisely so, Danosuke explained. The Star Ninja sent a group of ninjas skilled in earth and water release deep into the vast plains and marshlands along the lower reaches of the river, which flows through the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness. Their goal seems to be to remodel, dredge, and fill those perpetually flooded, unusable wastelands and dangerous swamps, turning them into fertile farmlands suitable for cultivation. Dodo's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something. Danosuke continued, according to the agreement leaked by nobles of the Land of Darkness, the nobles and daimyo of both countries originally handed over these wastelands, which they saw as worthless, to the Land of Stars for cooperative cultivation, to establish large farms. The Star Ninja were responsible for land remodeling and providing partial technical support, with the output shared. It seemed like a win-win situation. He changed his tone, his voice carrying a note of amusement. However, just as the land remodeling project began to show results, and those former mud pits and flood zones began to resemble fertile land, things changed. The greedy nobles saw immense profit and tore up the agreement. Not only did they brutally declare these newly created lands their personal property, they also drove out the refugees and poor farmers organized by the Star Ninja to prepare to cultivate the land, even using private soldiers to suppress them by force. Now, they have even sent troops to surround the Star Ninja's local outposts, demanding their withdrawal, otherwise it will be considered an invasion. The conflict between the nobles of the two countries and the Star Ninja has escalated to its peak. Dodo leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the cold armrest, shrewd calculation flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Danosuke, in your opinion, do we have an opportunity to intervene? Danosuke seemed to have anticipated his lord's question. He immediately bowed and said, Your Highness is wise. This is an excellent opportunity for the Land of Snow to expand its influence, even gain practical benefits. He analyzed, the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness themselves have no established ninja villages. Within their borders, there are only a few small ninja clans maintaining the legacy of the Warring States period, each acting independently. Their power is scattered and limited, completely unable to match the Star Ninja. What they need most now is powerful military support to resist the pressure from the Star Ninja and protect their newly acquired land. Danosuke's eyes flashed with sharpness. We can proactively offer military employment to the two countries. Our Yukigeku's ninja will provide military protection, helping them resist the threat from the Star Ninja. This way dash. He held up two fingers. First, we can justifiably strike at the Star Ninja, probe their true strength, and blunt the edge of this emerging force. Second, and most crucially, we can use this opportunity to sneak our military power into the Land of Darkness, and even the Land of Swamps. He lowered his voice, full of temptation. Once our Yukigeku's ninja are stationed, controlling key points, and coupled with some special operations, it is entirely possible, at an opportune moment, to gradually incorporate the Land of Darkness, which borders us, into the Land of Snow's territory under the pretext of protection or maintaining order. Let this perpetually bitter cold land also acquire warm, fertile southern soil. The fire of ambition burned fiercely in Dodo's eyes. Moving south to acquire arable land had always been his deeply hidden desire. Danosuke's plan perfectly aligned with his ambitious blueprint. Excellent. Dodo slammed the armrest and stood up. Danosuke, you will be fully responsible for this matter. I want you to personally go to the Land of Swamps and the Land of Mist to negotiate the military employment matters with their daimyo. As you command, Your Highness. Danosuke bowed deeply. To ensure the negotiations proceed smoothly and to fully demonstrate the strength of our Yukigeku's ninja, to intimidate the Star Ninja and those wavering nobles. Dodo's gaze turned towards outside the hall. Have Roga Nadar lead his elite team to accompany you. Tell them, if necessary, they can help our employers expel those pesky Star Ninja. The commotion can be sizable. The last few words were filled with cold-killing intent. Yes. A glint flashed in Danosuke's eyes as he accepted the order and left. The icy hall was left with only Dodo. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, snowflakes danced wildly in the sky over an endless expanse of snowfields. He could never found a way to activate his brother's geothermal device. The possibly key-holding Kazuhana Koyuki was also missing. It was difficult for the Land of Snow to melt this endless ice and snow. Now, the Land of Stars' annexation of the Land of Demons had shown Dodo another possibility. Head south. Annex other countries. To obtain land that can be cultivated. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. You're really vicious. The winter sun streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the mirror-smooth corridor floor of the Star City's administrative building. Menma walked steadily ahead, his calm, sea-like sapphire blue eyes visible beneath his black hair. Beside him walked Kanon, her brow furrowed. Half a step behind, with an expression mixing novelty and emotion, was Kushina. Her grayish skin and the fine black cracks on her face were particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Next to Kushina, the usual gentleness on Kanen's face was replaced by a trace of gravity. She glanced occasionally at Kushina beside her. That red hair, could it be? Kanen, Menma's voice broke the quiet of the corridor. He turned his head slightly, gesturing towards Kushina behind him. This is my mother, Uzumaki Kushina. His tone was calm and natural, as if introducing an ordinary friend reunited after a long separation. Kanen's steps failed slightly. Her brown eyes, which always held a gentle smile, widened instantly, filled with undisguised surprise and inquiry. She quickly performed a formal bow, her voice tinged with incredible excitement and respect. Kushina-sama. It's an honor to meet you. It's our first meeting. I am Kanen, a branch member of the Uzumaki clan. Thanks to Lord Shura's rescue, I was able to escape the suffering in Kusagakure and settle here. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Kushina's grayish complexion and cracks before settling on the other woman's equally dazzling red hair. Her tone carried sincere warmth and a trace of confusion. I truly didn't expect there were other surviving Uzumaki clan's member besides Kaori and me. May I ask where you were before, madam? Kanen had been at the very bottom, a blood bag, in Kusagakure, with almost no access to external information, let alone knowledge of a figure as mysterious as Kushina, even within Konoha village. Kushina responded with a friendly smile, though the cracks made it appear somewhat strange. Hello, Kanen. It's a long story. I was living in Konoha village before. She skimmed over it simply, not delving into her condition or past. Konoha village? Kanen was even more surprised. As an Uzumaki clan's member who had experienced the destruction of Uzushiogakure and suffered greatly in Kusagakure, her feelings towards Konoha were extremely complex. I hadn't expected Menma-sama's mother to be from Konoha. And judging by Menma-sama's attitude, the mother-son relationship seemed quite special. She suppressed the questions in her heart and politely, I see. It's wonderful to meet a fellow clansman in the land of stars. Kanen's tone was sincere, but the sense of alienation towards Konoha deep in her eyes didn't completely dissipate. The three continued forward. The atmosphere, after a brief moment of warmth, was soon replaced by the business at hand. Pushing open the door to the top-floor office, a heavy atmosphere greeted them. Inside the spacious, simple office, the mood was stern and murderous. Hikari stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her dark blue high-collared clan attire accentuated her upright posture. Her ink-black hair cascaded down, her cold profile somewhat blurred in the winter sunlight filtering through the window. Upon seeing Kushina behind Menma, Hikari's imposing aura shifted. She slightly bowed her head. Oya's hero and stood by the desk, his diamond-shaped sunglasses hiding his eyes. Also present was Miroku, sitting on the sofa in the reception area. Dressed in solemn priestess robes, she had a calm temperament, her brow furrowed with world-weary concern. All three turned their gazes towards the door almost the instant it opened. Lord Shura. Oya's hero and Miroku stood up and bowed. Those nobles. How dare they betray the agreement so brazenly? Hikari's cold voice carried undisguised killing intent. Let me go and slaughter those reckless ants. Her words seemed to condense the scent of blood in the air. Oya's hero adjusted his sunglasses, his voice low and calm. Sir, Kanen-sama must have reported the situation. Their actions demand thunderous punishment to deter the petty. Miroku didn't speak, only tightening her hands slightly. Her purple eyes looked towards Menma, carrying a trace of worry and inquiry. She detested killing, but she also deeply loathed the actions of the nobles of the land of darkness and the land of swamps. Menma walked calmly behind the large desk, motioning for Kushina to rest on the nearby sofa. His gaze swept over the murderous Hikari, the calmly advising Oya's hero the silent Miroku, and finally settled on Kanen, who had followed them in. Hikari, be patient. Menma's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly suppressed the murderous aura filling the room. They're just two minor countries without their own ninja villages, rotten to the core internally. Such a trivial matter isn't worth your personal intervention. Hikari's brows furrowed tightly, her black pupils flickering uncertainly, clearly not convinced, so we just let them bully our ninja. Of course not. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Menma's lips, radiating confidence and control. He straightened up, his tone steady. It's a perfect opportunity to give our people below some experience. He then looked at Kanen. I recall the agricultural cooperation project is being led by Gata, who is responsible for technical guidance. Kanen immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Gata is highly experienced, with great mastery of earth and water release. He's participated in many domestic remodeling projects. He is currently leading the earth and water release specialist team there, overseeing the land remodeling work. After being surrounded, Gata has remained very calm and restrained, not initiating any killings. Menma's finger tapped lightly on the smooth desktop. He pondered the candidates in his mind. Have Harubi lead the team. Take Kimimaro, Yukimi, and Haku. Depart immediately for the land of darkness to rendezvous with Gata. He looked at Hikari, with Harubi's strength and steadiness, plus Kimimaro with his Shikatsumiyaku, Haku proficient in ice release, and Yukimi, along with Gata and the original technical support team. Such a lineup is more than enough to easily suppress any armed resistance within a small to medium-sized country. Menma's gaze held absolute trust in his subordinate's abilities. Although Hikari still seemed eager, hearing the list Menma called out, especially with Kimimaro and Haku included, she knew it was already a very powerful combination. She snorted lightly. Fine, we'll leave it to them. Let's hope those kids don't disappoint me. The kids she referred to were clearly Kimimaro and Haku. So, what are the specific operational orders? Hikari inquired further, ready to relay the commands directly to Harubi, Kimimaro, and the others, as well as to Gata within the land of darkness, via the engraved Tsukuyomi. Support Gata. Ensure the safety of all our personnel. Control the situation, but do not actively expand the conflict zone for now. But if the other side attacks Menma's voice turned cold, permission is granted to use all necessary means for self-defense and counterattack until the threat is neutralized. Primary objective, protect our personnel and the newly remodeled land from destruction. Understood. Hikari nodded, beginning to formulate the message for transmission. Menma then turned his gaze to Oya's hero N. This former wandering ninja had now taken over from Gato to become the influential finance minister of the Land of Stars, responsible for the nation's entire economy and commercial development. His methods and abilities were extremely proficient. Menma asked, in which specific areas does the Land of Stars currently have economic dealings with the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps? Oya's hero N immediately switched gears, as if opening a ledger. His voice was clear and methodical. Sir, thanks to the great agricultural development strategy you spearheaded, along with the massive investment of special resources into farmland irrigation projects, high-yield rice seed development, and large-scale fertilizer production, although our Land of Stars only occupies about a quarter of the plain land in the middle and lower reaches of the U River, the area of high-quality cultivated land we've developed far exceeds the total of the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps combined. He produced a scroll report, showing it to everyone. Currently, our nation's annual grain output is sufficient to feed over 10 million people. It has more than tripled compared to 3 years ago. Our stockpiles are full, with a large surplus sold to surrounding countries. Moreover, with the promotion of new agricultural techniques and the in-depth application of chakra in breeding and yield increase, this number is still growing steadily and consistently. Oya's hero N changed tack, pointing to the locations of the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps on the map. In contrast, the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps have suffered from major floods since this summer, followed by a rare locust plague in the autumn. Their grain production has sharply declined, the number of refugees has surged, and social unrest has intensified. To solve their urgent needs, they have recently purchased large quantities of priced grain from our country through official and private grain merchant channels for disaster relief. He paused, a slight smile curling his lips. Simultaneously, over 70% of the trade volume of their main export specialties, such as the rare aquatic products of the Land of Swamps, and the special timber and herbs of the Land of Darkness, is circulated and settled through the international market established by our Land of Stars. It can be said that a significant portion of their economic lifeline is in our hands. Oya's hero N's voice lowered a few degrees, carrying a casual, almost mocking tone. Sir, should we impose severe economic sanctions on them? For example, having the major grain merchants closely associated with us appropriately raise prices and control the supply of grain sold to these two countries. As Oya's hero N's words fell, the office fell into silence. The temperature seemed to drop abruptly. Kanon frowned deeply, clear disapproval and worry on her face. Miroku even whispered a prayer, shaking her head compassionately. Oya's hero N's plan was simple: manipulate grain prices. The Land of Stars was now the largest grain exporter and international trade center in the western ninja continent. If they did as Oya's hero N suggested, within a month, the price of rice in the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps would inevitably skyrocket. The nobles and daimyo would even fan the flames, pushing prices higher to reap huge profits. Meanwhile, the common people, who are already on the brink of famine, would soon be unable to afford rice, plunging into despair and triggering large-scale riots or even revolts. Given the consistent cruelty and short-sightedness of those nobles and daimyo, faced with masses, they would absolutely not open granaries or lower prices. They would only send their armies composed of ordinary people, hire ronin and rogue ninjas, and the sporadic small ninja clans within their countries to brutally suppress and massacre the rebelling populace. By then, with popular resentment boiling over and social order completely collapsing, the Land of Stars could hoist the banners of upholding humanitarianism and protecting civilians, justifiably intervening in the two countries, eliminating the rotten noble ruling class, and fully incorporating these two lands into the territory of the Land of Stars. You're really vicious. Kanon couldn't help but speak out. This will kill many innocent civilians. They are just pitiful people exploited by the nobles. Even Hikari, who craved battle, slightly frowned at this poisonous plan of using famine and people's suffering as a weapon to overthrow nations. Miroku shook her head slightly, whispering softly, hatred only breeds new hatred. This is not justice. Menma quietly listened to Oya's heroine's analysis and suggestion, his face expressionless. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the prosperous, orderly, and vibrant Star City below. Sunlight bathed the rows of buildings. The streets were bustling with people, children played in the parks. This prosperity and stability made it hard to imagine that just 3 years ago, this place was filled with poverty, famine, and chaos, no different from any other country in the ninja world. After a moment, Menma turned around. His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Oya's heroine. He slowly shook his head. Your strategy is indeed efficient and highly feasible. But his gaze was profound as he slowly shook his head again. It's too vicious. Those who would ultimately lose their lives to hunger, riots, and noble blades are not cold statistics, but living, unarmed ordinary people. They, like the citizens of our land of stars, are all victims of this chaotic era. Our goal is to end the chaos and create a peaceful world, not to achieve our aims by any means necessary, even using famine as a weapon to create greater tragedies. What essential difference would there be between us and those rotten nobles then? His gaze turned sharp as he looked at Oya's heroine. I understand your considerations from our side's perspective, but remember, the foundation of the Land of Stars is the support of the people's hearts, not fear and scheming. Menma's words made Kanon and Miroku breathe a sigh of relief. Kushina, who had been silently observing, also showed approval in her eyes. Oya's heroine was silent for a moment, then lowered his head. My lord, you are truly benevolent. I have considered things inadequately, was too eager for quick success and instant benefit. He slightly bowed. I will follow your decision in all matters. Although he bowed his head in apology, the look in his eyes behind the sunglasses flickered. He clearly hadn't completely abandoned his line of thought but knew it was not the time to argue further. Menma knew Oya's heroine was precisely this kind of scheming character. In the original work, he could make deals on equal terms with Orochimaru, used Sasuke to help his daughter resolve her hatred, and even ultimately leveraged Kimobukuro and the Fourth Raikage, to take down that den of vice. Menma also knew it was difficult to change an adult's thinking and worldview. Therefore, he didn't forcefully correct Oya's heroine's mindset. Instead, he walked to the large strategic sand table. His finger pointed to the land marked as remodeling zone along the lower Yu River, then swept across the territories of the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps. Sanctions are necessary, but they must not harm the innocent. He issued orders decisively, immediately cite deteriorating trade environment due to force majeure as the reason to completely suspend all official and major private commercial interactions between the Land of Stars and the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps. This includes grain trade, mineral transactions, and settlement channels for specialty exports. However, retain a small-scale, strictly reviewed channel for the most basic humanitarian supplies. Simultaneously, your Commercial Intelligence Division will cooperate with Kanon's Administrative Intelligence Division to conduct large-scale propaganda within the two countries, especially in disaster areas and major cities. The propaganda focus, expose the despicable actions of those nobles tearing up the agreement, seizing land, driving out poor farmers, and besieging Star Ninja. Emphasize that the Star Ninja's land remodeling was to help the poor in both countries gain livelihoods. Clearly state that it is their greed and lack of faith that forced the Land of Stars to suspend all aid and trade. Precisely direct the people's resentment towards those nobles and daimyo. Menma looked at Miroku. We need to utilize the strength and prestige of you and the Miko and priests. Please immediately organize personnel, carrying grain provided by our Land of Stars, to widely distribute charity porridge and provide relief to victims in the disaster areas of the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps, especially in refugee gathering areas, in the name of the Land of Stars Shrine. Simultaneously, convey the goodwill of the Land of Stars and the true reason we were forced to suspend aid to the victims. The action must be fast, large-scale and as high-profile as possible. A trace of worry flashed in Miroku's eyes, but she nodded forcefully. Protecting all living beings and guiding good intentions is the duty of a priestess. I will arrange for their departure immediately. Finally, he looked at Kanon. Notify Hatarubi and Gata. After reinforcements arrive, adopt a defensive posture, hold the outposts firmly, rely on fortifications. Do not initiate attacks. But if the opposing army dares to attack, counterattack with full force and rout the invading enemy. However, do not pursue deep into the heartlands of the two countries for now. Wait for a more suitable opportunity. Opportunity. Hikari keenly caught this word. Just then, the office door was knocked. The tall figure of Umbu Commander, Hoshigaki Kisame, appeared in the doorway. His shark-like face was expressionless. Behind him followed the gentle yet capable Miru. Kisame said in a deep voice, Sir, the Umbu's intelligence squad has urgent information. Miru stepped forward, bowing to Menma and the others. Her voice was clear and urgent. Sir. Spies are stationed in the capitals of the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps have sent back the latest secret report. Speak. Menma's gaze focused. Miru raised her head, her expression grave. The Land of Snow's daimyo, Kazuhana Dodo's chief strategist, Matsuzuki Donosuke, under the protection of the Yukigekir's elite jonin, Roga Nadar, and his elite team, secretly arrived in the capital of the Land of Darkness yesterday. This morning, they entered the palace of the Land of Darkness as daimyo. Their secret talks lasted over 2 hours. Subsequently, Matsuzuki Donosuke's group rushed non-stop to the capital of the Land of Swamps. Their itinerary was extremely secretive, but their purpose is clear. The intelligence squad believed that the Land of Snow is highly likely negotiating analysis military employment matters with the two countries, intending to intervene in this dispute. Land of Snow. Roga Nadar. A flash of disdain crossed Hikari's eyes, quickly turning into cold battle intent. Hearing this, instead of showing anger, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of Menma's mouth, as if everything was under his control. Hey. It seems someone can't hold back anymore, eagerly wanting to jump into this whirlpool. Hikari, it seems your itchy hands have a place to be scratched. His gaze turned to Hikari. The original plan remains unchanged. You will immediately select 2 of the most elite ninja teams from the Star Ninja Army's standing forces. You will personally command them, secretly assemble them in the border areas between our country and the Land of Darkness and the Land of Swamps. Conduct pre-battle preparations and stand by at all times. Excitement shimmered in Hikari's eyes. Her cool face lifted slightly, her voice carrying piercing killing intent. Leave it to me. Chapter 215, Chapter 215 Sneak Attack. When Harubi received the order, he was watching his wife, Natsuhi, brandishing a feather duster to discipline their mischievous son, Sumaru. I'll be off on a mission then. He said. As an experienced jonin of the Star Ninja Village, he understood the urgency of the task. Have a safe journey. Natsuhi's concerned gaze followed her husband out the door. She didn't inquire about the mission details. Papa. Papa. 6-year-old Sumaru, seizing the chance to escape his mother's feather duster, ran over and clung to Harubi's leg. Take me on the mission with you. Harubi laughed heartily, promising to bring back treats for his son upon his return. After bidding farewell to his family, Harubi arrived at the second training ground, where 3 figures were already waiting. Kimimaro stood quietly. At 10 years old, his stature already showed a tall and straight build beyond his years. He wore loose, dark gray training clothes with the standard Star Ninja's lightweight flak jacket over them. A brand new Star Ninja's forehead protector was tied around his head. An aura of calm and detachment, unusual for his age, surrounded him. Most striking were his pure white eyes, the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family, now calmly watching Harubi's approach. Haku stood beside Kimimaro. He is also around 10 years old now. He wore a dark sweater underneath and a dark green coat over it. A gentle smile graced his delicate and handsome face, like warm sunshine in early winter. The slightly older Yukimi, who was about 15, wore the standard Star Ninja's combat uniform. Her short, deep brown hair looked practical and neat. As the most talented member of the Iburi clan, her Kekiaigenkai, smoke transformation, ability, was extremely valuable for reconnaissance and special operations, making her hard to guard against. Seeing Harubi, she immediately straightened her posture. Harubi-san. The 3 of them saluted in unison, their voices clear with youthful vigor and respect for their senior. Harubi's gaze swept over the 3, without the slightest hint of contempt. He knew the strength of these 3 youths was anything but simple. Kimimaro possessed the terrifying Kekiaigenkai, Shikatsumiyaku. And after transplanting the Byakugan, his strength was truly unfathomable, already at Jonin level. Haku not only had the Ice Release Kekiaigenkai, which offered both offense and defense, but also possessed incredibly skillful senbon throwing techniques. Yukimi Smoke Transformation Kekiaigenkai and her increasingly mature taijutsu and ninjutsu also made her a reliable ninja. They were all outstanding members of the Land of Star's younger generation, what people commonly call geniuses. No need for formalities. Harubi's voice was steady and powerful, carrying the authority of a jonin. I am the leader of this support mission. Let me briefly outline our mission objectives. Head to the border of the Land of Darkness to support Gata and his agricultural cooperation development team, dealing with the siege and threats from the Land of Darkness's army. Our primary duty is to ensure the safety of all our personnel and protect the land we've worked hard to remodel. Remember the orders, defense is primary, do not initiate provocation. But if attacked, counterattack with full force and rout the enemy. Understood. Understood. The 3 spoke in unison, their eyes determined. Good. Let's move out. Harubi said no more, turning and leading the way, sprinting towards the direction of the lower Yu River. Kimimaro, Haku, and Yukimi followed closely behind. The 4 figures shot off like arrows from a bow, quickly disappearing down the road leading to the border. The biting cold wind whistled across the thick snow covering the Yu River's plains. After a full day of pushing hard on the journey, as night enveloped the land, Harubi and the three others finally reached their destination. The border of the Land of Darkness, the land that had been given new life by the Star Ninja. This place was once a muddy, neglected tidal flat due to the Yu River's repeated flooding. After the painstaking remodeling by the Land of Stars Earth and Water Release Ninja and construction teams, the banks of the Yu River were firmly restrained by sturdy earth release levees. Dug tributaries guided the water flow, turning the raging floods into a source of irrigation. The former mudflats had been transformed into a neatly planned, fertile plain waiting for sowing, a field of hope in the eyes of countless refugees. Yet now, the scene before them was shocking. This vibrant, fertile land was covered by a thick layer of dirty, trampled snow. The planned ridges had been brutally trampled and destroyed. The newly built simple water conservancy facilities had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Even more glaring was the brightly lit, heavily guarded military camp stationed outside the temporary, earth-release fortified outpost of the Land of Stars Agricultural Cooperation Development Society. Crude wooden palisades, patrolling torches, and the faint sounds of soldiers' shouts formed a cold blockade line. The flags fluttering in the camp bore the family crest of the Land of Darkness's daimyo and the emblems of several prominent nobles. The camp was a mixed crowd. Most were ordinary soldiers wearing leather armor and carrying spears or bows. Among them were a few fierce-looking ronin wearing various weapons. One could even sense a few weak but malevolent chakra fluctuations, clearly hired rogue ninjas. Harubi's eyes narrowed. He gave a stealth signal to the three behind him. The four quickly melted into the night. Relying on their superb stealth skills, they silently slipped past the lax outer patrols and easily infiltrated the besieged Star Ninja's outpost. The atmosphere inside the outpost was oppressive and tense. Within the low walls built by Earth Release, space was maximized. Besides 4 or 5 ninja wearing Star Ninja's forehead protectors, looking weary but vigilant, there were over 100 workers in Land of Stars' second construction group, uniforms, their faces etched with worry. But the largest group was the nearly 1,000 raggedly dressed, sallow and thin refugees and poor people. They huddled in crude shelters temporarily built with Earth Release, or leaned against the low walls, gathering around campfires for warmth. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, earth, and an uneasy tension. The appearance of Harubi and the others immediately drew the attention of the Star Ninja. Soon, they were led to a slightly larger earthen hut in the center of the outpost. Gata's temporary office. Gata, with his resolute face and sturdy build, was frowning thoughtfully over a map. He wore work clothes stained with mud, the Star Ninja's flak jacket over them. Seeing Harubi and the others enter, a look of relief immediately appeared on his tired face. He strode forward to meet them. Harubi. You're finally here. Gata clapped Harubi on the shoulder forcefully, his voice hoarse but full of strength. His gaze then swept over Kimimaro, Haku, and Yukimi. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was mostly trust, and Kimimaro, Haku, Yukimi. Excellent. With you here, I feel much more assured. Gata-senpai, you've worked hard, Harubi said solemnly, quickly scanning the shabby office. Leader. Yukimi greeted warmly. Kimimaro and Haku also nodded in acknowledgement. Gata-senpai, Harubi got straight to the point. The situation seems worse than described in the intelligence. How long can the food and cold weather supplies last? Gata's face darkened. The food can last another half-month, but the cold weather supplies can only last 10 days at most, and that's if we ration strictly. Those bastards outside not only destroyed the fields and besieged us, they also cut off all our supply lines. These common people He pointed outside, are all refugees and poor people who responded to our recruitment earlier, preparing to settle down here. The nobles of the Land of Darkness turned on them, sending soldiers to drive them out. They had nowhere else to go but to flee here. Now, the daily consumption of food and supplies for us and these over 1,000 people is enormous. Gata's tone was full of anger and sympathy for the civilians. Although he could lead the few Star Ninjas to fight their way through this army of ordinary people, he was no longer the man who hid with his clan in tree holes, scraping by. Here, he represented the Land of Stars. He had much more to consider and could no longer act on impulse as he might have before. So Gata had been handling things with restraint, waiting for Shura's instructions. Harubi nodded, repeating Menma's orders. Shura-sama's commands are clear: hold firm and wait for reinforcements, do not initiate attacks, observe and wait for changes. But if the enemy dares to attack, counterattack with thunderous means, rout the invading enemy, show the might of our Star Ninja. Make the enemy pay the price. Gata had also already received Menma's command through the chakra network of Hikari's engraved Tsukuyomi. He nodded forcefully. I am aware of Shura-sama's orders. If they dare to reach out their claws, I'll make sure they never return. Next, Harubi and Gata discussed the defense layout. The ninja under Gata's command had been on high alert for 2 days, their spirits greatly depleted. After discussing, they decided that tonight, Kimimaro, Haku, and Yukimi would each be responsible for one direction first. Gata and the other ninja would take turns covering another direction. Hadarubi would coordinate from the center, forming a support team with the resting ninjas. No problem. Understood. Kimimaro and the other two immediately accepted the orders. Meanwhile, inside the largest, most luxurious tent in the Land of Darkness's military camp, Dodo's chief strategist, Matsuzuki Danosuke, was leisurely sipping hot tea, listening to a portly, ornately robed noble from the Land of Darkness who was spitting saliva as he described the situation inside the encirclement. Matsuzuki Dano, you have no idea. Inside that shoddy earthen wall, there aren't just 100 or so star ninja and workers, but also over 1,000 lowly commoners packed in. All useless trash, only good for wasting food. If it weren't for worrying about those star ninjas having some strange tricks, I would have ordered a strong assault long ago, driven them all out to feed the wolves. The noble waved his fat hands, his face full of contempt. Danosuke put down his teacup. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his narrow eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. Oh. Over 1,000 refugees. That is a bargaining chip we can use. He looked at Roga Nadar, who stood by wearing ice blue chakra armor. Nadar-kun, Danosuke's voice carried a tempting tone, the star ninjas are turtling up. We need to give them some pressure, test their depths, and incidentally, create some chaos, make those lowly commoners even more panicked. Chaos often brings unexpected opportunities. The eyes beneath Nadar's helmet showed no fluctuation. He only nodded slightly, his voice cold. Understood. To what extent? No need for a strong assault on the outpost, it would only increase casualties. Danosuke smiled sinisterly. Take 3 men, infiltrate, cause some damage, kill a few star ninjas or workers, set a few fires, just make things chaotic inside. The key is to test their defensive strength and reaction speed. Remember, the commotion should be appropriate, enough to hurt them, but don't push them to be driven to desperate measures, using those commoners as human shields. Withdraw immediately after completion. Understood. Nadar's answer was brief. He took 3 chunin, who are also equipped with chakra armor and emitting cold auras. The 4 of them melted into the night like snow leopards, silently leaving the camp and heading towards the star ninjas' outpost. Nadar's chosen target was the relatively weaker defended, open vista eastern periphery of the outpost. Chapter 216, Chapter 216 Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of Revolving Heaven. The night was as dark as ink, the cold wind howling. Relying on the enhancements provided by their chakra armor and the Yukigekir's ninjas' unique snowfield stealth techniques, Nadar and his team easily avoided the crude warning traps and sporadic sentry posts outside the outpost. They were like 4 shadows skimming the ground, quickly approaching the earth release reinforced low wall, about 3 meters high. Nadar gave a signal. The 4 exerted force simultaneously. Chakra flowed slightly through the leg armor, and their bodies leaped up lightly, preparing to silently scale the earthen wall. However, just as Nadar's toes were about to touch the snow on the wall's top, a cold gaze instantly locked onto him. On the wall top, a figure stood quietly, as if it had been there all along. It was a boy who looked only about 10 years old. His white hair floated slightly in the cold wind, and he wore a dark gray Star Ninja's standard combat uniform. Most heart-stopping were his eyes, the pupils were a pure white. In the dim night, these eyes seemed to emit a faint glow, coldly looking down at them like a god gazing upon ants. Byakugan. Nadar's heart jolted in shock. His movement subconsciously halted for an instant. He never expected the Star Ninja sentry to be such a young child, let alone that the other possessed the legendary dojutsu, the Byakugan. This was one of the 2 great dojutsu of the ninja world. Even he, a Yukigekir's ninja, had heard of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. But the intelligence on the land of stars held by the Yukigekir's ninja hadn't mentioned this at all. After the shock, a fury at being looked down upon and the ruthlessness of a professional killer quickly replaced the surprise. A 10-year-old child, so what if he had the Byakugan? How much combat experience could he have? Brat, you're in the way. Nadar's voice came through his faceplate, thick with disdain. He couldn't even be bothered to act personally. He tilted his head towards a tall chunin beside him. Setsugan, deal with him. Make it quick. Don't alert the inside. The chunin named Setsugan sneered ferociously. Looking at the slender figure on the wall, his eyes were full of cruelty. He didn't take Kimimaro seriously at all. Brat, in your next life, don't stare so wide-eyed, he growled lowly. Chakra erupted at his feet. Ice crystals condensed on the surface of his armor. His entire body shot towards the wall top like a cannonball. The sharp kunai in his hand, carrying a bone-chilling cold, stabbed straight at Kimimaro's throat. The speed was extremely fast, clearly an enhancement from the chakra armor. Facing this fatal strike, the expression on the wall top Kimimaro didn't change in the slightest. Those pure white eyes clearly captured every muscle twitch of his opponent, every strand of Chakra's flow path, even the subtle trajectory of the kunai piercing the air. Just as the kunai was about to touch his skin. Squelch. A sickening, teeth-grating sound of bone-piercing flesh and muscle suddenly rang out. Setsugin's forward momentum halted abruptly. The smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by extreme pain and unbelievable terror. He slowly looked down. A section of ghostly white, sharp bone spike, as if growing from hell itself, had burst forth from the palm Kimimaro raised, precisely piercing his heart. Warm blood gushed out along the cold bone spike, dripping onto the snow on the wall top, blooming into blinding crimson plum blossoms. Gyu-dash. A strange sound came from Setsugin's throat. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Kimimaro's arm gave a slight shake. The bone spike piercing Setsugin's heart instantly retracted, leaving only a tiny hole in his palm. Setsugin's corpse fell from the wall top like a broken sack, landing with a thud on the snow below, splattering blood-stained snow foam. The entire process was fast as lightning, silent, yet carried a kind of chillingly cruel beauty. The pupils of Nadar and the other two Yukigekyu's ninja constricted violently. A chill shot up from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. It was an instinctive shudder in the face of unknown terror. A 10-year-old child, killing a chunin in such a bizarre, bloody way with a raise of his hand. Shikatsumiyaku. A remnant of the Kaguya clan. Nadar, after all, was a jonin with considerable knowledge. He instantly recognized this terrifying Kekkei Genkai. Alarm bells rang loudly in his mind, and all traces of contempt vanished. Attack together. Use ice release to trap him. Quickly. The remaining two Yukigekyu's chunin were also stimulated to red-eyed fury, both shocked and enraged by the terrifying scene. They simultaneously formed hand seals. The chakra armor on their bodies instantly lit up with an ice-blue glow, emitting intense cold air. Ice release, ice crystal strike. One Yukigekyu's ninja roared, slamming his palms onto the ground. The snow on the ground instantly froze and bulged, forming several thick ice pillars with sharp tops. They shot towards Kimimaro on the wall from all sides like a prison cage, attempting to trap and kill him within. Ice release, blizzard technique. The other Yukigekyu's chunin took a deep breath. Enhanced by the chakra armor, he exhaled a large cloud of piercing cold wind mixed with sharp ice crystals. It howled towards Kimimaro, not only obscuring vision but the dense ice crystals were like countless flying daggers, enough to cut a person to a bloody pulp. The cold air instantly spreads, the temperature on the wall top plummeted. Ice crystals danced, and vision blurred. Nadar also moved simultaneously. He didn't form any hand seals but madly poured chakra into the armor on his legs. His entire body moved at high speed along the wall surface like a ghost. In his hand, he instantly condensed a long sword made of solid ice. The blade flashed with a deadly cold light. Taking advantage of the cover from the ice crystal storm, he stabbed silently from the side towards Kimimaro's ribs. The angle was cunning, exceptionally vicious. Facing this all-around ice release strangulation from above, below, left, and right, Kimimaro's pure white eyes remained calm without a single ripple. Shikatsumiyaku, dance of revolving heaven. A low, clear shout rang out. Kimimaro's body instantly began to spin at high speed like a top, using his left foot as the axis. Dance of the Camellia. Squelch. Squelch. Squelch, asterisk. Several sharp arm bones shot out like venomous snakes striking, instantly bursting from the elbows and shoulders of Kimimaro's arms. The Yukigekyu's armor had no time to react at all. His protective chakra armor was pierced as easily as paper. Several bone spikes precisely pierced his throat, heart, and abdomen. He couldn't even scream before being pinned to the ice block behind him by the immense impact force. Blood flowed down the bone spikes and ice surface. He died instantly. Bastard. The other Yukigekyu's chunin, who had released the blizzard, was furious, his eyes wide with rage. His comrade's gruesome death ignited his savagery. He frantically activated his chakra armor, forming hand signs, ice release, swallow snowstorm. Countless ice swallows shot out rapidly, like senbon or shuriken, raining down on Kimimaro like a storm. Kimimaro's face remained expressionless. His pure white eyes locked onto the target. He didn't even bother to defend, his body leaning forward slightly. Dance of the willow. His body seemed to instantly lose weight, becoming incredibly flexible, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Under the Byakugan's 360-degree insight, the seemingly dense swarm of ice swallows had clear gaps between them. His figure weaved and swayed bizarrely through the senbon rain, so fast it left afterimages. Not a single ice swallow could touch his body. It was like the dance of death on the edge of a blade. In an instant, he passed through the ice swallow rain and was right in front of the last Yukigekyu's chunin. The fingers of his right hand came together. 5 sharp finger bones, like short swords, instantly sprang out from his knuckles. 10-finger drilling bullets. Squelch. 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 5 streaks of white light flashed and vanished. 5 bloody holes were instantly pierced through the Yukigekyu's Chunin's chest and abdomen. He looked down in disbelief at his spurting wounds, swayed, and fell backward. In the blink of an eye, 3 Yukigekyu's Chunin were annihilated. Nadar was shocked and filled with fear. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. This boy with the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku was simply a monster crawled out from hell. Fear finally overcame his will to fight. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, frantically activating his chakra armor. Trying to leave. Kimimara's cold voice was like the pronouncement of death. He raised his hand, palm aimed at Nadar's retreating back. Several bone spikes instantly protruded from his arm, like a cocked crossbow. Dance of the Camellia, willow drilling bullets. Several sharp bone spikes infused with powerful force tore through the air with piercing shrieks, shooting straight at Nadar's back. When Nadar sensed the deadly killing intent from behind, his soul nearly left his body. He desperately twisted his body trying to dodge, simultaneously turning and placing his ice blade in front of his chest to block. Clang. Squelch. One bone spike was barely knocked away by the ice blade, but the other 2 seemed to have eyes. One pierced his shoulder, the other grazed his thigh, taking a spray of blood with it. The intense pain made him stagger, his speed drastically reduced. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A clear, cold voice suddenly rang out. Nadar looked up in horror. Countless huge, mirror-smooth ice crystals had somehow instantly condensed in the air around him. They hung suspended, completely blocking his escape route. In each ice mirror, the reflection of a delicate and handsome boy appeared. It was Haku, who had sensed the fluctuations from combat and rushed over quickly. This is the true ice release Kekkei Genkai. Nadar felt a huge sense of absurdity and despair welling up inside him as he looked at this ice release spectacle far beyond what his chakra armor could produce. Haku stood before an ice mirror, his eyes clear but carrying a hint of slight anger. After using such a crude imitation, you dare call it ice release? Those who defile the purity of ice release do not deserve to live in this world. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest. Secret technique, 1,000 murderous ice petals. As Haku's cold voice fell, all the ice mirrors instantly blazed with light. Countless senbon condensed from extreme cold ice, flashing with deadly cold light, were violently shot out from every ice mirror as if pulled by an invisible force. They weren't chaotic but, under Haku's precise control, were like a torrential downpour, like a living swarm of bees. From all directions, above and below, left and right, every possible angle, they completely covered the space where Nadar was. The density, speed, and cunning angles far surpassed Nadar's earlier, swallow snowstorm, by thousands of times. Ah! Nadar let out a desperate, unwilling roar. He wildly swung his ice blade, activating his chakra armor to release cold air forming a shield. Clang! 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 Thud! 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 The sounds of the ice sword blocking and the shield shattering were instantly drowned by the countless dull thuds of senbon piercing flesh. Nadar's body shook violently like a rag doll in a storm. His chakra armor emitted groans of being overwhelmed under the dense piercing. Ice crystals shattered and flew, but it couldn't possibly block the ubiquitous ice senbon. After just a few seconds, the ice mirrors dissipated. The cold wind swept through. Nadar stood rigidly in place, his entire body covered in dense, gleaming ice senbon, stuck like a pincushion. Blood dripped down the senbon, pooling into a small, glaring crimson puddle on the snow. His wide eyes were frozen with extreme fear and disbelief, completely devoid of light. His proud chakra armor was now covered in holes and cracks. Thud. Nadar's corpse fell forward stiffly, hitting the cold snow, silent forever. Kimimaro slowly retracted his bone spikes. His pure white eyes swept over the 4 corpses on the ground as if looking at piles of trash. Haku landed lightly beside him. Looking at Nadar's body, he sighed softly, his ice was too filthy. Then, he turned to Kimimaro, his eyes filled with concern. Kimimaro, are you all right? Kimimaro shook his head, his voice still flat and emotionless. No issue. Just small fry. By then, Hatarubi, Gata, Yukimi, and the other star ninjas from the outpost, alerted by the intense chakra fluctuations and combat sounds, had quickly arrived at the eastern wall. Looking at the 4 corpses in ice blue armor on the snow outside the wall, especially Nadar's terrifying appearance riddled with senbon, Gata sucked in a cold breath. Hiss, this is, the land of snow's Roga Nadar. You two handled this. Hatarubi's gaze fell on Kimimaro and Haku, filled with shock and admiration. Although he knew the two were strong, seeing the countless senbon and bone spikes remaining in the 4 Yukigekyu's ninjas' bodies still made his heart race. Nadar was, after all, a jonin of the Land of Snow, leading an elite team on a night raid. And now, he was easily killed by two youths. They tried to sneak attack. Kimimaro stated the fact simply. Haku nodded, looking at Hatarubi. Hatarubi-san, what next? Hataru took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His eyes swept towards the brightly lit Land of Darkness's military camp in the distance. He snorted lightly. Keep Roga Nadar's body. Gather intelligence from the other three corpses, then throw them back to the doorstep of the Land of Darkness's military camp. Chapter 217, Chapter 217 Kazuhana Dodo, the advantage is mine. The cold wind whipped snowflakes across the land just outside the east wall of the Star Ninja's outpost, an area that had just witnessed a brief yet bloody conflict. Four corpses clad in ice-blue armor lay quietly on the snow-covered ground, their blood staining the pure white like a few fiercely blooming red plum blossoms. Hatarubi's gaze swept over the bodies as she issued a steady order. Yukimi, use the storage scroll to properly seal and preserve the body of Roga Nadar. The corpse of an elite Yukigekyu's jonin holds immense value for the research department, both for the intelligence it carries and the unique chakra armor it wears. Understood. Yukimi nodded immediately, retrieving a specially made storage scroll from her tool pouch and deftly forming hand seals. As chakra was channeled into it, Nadar's corpse, riddled with senbon and bearing a tragic state of death, was drawn into the scroll. Next, Hatarubi and Gata crouched down to carefully examine the bodies of the other three Yukigekyu's chunin. Gata's rough fingers traced over the damaged chakra armor on the corpses, a gleam of inquiry in his eyes. TSK, the construction of this armor is indeed intricate. It can amplify chakra and even assist in unleashing ice release. Pity the material strength and energy conduction seem flawed. Its power is far inferior to the pure, potent strength of Haku's ice release Kekkei Genkai. He commented while efficiently stripping the armor from the three bodies and packing it away carefully. Take the armor back for the research department to analyze. The bodies. Hatarubi stood up, lifting one of the cold corpses in each hand. Gata lifted the other. Return them. They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously exerted force, hurling the three nearly naked, scar-covered Yukigekyu's ninjas' corpses like stones towards the distant Land of Darkness camp. Thud. 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 Three dull thuds of heavy objects landing echoed clearly in the silent, cold night, right at the edge of the torchlight from the patrolling soldiers on the camp's perimeter. Enemy attack. What was that? Panicked shouts and the sound of disordered footsteps immediately rose from behind the camp's fence. Several soldiers cautiously approached. When the torchlight illuminated the three faces, frozen in fear and pain, both familiar and unfamiliar, terrified screams instantly pierced the night sky. It's the ninja-sama from the Land of Snow. They're dead. Stripped naked. Oh gods. Who did this? The camp instantly erupted into chaos like a stirred-up hornet's nest. Panic spread among the ordinary soldiers like a plague. Those lofty ninja-sama had been killed so easily, thrown back like garbage. Danosuke, startled by the commotion outside, rushed over hastily, throwing on his coat. When he saw the three nearly stripped, clearly brutally killed Yukigekyu's ninjas' corpses on the ground, his face, which usually has a calculating expression, instantly turned extremely gloomy, his goatee trembling slightly with anger. Fools. A bunch of fools. He cursed Nadar's incompetence inwardly, but more than that, he felt a sense of unease and dread as the situation slipped from his control. He knew Nadar's strength well. Equipped with specially made jonin-level chakra armor and supported by three chunin, they had been completely wiped out without even making a splash. Their corpses were even used as trophies and tools of provocation. The strength within the Star Ninja's outpost was far more terrifying than I had estimated. Forcing down the shock in his heart, he barked sharply at the trembling messenger soldier beside him, immediately. Use the fastest method to send an urgent request for reinforcements to the capital. Report to Dodo-sama that the Star Ninja's resistance is fierce, Nadar Roga and his team are dead. Request that His Highness swiftly send stronger reinforcements. Hurry. His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The portly Land of Darkness's noble, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, after initially being startled by the corpses on the ground, showed a look of disdain and complaint on his face, muttering quietly, "Humph, I thought the Yukigekyu's ninja were so amazing. They bragged to the skies, and this is all they're capable of. They were actually wiped out without even touching a hair of the Star Ninja. What a waste of our money and provisions." Danosuke, hearing this idiot's muttering, was furious, but with the current situation forcing his hand, he could only glare darkly, ignore the fool for now, and rapidly consider his next move. Over the next few days, the situation settled into an eerie calm. On the Star Ninja's side, Hatarubi and Gata strictly followed Menma's orders, holding their position firmly and not venturing out, only strengthening their vigilance and defensive structures. Kimimaro, Haku, Yukimi, and the other Star Ninja in the outpost took turns on watch. The deterrent effect of throwing the Yukigaku's ninjas' corpses at the army's doorstep that night kept the Land of Darkness's forces from stepping a foot closer. In the army camp, Donosuke and the Land of Darkness's noble were hesitant to act, neither daring to send small teams to their deaths nor possessing the strength to launch a full-scale attack for now. They could only wait anxiously for reinforcements from their homeland while guarding against a sudden attack from the outpost Star Ninja. The two sides faced off across the icy snow plain and that low wall, engaged in a silent standoff, the tension in the air so thick it felt like it could ignite at any moment. Meanwhile, in the land of swamps, suffering from famine and noble oppression, Miroku's figure appeared like a warm light in the areas hardest hit by the disaster. She still wore that elegant, dignified Miko attire, her brow carrying compassion and determination. Behind her were over 10 priests and Miko from the Land of Demon's Shrine. Furthermore, a team of elite Land of Stars' Umbu, led personally by Kisame, lurked in the surroundings like shadows, responsible for protecting their safety. Miroku personally directed the setup of soup kitchens on the outskirts of the towns worst affected by the disaster. Grain provided by the Land of Stars was cooked into thick, hot porridge, emitting a life-saving aroma. It's Miroku-sama. Priestess-sama has come to save us. Quick! Quick, line up. The Land of Stars' Priestess-sama is giving out porridge. Miroku's lofty prestige in the nations in the western ninja continent was now clearly evident. The news spread as if it had wings. Countless emaciated, ragged refugees swarmed from all directions, gathering around the soup kitchens, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. Under the direction of the priests and Miko, they formed orderly lines to receive the life-saving food, expressing endless gratitude to Miroku and the Star Ninja. This scene stood in stark contrast to the indifference of the nobility. This convergence of popular support and prestige quickly aroused extreme unease and jealousy in the daimyo of the Land of Swamps, Ono Takuto. Personally leading an army of over 3,000 ordinary soldiers, he marched grandly into Honsho town, where Miroku was stationed. The army roughly dispersed some of the refugees and surrounded the inn where Miroku was staying. Inside the inn room, the short, stout Ono Takuto, with his sinister gaze, dressed in luxurious brocade robes and flanked by a group of samurai and several rogue ninjas, met the calmly seated Miroku. Priestess Miroku, gracing us with your presence truly brings honor to my Land of Swamps, Ono Takuto said, playing with a folding fan, feigning a smile while his eyes greedily scanned Miroku's figure. Your ladyship is compassionate, extending aid during our country's disaster. I am immensely grateful. How about? Priestess Miroku stays in our Land of Swamps for a long time. I will surely treat you with great courtesy. Surely that is better than serving under others in that Land of Stars established by rogue ninjas. Miroku slowly raised her head. Her purple eyes were calm and unruffled, her voice gentle yet firm. Thank you for your kind offer, Daimyo-sama. But my purpose here is solely to relieve the disaster victims, upholding the will of Land of Stars' Shura-sama. Once the disaster situation eases, I will naturally leave. I must decline your offer to stay in the Land of Swamps. Ono Takuto's face instantly darkened, the false smile completely disappearing. He leaned back slightly, opening his folding fan to cover half his face. Priestess, please don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Look outside the city. Tens of thousands of starving people. Their lives hang on your decision. If you insist on leaving and displease me, these people. I cannot guarantee they will get another mouthful of hot porridge. T/N, to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit means to hesitate to do something until forced to do even more. He directly tore off the pretense, threatening her with the lives of the refugees outside the city. Miroku's eyes turned cold, her fingers tightening slightly. But she remained composed. Is Daimyo-sama threatening Miroku, or is he threatening the very people outside the city whom you are supposed to protect? Think what you will. Takuto snarled, I give you 1 day to consider. Think carefully. Stay in the Land of Swamps and enjoy wealth and honor, or watch those lowly commoners starve and freeze to death because of you. With that, he snorted coldly, turned, and left with his retinue, leaving the army heavily surrounding the inn. After Takuto left, Kisame silently emerged from the shadows in the room. His shark-like face showed no expression, but his small eyes glinted with a cold killing intent. Priestess, do you need me to handle that fool? His right fingers twitched slightly, as if already gripping the handle of Samehada. Miroku walked to the window, looking down at the dense forest of blades and spears of the army below. She shook her head gently and sighed, no need, Kisame-san. Killing him is easy, but the chaos it would cause would affect countless civilians. Shura-sama promised me he would try his best to minimize casualties among ordinary people. Let's wait for his instructions. Her gaze turned towards the distance, as if she could see the figure in the Star City strategizing and planning. Time passed in tense standoff and silent pressure. A week went by in the blink of an eye. At the Land of Darkness's border, the wind and snow grew more violent. A large ninja force arrived quietly at the Land of Darkness's army camp amidst the swirling snow. At its head was the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Dodo. He wore a more ornate set of chakra armor inlaid with blue crystals. His face beneath the helmet was cold and hard as ice, his eyes filled with ambition and brutality. Behind him followed two powerful Yukigekirs Jonin, plus an elite force composed of over 20 Chunin and more than 50 Genin. Their icy chakra armor reflected a cold gleam on the snow, like an army from a frozen hell. However, after Dodo entered Land of Darkness's territory, he found the situation somewhat amiss. The villages along the way were unusually desolate and deathly silent. Occasionally, he could see burned-down houses and sporadic frozen corpses by the roadside. The air was filled with a sense of oppression and panic, completely different from what he had imagined. During his meeting with the Land of Darkness's daimyo, Kaguya Taichi, Dodo frowned and raised his question. Taichi, however, waved his hand dismissively, took a sip of his sake, and said with a breath reeking of alcohol, "Dodo-dano, you need not worry. It's just some starving lowlifes causing trouble. They can't make waves. Once your Yukigekir's ninja army crushes the Star Ninja, my army can turn around and easily suppress them. It's the dead of winter, so it's perfectly normal for some lowlifes to freeze or starve to death. It saves food. It's those Land of Stars ninja, stuck in my land like nails. Dodo-dano, you see dash." A trace of barely perceptible disdain flashed in Dodo's eyes. He had seen many such stupid, short-sighted nobles. Although he didn't care about civilian casualties either, population was also an important foundation of a country. Although the previous loss of Nadar's elite team had made him shed all his previous underestimation of the Land of Stars, he was still full of confidence in his own strength and the advantages of the winter environment. "The Star Ninja will naturally be dealt with." Dodo's voice was icy. "Winter is my Yukigekir's ninja's home ground. With the boost of wind and snow, the chakra armor can maximize the power of ice release. Star Ninja? They're just a bunch of rats hiding behind an earthen wall." After these days of standoff, Danosuk had observed the Star Ninja's outpost situation fairly well, estimating there were fewer than 10 ninja. As for Star Ninja Village, it was also just a small ninja village, estimated to have at most a little over 100 ninja. As for the force led by Dodo, it is composed of over 70 ninja, all wearing chakra armor. Moreover, fighting in winter could maximize the power of their ice release ninjutsu. Once this Star Ninja's force was dealt with, they could drive straight into the Land of Stars, surely catching the Star Ninja off guard. No matter how you looked at it, for winter warfare, the advantage was his. Then, Dodo changed the subject, proposing the conditions he had long prepared. "However, Kaguya-dano, for my Land of Snow to provide full assistance, the price is not low. After success, that forest in the north of Land of Darkness bordering the Land of Snow must be permanently ceded to my Land of Snow. How about it?" Taichi's eyes rolled upon hearing this. Although that forest was quite large, it was bitterly cold year-round. In his view, aside from some cold-resistant timber and wild animals, it was far less valuable than the fertile land the Star Ninja had developed. He had even begun to fantasize that after defeating the Land of Stars, not only could he take back the land, but he might also seize the opportunity to counterattack and take a big bite out of the Land of Stars itself. "No problem. Done." Taichi agreed readily. "As long as you can help me drive out the Star Ninja and take the plains, that worthless forest is yours to have." Each harboring their own schemes, the two reached an agreement. Dodo smiled with satisfaction. Demanding that forest as payment was merely a smokescreen. What he truly wanted was the entire Land of Darkness. "Just wait, after dealing with the Star Ninja, you're next. Those rogue ninja from Star Village can kill nobles and daimyo, so I, Kazuhana Dodo, can kill just the same." Chapter 218 Fuji Kazay Yuki. The winter snow fell heavier and heavier, like a thick white shroud, completely covering the Land of Swamps and the Land of Darkness. The severe consequences of the Land of Stars' comprehensive trade interruption began to manifest wildly. Both countries, already suffering from poor harvests due to natural disasters, were plunged completely into a food crisis. The market price of grain had long soared to a despairingly high price, and even then, there was no market for it. Ordinary merchants and minor nobles also began to feel the pressure, but the top-tier nobles and daimyos still feasted and reveled night after day, as if the tragedies outside their gates had nothing to do with them. In the cities, more and more civilians froze or starved to death. Their bodies were casually discarded in alley corners or paupers' graves, quickly buried by the heavy snow. Despair was spreading. Finally, some people driven to the brink gathered together and risked everything, raiding the warehouses and mansions of unscrupulous wealthy merchants and minor nobles. Sporadic resistance and riots began to erupt in the towns of both countries. However, the long-standing oppression of the class system and ideological imprisonment were so heavy that the vast majority of the bottom-tier populace, even watching their loved ones starve and freeze to death, remained numbly enduring, not daring to entertain even a thought of resistance. The sporadic resistance was quickly and bloodily suppressed by the two countries' partial withdrawal of border troops, the strengthened suppression forces of the nobles' private soldiers, and samurai. And, laughably or rather tragically, the two countries' daimyos and nobles not only gave no thought to relieving the disaster victims but instead intensified their efforts. Under the pretexts of wartime and resisting the Land of Stars invasion, they enacted even harsher tax laws, madly squeezing the last bit of wealth from the populace to fund their armies and extravagant lifestyles. Star City, the top floor office of the administration building. Menma stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the snow-blanketed yet orderly city outside. Cannon stood behind him, giving a detailed report on the intelligence gathered from various sources. In summary, sir, the resentment among the lower classes of the Land of Darkness and Land of Swamps is like a volcano about to erupt, but it's being firmly suppressed by long-term high-pressure rule and the severe cold. The nobles of both countries still live in a drunken dream, extorting exorbitant taxes and levies. Kazuhana Dodo has personally led the main force of Yukigekyu's ninja to the Land of Darkness's border and reached some agreement with the Land of Darkness's daimyo. They seem to believe winter is their absolute home ground. Menma listened quietly, his deep blue eyes unfathomable. After a moment, he sighed softly, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment in his voice. The awakening of the people is even slower and more difficult than anticipated. Centuries of long-term oppression have erased the last of their innate courage. But he quickly suppressed this sentiment, his gaze becoming sharp and determined. However, the timing is about right. Kazuhana Dodo has personally jumped into this trap. It's just right to resolve the unruly cold current of the Land of Snow along with these two rotten nations, the Land of Darkness and Land of Swamps. He turned to face Cannon, his tone decisive. Pass the order. Begin pre-battle preparations according to the original plan. Once the main Yukigekyu's ninja force led by Kazuhana Dodo moves out, immediately execute the annihilation operation. Yes, sir. Cannon's eyes shone with excitement and reverence. She bowed, accepted the order, and quickly turned to leave and make arrangements. Just as the situation in the western part of the ninja continent changed rapidly, shrouded in war clouds. In the distant land of fire, Konoha village. Inside a busy movie filming studio. Fuji Kazay Yuki is only 12 years old but already showing signs of peerless beauty. At this time, she sat before a makeup mirror, letting the makeup artist carefully doll her up. She had long black hair, skin whiter than snow, and exquisite features, but deep within her beautiful blue eyes lay a trace of melancholy and alienation that didn't match her age. She was currently getting her makeup done for her next ninja-themed film. Suddenly, the door to the makeup room was thrown open. Her manager, Asama Sandayu, who always appeared meticulous with his small black-rimmed glasses, rushed in urgently, his expression unusually serious. Sorry, everyone, please step out for a moment. I need to discuss something important with Yuki-san. Sandayu's voice was urgent. The makeup artists and assistants looked at each other, but under Sandayu's stern gaze, they quickly packed their things and withdrew, closing the door behind them. The room was left with just the two of them. Sandayu took a deep breath, quickly walked over to Yuki, pulled a few crumpled newspapers from his chest, and spread them out on the dressing table with trembling hands. Princess. Look at this. His voice was hoarse with excitement, even using the long-forbidden form of address. Fuji Kazay Yuki, the stage name under which Kazuhana Koyuki was active, frowned slightly and looked somewhat displeased at the newspapers. The headline news caught her eye. Famine spreads in Land of Darkness and Land of Swamps, social unrest, Land of Stars halts trade, worsening situation for both nations, Land of Snow announces military protection for the Land of Darkness and Land of Swamps, intervenes in regional dispute. What does this have to do with me? Koyuki's voice held a barely perceptible tremble. She instinctively tried to look away. Princess. How can it not be related? Sandayu pointed excitedly at the report about the Land of Snow, his voice lowering but growing more urgent. Look. That traitor Kazuhana Dodo. He has personally led the core elite of the Yukigekyu's ninja out of the Land of Snow. The country is empty now. This is a golden opportunity we haven't seen in 1,000 years. He grabbed Koyuki's shoulders, his eyes bloodshot and fanatical behind his glasses. Your Highness. Stop running away. You are the only bloodline of Sosetsu-sama. The rightful heir to the Land of Snow. The old retainers of the late Sosetsu-sama, more than 40 of them, are scattered across the Land of Snow living under assumed names. They all received great kindness from Sosetsu-sama. If you raise your banner and call, they will surely follow you unto death. We can gather our strength, kill our way back to the palace, retake the throne that belongs to you. Avenge Sosetsu-sama. Sandayu's words were like thunder, exploding beside Koyuki's ears. Those icy, bloody memory fragments she had deliberately forgotten instantly flooded her mind. Her Uncle Dodo's sinister smile, her father's blood, the cold palace, the endless fleeing. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Her body trembled violently uncontrollably. She shook off Sandayu's hands, retreating several steps like a frightened fawn, her voice full of fear and resistance. Stop it. Sandayu. Don't say any more. I'm not any princess. I'm just Fuji Kazay Yuki. An actress. The throne of the Land of Snow has nothing to do with me anymore. I don't want to go back to that cold place. And please, stop wasting your effort. Her voice was tearful. Her blue eyes were filled with deep fear and retreat, as if the land of snow, which only existed in memories and reports, was a nightmare that could swallow her whole. Koyuki turned around, hugged her arms tightly, and buried her face, her shoulders shaking slightly. Sandeyu looked at Koyuki in this state, a flash of heartache and unwillingness in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but it finally turned into a helpless sigh. He silently picked up the newspapers from the floor and carefully put them away. The flame of restoration burned in his heart, but Koyuki's resistance and emotional knots were clearly not something that could be undone overnight. However, Sandeyu still found a way to send secret letters to the old friends in the land of snow, to first contact them and wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 219 Naruto chases a star. Goose feather-like snowflakes fell profusely from the lead gray sky, dyeing the entire Konoha a pure silver white. Eaves, treetops, training grounds, the Hokage monument, everything was covered under a thick, soft blanket of snow. The usually bustling village seemed draped in a layer of tranquil gauze. A crowd streamed out of the newly opened Hozo movie theater. This was the latest cultural industry investment by the Gato Group, aimed at introducing the latest film entertainment to major ninja villages, with Konoha villages being the first pilot. The imposing building and flashing neon sign were particularly eye-catching against the snowy scenery. Menma, Hinata, and Naruto walked out with the crowd. Menma was still in his familiar black tracksuit with red trim. A few snowflakes landed on his spiky black hair, quickly melting into tiny droplets. His face showed no particular expression, as if the movie they'd just seen was just an ordinary experience. Naruto next to him was a completely different picture. He wore an orange padded coat and a faded red scarf, hopping around with excitement. His blonde hair seemed about to stand on end, his sapphire blue eyes sparkling with extreme excitement. Wow! So amazing! So moving! Naruto shouted boisterously, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by, which he completely ignored. That Princess Fu is so incredible. Even though her country was taken over by bad guys and she was all alone wandering, she was still so strong. And in the end, she led everyone to find hope. That actress who played Princess Fu, Fuji Kazay Yuki. She acted so well. And she's super pretty. She's like a real princess. He spoke while vigorously acting out scenes from the movie, spittle nearly flying into Menma's face. Menma tilted his head slightly to avoid it, sighing helplessly, Naruto, lower your voice. The whole street can hear you. He now understood Shikamaru's mindset very well. But a flicker of thought also passed through his gaze. The actress who played Princess Fu, those blue eyes tinged with melancholy, it felt like I'd seen them somewhere before. The name Fuji Kazay Yuki also sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall the specifics at the moment. After all, the last time he watched the Naruto movie was 2 lifetimes ago. A not particularly outstanding movie's heroine was indeed hard for Menma to remember. Hinata stood quietly on Menma's other side, wearing a light purple winter coat, her small face slightly flushed from the cold, making her look even more delicate and adorable. Listening to Naruto's excited chatter, she softly agreed, Yuki-san did act very well. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, almost completely drowned out by Naruto's loud voice. During the movie, seeing Princess Fu's hardship and displacement, her pure white eyes had welled up with tears, and now the rims were still slightly red. The 3 of them walked out from under the theater's awning. The snow outside was falling even heavier. The cold air hit their faces. Hinata instinctively shrank her neck slightly, letting out a soft puff of white breath. Menma noticed her small movement and very naturally unwound the dark-colored, seemingly very warm scarf from around his own neck. His motion was casual yet carried an air of decisiveness. With a light flick, he wrapped the scarf, still carrying his body heat, around Hinata's neck, carefully winding it twice to cover most of her face, leaving only a pair of slightly flustered, pure white eyes peeking out. Menma-kun. This, aren't you cold? Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, her heart beating so fast it felt like it might jump out. Her voice, muffled by the scarf, was full of shyness and a hint of secret joy. She could clearly smell Menma's scent on the scarf, making her feel a little dizzy. I'm not cold. You, on the other hand, aren't wearing enough. Menma's tone was full of concern. For someone with Uzumaki vitality and massive chakra, this level of cold was truly nothing. Wow. Menma and I, so sneaky. I'm cold too. Naruto watched and cried out, hugging his arms and shivering exaggeratedly, trying to attract attention. Menma couldn't be bothered and ignored him directly. Hinata buried her flushed face deeper into the warm scarf, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably into a slight smile. The cold wind around her seemed to become gentler. Let's go, to the park, Menma said, taking the first step, his feet crunching on the thick snow. Yay! Let's build a snowman. Naruto immediately forgot about the cold, cheered, and charged into the park like an excited puppy. Hinata quickly followed with small steps, a bright smile on her face. The park was already covered in a thick layer of snow, the original ground almost invisible. Some children undeterred by the cold were having snowball fights and building snowmen, their laughter echoing across the snowy field. Naruto immediately threw himself into the snow engineering, rolling a huge snowball for the body and a smaller one for the head, then started looking for sticks and stones for the eyes, nose, and mouth. His movements were large and energetic, sending snow flying everywhere, covering himself in snow, looking both comical and full of vitality. As Menma piled snowballs, his gaze occasionally swept the park's surroundings, pausing for a moment on an inconspicuous tree. Ko, Hinata's bodyguard, was dutifully hidden there, silently guarding the main family's young lady. Menma withdrew his gaze as if he hadn't noticed anything. Hinata was much more quiet and refined. She carefully formed snowballs, seemingly trying to build a small rabbit, her movements gentle and focused. Occasionally, she would look up, sneak a glance at Menma standing beside her, then quickly lower her head. The blush on her face never faded. When she accidentally ruined a snowball, she would let out a small gasp of surprise. The look was utterly adorable, causing an almost imperceptible curve to unconsciously lift the corner of Menma's mouth. Naruto's snowman was crooked and uniquely ugly, yet he stood proudly with his hands on his hips, so. The snowman built by the future Hokage is extraordinary too. Menma didn't hold back his critique, looks like it got hit by an explosive tag. Ah. Menman you're so mean. Naruto stomped his feet in anger, grabbing a handful of snow and throwing it at Menma. Menma easily dodged by tilting his head. Hinata watched their play fighting, primarily Naruto being utterly outmatched, and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. In this moment, there were no clan worries, no village gossip, just friends playing in the pure winter sunlight. It was amidst this warm atmosphere. A figure sat quietly on the lone swing set in the corner of the park, out of place with the cheerful, playful surroundings. It was a girl around 12 or 13 years old, wearing expensive-looking but understated white winter clothes, topped with a furry hooded cloak. Black hair spilled from the edges of the hood, her skin pale. She hung her head slightly, hands on her knees, staring vacantly at the snow piled on the ground. Her exquisite profile carried an indescribable melancholy and weariness. Menma narrowed his eyes slightly. Naruto also followed Menma's gaze. With just one look, his eyes widened dramatically, his mouth forming a perfect O, as if he'd seen something unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again, suddenly letting out an earth-shattering exclamation. Wah! It's Yuki-san. Princess Fu from the movie. His shout not only startled Hinata but also successfully disturbed the girl on the swing. The girl looked up as if startled, revealing an extremely delicate face filled with bewilderment. It was indeed the lead actress of the movie, Princess Fu's adventure, Fuji Kazay Yuki. She seemed not to have expected to be recognized in a Konoha's park. A flash of panic crossed her eyes, and she instinctively made to stand up and leave. Wait. Yuki-san. Please wait. Naruto had already rushed over like a gust of wind, his face flushed red with excitement. He fumbled clumsily in his pockets, finally pulling out a crumpled movie ticket stub and, from who knows where, a short pencil. He awkwardly offered them to Koyuki, his eyes shining brightly. I am your fan. I super love your movies. Could you please give me your autograph? Please. Koyuki looked at the boisterous blonde boy in front of her, whose eyes held an exceptionally pure and passionate warmth. Her movement to leave paused. She had seen many fanatical fans, but this boy's eyes, besides admiration, seemed to hold a strange warmth and sincerity that stirred a barely perceptible ripple in her cold heart. She was silent for a few seconds, finally letting out a soft sigh and taking the ticket stub and pen Naruto offered. Her fingers were slender and ice-cold. She bowed her head and quickly wrote the characters for Fuji Kazay Yuki in a graceful hand on the back of the stub. Thank you for liking it. Her voice was very soft, carrying a barely noticeable hoarseness and fatigue, as if the simple thanks had drained her energy. Awesome. Thank you. Yuki-san. Naruto accepted the signed ticket stub as if it were a priceless treasure, so happy he almost jumped on the spot. By then, Menma and Hinata had also walked over. Hinata looked at Koyuki somewhat shyly and said softly, Yuki-san, your movie was really moving. Menma's gaze, however, rested calmly on Koyuki's face, carrying a trace of imperceptible scrutiny. Up close, this face finally overlapped with the vague intelligence in his memory about the exiled princess of the Land of Snow. Daughter of the former Land of Snow's daimyo, Kazahana Sosetsu. Kazahana Koyuki. The rightful heir to the Land of Snow, who fled into exile after her uncle, Kazahana Doto usurped the throne, adopting the alias Fuji Kazay Yuki to become an actress. If I remembered correctly, the one who took the mission and saved Koyuki back then was Kakashi. So it's her, no wonder she looked so familiar. Menma understood inwardly. Watching Naruto excitedly circle the somewhat flustered Koyuki, seeing the unshakable melancholy between her brows and her resistance to the princess identity, Menma's thoughts drifted slightly. The land of snow. Kazuhana Doto. He won't be causing trouble for much longer. The land of snow, this country is also destined to become history. When that time comes, this exiled princess might finally be able to completely shake off the shadows of the past and peacefully become an actress, right? Thinking this, Menma's gaze swept back and forth between Naruto and Koyuki. This kid Naruto seems to really like her, even though he's a bit younger than her, it's not a big problem. If Naruto really likes her. A very faint smile tugged at the corner of Menma's mouth. As an older brother, occasionally considering my younger brother's future is only natural, right? Chapter 220 Cleaning Up Trash. Inside the Lord's mansion of Honshu Town in the land of swamps, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol, face powder, and a nauseatingly decadent atmosphere. Outside, people suffered from hunger and cold, corpses littered the land, yet inside the mansion, warm braziers and incense burned, and the sound of music and revelry continued unabated. The daimyo of the land of swamps, Ono Takuto, his fat belly protruding, face greasy, was already drunk and bleary-eyed. He held two thinly clad geishas in his arms, his rough hands wandering freely over their bodies, eliciting coy protests from the women. Sitting opposite him was the lord of Honshu Town, a middle-aged noble equally corpulent and lecherous-looking. Other seats around them were occupied by several nobles brought by Takuto or local Honshu's nobles. They laughed and immersed themselves in the wine and women of the banquet, turning a deaf ear to the frozen corpses and the constantly erupting popular uprisings outside the mansion. Hick, that priestess Miroku, after being under house arrest for so many days, should have come to her senses by now, right? Takuto hiccuped, his breath heavy with alcohol, his tone frivolous, always putting on that act of purity and holiness. The lord of Honshu Town grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping lower, filled with flattery and lewdness. Your Highness is absolutely right. If you ask me, that land of stars is just a bunch of rogue ninjas who can't make it to the big leagues, all bluff. They haven't dared to touch us for so long. Aren't they afraid of pushing us too far, making us hire ninjas from the 5 great ninja nations to wipe them out? As for Priestess Miroku, hee. Your Highness, she is a priestess with immense prestige across the nations of Western Ninja continent. That status, that temperament, if your Highness could bestow your favor upon her, have her bear your child, in the future not only would they inherit the land of swamps, but also the shrine's influence. When that time comes, who would dare say anything about your Highness dash? His words were full of seductive and filthy implications, making Takuto's heart itch with desire. His eyes gleamed with lust, as if he could already see that wonderful scene. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, roughly kneading the geisha in his arms. Well said. Well said. Ha. Once we deal with those scum from Land of Stars, I will dash. TCH. What a bunch of disgusting trash. A voice, icy cold and dripping with disdain and killing intent, suddenly rang out without warning in the warm room. Who's there? Takuto and the lord of Honshu Town were startled simultaneously, sobering up considerably. They looked around in terror. The geishas also freeze in fear, trembling. The next second, the look of terror on the lord of Honshu Town's face solidified forever. A blurry black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. A flash of blade light appeared. It was extremely fast, it didn't even make a sound. The lord of Honshu Town's head, like a rotten fruit easily plucked, separated smoothly from his neck, tumbling onto the exquisitely carpeted floor, his face still frozen in that terrified expression. From the severed neck stump, blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the food and wine on the table and the deathly pale faces of the nearby geishas. Dash. After a brief dead silence came the geishas' heart-rending, ear-piercing screams of terror. Takuto was utterly terrified, his drunkenness instantly turning into cold sweat that soaked through his fine clothes. He watched as the shadow appeared in the light. It was a man wearing the standard Star Ninja's umbu flak jacket, exceptionally tall and burly. He had a face as ferocious and terrifying as a shark's, the corners of his mouth seemingly naturally curved in a bloodthirsty grin. On his back was a massive weapon tightly wrapped in white bandages. In his right hand, he held a gleaming short sword still dripping with blood. Kisame's small eyes held no emotion whatsoever, only the coldness of the mission and extreme disgust for the scum before him. He flicked the blood droplets off his short sword, his gaze sweeping over Takuto, who was slumped paralyzed in his seat, and the other few Land of Swamps nobles who were equally pale and shaking like sieves, as if looking at dead objects. At the same time, with several soft swish sounds, 3 other ninjas also dressed in Star Ninja's umbu attire and wearing animal masks appeared like ghosts in various corners of the room, completely sealing off all exits. The cold killing intent and elite aura they emitted far surpassed that of the rogue ninjas and samurai hired by Takuto. Takuto was so scared he became incoherent. A large wet patch rapidly spread across his crotch, emitting a foul stench. Kisame listened to the geisha's continuous screams, his brow furrowing tightly, showing extreme impatience. He glanced at those terrified geishas huddled together. A flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. The hand holding the short sword twitched slightly, but he ultimately held back. He remembered the words Menma had specifically told him before leaving the Star City. Kisame, this operation has a clear objective. Eliminate the ringleaders, intimidate the small fry. Try not to involve innocent civilians. We are not like them. TCH, troublesome, Kisame muttered under his breath, but still waved his hand, signaling to one of the umbu. Get them out of here. Annoying. The umbu nodded, quickly stepping forward and speaking to the terrified geishas in a calm yet firm tone. If you want to live, leave this place immediately. Forget everything you saw today. The geishas, as if granted amnesty, scrambled away, crying and screaming as they fled the bloody banquet hall. Soon, Takuto and a few key nobles were roughly dragged to their feet by the umbu. Kisame lifted the limp Takuto as easily as lifting a chick. The group walked out of the decadent and bloody main hall of the Lord's mansion. Just outside the hall door, the cold air, mixed with a strong smell of blood, hit their faces. Takuto saw in horror that the plaza in front of the mansion was littered with corpses lying in all directions. They were all the elite soldiers he had brought, the hired ronin, and those few rogue ninjas he had paid a fortune for. Blood stained the bluestone slabs of the plaza, congealing into dark red ice in the cold air. Some star ninjas umbu were expresslessly checking the bodies, occasionally delivering a final blow to those not yet dead. The battle had clearly ended extremely quickly and was a one-sided slaughter. The military might Takuto relied upon was utterly worthless against real ninjas. No, impossible, all killed. Takuto completely broke down, muttering to himself. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps approached. Miroku, surrounded by priests and Miko from the land of demons, walked over slowly. Her face was calm, but her purple eyes held a trace of more coldness and resolve than usual. She glanced at the horrific scene on the plaza, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, but she said nothing more. As she passed Kisame, an umbu quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in her ear, clearly recounting the filthy conversation he had overheard between Takuto and the Lord of Honsho Town inside the hall. Miroku's body stiffened slightly. Instantly, a cold aura enveloped her face, and a flash of barely suppressible anger and deep disgust shone in her eyes. Any moral reservations she might have had about the land of stars annexing other nations vanished completely at this moment. These nobles in human skin were utterly unworthy of ruling this land. She walked up to the limp Takuto, her voice as cold as the winter wind. Oh no, Takuto, you and your nobles have extorted exorbitant taxes and levies, treated the people like grass, indulged in drunken revelry even during famine, and even harbored wicked intentions, defiling the divine. You have long lost the most basic foundation of rulership. The land of stars will uphold the mandate of heaven, thoroughly purge vermin like you, and restore clarity to this land. Takuto seemed provoked by these words. He jerked his head up, his face a mix of fear and mad fury, and he screamed, "You bitch! You priestess colluding with rogue ninjas. What do you know? Without us nobles. Without the daimyo. What are those lowly commoners? They don't even own land. Even the houses they live in are bestowed by the nobles. We gave them everything. Our rule over them is natural and right. You are rebelling. It's treason. I will definitely spend money to hire a great ninja village. Hire Konoha's ninjas to suppress the rebellion. Kill all you rogue ninjas and lowly commoners." His words were insane and venomous. Even with his life in others' hands, he was filled with class arrogance and delusion. Kisame, growing impatient, revealed a cruel smile on his shark-like face and looked at Miroku, priestess, finished with the chatter. "Can I cut off this noisy head now? I promise it'll be quick." He shook the short sword in his hand. Takuto was scared out of his wits, struggling and screaming wildly, "No. Don't. Spare me. Priestess-sama, spare me." Miroku gave Takuto a cold look and shook her head, her tone returning to calm. "His crimes, his evils, should not be judged by us in private. He will face a public trial. Let the thousands upon thousands of people of the land of swamps, whom he persecuted and treated like grass, decide his final fate. This is the order the land of stars brings." Kisame pouted in disappointment but still put away his short sword. TCH, so troublesome. He absolutely obeyed Menma's orders. Since Miroku said so, he naturally wouldn't act. Kisame then arranged for a squad of umbu to stay behind and assist Miroku in continuing to relieve the disaster victims within the land of swamps, maintain basic order, and wait for the follow-up ninja troops and administrative officials sent by the land of stars to arrive for a full takeover. Having lost their daimyo and core nobles, and with their army defeated, the land of swamps was already like a sheet of loose sand, with no decent resistance left. Relieving the disaster, saving the people, cleaning up the remnants of the daimyo and nobles, organizing the land of swamps affairs, population, etc., the land of stars would be very busy this winter. Kisame wasted no more time. After a brief farewell to Miroku, he and his 3 Umbu subordinates flashed away, swiftly leaving Honsho Town and speeding towards the direction of the main battlefield in the Land of Darkness. Chapter 221, Chapter 221 Kisame vs. Kazuhana Dodo. Land of Darkness's border, Star Ninja's agricultural cooperative development outpost. The scene here was completely different from a few days ago. The previous calm standoff had been completely shattered, replaced by a fierce and brutal ninja war. Howling wind and snow, the glow of chakra, and the explosions of various ninjutsu filled the sky and earth. Nearly 80 Yukigekyu's ninjas clad in ice blue chakra armor launched a fierce assault on the Star Ninja's outpost under the cover of the snowstorm. The light of ice release ninjutsu flashed constantly. Huge ice spikes, sharp ice senbon, and freezing blizzards slammed into the Earth-style defensive structures built by the Star Ninjas like a storm. However, the Star Ninjas' defense was as solid as a rock, and their counterattacks were exceptionally sharp. On the central earthen wall of the outpost, Hikari stood quietly. The cold wind blew through her black hair and the hem of her dark blue clan attire. She crossed her arms, her cool face expressionless. Only her crimson 3-tomo Sharingan eyes slowly rotated, indifferently surveying the entire battlefield. In her eyes, the Yukigekyu's ninjas' movements, chakra flow, and even their next intentions were crystal clear. She didn't directly intervene, however, like the most masterful chess player, she would occasionally provide guidance to the Star Ninjas fighting below through the engraved Tsukuyomi. Gata, 3 o'clock direction, cluster of ice spikes, raised the Earth-style wall height by 2 meters. Haku, the Yukigekyu's Jonin on the right flank is fainting, his target is the medical point in the rear. Use your ice mirrors to refract and disrupt his vision. Kimimaro, the 5 Chunin at the front have a 0.7-second gap in their combined attack. Use 10-finger drilling bullets to interrupt them. Yukimi, use your smoke form to flank, harass that guy trying to form a large-scale ninjutsu. Hadarubi, prepare the mysterious peacock method for an area attack on their rear assembly point. Under her precise command, the fewer than 20 Star Ninjas, including Gata, Hadarubi, Kimimaro, Haku, and Yukimi, operated like a precise and efficient killing machine. They firmly blocked the offensive of over 80 Yukigekyu's ninjas, even constantly counterattacking and inflicting casualties. Kimimaro moved through the battlefield like a ghost. His Shikatsu Miyaku sometimes became the sturdiest shield, sometimes the sharpest spear. Wherever he passed, Yukigekyu's ninjas were either dead or wounded. Combined with the insight of the Byakugan, he had almost no equal in single combat. Haku's ice release was elegant and deadly. His ice crystal mirrors were everywhere, senbon flowing like quicksilver, often disrupting enemy coordination or saving comrades at the most critical moments. Yukimi's smoke transformation ability was elusive, perfect for harassment, sneak attacks, and rescue. It is incredibly flexible. Hadarubi's mysterious peacock method was immensely powerful, and each dive of the purple chakra dragon would clear a small area. Gata used his veteran experience and solid earth release to stabilize the core of the defense. The kunai rapid-fire ballista, Dodo had meticulously prepared, powered by chakra armor-related technology, hadn't had time to display their power before Kimimaro and Haku joined forces in a surprise attack, instantly destroying them. The Yukigekyu's ninjas operating the ballistae suffered heavy casualties. The ninja battle had long since altered the terrain here. Earthen walls collapsed and rose again, the icy plain was torn apart, fire and frost intertwined. The Land of Darkness's army originally stationed nearby had long been scared out of their wits by the terrifying spectacle of these supernatural forces clashing. They had abandoned their armor and weapons, fleeing in panic from this death zone. Only the Yukigekyu's ninjas and Star Ninjas remained on the battlefield, locked in a life-and-death struggle. Squelch! Another Yukigekyu's Chunin was impaled by a bone spike that suddenly shot out from the ground, courtesy of Kimimaro, and fell with a scream. The casualties of Yukigekyu's ninja had already exceeded 1/3. On the Star Ninja's side, only 3 had sustained light injuries, 1 grazed by a stray arrow while covering civilians' evacuations. It was almost negligible. At that moment, 4 figures landed atop the earthen wall of the Star Ninja's outpost. It was Kisame and his 3 Umbu subordinates, having arrived just in time. Kisame glanced at the fierce battle below, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement appearing on his shark-like face. He walked behind Hikari, gave a slight bow, and said in a hoarse voice, "Hikari-sama, the mission in the Land of Swamps is complete. Ono Takuto and the main nobles have been captured, and the resistance forces had been eliminated." Uchiha Hikari didn't even turn around. Her Sharingan remained fixed on the battlefield, and she only gave a faint "HN" as acknowledgement. A moment later, she tilted her head slightly, looking at Kisame out of the corner of her eye, paying special attention to the large bandage-wrapped sword on his back, same hata. After Kisame joined the organization, Menma had bestowed the same hata upon him. This was the first time Hikari had seen Menma gift a ninja sword to a member of the organization. The other obtained ninja sword, the Kubikura Bocho, still had no owner for the time being. Although you were personally recruited by Shirosama, reportedly for assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Water and the Mizukage of Kirigakure and then defecting. Hikari's tone carried a trace of scrutiny and arrogance. I haven't seen your actual strength with my own eyes. She raised a slender finger, pointing towards the chaotic battlefield below, specifically at the figure in the most ornate armor among the Yukigakure's rear, his face livid, seemingly about to lose his composure. It's none other than Kazuhana Dodo. Now, here's your chance to show me. Let me see if you are worthy of bearing Shirosama's expectations. Kisame was quite annoyed by Hikari's condescending attitude, as if she were evaluating a subordinate. His loyalty was to Shura, not this woman who seemed young but had a big mouth. Hey, he grinned, revealing sharp teeth, letting out a low chuckle, then please watch closely, Hikari-sama. He reached back and gripped the huge, bandage-wrapped hilt of the sword on his back. Same hada. The bandages instantly shattered and scattered, revealing Samehada's deep blue blade, covered in spikes and trembling slightly. Same hada seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit and the abundant chakra, food, below, emitting an excited low hum. Although his new master Kisame's chakra reserves weren't as terrifying as Menma's, they were still far beyond an ordinary ninja's, vast and immense like a tailed beast's, so he is capable of easily wielding same hada. Kisame leaped into the air like a fired cannonball, carrying a terrifying presence as he plummeted directly into the battlefield below. His three Umbu subordinates immediately followed close behind, like three sharp knives plunging into the fray. Kisame's entry instantly changed the local battlefield situation. He didn't need any flashy ninjutsu. Simply by swinging same hada, which was like a door panel, each sweep could smash several Yukigakure's ninjas, armor and all, into pulp. Same hada greedily absorbed the ice attribute chakra the Yukigakure's ninjas tried to use to counterattack, rendering their assaults feeble. Wherever he passed, it was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, stirring up a storm of blood. In the rear, Dodo watched in agony as his carefully trained Yukigakure's ninjas were slaughtered like melons and vegetables, his heart bleeding. Especially that newly arrived shark-faced freak, he was outrageously fierce. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Useless trash. All of you, get out of my way. Dodo roared in fury, pouring chakra frantically into his ornate chakra armor. The blue crystals on the armor erupted with a dazzling light. He roughly shoved his subordinates aside and charged into the battlefield himself. His target was directly that shark-faced man who was wreaking havoc. Dodo wanted to personally crush this guy and redeem their morale. Dodo charged towards Kisame like a heavy tank, carrying wind, snow, and powerful chakra fluctuations. He leaped high, his right hand forming a fist. A massive, spike-covered ice crystal gauntlet instantly condensed around it. Ice release, ice spike fist. With the momentum to crush everything, he smashed it fiercely towards Kisame's head. Come at me. Kisame, sensing the opponent's chakra far exceeding that of ordinary Yukigakure's ninjas, was not alarmed but pleased. A fanatical fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Not only did he not dodge, he instead took a fierce step forward, all his muscles bulging. Gripping Samehada's huge hilt with both hands, he executed a simple yet terrifyingly powerful upward slash to meet Dodo's icy fist. Taste this. Same hada dash. The spike-covered blade of same hada, with a terrifying whistle that tore through the air, collided violently with the massive frosty fist. Boom dash. A deafening roar accompanied by the shock wave from the chakra collision exploded outwards. The surrounding snow was instantly cleared away, the ground cracked and collapsed. Crack. Crack. Crunch. Under Dodo's incredulous gaze, his ice gauntlet, powered to the utmost by his chakra armor and supposedly incredibly hard, upon contact with that strange greatsword, actually filled with cracks like fragile glass, then exploded into a sky full of ice crystals. Not only that, an unimaginable, terrifying force transmitted through the shattered ice fist. Dodo felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was as if he'd been hit head-on by a high-speed train. He grunted and was actually sent flying backward from midair by Kisame's straightforward yet astonishingly powerful slash. He was tumbled wretchedly in the snow for over 10 meters before barely stabilizing himself. His ornate armor was covered in snow and mud. His right fist trembled slightly, the arm guard was even slightly deformed, and the arm inside was already injured. He looked up at the enemy, who still held the slashing pose, a ferocious grin on his shark-like face. For the first time, a look of shock and gravity appeared in his eyes. What kind of monster is this guy? How can his strength be so great? And that sword, it actually opened a huge mouth like a living creature, devouring my chakra. Kisame slowly lowered same hada, dragging it through the snow, leaving a deep groove. He cracked his neck, producing a cracking sound. Looking at the furious and pale Dodo, he grinned, revealing ghostly white shark-like teeth, the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Is this all the strength you have? It's not even enough to scratch Samahada's itch. On the earthen wall, Hikari watched Kisame's overwhelmingly dominant slash and Dodo's wretched state. A trace of approval finally flashed in her scarlet Sharingan eyes. His strength is passable, she murmured to herself, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold curve. So, how will you play this self-important ice worm to death, Hoshigaki Kisame? In the center of the battlefield, the duel between Kisame and Dodo had only just begun. It was destined that only one would survive. And the scales of victory had actually been decided the moment the battle erupted. Chapter 222, Chapter 222 The Power of Tailless-Tailed Beast. Dodo was sent flying backward by Kisame's slash, which contained terrifying monstrous strength. His arm guard shattered, and excruciating pain and numbness shot through his entire right arm. He plowed a deep furrow in the snow before barely stabilizing himself. The expression beneath his helmet became extremely grim. Bastard. Dodo was both shocked and furious. His proud chakra armor and ice release had actually suffered a major setback against the opponent's purely brute force and that strange great sword. He could tell that the opponent's previous slash used almost no sophisticated technique, it was pure strength and chakra suppression. Who are you? Dodo shouted sharply, quickly forming hand seals with his left hand in front of his chest while simultaneously pushing his chakra armor to its limits. The damaged right arm guard and the armor on his body glowed with an even more dazzling ice blue light, emitting stronger cold air, attempting to repair the damage and enhance defense. The surrounding snow and ice seemed drawn towards him. Kisame rested Samehada on his shoulder. Samehada's spikes trembled happily, as if still savoring the ice attribute chakra it had just absorbed. He grinned, revealing shark-like sharp teeth, his smile terrifying and full of oppressive force. Hoshigaki Kisame. Remember it. It's the name that will send you to meet the Shinigami. Kisame couldn't be bothered with more talk. He planted Samehada in the ground, slammed his hands together, and vast chakra surged from his body like a volcanic eruption. The amount of chakra was enormous, far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja. Water release, great exploding water collision wave. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out not a trickle, but a deluge like a breached river. A towering wave appeared out of thin air, carrying a deafening roar, and surged towards Dodo and the Yukigekir's ninjas behind him with an overwhelming force. This was no ordinary water release ninjutsu. Its scale and power were like a tailed beast stirring up trouble. The raging water instantly altered the battlefield's terrain, turning the cold plain into a rolling ocean. What? Dodo's pupils constricted sharply. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on his face. A water release of this scale? The chakra required is simply. What kind of monster is this shark-faced guy? Ice release, ice dome wall. Dodo roared, pushing the power of his chakra armor to the extreme, pressing both hands fiercely onto the surging water's surface. Frigid air poured out madly. Crackle. Crackle. Amidst the tremendous roar, an immensely thick, glacier-like curved ice wall instantly erupted from the ground, forcibly blocking the onslaught of the colossal flood. The floodwaters violently impacted the ice wall, emitting an ear-splitting roar. The ice wall trembled violently, cracking with countless fissures, but it ultimately didn't collapse immediately. Several Yukigekir's ninjas behind Dodo also hurriedly formed hand seals, assisting in reinforcing the ice wall, barely withstanding this first wave of impact. Hey, interesting. Let's see how much you can freeze. Kisame let out a ferocious laugh. His vast chakra seemed endless as he formed hand seals again. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water pillar technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water dragons, far larger than conventional ones, roared as they crashed into the ice wall, massive water pillars fell like sledgehammers, an even larger waterfall descended from the sky, continuously pounding. Kisame was like a human-shaped tailed beast, wanting only expending a despair-inducing amount of chakra, using water release ninjutsu for the most violent bombardment. Dodo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, squeezing every last drop of performance from his chakra armor, frantically releasing ice release to defend. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard. Ice release, ice rock dome. Ice release, dragon shattering fierce tiger. Two ice dragons rushed to meet the water dragons, ice spikes continuously shot out from the ground attempting to block the water flow, a giant ice tiger pounced towards the waterfall. The roaring never ceased. Water and ice collided madly, evaporating and condensing. The battlefield was filled with dense mist and ice crystals. Dodo's ice release, enhanced by his armor, was indeed powerful. Each time, it could freeze large areas of water. But Kisame's chakra seemed truly infinite. The freshly frozen ice layers were instantly overwhelmed and swallowed by subsequent, even more ferocious water release ninjutsu. The water grew larger and more violent. Dodo felt like a small boat in a storm. Every defense drained his energy. The chakra armor's energy was depleting rapidly, even beginning to emit an overloaded whine and overheated with steam. His proud ice release actually seemed so powerless against the opponent's purely quantity overwhelming, disaster-like massive water release. Impossible. Your chakra, how could it possibly be more than my armor's? Dodo panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. The range of his ice walls grew smaller, the freezing speed couldn't keep up with the flood's impact. Is that all your ice release is capable of? Kisame seized a moment when his opponent was exhausted, a murderous light flashing in his eyes. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. He slapped his hands on the water's surface, injecting vast chakra into it. Instantly, the entire churning body of water seemed to come alive. Countless ferocious, vicious sharks emerged from the water, densely packed, hundreds, thousands of them. They bared their sharp, watery teeth like a pack of starving wolves, frantically pouncing and biting at the exhausted Dodo from all directions, above and below, every angle. At this moment, Dodo seemed trapped in an ocean hell made of sharks. He swung his still functional left arm in terror, condensing ice blades to slash desperately. Slash. 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 Sharks were constantly cut apart but instantly reformed, endless. They tore at his chakra armor, emitting a teeth-grating screech. The armor's energy depleted rapidly. Cracks multiplied, and it even began to disintegrate. The cold river water mixed with the shark's bites kept Dodo desperately busy. He screamed, soon covered in countless wounds, his blood dyeing the surrounding waters red. It's over. Kisame roared, controlling the final swarm of sharks to launch the last attack. Thousands of sharks opened their massive mouths, ready to completely devour Dodo, to tear him to shreds. A look of utter despair finally appeared in Dodo's eyes. At this critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of Dodo. It was Hikari. She had left the earthen wall at some point. Those scarlet three-tomo Sharingan calmly watched the onslaught of the 1,000 feeding sharks. Hikari formed hand seals, her right hand stopped before her lips. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A surge of chakra gathered in her throat before she expelled a vast expanse of flame, like a sea of fire, towards the front. Its range was immense. It was like a tsunami composed of flames. Boom dash. The thousands of sharks crashed violently into the wave of fire. The 1,000 feeding sharks, capable of destroying an army, were instantly shattered upon impact with the fiery wave. On Kisame's face, his shark-like eyes widened dramatically. What? This B-rank fire release ninjutsu, great fire annihilation, wasn't some rare technique, even many ninjas in Kirigakure could use it. But even during the Third Great Ninja War, when over 20 Kirigakure's ninjas joined forces to perform fire release, great fire annihilation, it didn't have such immense power. Kisame was also filled with shock at the strength of this girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Hikari slowly lowered her hand. The sea of flames dissipated accordingly. She glanced at the figure behind her, who is covered in wounds, his life hanging on by a thread. Dodo's eyes were dull and filled with the terror of a narrow escape. Then, she turned to the stunned Kisame, her cool voice still calm. Hoshigaki Kisame, your strength. I acknowledge it. As expected of someone valued by Shirasama. She paused, gesturing with her head towards the limp Dodo in the water. However, this guy's life still has other uses for Shirasama. Previously, Menma had instructed his subordinates to be careful when encountering powerful jonin from other countries, to capture them alive if possible. Kisame also remembered Menma's instructions. He took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his tense posture. Looking at Hikari's petite figure and those unfathomable Sharingan, he put away all his contempt and resentment for the first time. This woman was absurdly strong. No wonder Shirasama had her stationed here. I understand, Hikari-sama, Kisame responded gruffly, saying no more. But this term of respect already indicated Kisame's acknowledgement of her strength. And with Hikari's intervention, this battle should come to an end. On the other end of the battlefield, the Yukigakure's ninjas who had been putting up a desperate resistance witnessed their supposedly invincible daimyo being beaten without any ability to fight back by Kisame, and finally being grabbed like a chick by the red-eyed woman who suddenly appeared. Their last bit of fighting spirit completely collapsed. The daimyo has been captured. His Highness has been defeated. Run for it. Someone shouted, and the remaining Yukigakure's ninjas immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic in all directions. Trying to run. Kimimaro, Haku, and the other star ninjas, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately gave chase. Kimimaro's Byakugan locked on. His figure moved like a ghost, instantly catching up to one of the fleeing Yukigakure's jonin, Fuyukuma Mazor. 10-finger drilling bullets. Cold bone bullets accurately shattered the chakra armor's energy device while piercing through Mazor's knees and shoulders, making him scream and fall to the ground, unable to move. On the other side, Kakuyoka Fubuki tried to use a blizzard to create chaos and escape but was firmly entangled by Haku. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Countless ice mirrors instantly sealed off Fubuki's escape routes. Senbin shot out like a torrential rain, accurately knocking the kunai from her hands and pinning her limbs to the ice mirrors, rendering her immobile. The remaining Yukigekir's ninjas were also intercepted, defeated, or captured by Harubi, Gata, Yukimi, and the other star ninjas. A battle that initially seemed evenly matched ended with the absolute victory of the Land of Stars following Dodo's capture and the intervention of Kisame and Hikari. On the cold plain, the floodwaters gradually receded, leaving behind a scene of devastation and icy corpses. The star ninjas began cleaning the battlefield, collecting spoils, and guarding the prisoners. Hikari tossed the unconscious Dodo to an umbu for custody, then instructed everyone, Gata, Harubi, you two responsible for the subsequent suppression in the Land of Darkness. Kisame, you take Umbu's team 1 deep into the Land of Snow, strike straight at the heart. The Land of Snow's elites had all been lost here by Dodo. Only scattered ninjas remained in the rear, not worth worrying about. Kisame only needed to bring a small number of ninjas to suppress a nation's resistance. Yes, Hikari-sama. Kisame, carrying same hata on his shoulder, stood in the muddy snow water. Watching Hikari's retreating figure, a look of gravity and a trace of respect appeared on his shark-like face. Soon, an umbu team of 12 chunin was assembled. Under Kisame's leadership, they charged towards the capital of the Land of Snow. Chapter 223, Chapter 223 One War Destroys 3 Nations, Public Trial Assembly. Land of Darkness's border, a high slope several miles away from the now quiet but devastated main battlefield. The daimyo of the Land of Darkness, Yukagawa Taichi, dressed in a luxurious fur robe stained with mud and snow, was pacing back and forth anxiously. Surrounded by several dozen equally shaken nobles and retainers, and further out, several hundred recently rallied, demoralized, and poorly equipped routed soldiers and ronin. They gazed into the distance towards the battlefield. The earth-shattering roars and chakra fluctuations that had once come from there had already quieted, leaving only a deathly silence. This silence, however, made people even more uneasy. Is it over? A noble asked in a trembling voice, full of fear. The Land of Snow must have won. Another noble said, forcing composure, trying to bolster his own courage, Kazahana Doto-sama brought so many powerful ninjas, and that amazing chakra armor. Dealing with those rogue ninjas from Land of Stars, surely dash. Shut up. Taichi interrupted him irritably, his fat face covered in cold sweat and worry. What if they won? What if they lost? Is Dodo a better neighbor than the star ninjas? Can't you see his wolfish ambition? If he wins, the next ones he deals with will be us. He definitely doesn't just want that forest. His words made the surrounding nobles even paler, remembering Dodo's cold gaze and the strange conditions he had proposed. Could a mere forest truly satisfy Dodo's ambition? For a moment, fear and despair filled everyone's hearts. Just then, on the horizon of the distant snowy plain, a few rapidly enlarging black dots suddenly appeared. Why, Your Highness? Someone's coming. A sentry soldier cried out in alarm. Before Taichi and the others could see who it was, those figures had already charged forward like ghosts. Their speed was unimaginable. It was Harubi and Gata. Each led 3 elite star ninjas, and like tigers among sheep, they directly charged into the panicked ranks of the routed Land of Darkness's soldiers. Enemy attack. It's the star ninjas. Protect Daimyo-sama. Chaotic cries of alarm and screams instantly erupted. A few still loyal samurai drew their swords to meet them, but their combat strength were worthless against real ninjas. How could these ordinary soldiers and ronin be a match for elite star ninjas? Harubi formed hand seals, brilliant purple chakra erupting around him, mysterious peacock method, feather strike. The purple chakra swept through like a peacock spreading its tail. Over a dozen soldiers in front were instantly sent flying, their weapons knocked away, falling to the ground incapacitated. Gata was even more direct. As the leader of the Iburi clan, he let out a low roar, parts of his body turning into smoke, easily dodging the slashing swords. He instantly appeared behind a rogue ninja trying to resist, his kunai accurately piercing the other party's heart. Earth release, earth flow spears. Simultaneously, several sharp earthen spears shot up from the ground, skewering a few charging samurai like candied haws. The 6-star ninjas they brought were also like efficient killing machines. Some used ninjutsu for ranged attacks, others used taijutsu for close-quarters kills. Their coordination was tacit, their movements clean and efficient. The routed soldiers of the Land of Darkness, already lacking fighting spirit, were instantly thrown into disarray, crying for their parents, completely collapsing and scattering. Taichi and the nobles were scared out of their wits, turning to flee. But Harubi and Gata's target was them. Where do you think you're going? Harubi coldly shouted. His figure flashed, appearing before Taichi as if teleporting. A hand covered in purple chakra clamped onto the daimyo's neck like iron pincers, easily lifting his fat body off the ground. Guh. SP spare me. Taichi's face turned purple, his legs kicking wildly in the air, tears and snot flowing down together. His previous arrogance and scheming vanished, replaced by primal fear. A stream of urine and feces flowed from his trousers. Taichi wept openly, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. I offer the land of darkness to the land of stars. Please, spare my life." The other star ninjas quickly subdued the remaining nobles trying to escape, binding them with special chakra restraints. These nobles who usually threw their weight around were now like lambs for slaughter, slumped on the ground, their pleas for mercy rising in a chorus. "Spare us, great lords. We are willing to offer all our family's wealth. It was all Kaguya Taichi's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Star Ninja-sama. I can also pledge loyalty to the land of stars. I know many of the land of darkness's secrets." Gata looked at these spineless individuals with disgust and said to Harubi, "Mission complete. Let's take them back. Shura-sama is still waiting for news." Star City, Military District Headquarters. This place was completely different from the winter quiet outside, filled with the cold feel of modern technology and the tense atmosphere of efficient operation. A huge electronic screen wall was divided into dozens of feeds. Some were blurry images transmitted in real time from miniature cameras worn by frontline ninjas, some were aerial views captured by high-altitude reconnaissance ninjutsu or summoned creatures, clearly showing the situation at the Land of Darkness's border battlefield, Honsho Town in the Land of Swamps, and the Star Ninja's forces rapidly advancing into the Land of Snow. Serving as the transmission hub was Hikari, commanding from the front lines. Several researchers in white coats and technical ninjas sat before complex consoles, nervously monitoring data streams. Using the imprinted chakra network, they maintained encrypted communication channels, keeping in instant contact with various units on the front lines, relaying orders, and collating intelligence. Menma stood calmly before the main screen, still wearing his black and red trimmed robe. Beneath his black hair, his sapphire blue eyes calmly scanned each feed. He didn't need to go to the front lines himself. This was his throne. The entire battlefield's veins were clearly laid out before him. When the feed showing Harubi and Gata successfully captured the Land of Darkness's daimyo and nobles came through, his face still showed no expression, as if they had only caught two small fish. Immediately after, Hikari's cool voice sounded directly in his ear through the encrypted channel. "Kazuhana Dodo has been severely injured by Kisame and captured by me. The main Yukigekyu's ninja force has been routed, and remnants are being mopped up. As per your instructions, I have ordered Kisame to lead a vanguard squad. Relying on his extensive experience, they will spearhead into the Land of Snow's capital, seize key points, and clear obstacles for the subsequent takeover." Menma gave a slight nod. Hikari's speed and decision-making were always so efficient. A veteran Umbu like Kisame was indeed an expert at executing infiltration and control missions. The time has come. Menma hesitated no longer, issuing the final commands clearly and calmly. "Order, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Star Ninja Army's units waiting at the border are to march out immediately, all personnel. 1st unit, target, Land of Snow. Full takeover. Mop up the remaining resistance. Coordinate with Hoshigaki Kisame to control the capital and all important towns and ports. 2nd unit, target, Land of Swamps. Maintain order. Suppress any potential unrest. Ensure the safety of the administrative team. 3rd unit, target, Land of Darkness. Clear the battlefield. Guard prisoners of war. Stabilize the region. Order Uzumaki Cannon to immediately lead all reserve administrative officials and logistical support teams into the Land of Snow, Land of Swamps, and Land of Darkness in 3 groups. Begin establishing the county-level administrative system. Primary tasks: open granaries, distribute cold weather supplies, provide large-scale disaster relief to victims, organize medical forces to treat the injured, and provide work as relief to restore basic production and order as soon as possible. Move out." The orders were instantly transmitted to every team leader and responsible person via the imprinted chakra network. The Land of Stars' massive war and administrative machine instantly began operating at full speed, efficiently. The 3-star ninja army's units have long assembled and waiting at the border, each a mixed elite force of 36 Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin, shot out like 3 drawn swords, thrusting towards the north, the west, and the local battlefield cleanup respectively. They were well-trained, moved swiftly, and had clear objectives. Immediately after, an even larger contingent of administrative officials, under the personal coordination of Cannon, riding in various vehicles, on pack animals, and even assisted by some ninjas, crossed the border in a mighty stream, heading into the 3 countries. They carried vast quantities of food, medicine, clothing, and construction materials. The speed of the Land of Stars' actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost simultaneously with the physical elimination of the various countries' daimyos and noble factions, the Land of Stars governance system followed closely behind, rapidly filling the power vacuum. As the Star Ninja Army forcefully entered and stationed there, and the administrative officials arrived, the resistance from the remaining scattered private soldiers of nobles or die-hard loyalists within the 3 countries melted away like snow under sunlight. The star ninjas used absolute force to crush any sign of defiance. Next, a vigorous, unprecedented public trial assembly simultaneously commenced in the major cities of the three countries, especially their respective capitals. A few days later, Central Plaza of the Land of Swamps capital. Despite the severe cold, the plaza was packed with people. Tens of thousands of citizens and farmers who had come from surrounding villages gathered here. They wore thin, ragged clothes, their faces bearing the pallor of long-term hunger. But now, a complex emotion burned in their eyes. There was fear, there was confusion, but more than that was anger suppressed for far too long, on the verge of erupting, and a hint of incredible hope. A temporary high platform had been erected in the center of the plaza. On the platform, the captured Land of Swamps daimyo, Ono Takuto, and several dozen of the most important nobles and ministers were tightly bound and forced to kneel on the icy surface. Stripped of their former fine clothes and dignity, they trembled like stray dogs, their faces deathly pale. Surrounding them were star ninjas in standard flak jackets, maintaining order with expressionless faces. Kanon personally presided over the proceedings. She wore the efficient uniform of a Land of Stars administrative official, her expression serious and just. Miroku stood by her side. Her mere presence had a huge calming and encouraging effect on the Western populace. Kisame stood at a corner of the platform like a guardian, with same hata on his back. His ferocious appearance and terrifying killing intent effectively suppressed any potential unrest. People of the Land of Swamps. Kanon's voice, amplified, spread across the entire plaza, clear and powerful. For a long time, you have suffered under the oppression and exploitation of the rotten noble class led by Ono Takuto. They treated you like grass. Even during famine, they indulged in drunken revelry, and even attempted desecration acts. Now, upholding justice, the Land of Stars has captured these parasites. Her gaze swept over the dense crowd below, her voice rising, today. Right here. Shirasama of the Land of Stars will grant you justice. Every one of you can step forward and accuse these people of their crimes. Speak of the wrongs you have suffered. Seized land, forcibly levied grain, innocently deceased relatives, all of it. Shirasama of the Land of Stars will uphold justice for you. As long as the evidence is conclusive, the laws of the Land of Stars will deliver the punishment they deserve. The crowd fell silent, only the sound of the cold wind whistling. Long-term oppression had ingrained fear deep into their bones. They didn't dare believe this was real, afraid it was another trap. Then, Miroku stepped forward. Her voice was gentle yet carried a sacred power to move people. Do not be afraid. Lift your heads. Shirasama has brought a new order, brought hope. Speak your pain. Let sunlight into those dark corners. I swear in the name of the priestess of the Land of Demon Shrine, the trial will be just. Miroku's words seemed to possess magic, breaking the ice in some people's hearts. Finally, a gaunt old farmer, leaning on a cane, tremblingly walked out from the crowd. Tears streamed down his aged face as he pointed at a portly noble on the platform, his voice hoarse and indignant. My lord. Priestess-sama. I want to accuse finance official Matsudaira. 3 years ago, during the flood, all the disaster relief funds were embezzled by him. My son died from exhaustion repairing the embankment, and we didn't get a single coin in compensation. My wife starved to death, he fobbed us off with moldy chaff. The old man broke down in sobs by the end. Where there was a first, there was a second. A middle-aged woman rushed out, crying and pointing at another noble. It was him. The steward of the Lord's mansion. He seized my family's land and beat my husband into a cripple. The reason was we couldn't pay a tax he invented out of thin air. And him. The daimyo's lackey. He kidnapped my daughter, ruined her in his mansion, and she threw into a well. Their horse trampled my father to death, and they said we offended the noble and demanded we pay compensation. Grievances, blood, tears, and hatred accumulated over decades, centuries, even longer, burst forth like a breached flood at this moment. Countless people, eyes red, accused with hoarse voices, pointing at those ashen-faced nobles on the platform. The situation nearly spiraled out of control. The enraged crowd tried to charge the platform to tear their enemies apart, but were forcibly held back by the star ninjas. Kanon struggled to maintain order, shouting loudly, quiet. Everyone, quiet. One at a time. The star ninjas will record every accusation. We will definitely investigate. The process wasn't entirely one-sided. When the accusations reached a certain minor noble, the crowd below fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a few ragged craftsmen stepped forward, hesitantly saying, Fujiwara-sama, he did collect taxes, but last winter, he privately opened soup kitchens and saved many people. He also stopped the bailiffs from press-ganging laborers. Kanon and the recording official exchanged a glance and nod. After a preliminary verification, it was confirmed that this noble named Fujiwara had indeed performed some charitable acts and was not utterly wicked. Kanon announced publicly, after investigation, Fujiwara is confirmed to have performed good deeds and is not a major evildoer. He is to be released, stripped of his noble status, and demoted to a commoner. His family's assets, except for those necessary for basic subsistence, will be confiscated for public use in disaster relief. The dozen or so members of the Fujiwara family, who had been waiting in dead silence for death, wept with joy. This scene showed the people below that the Land of Stars wasn't solely about killing, but truly valued evidence and justice, increasing their trust by a few more degrees. As for principal criminals like Takuto, whose crimes were proven and who were filled with monstrous evil, Canon, after compiling all accusations and verifying them, announced the verdict on the spot. According to the laws of the Land of Stars and the people's accusations, the former daimyo of the Land of Swamps, Ono Takuto, is guilty of corruption, dereliction of duty, murder, seizure of civilian property. 137 major crimes. The evidence is conclusive, his crimes are unforgivable. Sentenced to death. To be carried out immediately. All his family's assets are to be confiscated. The other nobles will be sentenced according to their crimes. Great. Long live the Land of Stars. Long live Shirasama. Deafening cheers and cries of anguish erupted from below. It was the catharsis of vengeance achieved and also a longing for the future. Similar public trial assemblies were simultaneously held in major cities across the Land of Darkness and the Land of Snow. Once the volcano of anger erupted, its power was astonishing. Countless hidden crimes were exposed, countless grievances were redressed. The Land of Stars' administrative officials busily recorded, verified, and judged. The Star Ninjas were responsible for maintaining order and carrying out punishments. Miroku, and the priests and Miko she brought moved through the crowds, calming emotions, preaching the Land of Stars' policies, production encouraging, greatly promoting the people's allegiance. In this wave of fury that swept through the three countries, the old noble ruling system was uprooted, liquidated both physically and spiritually. The Land of Stars, posing as saviors and executors of justice, quickly won widespread support from the lower classes, or at least fearful compliance. With the force of a thunderbolt, the Land of Stars completed the annexation and preliminary digestion of the former Land of Snow, Land of Swamps, and Land of Darkness at a jaw-dropping speed. Including the previous Land of Demons, they were reorganized into a county, becoming part of the Land of Stars, Snow County, Swamp County, Darkness County, Demon County. By the time the distant Land of Earth and Land of Wind's daimyos received detailed news of the dramatic changes in the West through various intelligence channels, the flags of the Land of Stars had long been planted over the capitals of the four counties. The administrative system was already operating, relief grain had been distributed to most disaster victims, and the aftershocks of the public trials had not yet fully subsided. The map had been forcibly rewritten. A nation whose territory and population had suddenly swollen, leaping to become a massive nation in the western part of the ninja world, second only to the two great nations of Land of Wind and Land of Earth. The Land of Stars had risen powerfully. The formidable military strength, efficient organizational mobilization capabilities, and tradition-defying ruling methods it displayed were like a biting cold current, causing deep unease and vigilance among the daimyos and kages of the two great nations. The structure of the ninja world had quietly undergone a tremendous change due to the Land of Stars' rapid expansion. Chapter 224, Chapter 224 The Ninja World Structure. Land of Earth's capital, Daimyo's Palace. Even in winter, the palace of the Land of Earth's daimyo remained as warm as spring. Expensive incense drifted slowly through the air. However, the expression of Mudosuke, seated in the main position, was as gloomy as the sky outside. He wore magnificent court robes embroidered with the Land of Earth's emblem. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the precious red sandalwood armrests, revealing his inner anxiety. Below, the short yet powerfully imposing third Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood with his arms crossed, his white long eyebrows tightly knit, listening to the daimyo's account with an equally grave expression. Overnight. Mudosuke's voice held barely suppressed anger and a trace of imperceptible fear. He waved a scroll of urgent intelligence in his hand. The Land of Stars. Those damned rogue ninjas. They actually annexed the Land of Swamps, the Land of Darkness, and the Land of Snow. Combined with the previous Land of Demons and their own territory, their land area has already jumped to third place in the West. Second only to my Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. He grew more agitated as he spoke, suddenly standing up, and that's not all. What methods did they use? A bloodbath. They slaughtered the daimyos and nobles of all 5 countries almost to the last. They distributed the land and grain to those lowly commoners. They are digging up the very roots of our rule. Inoki. Do you understand? This trend must not be allowed to grow. Mudosuke stopped pacing abruptly, his sharp gaze fixed on Inoki, his tone carrying unprecedented severity. Inoki, I order you to immediately assemble the Iwadakura's army and march west. You must, with the force of a thunderbolt, utterly erase this so-called Land of Stars. We absolutely cannot allow a threat like this, established by rogue ninjas, acting with such brutality, and directly bordering the west and south of our Land of Earth, to continue existing. The palace fell silent for a moment, only the incense burner's smoke swirling. Several ministers standing to the side didn't dare to breathe heavily. Inoki was silent for a moment, then looked up at the furious daimyo, a trace of helplessness on his face. Daimyo-sama, I understand your concerns completely. The rise of the Land of Stars is indeed sudden and dangerous, and their methods are appalling. He changed his tone, his voice becoming heavy. However, Daimyo-sama, war is no child's play. Iwagakure has just experienced the fierce battles of the Third Great Ninja War. Our losses were severe, the numbers of our elite ninjas were drastically reduced, material reserves are heavily depleted, and countless families have yet to recover from the pain of losing loved ones. Right now, the village urgently needs to recuperate and regain its strength. In the short term, we truly lack the strength to support a large-scale, full-scale war against a powerful nation of unknown strength. A hasty war would have an unpredictable outcome. Even if we won, it would inevitably be a Pyrrhic victory, only allowing other great nations like Kimogakure and Konoha, who are watching like tigers eyeing their prey, to benefit. Mudosuke's brows furrowed tightly, clear displeasure on his face, so we just watch this threat grow stronger. Watch those rogue ninjas and lowly commoners strut about over there. Of course not. A glint of cunning calculation flashed in Inoki's eyes. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Large-scale, overt warfare is something Iwagakure cannot bear for now. However, some informal military actions and strikes are still feasible. Mudosuke's gaze sharpened. Oh. Elaborate. Inoki stroked his beard, speaking slowly. If Daimyo-sama is indeed determined to contain or even weaken the Land of Stars, and is willing to provide a sum of extra special operations funds not recorded in the regular military budget, then this old man can arrange something. We can secretly support and hire some rogue ninjas organizations or mercenary groups. We can let them take the lead in carrying out continuous harassment, sabotage, and attacks on the Land of Stars' border lines, supply lines, and even important facilities in its heartland. Iwagakure can secretly dispatch a small number of disguised elite ninjas to mix in with them, providing guidance and key intelligence. Or even personally intervene in certain critical operations to ensure the effectiveness of the strikes. He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The purpose of this is to continuously bleed the Land of Stars, disrupt its process of digesting its new territories, create chaos and panic, and slow its development. At the same time, it will allow us to probe the Land of Stars' true combat strength and defensive weaknesses. Meanwhile, our Iwagakure and the Land of Earth can remain largely uninvolved, avoiding direct involvement in a large-scale conflict. The cost is far smaller than launching a direct war. After listening, Mudosuke fell into thought, his fingers once again unconsciously tapping the armrest. He understood Inoki's meaning. This was a common ninja tactic and indeed more feasible and prudent under the current circumstances. After a moment, he slowly nodded and made a decision. Good. I'll do as you say. Regarding the special military funds, I will have the people in the finance prepare them as soon as possible and transfer them to you through secret channels. Inoki, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I want to see results. Those rogue ninjas must be made to understand that the ninja world is not a place where they can act recklessly. As you command, Daimyo-sama. I will certainly do his best. Inoki gave a slight bow. How to use this money to both complete the daimyo's task and maximize the replenishment of Iwagakure's strength required careful planning. Almost simultaneously, Land of Wind's capital, daimyo's residence. The atmosphere here was equally grave, even more oppressive. The Land of Wind's daimyo, Sato Masaki, a lean middle-aged man dressed in robes symbolizing the Land of Wind, was looking at the report in his hands with a livid expression. Standing opposite him was the fourth Kazakage, Raza. Raza wore his Kazakage robe, his expression also grim, carrying the weariness of long-term running around and working hard due to the village's resource scarcity and a trace of suppressed anger. Raza. Sato Masaki slammed the report onto the table. Look. That Land of Stars to the west. It's already become a force. 5 countries. The daimyo and noble systems of 5 entire countries were uprooted by them. Now their border is right up against our Land of Wind's face. These lawless rogue ninjas cannot be allowed to grow stronger. You must immediately think of a solution. Use all the power of Sunagakure to contain the Land of Stars' expansion. If necessary, deliver a thunderous blow. Raza took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the irritation in his heart. Sunagakure had just begun to catch its breath from the ruins of the Third Great Ninja War. The village was impoverished, the ninjas' treatment was poor, their mission share was squeezed by Konoha. As Kazakage, he worried about money and resources all day, even having to use his magnet release's gold dust ability to pan for gold in the desert to subsidize the village. He looked up, meeting the daimyo's aggressive gaze, his voice hoarse. Daimyo-sama, you should be well aware of Sunagakure's current situation. We lack funds, lack supplies, the numbers of our ninjas are insufficient, and elites are especially scarce. Maintaining the current border defense is already stretching us thin. We simply don't have the capability to initiate a war against a newly emerged powerful nation. Check them. With what? Pile sand up to stop them. Hearing this, Sato Masaki's face turned even uglier, his tone sarcastic. Oh. The mighty Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, can't even deal with a force formed by a bunch of rogue ninjas. Raza, how are you performing as Kazekage? Do I need to cut the daimyo mansion's expenses to increase your military budget? These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the resentment Raza had long suppressed. Cut the daimyo mansion's expenses. The extravagant spending of the daimyo's palace, if even a little trickled down, it would allow Sunagakure to catch its breath. Raza took a fierce step forward, his voice suddenly rising, filled with long-suppressed anger and sarcasm. Daimyo-sama. You speak so lightly. Why does Sunagakure lack funds? Why can't we get high-paying missions? You and your people would rather commission those profitable domestic escort and construction missions to Konoha's ninjas far away in the land of fire than give them to our own Sunagakure. Just because Konoha's efficiency is higher? Their reputation is better. Have you ever considered that this is precisely what is slowly strangling Sunagakure's economic lifeline? Now the village struggles to even maintain operations, and you demand we actively attack a powerful enemy of unknown strength. Forgive my bluntness, but this is utterly unreasonable. It's sending Sunagakure's ninjas to their deaths. He grew more agitated as he spoke, almost shouting, since Daimyo-sama fears the land of stars so much, values efficiency and safety so highly, then why rely on our incompetent Sunagakure at all? You might as well directly take the gold and silver from the national treasury and go to Konoha in the land of fire to post an S-rank mission. Hire the Sannin. Hire the copy ninja Kakashi. Even hire the entire Konoha's elites. Just let them solve the land of stars threat for you. Why come and make things difficult for our Sunagakure? These words, like a knife, directly pierced the window paper maintaining superficial harmony, bloodily exposing the long-standing scar of the Land of Wind's leadership ignoring Sunagakure's interests, even aiding their enemy, Konoha. Sato Masaki trembled with rage at Raza's sudden defiance and merciless sarcasm, his face turning green and white. He pointed at Raza. You. Raza. How dare you? How dare you speak to me like this? The atmosphere in the palace instantly dropped to freezing point. The surrounding guards and ministers were terrified, sweating profusely, not daring to utter a word. After saying this, the pent-up frustration in Raza's chest seemed to vent somewhat, but what followed was even deeper helplessness and exhaustion. He knew his words were too harsh, almost equivalent to tearing off all pretense, but he had had enough. Raza coldly watched the speechless, furious daimyo, said nothing more, gave a slight bow, and stiffly threw out one last sentence, I am incompetent, unworthy of your lordship's trust. How to deal with the land of stars is for your lordship to decide. Sunagakure's military preparedness is neglected, so we urgently need rest and reorganization. I take my leave. With that, without looking at the daimyo's livid face, he turned resolutely, his Kazekage robe swirling, and strode out of the suffocating daimyo's residence. He left Sato Masaki behind, who was almost exploding with anger, cursing Raza's rudeness. The Land of Wind's policies had indeed shortchanged Sunagakure in many ways, but being defied so bluntly was a massive loss of dignity for him as daimyo. After this incident, the rift between the Land of Wind and Sunagakure seemed to have deepened further. Winter passed and spring came. Time quietly moved into year 58 of Konoha calendar. The rise of the Land of Stars had altered the ninja world structure and was influencing the decisions and mindsets of various forces. And the Land of Stars itself, after madly devouring vast territories, entered a tense and critical period of digestion and integration. The future ninja world was destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 225, Chapter 225 Niji's Ambition. On the spring morning of year 58 of Konoha calendar, the chill had not completely faded, but the massive compound of the Hyuga clan was already awake. The meticulously maintained garden was swept clean, without a speck of dust. The dry landscape garden exuded a silent zen-like atmosphere in the morning light, yet it also carried a trace of an inescapable, stern mood. In a certain Japanese-style room within the branch family's living quarters, Hyuga Niji slowly opened his eyes. Those pure white eyes, identical to the main family's, seemed, at the moment they opened, to possess a calmness and maturity beyond his years. He got up neatly, changed into his clean training clothes, meticulously straightened his lapels, and after washing up, stared blankly for a moment at the green-caged bird seal on his forehead in the mirror. Only then did he leave the room. In the hall, his father, Hyuga Hizashi, and his mother were already seated formally. Niji walked forward, knelt down respectfully, and performed a standard bow. Father, mother, I wish you a peaceful and healthy new spring. Hizashi looked at his son, his gaze particularly complex when it fell upon the eye-catching caged bird on Niji's forehead. He nodded, his voice as steady as ever. Get ready. It's time to pay respects to the main family. Niji's mother gently straightened Niji's already neat collar, her eyes full of affection. Niji waited in silence. He knew that on the first day of the new year, the branch family must pay respects to the main family. This was a rule that had been passed down for who knows how many years, a hierarchy of respect and inferiority carved into their very bones. But as he grew older and witnessed the pain of branch family's members having the caged bird carved onto them, Niji's hatred for the main family accumulated more and more. Arriving at the more magnificent main family's estate, the atmosphere was distinctly different. The air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood and the aroma of food, but it was also permeated with an invisible pressure. Many branch family's members had already arrived, waiting quietly under the corridor. Niji saw at a glance his cousin, the main family's young lady, Hyuga Hinata, following timidly behind her father, Hyuga Hayashi. She was wearing a gorgeous New Year's kimono, her small face looking somewhat nervous. Finally, it was Hisashi's family's turn to enter the main hall to pay respects. The hall was laid with thick tatami mats. In the seat of honor, Hayashi sat upright with a stern expression. Slightly behind him on both sides sat 4 elders of the main family. Niji's sharp eyes noticed that these 4 main family elders, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, were all wearing black eye patches, covering their eye positions. The rumors circulating privately among the branch family are true after all. Niji's heart sank sharply, followed by an indescribable surge of emotion. That mysterious Shura actually, under the noses of the Hokage-sama, father, and so many of Konoha's elite jonin, took the eyes of the 4 main family elders as easily as reaching into a bag to take something. What kind of strength was this? What kind of recklessness? The entire Konoha village couldn't do anything about him. This concept struck Niji's young but already deeply contemplative heart like a heavy hammer. He felt a complex, hard-to-define emotion towards that Shura, who had once granted him a day of freedom, but deeper down, there was a reverence he hadn't fully realized himself, even a trace of yearning. The process of paying respects was mechanical and silent. Hisashi led his family in bowing, offering auspicious words. Hayashi nodded slightly in response, asking a few ritualistic questions. Throughout the process, the 4 blindfolded elders remained silent, like 4 mute statues, yet exuding a suffocating authority. After the respects were paid, it was time for the New Year's morning banquet hosted by the main family. The banquet was set in a larger hall, but the seating arrangement was clearly demarcated, like an invisible chasm. The main family's head, Hayashi, and the 4 elders naturally sat in the seats of honor at the very top, with the best view and the most exquisite food. As for the branch family's members, only a very few families had the qualification to sit at the banquet, and they were all arranged in lower seats far from the main seat, near the entrance. Hisashi's family, because Hisashi was the branch family's head with relatively high strength and status, managed to get a seat at the very end. More branch family's members didn't even have the qualification to enter this banquet hall. Niji knelt behind his parents, head bowed, taking small bites of the food in front of him. It tasted like sawdust. He could clearly feel the faint, scrutinizing gazes from above. Main family and branch family, just because of different births, were destined from the moment they landed on the ground to be worlds apart. This omnipresent hierarchical oppression made his chest feel tight. A trace of unwillingness and hatred flashed deep within his white eyes. The atmosphere of the banquet was superficially harmonious, but actually oppressive. It wasn't until near the end that Hayashi seemed to remember something and cast his gaze towards the Hisashi family at the lower end, more precisely, towards Niji. Niji, Hayashi's voice rang out in the hall, carrying the authority of the family head. I heard your grades at the academy have always been excellent, and you never slack off in your physical arts and gentle fist training. Niji immediately put down his chopsticks and bowed his head respectfully in response. The head praises me too much. I do not dare to slack off and still needs to work hard. Hayashi nodded, seemingly satisfied with his attitude, then looked at the somewhat nervous Hinata beside him. Hinata, you should also learn more from Niji. As the main family, you must lead by example. Yes, father, Hinata responded softly, her head hanging even lower. Hayashi seemed to be in high spirits and continued, theory alone is useless, true knowledge comes from practice. It's the new year today, so let's have you 2 youngsters have a spar. Let the elders see the style of the younger generation of our Hyuga clan. How about it? These words seemed consultative but actually left no room for rejection. The several blindfolded elders also nodded slightly, indicating agreement. Niji's heart jumped. A spar with the young lady Hinata. He instantly realized the subtle and danger in this. Although his own strength had long surpassed Hinata, who was a year younger, and under normal circumstances, as long as her second personality didn't emerge, he could win easily. But could he win? What would be the consequences of winning against the main family's young lady? His father's silent, suppressed gaze, the main family's strict rules, instantly tightened around his heart like invisible shackles. But if he deliberately held back and lost too obviously, not to mention his own pride wouldn't allow it, everyone present were elites of the Hyuga clan, especially the clan head and those elders. How could they not see through it? If he was discovered harboring disrespect towards the main family, the consequences could be even more severe. In a flash, Niji had already made a decision. A difficult and frustrating decision, yet one that suited his mature mind. Yes, head. Yes, father. Niji and Hinata responded simultaneously. Everyone moved to a spacious training room. The wooden floor was clean, and the air was filled with the faint smell of moth-repelling herbs. Niji and Hinata stood opposite each other, forming the seal of confrontation. Begin. Hayashi commanded. Hinata looked somewhat nervous, adopting the gentle fist starting stance, tentatively advancing to attack. Her movements were standard but lacked power and experience, with quite a few openings. Niji took a deep breath, instantly activating his Byakugan. The world around him became extremely clear. He could easily see through every slight movement Hinata made, predicting her next step. He had countless opportunities to win with a single move. But he couldn't. He suppressed his body's instinct to counterattack, controlling his own strength and speed to a level slightly higher than Hinata's, but not enough to form an absolute suppression. He precisely blocked Hinata's attacks, occasionally making calculated counterattacks that flustered Hinata, yet always missing by a hair's breadth, at the critical moment, unable to truly hit a vital point, or being, luckily, dodged by Hinata. He turned his own fight into a meticulously controlled performance. A hard-fought battle that both displayed his excellence as a branch family's genius and absolutely would not threaten the main family young lady's face. On the surface, the two fought back and forth, chakra colliding weakly, palm winds whistling. Hinata went all out, her small face flushed red, sweat beading on her forehead. Niji, on the other hand, had a calm expression and a focused gaze, but only he knew the struggle and humiliation in his heart. He felt like a puppet controlled by strings, every movement unfree. His desire for strength, his desire to break this invisible cage, became unprecedentedly intense during this oppressing spar. From the corner of his eye, Niji could see his father, Hisashi. His father still knelt silently to the side, his face calm and unrippled, but Niji could feel that beneath his seemingly calm gaze lay pain and helplessness similar to his own, perhaps even deeper. And above them, Hayashi and the several main family's elders nodded slightly while listening to explanations from their relatives, seemingly quite satisfied with this evenly matched match. In their view, this branch family's genius Niji indeed had good strength, but was clearly deeply bound by the caged bird and the concept of the main family supremacy. He had measure, knew when to advance and retreat, and was a qualified, reassuring tool. All right, stop. Hayashi finally spoke. Niji and Hinata simultaneously jumped back, forming the seal of reconciliation. Hinata was panting, her face showing a trace of fatigue but also some excitement, seemingly thinking she had performed rather well. Niji, on the other hand, had steady breathing, slightly lowered his head, acting somewhat apprehensive. Hayashi first went to Hinata, instructing her on several problems exposed just now. His tone was strict but held concern. Then, he walked to Niji and patted his shoulder. Not bad, Niji. Your basics are very solid, and your grasp of battle opportunities has improved. You truly live up to being Hisashi's child and have not disgraced the Hyuga name. Continue to work hard and become a solid force for protecting the main family in the future. This praise was like the most piercing mockery, striking Niji's heart word by word. Protect the main family. Was this the destined life of the branch family? He lowered his head, answering in as steady a voice as possible, I will remember the head's teaching. I will definitely work hard. The morning banquet and spar finally ended. Niji followed his parents and silently left the suffocating main family's estate. Walking on the way home, the New Year's spring sunlight shone on them, but they couldn't feel any warmth. Even during the holiday, Niji's schedule was packed. In the afternoon, the instructor his father Hisashi had hired for him, the young jonin of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hohito, arrived on time. Hohito was born in the branch family but, relying on outstanding talent and effort, became a jonin at a young age and was quite famous within the clan. His personality was relatively cheerful, and he took good care of Niji, this genius junior. After conducting routine physical arts and gentle fist instruction, the two took a short break. Niji looked at Hohito, who was drinking water, and that long-suppressed thought emerged again. He hesitated for a moment but finally mustered his courage and asked, pretending to be casual, Hohito-sensei, I heard some time ago, a mysterious person called Shura broke into our clan grounds. Hohito's action of drinking water paused, his expression instantly turning grave. He put down his water cup, looked around, and lowered his voice, Niji, you've heard about it too. Niji nodded, an expression of curiosity and a trace of fear appeared on his small face at the right time. I heard it was terrifying, even the elders dash. Hohito sighed, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't hide it because of Niji's young age, instead, he felt it necessary to let the junior know about the dangers outside and the Hyuga clan's enemies. He said in a deep voice, more than just terrifying. That night, I was on the scene. A flash of fear passed through his eyes, as if he had returned to that night, that Shura was like a demon in the dark night, appearing silently in the core of the clan's compound. So many Hyuga clan's ninjas, plus the Hokage-sama, Kakashi-senpai, and other Konoha's elites who arrived promptly, actually couldn't stop him at all. His speed was unbelievably fast, his strength terrifyingly powerful, and he had a strange ability never seen before that could interfere with our Byakugan. Hohito's tone carried a slight tremble. We even needed to deactivate our Byakugan to see his figure, and he also had 9 powerful summoned creatures comparable to elite Jonin with various strange abilities, and then the 4 elders. Well, his summoned creatures used some kind of barrier to isolate us, and right in front of all of us, took the elder's eyes, and then, he vanished along with those 9 summoned creatures like ghosts. The whole process was clean and efficient. So many of our elite Jonin didn't even manage to touch the hem of his clothes much. It was such a despairing display of overwhelming strength. Niji listened, his heart racing, palms sweating. Although he had heard about it before, hearing it described firsthand by someone who was present at the time was a completely different kind of shock and impact. The image of Shura became even taller, more mysterious, and more desirable in his heart. What a free power that was. It could ignore all rules, crush all obstacles. Hohito didn't notice Niji's subtle emotional changes and continued, his tone becoming more serious. Also, Niji, you might not know. Earlier, I also participated in a reconnaissance mission to Hoshigakure. Hoshigakure. Niji timely showed confusion. Hohito explained, it's the village controlled by the Shura. At that time, our team had 3 people, all experienced Jonin. But a look of humiliation and lingering fear appeared on Hohito's face. We didn't even get to see Shura's face. We were intercepted near the border by one of his subordinates, a woman. His voice lowered. That woman was strong, very strong. The 3 of us were defeated with almost no resistance. That kind of strength still makes my heart palpitate when I think about it now. Recalling that near-death experience with Sher Sui and Hayama that day, and those 2 giant figures like gods, Hohito still felt lingering fear, but after thinking for a moment, he still concealed more details like that woman having the Sharingan. Hohito suddenly grabbed Niji's shoulders firmly, staring into his eyes, extremely solemnly saying, Niji, remember this. Shura, and the Hoshigakure's ninjas under his command, are the most dangerous enemies of our Hyuga clan, and even the entire Konoha village. They are powerful, cruel, and have no bottom line. If you ever encounter anyone related to the Land of Stars on a mission in the future, remember to retreat and report immediately. You must never fight head-on. Understood. Niji looked at the sincere worry and warning in his teacher's eyes, but turbulent waves completely opposite to it surged in his heart. Enemy. The most dangerous enemy. But it was this enemy who had once briefly given me a freedom he had never experienced since the caged bird was carved onto me. Niji remembered that night, when that mysterious figure quietly appeared in his room, lightly tapping his forehead with a finger. At that moment, the cursed, caged bird, mark on his forehead, the mark that constantly reminded him of being a branch family's member, a caged bird, actually temporarily lost its sensation. That feeling of being unbound, the soul seeming to become lighter, although brief, was like the most potent poison, deeply branded into his soul. And all of this clashed violently with the concept of mortal enemy his teacher was instilling. But he couldn't show any of it. He could only lower his head and answer in a submissive tone, yes, Hohito-sensei, I will remember. However, deep within his lowered eyes, the flame named hatred burned even more fiercely towards the decaying clan system around him. And towards those high and mighty main family's members who decided the fate of the branch family. Worship for Shura and yearning for his power grew wildly in his heart. But he also knew that he was currently too weak. Too weak to even bear the qualification for that freedom, too weak to even see the path to pursuing that power. Shura's pity, for him, was like stars in the sky, distant and unattainable. This realization made him crave power even more, desire to become strong, desire enough to break this damned cage. And his resentment towards the main family's hypocrisy, towards fate, also grew flourishly like a sapling under the nourishment of this desire. After the instruction ended, Niji bowed respectfully to Hohito to say goodbye. The figure turning to leave the training ground was even more lonely than when he had arrived. Returning home, Niji didn't see his father. His mother was fiddling with a potted plant on the Engawa. Mother. Niji went forward, knelt, and sat in Saiza, his gaze falling on the potted plant. Ah, Niji, you're back. Niji's mother smiled, putting down the scissors in her hand, and said to Niji, your father has gone to attend a clan meeting. He probably won't be back until evening. We'll eat lunch by ourselves. Wait a moment. After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Niji remained in the Saiza position, his pure white eyes fixed on the potted plant, his gaze somewhat dazed. He saw a tender sprout growing flourishly from the cut part. Niji picked up his mother's scissors, looking thoughtfully at the old and diseased branches that had been cut off beside the potted plant, as if seeing the similarly decaying and sickly Hyuga clan. Chapter 226, Chapter 226. Forget it, he's my brother-in-law after all. On the second day of the new year in year 58 of Konoha calendar, the unmelted snow lay across the village as rare sunlight broke through the clouds, casting soft light over the white landscape. Hinata, bundled in a new snow-white winter coat with a fluffy orange scarf, stood at Menma's doorstep. Her face was flushed pink from the cold, and she had gathered all her courage to be here. She knocked softly, her heart beating rapidly with a mix of anticipation and shyness. The door opened to reveal Menma himself. His black spiky hair was slightly messy, and he wore comfortable dark home clothes, suggesting he'd recently finished morning training. "Happy New Year, Hinata," Menma said, recognizing this was the shy Hinata rather than her more assertive counterpart. "Me Menma-kun." Hinata's voice was barely audible. She nervously twisted her fingers in her coat. "New Year, the weather is nice today. I was wondering, would you like to build a snowman in the park?" After speaking, she seemed to want to hide her face in her scarf. Menma glanced at the unusually warm sunshine outside, then at the visibly flustered Hinata, and considered for a moment. With Kanon and Hikari handling affairs in the land of stars, he didn't need to be constantly involved. His main body could use some relaxation. "Sure," he nodded, "let me change first." "Oh okay." Hinata's eyes immediately brightened as if filled with stars. Soon, Menma emerged wearing his familiar black and red trimmed tracksuit. They walked to the park together, one following the other in comfortable silence. The park was already filled with playing children. Most noticeable was Naruto in his bright orange coat, having a loud snowball fight with Kiba. Both were shouting and throwing snowballs, covered in snow but laughing joyfully. Among the children in the park, Kiba was one of the few who didn't care about Naruto's demon fox reputation and played with him freely. "Hey! Menma! Hinata! Over here!" Naruto spotted them and waved enthusiastically. Kiba turned and grinned, "Yo! Menma, Hinata! Come join us! I'm going to show Naruto what I can do today." Menma sighed at the two energetic boys but walked over with Hinata anyway. At Naruto and Kiba's enthusiastic and noisy invitation, the four started building a snowman together. Naruto and Kiba focused on rolling snowballs and general mischief while Menma and Hinata handled the finer details. Naruto remained as lively as ever, chattering constantly about jokes and his grand dream of becoming Hokage. Kiba added his own commentary, their playful banter easing any awkwardness. Hinata occasionally smiled at their antics, carefully shaping a snow rabbit's ears. Menma worked quietly, his gaze occasionally drifting to the boisterous Naruto and quiet Hinata. His deep blue eyes remained calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After completing a large, somewhat lopsided snowman, Naruto and Kiba ran off to continue their snowball fight, their carefree laughter echoing through the park. Hinata and Menma stood by the snowman as the atmosphere grew quiet. Hinata stole a glance at Menma's calm profile, her cheeks reddening again. She took a deep breath and spoke slightly louder than before. "Menma-kun. Big sis wants to talk to you." Immediately, Menma noticed a subtle shift in Hinata's demeanor. The timid quality faded away, replaced by a more direct, almost feisty presence. She straightened up, placed her hands on her hips, and though her face remained the same, her eyes became bold and direct. She kicked at the snow and scowled. "Hey, Menma." Her voice cleared, carrying a hint of impatience. "That stupid clan banquet yesterday was so boring." Big sis Hinata had taken over. Menma didn't seem surprised, merely raising an eyebrow. "Oh. What happened?" "Same old rules." Big sis Hinata snorted, then frowned thoughtfully. "The old man made me spar with that cousin Niji. There's something strange about that kid." She rubbed her chin as if trying to recall. "He's completely different from the Niji in my world. My Niji might be a pervert who peeps in the women's baths, but at least he's open and kind of silly. This Niji. He's gloomy, and the way he looks at people. Like he's hiding something. Like some kind of villainous little boss." Little Hinata didn't notice during the spar, but I could tell he was holding back. "So boring." A knowing smile touched Menma's lips. "Opposite personalities are normal. In your world, the Hyuga clan's caged bird serves more as protection, and the main and branch families aren't as divided as here." "Caged bird." Big sis Hinata repeated the term with clear disgust. That disgusting cursed seal should have been thrown out long ago. She looked sharply at Menma. "So, you mean he hates us? The main family?" Menma nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distant Naruto. "Yes. And after I gave him a taste of freedom last time, that hatred has probably grown stronger. He likely knows about my visit to the Hyuga clan's compound as Shura, taking the elder's eyes in front of everyone." Big sis Hinata inhaled sharply, then relaxed. "So troublesome. Are they just pieces on your board?" she asked directly, her eyes burning into Menma. Menma chuckled, his tone casually authoritative. "If I wanted, I could easily turn him into an avenger filled with hatred for the main family in Konoha, a proper villain. Even make him the clan destroyer." He paused, his eyes meeting Big Sis Hinata's, but since he's my brother-in-law, I'll let it be. Brother-in-law. Big Sis Hinata's face reddened briefly before she glared at him. You'd better. Menma continued, don't worry. Soon, not just Niji, but Uncle Hizashi and other branch family's members worth saving will be free from the caged bird. This isn't about chess pieces, it's necessary change. Big Sis Hinata looked into Menma's deep eyes, finding unexpected reassurance in their confidence and strength. She nodded, smiling as she clenched her small fist. Okay. I believe you. I'll find a way too. When I have more influence later, I'll push the main family to abolish that horrible caged bird system. I won't stand for rules that hurt our own people. In the sunlight, the girl's eyes shone with determination and the will to create change. After nightfall, the Hyuga clan's branch family compound lay silent. Niji finished his evening practice and lay quietly in bed. The day's training, the clan's oppression, and his deeply buried desires and hatred swirled through his mind. The caged bird on his forehead seemed to throb in the darkness, reminding him of his identity and shackles. As his consciousness blurred toward sleep, the air in his room seemed to twist slightly. A figure appeared silently by his bedside. Niji jolted awake, sitting up instantly, his Byakugan nearly activating on reflex. But when he saw the familiar black robes and strange white three-eyed fox mask, he froze. Shura. His heart raced, part fear, but mostly indescribable excitement and anticipation. He quickly rose to kneel on his bedding, bowing his head respectfully. Shura-sama. Menma stood silently, observing the precocious, repressed child through his mask. He could feel the vibrant chakra and deep-seated resentment within Niji. Hyuga Niji, Menma's masked voice sounded deep and authoritative. Last time, I gave you a taste of momentary freedom. Now, tell me your choice. Will you remain a caged bird bound by the cursed seal, living mediocrily, dying pointlessly for the main family? Or dash? Will you pay any price to pursue true power, control your own destiny, even if the path is filled with thorns and darkness? Niji looked up sharply, intense fire blazing in his white eyes. He didn't hesitate, his voice firm with desperate yearning. I choose power. I choose freedom. Whatever the cost. Please teach me, Shura-sama. Good. Menma seemed to nod in approval. He extended his hand. The ancient, blank, red moon scroll, bamboo scroll materialized in his palm, emitting a hazy, eerie light. Then experience in advance what power true despair and struggle can create. Dash. The scroll's light suddenly intensified, enveloping Niji completely. Niji felt his consciousness blur as the world around him twisted and transformed. When he awoke again, he found himself in an incredibly real world. It was still the Hyuga clan's compound, but the atmosphere felt even more oppressive. In this small limited Tsukuyomi Genjutsu world created by the Red Moon Scroll, Niji experienced an extremely realistic nightmare cycle. He saw his father, Hyuga Hizashi, forced to become the scapegoat for his brother Hayashi, who had accidentally killed a Kumogakure's envoy. Under persuasion from the main family's elders and Konoha village's leadership, for the village's stability, Hizashi voluntarily accepted his fate and committed seppuku in tragic, humiliating atonement. He watched his father's corpse helplessly, the caged bird preventing him from even crying out in rage. The seed of hatred grew wildly in that moment. Time accelerated in the Genjutsu world. Niji, carrying this deep-seated hatred, began to endure and train with desperate intensity. He channeled all his grief and anger into power. In this world, his talent reached its peak. His strength grew rapidly, surpassing all his peers. Years passed. He felt he had finally gained power exceeding Hayashi. He believed he finally had the means to rebel. So he chose to launch his rebellion against the main family one night. He would avenge his father, shatter this damned cage. But just as he was about to succeed, as his hand nearly touched Hayashi, the main family's elder watching from the shadows coldly activated the caged bird. Gaia dash. No matter how strong he became, no matter how refined his gentle fist, the soul-deep agony carved into the caged bird's very being instantly stripped him of all power. He curled on the ground in agony, watching helplessly as all his efforts and hopes turned to dust under absolute control. Each rebellion brought only deeper despair and crushing pain. Time in the Genjutsu world seemed to loop endlessly. Niji relived his father's death again and again, endured and trained relentlessly, completed countless difficult missions, fought various powerful enemies until he reached his peak. And again, at the critical moment of rebellion, the caged bird shattered all hope. Each cycle tortured his spirit, but each cycle, the pain of failure and craving for power, like the cruelest whetstone, tempered his will and combat instincts. Through endless cycles, he experienced thousands of battles against Genjutsu world's elite ninjas and his own despair. His practical experience accumulated unbelievably fast. His techniques were honed through countless life and death struggles into concise, ruthless efficiency. In the real world, only one night passed. As dawn tinged the horizon, Niji's eyes snapped open. His pupils contracted violently, forehead slick with cold sweat, breathing ragged as if emerging from a drowning nightmare. The endless cycles and pain of the genjutsu world felt utterly real, branded into his soul. But he took several deep breaths, forcibly steadying himself. His white eyes held residual pain and despair, but more importantly, a tempered determination and a sharp, nearly tangible aura. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within and a deeper understanding of gentle fist, instincts honed through countless deaths and battles. During morning training, Hohito looked at Niji, who seemed unchanged from yesterday, and smiled. "Niji, let's continue practicing yesterday's gentle fist sequences." "Yes, Hohito-sensei." Niji bowed calmly. But the moment they engaged, Hohito's smile froze. Slap. Niji's palm techniques were no longer yesterday's standard forms. The angles turned tricky, speed increased, power concentrated, every move seemed tempered through thousands of trials, striking directly at vital points. His combat anticipation and adaptability were completely unlike a child's, more resembling a battle-hardened veteran from the Third Great Ninja War. Hohito had to focus completely, raising his power and control to Chunin level to barely withstand Niji's storm-like assault. Their figures blurred across the training ground, palm winds whistling, chakra collisions thudding dully. After over a dozen exchanges, Hohito seized an opening to leap back. His face showed shock and disbelief as he stared at the slightly panting but cold-eyed Niji. "Niji. What happened? Just one day, how can you improve this much? Your techniques, your combat experience dash." He felt Niji had been completely reborn. Though his chakra hadn't increased much, that combat awareness and ruthlessness belonged to a war veteran. Niji slowly retracted his stance, calming his boiling chakra. He lowered his head, hiding the complex light in his eyes, and answered calmly with his prepared excuse. "Sorry, Hohito-sensei. Perhaps New Year's reflections. I didn't sleep well last night and thought a lot about training." Hohito scanned Niji with his Byakugan, confirming his identity, and thought to himself, is this what genius means? Chapter 227, Chapter 227 Hiring the Akatsuki. The land of rain, a nation perpetually shrouded in drizzle, felt particularly desolate and oppressive in its northern border regions. The lead gray sky continuously shed cold threads of rain, beating against the muddy ground and sparse trees, creating an incessant rustling sound. Within this curtain of rain, two figures advanced at an unhurried pace. Konan wore the black cloak embroidered with red clouds. Her purple hair was dampened by the rain, clinging to the sides of her cheeks, making her delicate features appear even colder. A pure white paper flower adorned her hair, strangely untouched and unmelted by the rain. Walking beside her was a presence with a completely different aura. His short orange hair resembled burning flames. His cold, purple eyes held rippling, concentric circles. Black metal rods pierced his face, ears, and arms, giving him a sinister and murderous appearance. Pain, or more accurately, the Deva path, created from Yuhiko's corpse and remotely controlled by Nagato using the Rinnegan. Pain's steps were steady, as if the rain actively avoided him. His eyes stared vacantly ahead, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The two arrived before a long-abandoned small wooden hut deep in the border forest. The hut looked dilapidated, but under the rain's wash, it strangely hinted at traces of recent activity. Konan and Pain silently pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was filled with the smell of damp mold and dust. 4 people were already waiting. The leader, a tall and burly man, wore the standard Jonin flak jacket of Iwagakure. His skin was dark, his face resolute, and his eyes sharp. This was Iwagakure Jonin, Monga. Behind him stood 3 Chunin, also wearing Iwagakure flak jackets, their auras keen and vigilant as they assessed the newcomers. You're finally here." Monga's voice was low, carrying a hint of barely perceptible scrutiny and arrogance. "Meeting in this kind of weather, in this kind of place, your Akatsuki's preferences are truly unique." His gaze focused mainly on the eerily imposing Pain, filled with intense curiosity. He had already received the Tsuchikage's secret orders, knowing this transaction partner was extraordinary, but seeing the legendary leader of the Akatsuki in person still made him feel an intangible pressure. Especially those eyes. Konan stepped forward, her voice cool and even. "Jonin Monga, sorry to keep you waiting." Monga grinned, looking with interest at the pair before him. A cold female paper release user, and a bizarre man covered in black rods with an unfathomable aura. "We hung the bounty in the underground exchange for so long, and only your Akatsuki has the guts to take this job." His words carried a probe, wanting to see their reaction. Konan's expression didn't change at all. She merely responded flatly, "The Akatsuki only recognizes money, not people. As long as the commission is sufficient, even if the target is a Kage of one of the 5 great nations, it's not out of the question." Her tone was terrifyingly calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. A flicker of surprise passed through Monga's eyes, quickly replaced by a complex mix of admiration and wariness, willing to risk your lives for money. Heh, a truly astonishing philosophy. He paused, his tone softening slightly. However, this isn't our first time cooperating. Since the Third Great Ninja War, where Iwagakure exhausted the Third Raikage with 10,000 ninja, they had won but were severely weakened, nearly losing an entire generation of youth. They won the battle, but the village was nearly emptied. So after the war, Anoki issued strict orders to preserve the village's fighting strength to the greatest extent possible. Especially particularly dangerous missions, or those involving destroying a country, were often outsourced to mercenary organizations like the Akatsuki. Monga's voice carried a note of heaviness and helplessness. Conan listened quietly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She and Nagato were well aware of Iwagakure's methods. It was precisely through this kind of grey cooperation with Iwagakure and other great ninja villages that the Akatsuki managed to rapidly accumulate funds and develop their power. Monga changed the subject, his expression turning serious. The mission target this time, you presumably already know, the Land of Stars, and its military core, the Hoshigakure. He carefully observed the reactions of the two opposite him, but Pain remained expressionless, and Conan only raised an eyebrow slightly. Monga continued, those missing neens of the Land of Stars have been causing too much trouble lately. Overturning the governments of 5 countries in one go, their military power is not to be underestimated. Other mercenary groups and rogue ninja teams all refuse the job as soon as they hear the target is Hoshigakure. His tone held a trace of contempt for those ragtag groups, but it indirectly acknowledged the Land of Stars' strength. Not just Iwagakure, but other ninja villages also speculated that while the Star Ninja Village's strength hadn't yet reached that of the 5 great ninja villages, it far surpassed other small and medium villages, becoming a force second only to the 5 great ninja villages, one that couldn't be ignored. So, our requirements are, infiltrate deep into the Land of Stars' heartland, conduct detailed reconnaissance on Hoshigakure's defenses, troop strength, and intelligence on their strong individuals. Especially their leader. Simultaneously, cause as much damage as possible to their important military installations, supply warehouses, and transportation hubs. Methods are unrestricted, the bigger the commotion, the better. In short, create the maximum amount of trouble for them, delay or even disrupt their process of digesting the new territories. After speaking, Monga stared at Pain and Conan, waiting for their response. This mission was extremely dangerous, equivalent to initiating a covert war against a rising power. After a moment of silence from Conan and Pain, Pain slowly lifted his head. Those cold Rinnegan locked onto Monga, and he uttered a number without any fluctuation. 100 million ryo. The voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like thunder within the small hut. 100 million. The 3 Iwagakures Chunin behind Monga couldn't help but gasp in shock, exclaiming involuntarily. Even Monga himself, the muscles on his face twitched violently, his eyes filled with astonishment. He knew the mission was difficult and the reward would be high, but this number far exceeded his expectations. This was almost equivalent to a small country's entire annual fiscal revenue. Monga forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, his face darkening. 100 million ryo. Your price is simply too exorbitant. Even if the target is the Land of Stars, this price dash. Pain interrupted him emotionlessly, his voice still flat. The Land of Stars possesses military strength capable of rapidly overthrowing 5 great nations. Their leader's power is unfathomable, with numerous powerful subordinates under his command. Executing this mission is equivalent to waging a full-scale war against the Land of Stars. The survival probability is extremely low. 100 million ryo, buying the risk of the Akatsuki's elite forces being completely wiped out, is fair. Or, Iwagakure can send its own people. Monga was rendered speechless, frowning deeply. He knew Pain spoke the truth. Tsuchikage had chosen to hire the Akatsuki precisely because he was unwilling to bear heavy Iwagakure casualties. And among the numerous mercenary organizations, only the Akatsuki truly had the capability to destroy a country. After all, the enemies potentially encountered on this mission wouldn't be just 1 or 2 elite jonin. As for the money, they could just build a daimyo later. After weighing the pros and cons, Monga finally nodded with difficulty. Fine. 100 million it is. But Iwagakure can only pay 10 million upfront as a deposit. The rest, after the mission is completed dash. The remaining 90 million must be deposited in full into a neutral account at the underground exchange. Conan's cool voice cut in, interrupting Monga decisively. The exchange will act as a third-party guarantor. After the mission is confirmed complete, we will retrieve it ourselves. Monga's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. He let out a cold laugh, tinged with insulted anger. What? Does your Akatsuki doubt that Iwagakure would renege? The credibility of one of the 5 great ninja villages can't compare to an underground exchange. Pain and Conan didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. Their eyes seemed to say, yes, we don't trust you. Silence itself was the most powerful answer. Monga was so angered by this silent contempt that his chest heaved. But remembering Inoki's secret order to complete the mission at all costs, he ultimately forced down his rage and snorted coldly, "Fine. We'll do it your way. The commission will be deposited in the exchange. However, the high intermediary fee charged by the exchange will be borne by you." "Acceptable." Conan agreed promptly. For the Akatsuki, ensuring they got the money was the top priority. Humph. Then it's settled. The detailed mission scroll is here. The deposit will be paid through the underground exchange within 3 days. Monga threw a sealed scroll on the ground, seeming not to want to stay a moment longer. He turned and left the hut with his 3 subordinates, their figures quickly disappearing into the vast rain curtain. Silence returned to the hut, leaving only the patter of rain outside. Pain stood still in place, his rinnegan faintly flickering. Nagato, far away in the tower in Omegakure, was carefully sensing through Pain's senses and the rain tiger at will technique, enveloping this area that Monga and his team had indeed left, and there were no other spying chakra presences nearby. Before coming, Nagato had controlled Pain to make it rain in this area. And since the land of rain was perpetually rainy, the Iwagakure's ninjas didn't find it suspicious. "They're gone," Pain stated emotionlessly. Conan stepped forward, picked up the scroll, checked it, and stored it away. She looked up at Pain, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. "Nagato, the Land of Stars' expansion speed is simply too fast. That Shura's strength is mysterious and unpredictable. He even has an Uchiha under his command who can defeat Madara Dash." Although neither she nor Nagato believed this so-called Uchiha Madara was the real one, the opponent's formidable strength was undeniable. Pain was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice transmitted through the puppet, carrying a note of gravity and strange interest. "I never expected that besides us, others are walking a similar path, and, walking so fast, so far." His tone held no discernible joy or anger, more like a condescending appraisal, destroying old ninja villages, establishing new nations, using absolute force to break the old order. "This method does share similarities with my ideal path to peace. I just never thought his strength would be so formidable, able to recruit someone powerful enough to defeat Madara, and even step onto the stage, becoming a 6th power that even the 5 great nations have to take seriously." After Yahiko's death, Nagato realized how naive Yahiko's dream was. So he cooperated with Obito, collecting the tailed beasts, creating tailed beast weapons, wanting to obtain a power sufficient to destroy a country. Then, using this weapon of mass destruction as a sword of Damocles, he would make all nations fear him, thereby suppressing war and achieving world peace. But that guy called Shura seemed even more arrogant, recruiting powerful ninjas to form a new country, constantly annexing surrounding nations, eliminating the barriers between countries. Pain slowly walked to the doorway, looking towards the direction of the Land of Stars, "And we are still trapped here in the Land of Rain, haven't even completely dealt with that old fool Hanzo, still only able to accumulate strength in the shadows, waiting for the right moment dash." He had to admit, in this aspect, Shura's path had progressed further than theirs. Conan walked to his side and asked softly, "Then, this mission?" "The mission proceeds as planned." Pain's voice returned to absolute calm, "But this is also an excellent opportunity. An opportunity to personally contact, to measure this Shura." A profound light flashed in the rinnegan. "If his ideals align with ours, perhaps we can try to invite him to join the Akatsuki, to jointly create true peace. Such power should not be wasted on a meaningless nation-building game." He paused, his voice suddenly becoming filled with divine authority. "If he refuses, or if his very existence is another deviation from peace, then let him witness with his own eyes dash what true divine power is." Chapter 228, Chapter 228. How interesting. Konoha village, deep underground beneath the Hokage rock. There was no sunlight here, only cold stone walls and a perpetual, damp chill. The flickering light of an oil lamp barely illuminated Danzo's face, lined with wrinkles and brimming with malice. He sat alone behind a large desk, his single remaining eye fixed gloomily on the scrolls and documents piled high on his desk. These were intelligence reports gathered through various channels about the newly risen great nation to the west, the Land of Stars. His finger slowly traced a scroll marked, "Top Secret," which detailed how the Land of Stars had crushed the main force of the Yukigakure's ninjas with thunderous speed, captured Kazahana Dodo, and subsequently annexed the Land of Snow, the Land of Swamps, and the Land of Darkness. It even included descriptions of some battlefield details, such as the youth who used bizarre bone spikes and ice release, and the shark-faced men who wielded a large sword. Shura. Danzo muttered the name in a low voice, his single eye flashing with wariness and deep suspicion. Currently, the identity of the Land of Stars' leader was among the highest secrets in the entire ninja world. Only the highest echelons of Konoha, as well as a very few individuals like Akatsuki's Nagato and Obito, were aware of his existence. The other 4 great nations' understanding of the Land of Stars mostly remained at the vague level of a new power formed by powerful missing nin. Footsteps sounded, and an important Roots member, Abirame Tatsuma, appeared silently within the office, bowing respectfully. "Danzo-sama." Tatsuma, any new information? Danzo asked without looking up. Regarding the intelligence from Iwagakure, Tatsuma's voice was steady and unemotional. Our spy planted in IWA has confirmed that the undercover agent, Yukushi Nono, is indeed dead. Iwagakure's official statement is that she encountered an attack by mysterious ninja while on a border patrol and fell in battle. The body was reportedly difficult to recover due to the battle's aftermath. Danzo's tapping finger paused, his single eye narrowing slightly. A clumsy excuse. Yukushi Nono, while skilled in medical ninjutsu and infiltration, was herself an experienced special jonin. How could she die so easily? Continue investigating. I want to see her alive, or at the very least, see her confirmed corpse. I don't believe in coincidences. Yes. Tatsuma bowed and accepted the order. Danzo paused, as if remembering something more important, his tone growing even darker. And what about Uchiha Sher Sui? Have our informants spread throughout the ninja world still found no trace of him? Tatsuma shook his head, his voice also carrying a hint of confusion. No reliable leads, Danzo-sama. It's as if he completely vanished from this world. We even secretly searched all known hidden bases potentially connected to the Uchiha, including some long-abandoned Uchiha clan's lands, and found nothing. Danzo's brow furrowed tightly. This was a huge mystery and a source of unease in his heart. During that ambush, he had clearly succeeded, taking Sher Sui's last Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Sher Sui was severely injured and absolutely could not have escaped far. But no matter how he searched afterwards, Sher Sui had vanished into thin air, no trace of him alive or dead. Where could a blinded Uchiha have gone? Keep looking. Danzo's voice held a trace of barely perceptible irritation. Even if we have to turn the ninja world upside down, find his trail. I want to see him alive, or at least see his corpse. Understood. Tatsuma bowed again, his figure slowly retreating into the shadows and disappearing. In the empty and chilly office, only Danzo remained. He leaned back in his chair, his single eye watching the flickering lamp flame, sinking into prolonged contemplation. The rise of the Land of Stars, Sher Sui's disappearance, Nono's accident. These events, one after another, seemed shrouded in mist, making him, a man accustomed to controlling everything, feel a sliver of unease from losing control. Meanwhile, in the distant Land of Stars, Star City. The sunlight was bright, the spring breeze gentle and warm. In sharp contrast to the chilly Konoha's root base was the tranquility and comfort on the Engawa porch of Menma's home. At this moment, Menma and Sher Sui sat facing each other, a delicate go board placed between them. Black and white stones were arranged in an orderly yet intense manner, engaged in a silent battle. Menma held black, placing his stones calmly and unhurriedly. Each move seemed plain but often contained profound setups and killing intent. Sher Sui held white, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression focused. His playing style was agile and sharp, trying to find breakthroughs within Black's grand strategy. Both were individuals of meticulous thought and extraordinary intelligence. The clash on the Go board was, in a way, also a collision of their ideals and ways of thinking. Tap. Menma placed a stone, cutting off the escape route of one of White's large groups. Sher Sui took a light breath, his fingers holding a white stone, pondering for a long time before slowly placing it, barely managing to secure a small area for life. Rare for you to seek me out proactively. Menma picked up the teacup beside him, took a small sip, his gaze not on Sher Sui but still on the board. It's not just to pass the time with a game of Go, is it? Although Star City is still under construction, it has no shortage of entertainment facilities. Sher Sui was silent for a moment, placing the stone in his hand back. He knew that being circuitous held no meaning in front of this unfathomable Shura. He looked up, his transplanted eyes gazing at Menma, his tone turning serious. Yes, Shura-sama. I truly have doubts in my heart that are difficult to resolve. Sher Sui paused, organizing his words. The Land of Stars has recently annexed the Land of Darkness, the Land of Swamps, and the Land of Snow in quick succession. Although the process seemed smooth, it must have been accompanied by military conquest, suppression, and killing. This is far removed from the peace as I understand it. Forgive my bluntness, but you're in the Star Ninja's acts of war will only bring more pain, create more orphans and tragedies, allowing the chain of hatred to cycle infinitely. Is this truly the correct way to end the chaos? Sher Sui's tone carried sincere confusion and a hint of questioning. Although forced to stay in the Land of Stars and having received Menma's treatment, his deeply held ideals of peace clashed violently with the Land of Stars' method of aggressive expansion. Menma put down his teacup, his gaze finally shifting from the board to Sher Sui's earnest face. He didn't become angry at Sher Sui's questioning. Instead, he gently shook his head, a faint, almost pitying smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sher Sui, your thinking is still trapped in the cage of the old era ninja. His voice was calm and profound. What you see is the superficial appearance of war and conquest. What you fail to see is the rotting foundation beneath the surface and the inevitable, more thorough destruction that is coming. Menma reached out a finger and tapped the Go board. The old order is like the rigid pattern on this board. The daimyo, the nobles, these parasites that have clung to the ninja continent for millennia, they maintain their rule through bloodlines and oppression, treating commoners like grass, easily instigating wars between nations and villages for personal gain. The so-called one country, one village system is just another form of fragmentation and a breeding ground for chaos. Maintaining such an order is the greatest mockery of peace. A revolution to end chaos has never been about hosting dinners, nor about being gentle, respectful, modest, and yielding. It is destined to be accompanied by growing pains, accompanied by bloodshed. But long pain is not as good as short pain. Only by uprooting these rotten foundations can we truly build a new, stable order. What the Land of Stars is doing is not meaningless conquest, but surgical elimination and reconstruction. Menma looked at Sher Sui's still confused and not entirely convinced expression and smiled. Forget it. Empty words won't convince you. No matter how much I say, it's better for you to see with your own eyes. Tomorrow, a team will escort a batch of important relief supplies and administrative personnel to the Darkness County, formerly the Land of Darkness. Go with them. Use your own eyes to see for yourself the changes happening on that land. See if the commoners, freed from noble exploitation, have more pain or more hope on their faces. After you see, then come back and discuss with me what constitutes war and what constitutes peace. Upon hearing this, Sher Sui's body trembled slightly. He stared at Menma, as if judging the truth of these words. Finally, he nodded heavily, his tone grave. Okay. I will go and see. I hope I can truly see the hope you speak of. Just then, a gentle female voice came from inside the house. Come, have some fruit. They saw Kushina walking over, smiling, carrying a plate of cleanly washed and cut fruit. She gently placed the fruit plate beside the go board between the two. Sher Sui instinctively looked up. When he saw the visitor's face clearly, his entire body jolted as if struck by lightning. He straightened up sharply from his seated position, his face filled with undisguised shock. He even subconsciously made a defensive gesture, though he immediately suppressed it. You are Kushina-sama. Sher Sui's voice was distorted by extreme surprise. How could he not recognize the wife of the fourth Hokage, the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? She should have died during the Nine-Tails attack, sacrificing herself alongside the fourth Hokage. Why was she here? In the Land of Stars? In Shura's home? And her appearance? Although her complexion was somewhat ashen, with strange cracks, it was undoubtedly Kushina. Kushina looked at Sher Sui's shocked expression and smiled gently, her gray eyes holding a trace of nostalgia. You're Sher Sui of the Uchiha clan, right? I often heard Minato mention you before. He said you were the most outstanding, most kind-hearted child of the Uchiha's younger generation, a junior he held in very high regard. Her words were natural and affectionate, as if she had merely met the child of an old acquaintance she hadn't seen in a long time. But they caused tidal waves of shock to surge in Sher Sui's heart. The fourth Hokage. Kushina-sama. The Land of Stars. What in the world was going on? Sher Sui stared at Shura's face, the black short hair, blue pupils, the face that looked about 15 or 16 years old. But he mentally scanned all the ninja he had seen in Konoha village and couldn't find anyone who resembled him. Shura. Just who are you? Sher Sui felt his thoughts were in complete disarray. Countless questions filled his mind, leaving him momentarily unable to respond, frozen in place, the shock on his face taking a long time to fade. If Kushina-sama was alive, then what about the fourth? A somewhat terrifying idea formed within Sher Sui, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. The Go game was temporarily paused, but even greater mysteries and impacts were just beginning to flood into Sher Sui's heart. Menma looked at the shock on Sher Sui's face, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth seeming to deepen a little. He picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth as if nothing had happened. Hey, how interesting. Chapter 229, Going to Darkness County. The night grew deeper, and the courtyard of the Star City mansion fell silent. Sher Sui departed filled with questions and shock, leaving only Menma sitting alone on the Engawa. Menma sat quietly for a time, his gaze fixed on the bamboo shadows swaying in the moonlight within the garden, as if contemplating a much deeper game. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, at least Sher Sui was worth trying to change. Not that Menma intended to save him, he merely wanted to show Sher Sui the night of the massacre. He could hardly wait to see the look on Sher Sui's face when he witnessed Itachi, the one he had pinned his hopes on, butchering the elderly, the weak, women, and children. The mere thought was enough to improve his mood. After a while, Menma began calmly collecting the pieces from the go board. Black and white, distinct and separate, mirroring the clear-cut judgments he held about this world in his heart. Inside the living room, under the warm lamplight, Kushina sat cross-legged on the rug, cradling the furry, red, ball-like black Nine-Tails pup in her arms. The little fox was nibbling on a sweet tricolored dango, its eyes squeezed shut in delight, its tiny tail swishing happily back and forth. Menma, look how adorable she is. Kushina murmured, gently stroking the little Nine-Tails' soft fur, her face glowing with a motherly tenderness. But then her expression shifted, her lips pursing in a pout. Honestly, if only the big lug sealed inside me back then had been as well behaved as Koki-chan here. So mean and grumpy, always trying to take control, what a pain. Menma, having put away the go board, entered the living room. A slight, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips at the scene. He walked over and reached out, gently ruffling the little Nine-Tails' head. The pup leaned into his touch but kept a firm grip on her treat. Don't give her too many sweets, Menma said, his tone carrying a rare note of lightness, you'll turn her into a round little fox pig. Hey! I will not. The little Nine-Tails protested immediately, looking up with a mouth full of dango, her words muffled, I am a supreme-tailed beast. Not some pig. Menma, you big dummy. Her indignant expression only made her seem more endearing. Menma let out a soft chuckle and stopped teasing her. He turned his attention to Kushina, his demeanor becoming slightly more formal. Mom, once the situations in the Swamps County, Darkness County, and Snow County have fully stabilized, I plan to begin the process of extracting father from the Shinigami's stomach. Kushina's hand, which had been stroking the little fox, stilled for a moment. A complex mix of emotions, hope, but a deeper, more profound sorrow, flickered across her pale, weary face. She sighed softly, truthfully, the way things are now, being able to see you all sometimes, knowing you and your brother have grown up safe and sound, for me, this already feels like a stolen happiness. Bringing someone back, it's too difficult. There's no need to force it. Menma shook his head, his eyes firm and intense, no. That won't do. This isn't just about bringing him back. I want you both to witness it with your own eyes. I want you to see how Konoha, that village built on so many mistakes and lies, will meet its fitting end. Kushina let out a small, involuntary sound, her arms tightening slightly around the little Nine-Tails. She had long known that Menma's ambition to unite the ninja world would inevitably clash with Konoha. She knew all too well how the village's leaders and its people had treated Naruto, and it broke her heart. But still, that was the place where she had grown up, fought for, and ultimately given her life. The thought of its potential destruction stirred a complicated, indescribable feeling within her, a turmoil of conflicting emotions. On one side were over 20 years of memories and attachment. On the other was the searing pain of what her sons had endured. The two sides warred within her. The next morning, Sher Sui arrived punctually at the Star Ninjas military camp situated in the southern outskirts of the Star City's eastern military district. This camp was utterly different from the more relaxed, intermingled ninja residential areas he remembered from Konoha. Here, everything was orderly, heavily guarded. Tall watchtowers stood sentinel over neat rows of barracks. On the vast training grounds, Star Ninja engaged in vigorous morning drills. Shouts and the sounds of clashing techniques filled the air, radiating a sense of raw energy and strict discipline. On the parade ground, he met the leader of his assigned mission, Star Jonin, Natsuhi. She wore the standard Star Ninja's flak jacket, her reddish-brown hair tied back, giving her a capable, spirited air. Her team was already assembled, the fully recovered girl from the Chino clan, Chino, her eyes now holding a new layer of resolve, and Morishita Shunji and Murakashi Hazuki, who both seemed more seasoned after several missions together. Sher Sui-san, you're here, Natsuhi greeted him with a polite but slightly distant smile. This mission is primarily to escort this supply convoy and several administrative officials to the Darkness County. It's a long journey, but we'll be moving quickly. Sher Sui nodded, his eyes scanning the massive convoy. Over 100 peculiarly shaped, heavily built trucks were lined up in neat rows, each loaded high with supplies covered by tarps. Many people in Land of Stars official uniforms were busy with final checks and coordination. To his surprise, Natsuhi informed him they would not be traveling on foot, but would ride in these trucks. Are these vehicles powered by lightning attribute chakra? Sher Sui couldn't help but ask. A mechanized convoy of this scale was almost unheard of in the ninja world. Natsuhi and her team members chuckled. Chino piped up eagerly, this is the latest invention from the Star City's Research Institute. Chakra kinetic trucks. Natsuhi offered a more detailed, slightly proud explanation, not exactly by direct chakra input from a ninja. These vehicles have special, chakra batteries, installed. They can be pre-charged by lightning release users, and they also have a system that converts some of the vehicle's own movement energy back into charge while driving. It's similar to the principle of the Raiden trains connecting the major cities, a practical application of chakra technology. It greatly improves transport efficiency, load capacity, and reduces manpower needs. Sher Sui listened, inwardly astonished. Chakra batteries. Kinetic energy recovery. These were entirely new concepts to him. He recalled the slow, bumpy, limited-capacity ox cart convoys from his escort missions in Konoha. The difference between those and this rolling fortress of steel and technology was like night and day. The Land of Stars was clearly pioneering a different path, not just militarily, but in its fundamental approach to technology and society. Soon, the convoy set off. As arranged, Sher Sui sat with Natsuhi on a special observation perch atop the lead truck's cabin, which offered a broad view. Chino, Shunji, and Hazuki leaped nimbly back and forth along the convoy, maintaining patrols and vigilance. The truck sped along the flat, wide service road running parallel to the Raiden's train tracks. The speed was indeed remarkable, the wind whipping past their ears. Sher Sui watched the landscape fly by, his mind swirling with thoughts. After some time traveling, the convoy reached the border of the Darkness County, the very area where a brutal ninja battle had been fought just over a month prior. But the scene before him was transformed. The land, once scarred by craters, scorch marks, and patches of lingering ice, had been largely leveled and compacted by large-scale earth-release ninjutsu. While traces of the conflict remained, the skeleton of a new settlement was already rising from the earth. It was a massive, bustling construction site, teeming with workers and ninja. Foundations were laid, building frames stood tall, and in the distance, the silhouettes of cranes and scaffolding were visible against the sky. The air hummed with noise and purpose. Natsuhi explained, this is planned as New Star Town. It will be a key logistics hub and a new industrial zone connecting the Star City to the Darkness and Swamps counties. Many of the refugees and craftsmen we've integrated from the former three nations are being settled here to help build it. The convoy stopped at a temporary distribution center on the outskirts of New Star Town. Hadarubi, having received word of their arrival, came to meet them with a few other Star Ninja. Natsuhi. Hadarubi called out, his face breaking into a wide, genuine grin as he hurried over. Hadarubi. Natsuhi jumped down from the truck, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she naturally stepped into her husband's embrace. Oh Captain and Hadarubi-sensei, showing off the love again. Chino teased. Shunji and Hazuki tried to hide their smirks. Sher Sui observed the easy affection between the couple and the relaxed camaraderie within the team. It was a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of the Konoha's Umbu, or even the tense formality within the Uchiha clan. The handover of supplies proceeded with smooth efficiency. Large quantities of food, medicine, building materials, and winter clothing were unloaded, registered by local Darkness County's officials and Star Ninja, and prepared for distribution to various camps and construction sites. Natsuhi's squad's task here was complete. Now, they needed to escort the remaining supplies and officials further into the Darkness County's interior. Sher Sui decided to part ways with them here. He wanted to see the true state of this, newly conquered, land for himself. After bidding farewell to Natsuhi and the others, Sher Sui began to walk through the budding new town. What he saw began to steadily chip away at his preconceptions, replacing them with a growing sense of awe. Though it was not yet properly spring and the air still held a chill, New Star Town was a hive of activity. He saw none of the displacement, starvation, or oppression he had half expected. Instead, he saw rows of simple but sturdy, weatherproof temporary shelters, smoke curling from their chimneys. People clad in the unified winter coats provided by the Land of Stars, their faces tired but their eyes holding a light, a spark of hope he hadn't seen before. Long, orderly lines at large soup kitchens, where thick, steaming porridge, sometimes even with bits of meat and vegetable, was being served. Administrative staff and medical neem were on hand, assisting the elderly and the frail. Most of the able-bodied adults were organized by the authorities, either working on the town's construction or preparing the vast, newly designated fields outside the town for spring planting, like clearing debris, digging irrigation channels, turning the soil with new types of tools. Some Star Ninja skilled in earth or water release assisted with land shaping and building water systems under the direction of engineers. Sher Sui even spotted a temporary, public notice board, crowded with people. It displayed announcements reassuring the populace, drafts of land distribution policies, which stated that reclaimed wasteland would belong to the reclaimers and it will be tax-free for 3 years, job postings for construction and mine work, and public trial notices and verdicts for the crimes of the former Land of Darkness's nobility. Chapter 230, Chapter 230. Why don't Star Ninja have war psychological disorders? Sher Sui caught snippets of conversation from the crowd. Did the Ito family get the plot on the East End? Yes. The soil's a bit poor, but the officials said they'll send people next year to teach us about fertilizer. It'll surely be better than being tenant farmers for the lords. My wife's illness is much better, thanks to the medicine from the Land of Stars' medical neem. I heard the mines provide 3 full meals a day, plus pay. It's just hard work. Those damned nobles finally got what they deserved. Their words were filled with hope for the future, satisfaction with the present, and a deep-seated resentment toward the old noble rule, mixed with a cautious acceptance of the new order. Life was still hard, the work just beginning, but something named hope was undeniably taking root in this long-suffering soil. Sher Sui stood silently among them, his transplanted Sharingan capturing every minute detail, every expression. He saw busyness and fatigue, but more than that, he saw a look in their eyes, the look of people freed from heavy chains, still disoriented but filled with a driving energy. He remembered Menma's words, go see the changes happening on that land, see if those people, freed from noble oppression, wear more pain or more hope on their faces. The answer was now clear. The war and conquest, as he understood them, seemed to bring only ruin and suffering. What the Land of Stars was doing felt more like a harsh but necessary surgery, cutting out a festering tumor. The process was bloody, but it was swiftly followed by the sowing of new seeds upon the scorched earth. A profound sense of impact shook Sher Sui's long-held beliefs. For the first time, he saw so clearly that peace might not be achieved solely by maintaining the status quo. Shattering the old, rotten framework might indeed pave the way for a fairer, more vibrant new order. He observed, he listened, he pondered, walking the muddy streets of New Star Town. His Sharingan passively recorded every detail, belying the turmoil within. Strolling along the slightly muddy paths, Sher Sui's gaze was drawn to a camp at the settlement's edge, marked by a prominent red cross. It was a medical station, far larger than he had anticipated. A network of simple but sturdy tents was organized into clear sections: triage, pharmacy, recovery. Long lines of sick or ragged people waited, yet the order was remarkably calm. Their faces showed the weariness of illness and hardship, but their eyes lacked the profound numbness and despair he associated with refugees. Instead, he saw a pressing urgency to be treated and return to building their new lives. On one side, several medical nin in star flak jackets were hard at work, diagnosing patients, performing mystical palm techniques, green chakra glowing at their fingertips. Further out, dozens of special medicine pots simmered over simple stoves, filling the air with a rich, herbal scent. Volunteers in white coats, directed by a medical nin, carefully tended the fires and poured the decoction into clay bowls. Sher Sui's eyes scanned the camp and paused on a sunny, open area at its center. A few chairs were set up there. Several star ninjas, still bandaged and clearly injured, were lounging in them, soaking up the afternoon sun. Some chatted quietly, others rested with eyes closed, one was clumsily trying to turn the page of a book on his lap with his good hand. A strong sense of dissonance struck Sher Sui. He knew battlefields. He knew the wounded. In Konoha, even the most elite ninja, returning from a brutal campaign, carried a certain look in their eyes, a lingering exhaustion, a startled wariness, a hidden violence. It was the brand of war seared into the soul, a psychological shadow hard to dispel. But these star ninja before him, their expressions were relaxed, their eyes clear, almost peaceful. Content. As if they hadn't just been through a life or death struggle, but merely a physically demanding chore. This mental state was completely alien to his understanding of combat veterans. As he stood pondering, a cheerful voice called out beside him. Hey! If it isn't Sher Sui-san. What brings you out here by yourself? Sher Sui turned to see Harubi approaching with two other star ninjas, escorting a truck laden with sacks that smelled freshly of herbs. Harubi's face was lightly sheened with sweat, but his smile was bright. He too wore the star flak jacket, looking fit and capable. Harubi-sensei, Sher Sui greeted with a nod, his gaze drifting back to the sunbathing wounded. Harubi followed his look and understanding dawned. Ah, the Black Rat team guys. They tangled with some rogue ninja during the last mop-up of the Land of Darkness's daimyo's loyalists. Got banged up. Healing well, though. Sher Sui hesitated a moment, but his curiosity won out. He gestured toward the group, his tone genuinely perplexed. Harubi-sensei, forgive my forwardness. I've been observing your comrades here. They've recently seen combat, their injuries aren't fully healed, yet their mental state, it's very different from any wounded I've encountered before. It's as if they carry little of the psychological stress of war. Why is that? Psychological stress. Harubi blinked, then scratched his short, bristly hair thoughtfully. Oh, you mean that, the nightmares after battle, being quick to anger, afraid to return to the front, in bad cases even their chakra goes haywire. War sickness, right. That's one way to put it, Sher Sui agreed. Harubi sent his companions ahead to help unload, then stood beside Sher Sui, his gaze also turning toward the recuperating ninja, growing more distant. That was common in the old villages. Especially after the big wars, the hospitals were never short of ninjas like that. Harubi's voice softened slightly, but here in the Land of Stars, it's much rarer. Especially among ninjas who actively chose to join our cause. It almost never happens. Why is that? Sher Sui pressed. Harubi turned to face him, his expression earnest and direct. Because the belief is different, Sher Sui-san. You ninja from the old era fought for your village, for missions, for orders, sometimes even for revenge. The purpose was sometimes vague, sometimes narrow, sometimes you probably doubted it yourselves. The killing, the destruction, losing comrades, all the darkness piles up with no outlet, no solid foundation to fall back on. Of course it can break a person. He raised a hand, gesturing to the bustling activity around them, the people waiting for medicine, the construction sounds in the distance. But we star ninja, at least most of us who stay and believe in Shirosama's path, we know exactly why we fight. From your view, the land of stars started a war, invaded the land of swamps, land of darkness, and land of snow. But look. Look at them. Harubi's hand swept over the thin, hopeful faces of the refugees. Before we came, what was their life? Starvation, cold, exploited and trampled by the nobles, treated like animals. A single bad season could lead to unthinkable things. It was the greed and incompetence of the daimyos and lords that pushed their own people into hell first. His voice gained a firm intensity. What we brought wasn't destruction. It was liberation. It was taking out the trash. War is unavoidable, the pain of bloodshed is real, but we know who that blood is for. We know what future we're fighting for. Harubi tapped his own chest. We star ninja, aside from a few from allied clans, most of us started as ordinary people. Refugees, orphans from the very bottom of every nation. We know the taste of hunger and cold, the sting of having no dignity, better than anyone. We don't fight to continue hatred. We fight to end this old era that creates endless hatred. So that everyone can have enough to eat, clothes to wear, a roof over their head. So no more kids have to suffer like we did, like so many did, as pawns in someone else's war. He paused, his tone softening but losing none of its conviction. When you know that every swing of your blade, every shuriken you throw, is clearing a path for that, it fills you with a strength that leaves no room for emptiness or fear. The scars of battle are still there, but we feel they are worth it. Seeing these people find life again, that's the best medicine any of us could ask for. Sher Sui listened in silence, his Sharingan absorbing every nuance of sincerity on Harubi's face. He looked around once more. He saw the wounded ninja with the book smile shyly as a little girl placed a wildflower on his lap. He saw an old man carefully hand a bowl of medicine to a coughing woman, muttering, "Drink up, you'll get better, the land of stars as medicine works, there's finally some hope in this world." He saw children who had just received new, thick coats chasing each other, their faces flushed with a healthy color, free from hunger and cold. All of it, woven together with Harubi's words, formed a powerful current, relentlessly washing against the walls of Sher Sui's understanding. The peace he had always sought was about protecting the village, preventing conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, gaining recognition for his clan within the existing system to mend internal divisions. He had never considered that peace might be achieved through another, more radical, more thorough method. Shattering every unjust structure of the old world and building a new order from the rubble. What the land of stars was doing was undoubtedly drenched in blood and violence. Yet, its result here was the birth of a shocking vitality and hope. This stark contrast plunged Sher Sui into deep contemplation. The gem he protected, the village he cherished, what was their true essence? Was it to preserve an established, possibly rotting system? Or was it to protect the actual, living people within it? Sher Sui suddenly recalled a phrase Menma had once uttered, "The peace you seek is too narrow to accommodate a single rebellious clan." Harubi did not interrupt his silence, simply standing beside him. The sunlight poured down, illuminating the red cross of the medical camp, etching the peaceful faces of the wounded, the hopeful eyes of the refugees, and the rising outlines of new buildings deep into Sher Sui's Sharingan, and deeper still into his heart. This newly broken ground was healing physical wounds, quietly soothing mental scars, and, in the process, silently reshaping a genius ninja from the old era's understanding of the path. The warm spring breeze brushed past, carrying the scent of thawing earth and new growth, mixed with the smell of herbs from the camp. It rustled the hair on Sher Sui's forehead, as if urging him toward a choice. His doubts were not fully erased, especially his apprehension about a future clash between the land of stars and Konoha village. But he was beginning to understand, and even, in some small way, to acknowledge, the controversial, potentially transformative path chosen by Shura and the land of stars. Chapter 231 Deva Path. The spring of the year 58 of Konoha calendar saw generous sunlight spilling over the newly expanded territory of the land of stars. In the borderlands between the Darkness County and the Swamps County, traces of former desolation and war were being rapidly covered by spreading vitality. Deep within a remote, dense forest in the Darkness County, two figures materialized silently. Conan stood in her black cloak adorned with red clouds, her lilac hair stirring in the forest breeze, a white paper flower tucked into it. Her cool, composed face held a trace of barely perceptible worry. Beside her was a male puppet with pale skin, dressed in the same attire, his pupils displaying multiple concentric circles, the animal path of pain. Conan scanned the surroundings, confirmed it was secure, and nodded to the animal path. Animal path, expressionless, formed hand seals and pressed a palm to the ground. Summoning technique. Poof. 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 4 puffs of white smoke erupted. The other 3 panes, the Deva path, the Azura path, the human path, and Nagato's emaciated, barely alive original body, sustained by a special sealing device, appeared in the clearing. Nagato's original body coughed violently several times. From within his deeply sunken eye sockets, his Rinnegan, with its double-ring pupils, gleamed with a cold, weary light. Conan immediately stepped forward, her eyes filled with heartache. Nagato, your body dash. It is of no consequence, Nagato's voice emerged through animal path, low and hoarse. To ensure absolute success, my main body must be nearby for control. Shura and that Uchiha's strength far exceeds the ordinary. Relying solely on remote control of Deva path is insufficient to fully manifest our power and achieve overwhelming dominance. Conan pressed her lips together. Sheets of paper slid silently from her sleeves, rapidly gathering and transforming, skillfully wrapping around a giant ancient tree nearby. They hollowed out the interior, creating a concealed space. She then carefully helped Nagato's main body move inside. I will protect you here, Conan's tone was resolute. The paper fluttered again, perfectly camouflaging the entrance and blending it seamlessly with the environment. Nagato acknowledged, his consciousness fully immersing itself in controlling the four panes. Deva path, Asura path, human path, and animal path simultaneously opened their Rinnegan. Their cold gazes swept the forest before they began walking steadily towards the direction of the marsh province. Is it truly necessary to go this far? Conan leaned against the disguised tree trunk, watching the four puppets recede into the distance, her whisper barely audible, as if asking herself or the Nagato within the tree. The only response was the sound of the wind through the trees and Nagato's emotionless voice from within. Only absolute power can bring true understanding and peace. If they are unwilling to understand, then let them feel pain. The four panes moved in silence along the rural roads connecting the darkness and swamps counties. Through their eyes, Nagato coldly observed this land so recently conquered by the land of stars. The scenes he witnessed were utterly different from the war-torn devastation and suffering he had expected. The roads had been re-leveled and compacted, with neat drainage ditches dug alongside them. In the fields, many farmers were busy. They weren't using old, broken tools, but various new iron plows, hoes, and even some farm tillers. The efficiency of turning the soil had increased several-fold. People wearing Land of Stars administrative official uniforms walked along the ridges, loudly explaining key points for spring planting and the Land Reclamation Decree, issued by the Land of Stars. Everyone, pay attention to the new government's Reclamation Decree. Reclaimed wasteland belongs to those who reclaim it. Tax-free for the first 3 years. However, to prevent land concentration and the emergence of new large landowners or nobles, there are slight limits per household based on population and land conditions, between 1 and 2 acres per person. Any land reclaimed beyond that will be considered collective, farmed uniformly, and the profits from the output will be redistributed to benefit the collective populace. In short, no one will be at a loss. Listening to these policies through the four puppets, Nagato frowned slightly, his mind struggling to process it. Wasn't it better for farmers to have more land? Why restrict how much land people could reclaim? Nagato, operating the four panes, decided to proceed further. Further away, by a river that had previously been silted up and prone to flooding, several ninjas wearing Star Ninja's flak jackets were working together, forming hand seals. Earth release, moving earth core. Water release, water formation pillar. With their shouts, the riverbanks were reinforced and raised, and the river was skillfully diverted towards areas more in need of irrigation. A few engineers, holding blueprints, directed and surveyed from the side. Seeing the effective results of the ninjutsu, the watching farmers erupted in cheers. Some even dropped to their knees in excitement, only to be quickly helped up by the administrative officials. In the villages they passed along the way, although the houses were still mostly simple, the thatched roofs had been replaced with fresh straw, and broken walls had been repaired. Soup kitchens were often set up at the village entrances, providing food for the poor. While it was only 2 meals a day, typically a bowl of porridge, a steamed bun with simple pickles, and occasionally a bowl of fish or meat soup, the people lining up were orderly, and no despair was visible on their faces. This relief food was for those with no grain at home, but it wasn't entirely free. It was provided through a work-for-relief system where the hungry performed tasks within their capability in exchange for food. Furthermore, some young people could join the large-scale infrastructure projects organized by the Land of Stars. By contributing labor, they could not only eat their fill, including meat, but also receive a wage. Medical men in white robes with red crosses stitched on their sleeves were either holding free clinics or teaching villagers how to identify and use common herbs to prevent spring illnesses. A few children ran past, chasing each other, their laughter clear. Their clothes were patched, but their faces showed no signs of malnutrition. It was vastly different from the displaced people Nagato had seen in the Land of Rain, victims of war. Controlling Deva Path, Nagato slowly surveyed everything. Those Rinnegan remained cold, yet they seemed to flicker with a minuscule, almost imperceptible tremor that even he himself didn't notice. Through Human Path's sensory abilities, he could more clearly capture the emotions of these commoners, hope mixed with fatigue, anticipation tinged with anxiety, and genuine gratitude towards the Star Ninja and administrative officials. This emotional state stood in stark contrast to the numbness and despair that had perpetually shrouded the people of the Land of Rain under the shadow of war and Hanzo's oppressive rule. Shura of the Land of Stars dash, Deva Path's lips didn't move, but Nagato's voice seemed to reverberate among the four puppets. What exactly are you doing? One of Nagato's intentions in infiltrating through these annexed regions, rather than attacking the Star City directly, was to verify with his own eyes whether this land had become more miserable after the war, or if it had, as the man who called himself Shura claimed, found new life. What he was seeing now was quietly shaking some of his deeply ingrained convictions. Just then, Human Path's senses picked up a relatively strong chakra fluctuation moving along the main road. A convoy, Deva Path stated coldly. The four puppets immediately changed direction, silently melting into the woods beside the road like seasoned hunters tracking their prey. They trailed the chakra source for a distance, eventually arriving outside Hanmatsu City, a key town in the Swamps County. A large convoy of trucks was parked outside the city gates, loaded with grain, cloth, and farming tools. Many laborers, under the direction of administrative personnel, were busily and systematically unloading the cargo, carrying it into newly built large warehouses beside the city wall for registration and storage. At the city gate, a group of people were in discussion. The leaders were two women. One wore the standard Star Ninja flak jacket, her reddish-brown long hair tied back, her demeanor capable and gentle. This was Star Jonin, Natsuhi. The other wore elegant priestess robes, her aura dignified and compassionate. This was Miroku, the former priestess of the Land of Demons and now a high-ranking member of the Land of Stars. Natsuhi's team members, the white-haired Chino, the somewhat boisterous Shunji, and the quieter Hazuki, were assisting in maintaining order nearby, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Natsuhi-sensei, this shipment of food and medicine couldn't have come at a better time. Miroku said, looking over the registry with a relieved smile. A spring plague has broken out in several villages downstream of the Yu River. These are urgently needed. Natsuhi nodded gently. Shirasama foresaw this. Warehouses everywhere are speeding up allocations. Saving the people and stabilizing their livelihood is the top priority right now. Miroku thanked her again. Natsuhi-sensei, thank you for the escort. Just doing my duty. Natsuhi smiled and was about to say more. Suddenly, Hazuki, always the most perceptive, snapped her head around, looking towards the distant main road outside the city, her voice tense. Captain. Someone's coming. Four of them, their chakra feels strange. Very powerful. Instantly, the relaxed atmosphere at the city gate vanished. Natsuhi and Miroku immediately followed Hazuki's gaze. At the end of the main road, four figures were approaching at an unhurried pace. Their unified black cloaks with red clouds seemed ominous under the light. Their steps were stiff and synchronized, like marionettes controlled by invisible strings. They were expressionless, their skin an unnatural pale, their faces adorned with various lip-piercing-like decorations. Most striking were the four pairs of identical eyes, with their multiple concentric circle patterns. Cold, indifferent, like deities looking down upon ants, devoid of any emotion. An invisible pressure washed over them like a tide. Shunji instinctively tightened his grip on a kunai. Chino's Ketsuryugen glowed with an uncontrolled faint red light as she lowered her stance, a low, warning growl rumbling in her throat. Remnants from the land of snow. Or. Natsuhi quickly suppressed the unease in her heart and made a judgment. They don't look like ordinary enemies. Miroku-sama, please organize the convoy and the people outside to take shelter in the city immediately. Chino, Shunji, Hazuki, with me to investigate. Be careful, Miroku said without hesitation, immediately turning to direct the surrounding priestesses, shrine attendants, and administrative staff, quickly. Get everyone into the city. No panic. The well-trained Land of Stars personnel sprang into action, guiding the slightly panicked laborers and nearby farmers in an orderly retreat into the city, demonstrating the Land of Stars' efficient grassroots organization. Natsuhi, with her three young subordinates, quickly advanced to meet the four intruders. The closer they got, the heavier the suffocating pressure became, as if the very air had solidified. The two parties stopped about 100 meters from the city gate, facing each other from a distance. Natsuhi took a deep breath and called out clearly, "Who are you?" "This is Hanmatsu City in the Swamp County of the Land of Stars." "State your business, unidentified ninja." Dead silence. Only the sound of the wind sweeping over the freshly turned earth remained. Through Deva Path's eyes, Nagato coldly observed the spirited female Jonin and the three young ninja behind her, who were tense but unyielding. He had seen their immediate priority was to protect the civilians, which deepened that subtle sense of uncertainty in Nagato, the war orphan's heart. But the mission of a god does not allow for doubt. After a moment, the figure at the forefront, Deva Path, slowly took a step forward. The Rinnegan looked down indifferently at Natsuhi. That lifeless voice, transmitted through Yuhiko's body, clearly carried across this land that had just begun to revive. I am God. Chapter 232, Pain's Attack. The declaration was simple, yet carried a pressure that chilled the heart and soul. Natsuhi's pupils constricted, this level of oppressive force. I had only felt it from Shirasama and Hikari-sama before. But compared to them, the being before me carried an additional layer of lofty arrogance. Suppressing her discomfort, she channeled chakra into the seal on the back of her right hand to transmit information while issuing another warning: withdraw from the territory of the Land of Stars immediately. Or state your true purpose. Otherwise, we will apprehend you in accordance with the Land of Stars security laws. Apprehend a god. Devapath's voice held no inflection, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous yet insignificant. No more words were needed. Almost the instant Devapath finished speaking, the most burly of the four, the bald, clearly mechanically modified Azurapath, moved. His motion was less a charge and more a cannon-like blast. The ground at his feet exploded into a small crater as his body shot towards Natsuhi's group of four using terrifying brute force. A single punch tore through the air with a shrill shriek. Mysterious peacock method, tiger. Natsuhi reacted with extreme speed, her hands flying through hand seals. Powerful purple chakra surged forth instantly, forming a ferociously roaring chakra tiger in front of her that met Azurapath's iron fist head-on. Boom dash. The violent collision of chakra erupted in a dull roar. Purple chakra fragments scattered. Natsuhi's mysterious peacock method trembled violently from the punch, and she herself staggered back several steps, barely managing to dissipate the terrifying force, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Sensei! Chino cried out. Such power! Natsuhi was inwardly horrified. Her mysterious peacock method was renowned for its balanced offense and defense, yet it had nearly been shattered by a single blow from the enemy. Damn it! Shunji roared, he and Hazuki simultaneously attacking from both flanks, their kunai and shuriken aimed at Azurapath's seemingly cumbersome body. However, their attacks merely produced a series of clashing sounds upon impact, failing to leave even a scratch. Azurapath didn't even acknowledge them. His other arm morphed abruptly, launching several projectiles glowing with chakra light, locking onto Natsuhi. Look out! Natsuhi swiftly evaded. The projectiles shot past her, exploding into several charred pits in the open ground behind her. Don't you dare hurt Natsuhi-sensei. Chino's Ketsuryugen flared wide, emitting a crimson glow. The ocular power of the Ketsuryugen surged towards Azurapath like a tide, attempting to control him with a genjutsu before using the eyes to turn his blood into a bomb. However, the expected scene of the enemy falling under an illusion did not occur. Her mental energy, upon touching the opponent, felt as if it had entered a cold, dead, lifeless space. How is this possible? Chino grunted, her small body swaying violently, her face instantly turning deathly pale. There's no blood flow in his body. No emotions. Not even any life. Even more terrifying, when she tried to forcibly peer into those Rinnegan, a power far more horrifying than her Ketsuryugen lashed back. Chino spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the forcibly broken genjutsu made her vision go dark, and she nearly collapsed. Chino. Shunji hurried forward to support her. I'm fine. Chino wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Those eyes. What kind of monster was this? Chino forced herself to stand and issued a warning. Sensei, he's a puppet. Nagato observed coldly through Azurapath's perspective. This star Jonin's strength was acceptable, but only at the level of an ordinary Jonin. The girl with the Dojutsu Kekkei had strange abilities. With her bloodline, she could approach the level of a special Jonin, but she was still too weak. The other two were just ordinary Chunin, cannon fodder. Azurapath alone was enough to crush them all. The battle was almost entirely one-sided. Azurapath was like a tiger among sheep, his various mechanical weapons appearing one after another, brute force fists, projectiles, laser beams, pushing Natsuhi's group of four into constant peril. Natsuhi's mysterious peacock method barely held on defensively, blocking most of the attacks, but Shunji and Hazuki were sent flying multiple times by the shockwaves, their bodies covered in countless wounds. Chino's bloodline's secret techniques were largely ineffective against the absolute power and the pain's bizarre, non-living constitution. Bastard. Chino was sent flying by a punch, landing heavily by the riverside, splattered with mud. She struggled to her feet, watching Azurapath approach again, and the three other enemies behind him who had been watching coldly, as if disdaining to join the fight. A sense of humiliation and anger welled up in her. She sharply bit her own wrist, blood gushing out. With blood as the guide, water as the form. Chino formed hand seals. The river water, mixed with her own blood, boiled violently and surged into the sky. Blood Dragon Ascension. 3 vicious blood dragons, each 4 to 5 meters thick, composed entirely of a mixture of blood and river water, took form with a roar. Carrying a pungent stench of blood and powerful chakra fluctuations, they no longer targeted Azurapath, but instead charged directly at Devapath, who had yet to move and seemed to be the leader. The blood dragons were awe-inspiring in their might. Where they passed, the ground was plowed into deep trenches. Yet, facing this savage assault, Devapath merely raised his eyes slightly, his Rinnegan still as calm as an ancient well. He slowly raised a hand, pointing towards the roaring blood dragons. Shinra Tensei. His indifferent voice rang out. A terrifying repulsive force erupted abruptly from Deva Path as the center. The air was compressed to its limit before being violently pushed away, forming a visible transparent force field barrier. The three massive blood dragons, the moment they touched this invisible barrier, seemed to crash into an insurmountable chasm. The blood constituting their bodies disintegrated instantly, collapsing into a shower of bloody rain. The powerful residual repulsive wave didn't stop, sweeping up Chino, who was charging forward, and the attempting to support Shunji and Hazuki, sending them flying like autumn leaves in a gale. The three cried out as they fell to the ground, covered in mud and their own blood, their bones aching as if they had fallen apart. They struggled, unable to get up immediately. Azura Path advanced with heavy steps towards the fallen Natsuhi, his arm morphing, gleaming with dangerous light, preparing to deliver the final blow. A trace of despair flashed in Natsuhi's eyes. She tried to gather chakra but found her internal chakra had been exhausted in the previous defense. At this critical moment, a green figure appeared like a ghost at the edge of the battlefield, then shot forward at a speed difficult for the naked eye to follow. The target was the seemingly leader-like Deva Path. The timing was impeccably cunning, right in the brief, almost negligible interval after Deva Path had just used Shinra Tensei. Nagato, through Deva Path's perspective, caught the rapidly approaching green flash, carrying a sharp killing intent. Deva Path, having just used his technique, couldn't immediately use Shinra Tensei to block again. Human Path and Animal Path beside him moved instantly, like the most loyal guards, swiftly crossing to block in front of Deva Path. The sound of kunai colliding rang out crisply. Human Path precisely deflected the attacker's sword with a knife hand chop. Animal Path formed hand seals, preparing to summon. The ambusher, failing to strike in one hit, didn't pause for a moment, instantly retreating and landing in front of Natsuhi, revealing his form. It was Sher Sui, with his short black hair, wearing a Konoha's green flak jacket, his face bearing traces of travel but his eyes sharp. He even wore a Konoha's forehead protector. Sher Sui glanced at the severely injured Natsuhi and the three young ninjas lying incapacitated in the distance, his brow furrowing tightly. Sher Sui-san. Natsuhi recognized the newcomer, surprise mixing with a sliver of hope born from desperation. Traveling, stopping, and starting, just happened to be nearby. Heard the commotion and came over, Sher Sui said succinctly, his three-tomo Sharingan firmly locked onto the four enemies ahead, especially those bizarre Rinnegan. These guys are strong. Very strong. Even Sher Sui, who had earned his fierce reputation in the Third Great Ninja War, had never encountered such a strange group. Unexpected, Deva Path's cold gaze swept over Sher Sui, Konoha's, Sher Sui of the body flicker, to actually appear here. Sher Sui's heart shook, the other party actually recognized me. The Uchiha clan, what is their relationship with the Star Ninja, or rather, with the so-called Shura? Deva Path's voice was devoid of fluctuation, yet carried a questioning tone tinged with interest. The Uchiha clan, as Konoha's largest ninja clan and one of the obstacles in Nagato's path of revenge against Konoha, had been the subject of much intelligence gathering after his cooperation with Obito, who played the role of Uchiha Madara. They had paid considerable attention to Sher Sui, the strongest of the contemporary Uchiha. Sher Sui didn't answer. The enemy's powerful strength and strange eyes reminded him of some ancient legends about the Sage of Six Paths. His hands flew through hand seals. After image clone. In an instant, dozens of Sher Sui's clones appeared on the battlefield, their real and fake forms difficult to distinguish. Each carried a sharp killing intent, launching attacks simultaneously from all directions against Human Path, Animal Path, and Deva Path. Gleaming blades, whistling kunai, the assault was seamless. Natsuhi also mustered her strength, once again using the mysterious peacock method. Purple chakra transformed into tentacles and blades, assisting from the side, attempting to disrupt the pain's vision and movement. Facing this overwhelming offensive, Human Path and Animal Path moved swiftly to block, their taijutsu surprisingly not inferior, precisely parrying or evading each attack. Deva Path stood in place, his Rinnegan slowly rotating, as if analyzing the chakra flow of every clone. Useless, Deva Path stated indifferently. The Rinnegan had already seen through the truth, before the eyes of God, all illusions are vanity. He abruptly raised his hand, aiming at Sher Sui's true body and Natsuhi's direction behind him. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force erupted again. Sher Sui's countless afterimage clones shattered and vanished like bubbles in the sunlight. Sher Sui's true body only had time to cross his short sword in front of him before being struck hard by an irresistible, immense force. Sher Sui flew backwards like a broken kite, landing heavily next to Chino. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his heart filled with extreme shock. What kind of ninjutsu is that? It's completely unblockable. He took the opportunity to pull up the heavily injured Chino and rapidly retreated, regrouping with the struggling Natsuhi, Shunji, and Hazuki. "Thank you," Natsuhi gasped out to Sher Sui, her face pale. Then Natsuhi ordered Shunji, take Chino and Hazuki and retreat first. This is no longer a battle you can participate in. The enemy's strength far exceeded Natsuhi's expectations. With just one of them acting, in a single exchange, Chino and Hazuki were severely injured. Only Shunji, with his better physique, was the least injured. "Sensei. We won't go." Shunji gritted his teeth. Despite being beaten black and blue, barely able to stand straight, he refused to retreat. Hazuki also stubbornly tried to stand up, moving towards Natsuhi's side. Sher Sui breathed heavily, his gaze fixed on the four figures opposite who had regrouped, and scathed. His heart was also stirring up towering waves. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. And 4 pairs of the legendary Rinnegan. With his current strength, having lost the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessing only elite Jonin-level power, even using all his skills, he couldn't even make the enemy take him seriously. Chapter 233 Who allowed you to touch my people? Deva Path slowly stepped forward, his Rinnegan looking down upon the battered group before him like a judgment. The struggle of ants is meaningless. Feel the pain. He raised his hand again, seemingly to end this uninteresting battle. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. On the right hands of Natsuhi, Chino, Shunji, and Hazuki, the seal markings that usually lay hidden under the skin suddenly and without warning erupted with intense dark red light. A vast, scorching, and brutal yet also brimming with vital chakra surged forth from the seals like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping through their entire bodies. This is... Natsuhi stared in shock at the glowing seal on her hand. Where this powerful chakra flowed, the intense pain rapidly subsided, bone-deep wounds healed at a visible, frantic pace, exhausted stamina recovered swiftly, and even some old internal injuries were soothed away. Chino's pale complexion instantly became rosy. She felt the burning pain and backlash from her Ketsuryugen were also calmed by this warm, powerful force. The wounds on Shunji and Hazuki scabbed over and fell off, revealing new skin. In just a few seconds, the injuries on the 4 had miraculously healed. Their condition was even better than before the battle. The vast dark red chakra flickered faintly like solid flames on the surface of their bodies, bringing an unparalleled sense of power. "Shura-sama." Natsuhi murmured, immediately understanding that Menma, who was far away in the Star City, had received the intelligence she reported and, through this mysterious, seal chakra network, had transmitted power across the distance. In the distant dense forest, Nagato's main body, sharing the vision of the 6 paths of pain, suddenly widened his eyes, coughing violently. "This chakra." Conan immediately looked at him with concern. Nagato's heart was filled with shock. Through the pained senses, he clearly saw the nearly solid, vast chakra erupting from those 4 people. This power. It was so similar to the method I used to transmit power through chakra receivers to control the 6 paths of pain. But it was more direct, more efficient. And this dark red chakra dash. It felt endless, giving a terrifying pressure akin to facing a tailed beast. Yet it was somewhat different, seeming more savage and dark. On Deva Path's perpetually cold face, a slight fluctuation appeared for the first time. His Rinnegan stared fixedly at the boiling dark red chakra flames covering Natsuhi and the others. What is this? The situation on the battlefield reversed instantly. Bathed in the dark red chakra flames, Natsuhi and the other 3 were completely healed, their condition restored to peak. The vast external chakra not only healed their bodies but also brought an unprecedented sense of power. Chino, feeling the surging power within her, had her Ketsuryugen glow red again. But this time, the light was more solid, the previous stinging backlash completely soothed. She let out a sharp cry, forming hand seals. The gravel on the ground around her trembled slightly. Shunji and Hazuki exchanged a glance, seeing the shock and rekindled fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They gripped their kunai tightly, adopting combat stances. The dark red chakra flickering on their bodies made them feel as if they had inexhaustible strength. Natsuhi, as a jonin, felt it more clearly. This chakra was powerful and brutal, yet it obeyed her guidance with unusual docility, even able to faintly merge with her own mysterious peacock method chakra. She took a deep breath. Purple chakra surged out again, but unlike before, this time it was wrapped in a faint dark red halo, making it appear more eerie and powerful. Sher Sui, half kneeling on the ground, wiped the blood from his lips, staring in shock at the 4 transformed individuals beside him, then at his own empty hand. He didn't have that mysterious seal, so he is unable to receive this gift of power. The earlier Shinra Tensei from Deva Path had given him significant internal injuries, which he could only barely suppress now. Shura's power. Sher Sui's eyes were complex. This method of remotely transmitting vast chakra was unheard of. The fluctuation in Deva Path's eyes slowly calmed. The Rinnegan remained cold, but held a bit more regard. He spoke slowly, his voice transmitted through Yahiko's body, carrying a hint of inquiry, an interesting trick. But this chakra is nauseating. It seems the so-called Shura is not an ordinary person either. He raised his hand, aiming at the now fierce-looking Natsuhi and her team. However, before the power of God, it is still futile. Whether it's futile or not, we'll know after trying. Natsuhi retorted coldly, emboldened. She initiated the attack first. Mysterious peacock method, 1,000 feather arrows. Purple chakra wrapped in dark red light condensed into countless dense arrows, shooting towards the four panes like a storm. Their speed and power far surpassed before. Simultaneously, Chino pressed her hands to the ground, blood's secret technique, Crimson Bind. From the ground beneath Azura path, human path, and animal path's feet, countless tentacles formed of blood shot out, swiftly entangling their legs. This time, the blood was mixed with that dark red chakra, greatly enhancing the binding force. Shunji and Hazuki also flanked from both sides, sometimes using ninjutsu, sometimes throwing kunai with explosive tags, seeking opportunities to disrupt. After receiving the black Nine-Tails chakra through the seals, even Shunji and Hazuki, who is originally only Chunin level, briefly erupted with power comparable to Jonin. Facing this coordinated, enhanced assault, Azura Path was the first to exert force. His mechanical arm slammed into the ground, shattering many of the blood tentacles. Human Path and Animal Path also evaded or blocked the chakra arrows respectively. Deva Path, about to use Shinra Tensei again to repel everything, found that Natsuhi had already anticipated it. Her attack seemed fierce but was actually laying the groundwork for subsequent changes. Sher Sui-san. Natsuhi shouted. Sher Sui, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suppressed his injuries. The three tomos in his eyes spun rapidly. Though not the Mangekyo, his dynamic vision and insight were still top-notch. He pinpointed the extremely subtle pre-movement before Deva Path raised his hand, and the moment the other three paths were temporarily occupied. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. A massive fire dragon roared forth from Sher Sui's mouth, not directly attacking Deva Path, but blocking his possible evasion routes. And at that very moment, Natsuhi's prepared killing move was unleashed, Mysterious Peacock Method, Dragon. The huge purple chakra dragon head condensed in front of her, its fangs stained with a rich dark red luster, let out an ear-splitting roar, tore through the air, and fiercely bit down towards Deva Path. Its power far exceeded any previous attack. Nagato, through Deva Path's Rinnegan, calmly analyzed the situation. The opponent's coordination, tactics, and sudden power increase had indeed exceeded his expectations. Somewhat interesting, Nagato murmured to himself. Under his conscious control, Deva Path did not choose to take the hit head-on, but sidestepped slightly. The massive chakra dragon had almost grazed Deva Path's clothes as it slammed into the ground, blasting a deep crater and sending dirt flying. However, the moment Deva Path avoided the main attack, his movement slightly stalled. Sher Sui, who had been moving at high speed seeking an opportunity, moved. He pushed the body flicker technique to its limit, like a green lightning bolt, stabbing straight towards Deva Path's back. His speed was extreme. But the six paths of pain have shared vision. Almost the instant Sher Sui moved, Azura Path on the flank suddenly whipped out a mechanical chain, lashing like a venomous snake towards Sher Sui's inevitable path. Human Path also abandoned blocking the arrows, fearlessly pouncing towards Sher Sui, attempting to block with his body. Sher Sui's pupils contracted. He had no choice but to change his stab into a sweep, his short sword severing the chain, while simultaneously kicking away the pouncing Human Path. But the best opportunity for the assassination had already passed. Deva Path slowly turned around, his Rinnegan looking indifferently at the now nearby Sher Sui. Good tactics. A pity. Deva Path slowly raised his hand. Bancho Tenin. A powerful attractive force suddenly acted upon Sher Sui. Sher Sui felt his body lighten, uncontrollably pulled by an invisible force towards Deva Path. He hurriedly stabbed his short sword into the ground, trying to anchor himself, but the ground under the attraction was plowed open like tofu. Just as he was about to be sucked into Deva Path's hand, Natsuhi urgently manipulated Mysterious Peacock Method's chakra tentacles to wrap around Sher Sui's waist, trying to pull him back. Chino also controlled blood tentacles to entangle Sher Sui's ankles. The two forces struggled violently. Sher Sui hung in midair, seeming about to be torn apart, in agony. Struggle. Suffer. Deva Path commented indifferently, slightly increasing the power of Bancho Tenin. Natsuhi's chakra tentacles were the first to snap. Chino's blood tentacles also shattered one after another. Sher Sui was once again pulled accelerated towards Deva Path. Summoning technique. At that moment, the previously silent Animal Path formed hand seals and slapped the ground. White smoke exploded. A large, winged chameleon-like summoning creature appeared. Its long tongue shot out like a whip at an astonishing speed, not attacking anyone, but accurately coiling around Sher Sui, who was being pulled by Bancho Tenin, and yanking hard in the opposite direction. Sher Sui felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The chameleon's tongue actually had barbs that deeply embedded into his flesh. Two immense forces used his body as a tug-of-war point, almost tearing him apart. Ugh. Ah. Sher Sui couldn't help but let out a pained groan, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Sher Sui-san. Not so, he cried out, unable to assist again. Deva Path watched Sher Sui suffering in the struggle between forces, his Rinnegan showing no pity. Instead, as if conducting some kind of experiment, he spoke again, his voice coming through the hum of Bancho Tenin, striking directly at Sher Sui's heart. Konoha's, Sher Sui of the body flicker, why have you betrayed the village that raised you, throwing in your lot with this hypocritical nation built by missing mean? What has the Shura you serve given you? Power? Authority? Or, an illusory, so-called fantasy of peace? Look at this land. This so-called rebirth is nothing but a sandcastle built upon conquest and bloodshed. The old nobles were slaughtered, a new order established by violence. The seeds of hatred were sown long ago, just waiting to sprout. How is this any different from the cycle that has persisted in the ninja world for millennia? Is this the peace you seek? Betraying your own past, attaching yourself to another, more powerful machine of violence. Deva Path's speech was measured, yet each word struck at the heart, attempting to disrupt Sher Sui's will. Sher Sui gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, but his mind involuntarily recalled what he had seen these past few days in the Darkness County and Swamps County. The unprecedented light of hope on those commoners' faces, the homes being rapidly rebuilt, the fair land distribution policies. Everyone living and working in peace, helping each other, filled with hope for the future, yearning for a better life. It was completely different from the Konoha's leadership's suspicion of the Uchiha clan, Danzo's schemes, and the pure destruction brought by this self-proclaimed god before him. You, what do you know? Sher Sui squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. What Shura gives the commoners is hope to break their chains. Hope. Deva Path's voice held a trace of mockery. Hope is precisely the breeding ground for greater pain. When this false hope is shattered, the pain will be even more profound. Only by experiencing extreme pain can one truly understand peace. His Rinnegan seemed to flash with a hint of pity, yet it was piercingly cold, just like the pain you are feeling now. This is the shortcut to understanding. Nonsense. Not so, he angrily rebuked, gathering chakra once more. Mysterious peacock method, twin wings. Huge purple chakra wings took form, edged with dark red flowing light, slashing fiercely towards the chameleon's tongue. Simultaneously, Chino used another blood secret technique. New blood tentacles burst from the earth, entangling Deva Path's feet, attempting to disrupt his technique. And the huge chameleon's body blurred. Its tail actually split off a small snake head. The newly split small snake head lashed out, accurately shattering Chino's blood tentacles, then tightly coiled around Sher Sui. Deva Path ignored Natsuhi's attack. Bancho Tenin exerted force again. A sound grating to the ears rang out. Sher Sui let out a suppressed scream. Blood spurted wildly from his left shoulder. The chameleon's barbed tongue had torn off a large piece of flesh, even revealing white bone. And due to this sudden intense pain and loss of balance, he was abruptly accelerated towards Deva Path by Bancho Tenin. Deva Path's cold hand reached out, aimed directly at Sher Sui's head. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Just as Sher Sui was about to be grabbed by the head by Deva Path, another anomaly occurred. On Sher Sui's right hand, originally empty, a dark red seal marking suddenly and without warning appeared. This newly appeared seal glowed with a blinding light, like a red-hot brand. Immediately after, a dark red chakra far vaster, more refined, and more savage than that given to the other four erupted with a roar. Dark red flames, substantial as reality, instantly enveloped Sher Sui's entire body. What? Nagato, through Deva Path's perspective, let out a truly shocked exclamation for the first time. This power far exceeded the total given to the other four. Moreover, the nature of this chakra was filled with ultimate darkness, destruction, yet carried a vast, imposing pressure. The powerful dark red chakra violently dispersed the binding force of Bancho Tenin. It even instantly shattered the approaching chameleon's tongue. Sher Sui hovered in midair, wrapped in blazing dark red chakra flames. The horrific wound on his left shoulder healed at a visible, frantic pace within the light. He slowly raised his head. His Sharingan had temporarily turned an eerie dark red, and a complex pattern seemed to flash within his pupils. Sher Sui felt the surging, never-before-experienced power within him. A cold, brutal killing intent uncontrollably rose in his heart. His gaze locked onto Deva Path below. A cold, authoritative voice, as if traversing space, transmitted through this dense dark red chakra, faintly reverberated over the battlefield, clearly reaching everyone's ears, especially Deva Path's. Who allowed you to touch my people? The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a pressure that made souls tremble. Chapter 234, Chapter 234 The Unmasker. Who allowed you to touch my people? This voice, transmitted through the dark red chakra flames, echoed clearly across the battlefield. Sher Sui, hovering in the air, was now enveloped by dense, dark red chakra, as if clad in a burning-tailed beast cloak. The horrific wound on his left shoulder had already healed completely, without even a scar. He slowly lowered his head. Within his eyes, which had temporarily turned dark red, the imprint pattern of Yachihoko flashed briefly before vanishing, coldly locking onto Deva path below. Sher Sui's own consciousness remained clear. He could distinctly feel an immense, almost unimaginable will pouring into his body through the burning seal on the back of his hand, taking control of his chakra flow and physical movements. His own consciousness felt like an observer, shut out from the driver's seat. His heart was filled with shock. When had this seal been placed? During that trip to the moon? Or even earlier? Shura's methods were truly unfathomable. Natsuhi, take them and retreat to Hanmatsu City immediately, the cold voice sounded again, this time issuing a command to Natsuhi and the others below, its tone brooking no argument. The battle here is no longer something you can intervene in. Natsuhi didn't hesitate, immediately bowing in response. Yes. Shura-sama. She understood clearly. Although they had received the powerful chakra transmitted from Shura, granting them temporary elite Jonin-level strength, facing these four unpredictable enemies, especially the one who seemed to be their leader, staying would only make them a burden. With that kind of bizarre ability, if the enemy got serious, instantly killing any one of them wouldn't be difficult. Sensei. Chino looked somewhat unwillingly at Sher Sui, who looked like a deity or demon in the air, then at the four black-cloaked, red-clouded figures opposite. Let's go. Natsuhi's tone was resolute. She grabbed Chino and signaled to Shunji and Hazuki, quickly retreating towards Hanmatsu City. Surprisingly, the four pains did not attempt to stop Natsuhi and the others from leaving. Deva Path's Rinnegan just swept indifferently over the retreating four before refocusing entirely on Sher Sui, whose aura had drastically changed. Nagato, through Deva Path's perspective, carefully observed the boiling dark red chakra on Sher Sui, his heart filled with shock, doubt, and a desire to investigate. This method of remote control and transmission of vast chakra shared similarities with his own method of using corpses and black rods as chakra receivers for the 6 paths of pain. Moreover, the other party could keep the controlled individual conscious while infusing such a massive amount of chakra. What alarmed him more was the nature of this chakra. They're filled with a cold, savage, yet vast and boundless aura. Tailed beast chakra. Deva Path slowly spoke, his voice still indifferent, questioning, and not an ordinary tailed beast. You, Shura, are you a Jinchuriki from some village? Is this the source of your power? Menma, controlling Sher Sui's body, let out a light laugh, the sound transmitted through the chakra, carrying a hint of mockery, the source of power. You could think of it that way. But that's not the point. Now, tell me, for what purpose have you stepped into my nation? Deva Path's Rinnegan fluctuated slightly. The old men from Iwagakure, Anoki, hired our Akatsuki organization to cause some trouble in the Land of Stars. Pain directly revealed his employer, which didn't surprise Menma, as their relationship was merely a monetary transaction. But I am interested in you. Deva Path raised his hand, pointing to the revitalized land around them, saying coldly, a man who calls himself the Ninja World Shura, yet here you are, playing nation-building games with some ninja and commoners. But having seen the so-called new order you've established, you are indeed different from those mediocre village leaders. He paused, a glint of interest seeming to flash in his Rinnegan. Your ideology shares quite a few similarities with mine. Shattering the old order, using pain to make the world contemplate. Would you be interested in joining Akatsuki? Our goal is to gather the power of all tailed beasts to create an ultimate weapon, to make this world experience true pain. Only in pain will humanity stop fighting and understand each other. Starting the talk no jutsu phase, are we? Menma, far away in the Star City, raised an eyebrow upon hearing Pain's spiel. Then, he made Sher Sui shake his head, his voice transmitted through the chakra, make the world feel pain. And then what? Peace born from fear is merely a temporary ceasefire before the next, greater war begins. Your ideology is too extreme and childish. Childish. Deva Path's voice held a trace of emotion for the first time, which is displeasure at having his beliefs questioned. You slaughtered the daimyo and nobles of the land of bears, land of demons, land of swamps, land of darkness, land of snow. The blood on your hands numbers no less than tens of thousands. The order you've established, is it not also reliant on killing and suppressing dissenting voices? You can kill, but our Akatsuki cannot. What you have done, how is it different from me? Why pretend to be morally superior? It seems you did not truly understand what you saw on your journey. Menma's voice was calm. What we eliminated was class. Those who consider themselves noble, born to lord over the people and oppress them, who view commoners as worthless, who can easily start wars for personal gain, the exploiting class. Along with those ninjas of the old era, who only know how to kill for money and missions, tools of war who don't know what they fight for, they are all part of the old era's shackles that need to be broken. What the Land of Stars aims to do is to thoroughly eradicate the soil that breeds injustice and war, to establish a new world without exploitation or oppression, where everyone can attain happiness through their own efforts. Killing is merely a necessary means to clear away stubborn ailments, not the goal itself. Look at this land. Menma, controlling Sher Sui, gestured towards the fields and villages being rebuilt below, where Miroku and the Land of Stars administrative personnel were evacuating civilians from the villages around the battlefield. Even though the mysterious enemy was powerful enough to alter the terrain of this area, and even Natsuhi and the others had returned injured, these Land of Stars administrative personnel were still nervously organizing the surrounding people to evacuate to the larger city. Menma said, after the old shackles were broken, do the people here have more despair on their faces, or more hope? Nagato fell silent. Through the pain's vision, he had indeed seen a scene vastly different from the Land of Rain and other war-torn countries. Without the exploitation of nobles and landlords, without the endless hired wars between ninja villages, the commoners here, though still living in hardship, had eyes filled with anticipation for the future and drive. That kind of vibrant vitality could not be faked. Class. Devapath repeated this unfamiliar term, a flicker of confusion passing through his Rinnegan, but it was soon covered by icy belief. Sophistry. The establishment of any new order inevitably accompanies bloodshed and pain. You cannot deny this. No matter how beautiful the blueprint you depict, it cannot erase the fact that your hands are stained with blood. And this is precisely the necessary path to understanding. Necessary path. Menma chuckled, then, what necessary path has that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara you're cooperating with described to you? Would he sincerely help you achieve your ambition? He is merely using the power of your Rinnegan to achieve his own ulterior motives. Nagato, hidden within the paper tree in the distance, felt his pupils contract sharply. The other party not only knew about my Rinnegan, but also about Uchiha Madara. Nagato remembered, last time Uchiha Madara came to find Shura, he shouldn't have exposed the Akatsuki organization, right? Just how much do you know? Devapath's voice turned completely cold, carrying a strong killing intent and wariness. I know far more than you imagine. Immersed in false dreams and driven by the hatred of others, you will never see true peace. Menma's voice held a trace of barely perceptible pity. Silence. Devapath seemed to have been struck on a raw nerve, his voice showing clear fluctuation for the first time, the anger of having his beliefs shaken. The will of God is not to be questioned. Since you refuse to understand, then God's power will make you submit. Let you experience personally what true pain is. Negotiations broke down. The battle resumed. Azurapath, who had been ready, was the first to strike. The skin on his shoulders split open, revealing densely packed missile launch ports. Dozens of small chakra missiles trailing flames shot towards Sher Sui in the air like a swarm of bees. Simultaneously, Human Path's figure darted across the ground like a ghost, looking for an opportunity to ambush. And Animal Path once again formed hand seals, slamming them onto the ground. Summoning technique. White smoke exploded consecutively. The large, winged chameleon appeared again. A roaring, three-headed hellhound covered in spikes. A hellcrab with a hard shell and giant pincers. And the fierce giant bird and the berserk giant bull. A total of 5 ferocious summoned creatures of various forms were summoned, letting out deafening roars as they charged towards the hovering Sher Sui from both the ground and the air. Facing this overwhelming encirclement, Menma, controlling Sher Sui, appeared exceptionally calm. Summoned creatures. Somewhat interesting, the cold voice commented lightly, Sher Sui, relax your body. Leave the upcoming battle to me. Sher Sui's consciousness could only passively feel an even more massive surge of chakra flowing from the seal on his hand, coursing through his limbs and bones, even briefly suppressing his own chakra. His hands involuntarily began forming hand seals, a simple seal, just the tiger seal. 9 masks Svaha. As the seal formed, Menma let out a low shout. 9 huge arrays glowing with dark red light materialized in the air behind Sher Sui, like 9 eerie blood moons. Azure, white, vermilion, black, sky, south, north, 3, jewel, each array flashed with a different character. Immediately after, 9 massive figures of different forms, wearing different masks, leaped out from the arrays with roars. A hissing Sarayu wreathed in lightning. A shrieking Suzaku burning with dark red flames. A massive Genbu commanding water. A roaring Byako whipping up sharp whirlwinds. A ferocious Kinja controlling the earth. The Nanto Sennin unfolding a barrier. The Hokuto Sennin guarding the surroundings. The Tenio brandishing ribbon-like soft swords, floating up. The Shinigami dragging a huge chakra scythe, emanating an aura of reaping life. The 9 unique summoned creatures Menma developed using the black Nine-Tails Chakra, each possessing powerful special abilities and strength approaching Kaga level. Go, 9 masked beasts. Menma ordered calmly. The 9 masked beasts instantly met Animal Path's 5 summoned creatures. Tsurayu's lightning release clashed with the giant bird's wind release. Suzaku's flames engulfed the hellhound's fire breath. Genbu's 100-ton body collided head-on with the giant bull. Byaku's whirlwinds met the hell crab's water cannons. Kinja burrowed underground, launching surprise attacks. Nanto and Hokuto Senin unfolded barriers, disrupting and restricting the summoned creatures' movements. Tenio and Shinigami floated in the air, skirmishing and providing support. Each swing of their ribbons and scythes caused great trouble for the summoned creatures. The scene instantly became chaotic and spectacular. 9 against 5. The dual advantage in numbers and quality meant Menma's 9 masked beasts almost instantly suppressed Animal Path's summoned creatures. 2 of the hellhounds' heads were severed by Byaku's wind blades, but it quickly grew new ones, becoming more berserk, yet was firmly blocked by Hokuto Senin's protective barrier. The hell crab's legs were hit by Byaku's whirlwinds, slowing its movement, then Kinja ambushed it from underground, locking it firmly with earth and stone. The giant bird tried to evade Tsurayu's lightning strikes with high-speed flight, but was entangled by Tenio's soft ribbons, its speed greatly reduced, before being struck by a bolt of lightning and falling with a mournful cry. The giant bull was rammed by Genbu into a nearby cliff, temporarily trapped. The chameleon tried to ambush while invisible, but was accurately found by the Shinigami's chakra-sensing scythe, forced visible by a slash, and fled in disarray. How is this possible? Nagato's main body in the dense forest coughed violently again, his face filled with shock. My summoned creatures were being completely suppressed in a head-on confrontation. What were these masked summoned creatures? Each one possessed distinctly different powerful abilities, and the chakra on them also carried that unsettling dark red-tailed beast's aura. Seeing the summoned creatures defeated, Human Path suddenly seized an opening. Like a ghost, he circled around the chaotic beast battle, rushed in front of Shinigami, who was tangling with the chameleon, and his right hand shot out like lightning towards the Shinigami's mask. Rinnegan, soul removal. It's Human Path's ability to directly extract a person's soul. However, the moment his hand touched Shinigami's mask, a vast, savage, resisting chakra violently surged back. Ugh! Human Path grunted. The expected scene of easily pulling out a soul did not appear. He felt as if his hand had grabbed a berserk chakra tail. Not only could he not extract it, but he was instead thrown back fiercely by the tail's brute force. In that instant of spiritual confrontation, he even vaguely saw the phantom of a huge fox tail, composed of pure dark red chakra, wildly thrashing. Human Path was sent flying as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing heavily into a distant rock wall. Fine cracks even appeared on the surface of his body. Useless, Menma's cold voice came through, their essence is chakra constructs, closer to clones. Nagato's heart was filled with dread. The opponent's techniques and power system completely exceeded his understanding. In that case, Deva Path finally moved. He slowly rose into the air, facing Menma, who was controlling Sher Sui, at eye level. His Rinnegan shone with a cold, resolute light, then let you experience personally the power of God. He abruptly raised both hands, aiming at Sher Sui. Bancho Tenin. A powerful attractive force erupted again, several times stronger than when he used it against Sher Sui before. Clearly, Nagato was now serious, attempting to directly capture the core the opponent had on this battlefield. However, facing this terrifying attractive force capable of pulling in a tailed beast, Menma, controlling Sher Sui, merely curled the corner of his mouth and raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. An indifferent voice came from Sher Sui's mouth. A terrifying repulsive force, no less powerful than Bancho Tenin, and even more savage, erupted violently with Sher Sui as the center. Two opposing yet equally terrifying massive forces collided, compressed, and annihilated each other in midair. The air screamed under the strain. The ground below was as if plowed by an invisible giant hand, the soil churned, trees shattered, the river was cut off. Even the summoned creatures fighting in the distance were thrown into disarray by the residual waves of the collision. Deva Path bore the brunt of it. He had completely not expected the opponent to also be able to perform a technique similar to Shinra Tensei. And this power was so similar, yet even darker and more savage. Deva Path's figure was blasted away by the huge shockwave generated from the collision of his own Bancho Tenin and the opponent's Shinra Tensei. He crashed through several large rocks before barely stabilizing his posture, hovering in midair, his black and red cloud cloak already tattered. How is this possible? Why do you possess the power of God? Do you also have the Rinnegan? Deva Path's voice held unconcealed shock and turmoil for the first time. Through the pain's vision, Nagato's main body almost stood up from within the tree hollow. This overturned his belief in the Rinnegan's uniqueness. Menma, controlling Sher Sui, slowly floated higher into the air. The dark red chakra supported him like a throne, looking down upon the somewhat disheveled Deva Path. The cold voice carried a note of mockery. The power of God. Merely the crude application of repulsion and attraction, and you dare call it the power of God? You and your so-called eyes of God, are nothing but pitiful worms hiding in the shadows, playing with a few corpse puppets. Not to mention, these eyes of yours are merely placed here with you for nurturing by someone else. Would a true god hide their head and conceal their tail like you? Insolence. Devapath flew into a rage. His Rinnegan erupted with astonishing killing intent and icy light. To blaspheme God is a crime deserving of death. He raised his hands, seeming ready to launch a more powerful attack regardless of the cost. However, Menma merely made Sher Sui slowly raise his right hand, index finger pointing towards the sky, then gently swung it downwards. A simple action, yet carrying a judgment-like significance. I proclaim divine punishment. Devapath was stunned, then furious, pretending to be mysterious. But the moment his words fell, a terrifying pressure, indescribable in words, suddenly descended. It wasn't a chakra impact, but something purer, vaster, as if a destructive will from beyond the heavens. Then, in the perception of all the pains, the clouds high above seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible giant hand, madly pushed aside in all directions, forming a huge, circular void. Through that void, it seemed one could directly see the black, cold cosmos. Then, a massive pillar of light, over 10 meters in diameter, composed of purely, extremely compressed golden chakra, descended like a spear of judgment thrown by a deity from that cloud void, falling at a speed beyond visual capture. Its target was the Azura path below and the human path who had just extricated himself from the rock wall. What? Nagato, seeing this shocking scene through all the pain's visions, felt alarm bells ringing wildly in his heart. He couldn't even understand where this attack came from. It exceeded all his sensory range. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and the ground shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Dazzling, blinding golden light instantly swallowed everything. When the destructive light subsided slightly, a huge, charred crater nearly 100 meters in diameter was visible. The rocks and soil at the edges had crystallized into a glassy state. And Azura path and human path who were at the attack's epicenter had vanished without a trace, not even a speck of residue remaining. It's as if they're completely erased from this world. Only the summoned creatures summoned by Animal Path, being slightly further away, were merely thrown back again by the blast's shockwave, looking utterly disheveled, but were not directly hit. The cloud void in the sky slowly closed, and the destructive pressure dissipated as if it had never appeared. The battlefield fell into dead silence. Animal Path stood rigidly in place. The remaining summoned creatures let out uneasy growls. Devapath hovered in midair, looking up at the gradually disappearing cloud hole in the sky, then at the terrifying giant crater on the ground. For the first time, an emotion named incredulity and dread appeared in his Rinnegan. This method of attack was unheard of. It transcended the category of ninjutsu. I couldn't even perceive where the enemy launched the attack from. Utterly unavoidable, undefendable. What kind of power was this? Menma, controlling Sher Sui, slowly descended, hovering at the edge of the giant crater, the dark red chakra still burning around him. He looked at the remaining Deva path and Animal path. The cold voice sounded again, this time clearly and directly naming the person hidden deepest in the shadows. Now, do you still think I am pretending to be mysterious? Nagato. This name was clearly spoken, exploding over the battlefield like thunder. Deva Path's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his Rinnegan fixed intently on Sher Sui, wrapped in dark red chakra, filled with incomprehensible shock. Nagato, far away in the dense forest, was also as if struck by lightning. For the first time, a nearly panicked emotion showed in his Rinnegan. How does he know my name? Who are you? Chapter 235, Chapter 235 The ninja world holds no secrets from me. Nagato. The name, spoken by Shura, exploded over the battlefield like thunder. For Nagato, manipulating Deva Path from the shadows, the blow was even more devastating than the world-obliterating Golden Pillar moments before. Deva Path's face, composed of Yahiko's corpse and meant to be expressionless, seemed to stiffen for an instant. Through Deva Path's Rinnegan, Nagato stared fixedly at the figure wrapped in dark red chakra, his inner shock like a raging tidal wave. For the first time, those Rinnegan held not indifferent divinity, but an almost human-like shock and incomprehension. How could he know? Far away, deep in the dense forest, Nagato's main body, tightly protected within the paper tree, was as if struck by lightning. Violent, uncontrollable coughs racked his frame once more. His emaciated body curled in pain, and a tearing agony radiated from the points on his back where the black rods connected him to the ghetto statue. Cough. Cough, cough. Cough. Nagato. Conan's anxious voice came through the paper wall, thick with worry. What happened? Your reaction is very wrong. Nagato gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the metallic taste in his throat and the palpitations that threatened to burst from his chest. He couldn't answer Conan. His mind was a chaotic whirl, with only one thought echoing madly. How could Shura possibly know? He not only knows the pains are puppets, he knows about the Rinnegan, he knows about Uchiha Madara, he even knows my real name. Shura dash. This mysterious man, just who is he? How much more does he know? The fear of being completely seen through, of having no secrets left, coiled around Nagato's heart like a cold serpent. Combined with the earlier, divine punishment, attack from the heavens, which is unfathomable and undefendable, the power and unfathomable intelligence network Shura had displayed made Nagato feel a strong sense of trepidation for the first time. Conan dash, Nagato's voice, transmitted through the animal path, held a barely perceptible hoarseness and fatigue, prepare to retreat. Retreat. Conan's voice was full of disbelief. But dash. In fact, the battle seemed to have just reached its peak. Even with 2 pains lost, Deva Path's full power hadn't yet been displayed. Execute the order. Nagato's tone was uncharacteristically sharp and forceful. Shura's main body hadn't even appeared. He couldn't take the risk, especially not with the body crafted from Yuhiko's corpse, the Deva Path. It absolutely could not be lost here. On the battlefield, Deva Path slowly suppressed the tempest within him. The Rinnegan returned to their cold stare, though the residual shock deep within couldn't be completely erased. He stared at the airborne Sher Sui, his voice low, carrying the calm before the storm. Those who recognized this face either died long ago in that rainy night battle, or were Konoha or Amigakir's ninjas who participated in that fight. He paused, the icy killing intent in his Rinnegan mixed with a thread of inquiry. What is your connection to Konoha's Shimura Danzo? This guess wasn't baseless. Danzo and his roots activities in the Land of Rain during the Third Great Ninja War weren't absolute secrets, and Nagato was deeply familiar with their dark and ruthless methods. Danzo and his roots ninjas were directly involved in Yuhiko's death. But immediately, Nagato dismissed the thought himself. No, Shura attacked Konoha village, stole the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family, fought the third Hokage and Konoha's elites. An enemy of Konoha couldn't be connected to Danzo. Wait dash. The Kumogakure's bounty dash. Nagato suddenly recalled the scattered intelligence about Shura circulating in the underground bounty exchange. Besides the descriptions of his signature fox mask and immense power, there were indeed some confusing bits of information, including vague mentions of operating under Danzo's name. At the time, both he and Conan had assumed it was a mistake in Kumogakure's intelligence or an attempt to frame Danzo, and hadn't looked deeper. Could it have been true after all? Did Shura truly have some unknown connection to Konoha, to Danzo? No matter how he thought about it, Nagato couldn't figure out the link between Shura and Konoha. But one thing he was sure of, Shura must have extremely deep ties to Konoha. Whether hostile or some other relationship. Just as Nagato's thoughts raced, trying to find a thread of clarity in the chaotic clues, Menma, controlling Sher Sui, spoke again. Shimura Danzo is nothing but a rat in the gutter, a pitiful wretch lost in his laughable Hokage dream. He is not worthy of any connection to me. The disdain in the words was undisguised. The cold voice held a detachment that looked down upon all living beings. The ninja world holds no secrets from me. The statement was arrogant to the extreme, as if he were the true god of this world. Then, that proud, cold voice continued, dropping a piece of information that shook Nagato's very soul even more. Including the true cause of death of your dear friend Yuhiko, and the other original members of Akatsuki. Deva Path's body trembled almost imperceptibly. That so-called voluntary sacrifice, tragedy, which strangled Akatsuki's initial ideals in their cradle, killed Yuhiko and many Akatsuki's members, and made you fall completely into the abyss of pain dash. Menma's voice paused, as if savoring the other's silent tremor, before slowly dropping the true bomb. The true mastermind who orchestrated it all, has actually always been by your side. Playing with your hatred, using your power, to achieve his own ulterior motives. What did you say? Deva Path's voice lost its composure for the first time, filled with suppressed shock, anger, and a trace of panic he himself hadn't noticed. Always by my side. The true mastermind. Not Hanzo. Not Danzo. Not Konoha. Then who? Nagato's mind went blank for an instant, before the image of a mysterious figure with a spiral mask, who called himself Uchiha Madara, involuntarily surfaced. Him. That man who appeared when I and Conan were at our most desperate, who told them the truth, guided us towards the plan to collect the tailed beasts, provided funds and technical support. Uchiha Madara. The timing of that man's appearance was too coincidental. His power was immense yet his movements elusive. He held a deep obsession with the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Nagato had been suspicious of this shadowy figure. He felt this man's appearance was too convenient. His goals seemed grand yet vague. His words and actions were full of strangeness. But at the time, Akatsuki was nearly destroyed. He bore a sea of blood and hatred towards Hanzo and Danzo, so he desperately needed power and allies. Combined with the man's display of spacetime ninjutsu and his knowledge of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan, Nagato had felt compelled to temporarily believe and cooperate with him. Could it be Could it be that Yahiko's death, Akatsuki's destruction, was actually dash? Nagato's breathing grew heavy. Inside the tree hollow where his main body resided, the air seemed to freeze. Conan, sensing the abnormal emotional fluctuations from the pains outside and Nagato's increasingly unstable chakra, felt her unease peak. Nagato. What's wrong? Your chakra is fluctuating violently. Conan, keenly aware of his abnormality, asked, her usually cool face etched with worry, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Nagato didn't answer. His entire being was immersed in the massive impact and doubt. He didn't fully believe Shura's words, but this sudden accusation was like a poisonous seed, instantly taking root and growing wildly in his heart. All the suspicious points from his past interactions with Uchiha Madara now replayed with stark clarity. Menma watched Devapath with interest, not particularly caring whether Nagato believed him or not, simply dropping the seed, believe it or not, it's up to you. The truth does not change because it is denied. When you stare into the emptiness beneath that mask, consider this, who truly benefited from Akatsuki's transformation? And who is it that guides you down this path destined for destruction? Devapath did not answer. Beneath the cover of the dark red chakra, the corner of Sher Sui's mouth curled into an unseen arc, the goal was achieved. I've caused some trouble for that guy, Obito. It's better not to let him get too comfortable. Just then, a flash of red light appeared on the horizon. Menma, controlling Sher Sui, looked up towards the western edge of the sky. A glint of amusement seemed to pass through those dark red eyes. Oh. It seems that person is very angry, he said cryptically, a tone of mockery in his voice. I hope you don't get caught next, Nagato. As the words fell, before Nagato could digest their meaning, the dense dark red chakra enveloping Sher Sui receded like a tide, flowing back into the seal on the back of his hand. As the vast, savage chakra dissipated, Menma's will also instantly withdrew, as if it had never been there. Sher Sui grunted, regaining control of his body. But the huge disparity in power left him feeling weak. He lost control and fell from midair. He twisted his body with difficulty in the air, finally managing to stabilize his posture enough to land staggering on the ground, falling to one knee, breathing heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Sher Sui lifted his right hand, looking at the slowly fading dark red seal, his expression extremely complex. At the same time, the 9 powerful masked summoned creatures also rippled and vanished into thin air, as if melting into the atmosphere. The battlefield suddenly became empty and silent, leaving only the giant charred crater, the ravaged ground, the hovering Devapath, who is also silent due to shock and doubt, and the stiffly standing animal path Pain, who had lost most of his summoned creatures. Sher Sui forcibly suppressed his physical weakness and inner turmoil, warily looking at the Pains, then instinctively looking in the direction Shura had last gazed. Almost the moment he looked up, a vast, furious, terrifying aura swept over like a tsunami from the western horizon. At the far edge of the azure sky, a dark red dot was expanding at an alarming speed. In just a few seconds, the dot's outline became clearly visible. It was a giant, dark red chakra-coated warrior god. It had wings on its back, wore a tengu-like helmet, its face was ferocious, and the right-handed wing held a chakra sword larger than its own body. Where it passed, clouds were torn apart, and the air whistled shrilly. That's Uchiha Hikari Susanoo. Sher Sui's pupils contracted sharply. Hikari, manipulating the complete body Susanoo, shot past like an avenging meteor, skimming just 100 meters above Hanmatsu city. The massive air currents formed shockwaves that pressed down. Roof tiles in the city rattled, trees swayed violently. The commoners, oppressed by this godlike pressure, fell to their knees in terror, muttering prayers as if witnessing a deity's descent or a demon's wrath. The commoners of Hanmatsu city had never seen such a sight. They dropped to their knees as if worshipping a god. Chapter 236, Chapter 236 The Mad Uchiha Woman. On the city wall of Hanmatsu, Natsuhi, Chino, Shunji, Hazuki, and Miroku were anxiously watching the distant battlefield. This sudden, terrifying pressure in the giant dark red warrior made all their faces instantly pale. What is that? Shunji, leaning on a crutch, his leg bandaged, asked in a trembling voice. Such fearsome chakra. Hazuki subconsciously took a step back. Natsuhi shielded her 3 students, her expression grim. Just then, Chino, her Ketsuryugen wide, pointed at the head of the rapidly flying Susanoo and cried out, Sensei. Look. The giant's forehead, there's someone inside. It's Hikari-sama. Everyone strained to see. Indeed, right in the center of the dark red Susanoo's forehead, within a crystal-like space, they could vaguely make out a petite, slender figure standing there, long black hair flying in the savage chakra currents. A pair of crimson eyes that, even from this vast distance, seemed to radiate icy fury. It was Uchiha Hikari. It's Hikari-sama. Natsuhi breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart tightened again. Hikari-sama in this state is terrifying. At this moment, Hikari had only one thought in her mind. Rage. The land of stars was the home she and Menma had built piece by piece. It was the land carrying her hope of escaping her dark past and gaining a new life. Anyone who dared destroy this place, harm its people, was her sworn enemy. When she learned through the seal chakra network that Natsuhi's team was under attack, especially when she felt the vast chakra Menma transmitted from afar in the subsequent earth-shattering battle, her fury was completely ignited. Without any hesitation, she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, used the complete body Susanoo, and crossed counties at top speed to ferociously charge onto the scene. "You bastard! How dare you destroy the home Menma and I built dash." Inside the Susanoo, Hikari's voice was cold and murderous, her Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Deva Path and Animal Path on the battlefield below. "Even if you are a god, I will kill you." Without another word, not even paying attention to the barely recovered, severely weakened Sher Sui on the ground, the complete body Susanoo's wings beat fiercely. Its massive arm reached behind its back, gripping the hilt of the giant chakra-infused sword. Screech dash. The chakra sword was drawn, emitting a soul-shaking hum. The blade cut through the air, trailing a dark red arc of death, descending with the force to split the world, ferociously slashing down towards Deva Path and Animal Path pain. Before the attack even landed, the razor-sharp wind pressure from the blade had already torn a deep fissure in the ground. Nagato was horrified. He felt a power from this dark red Susanoo far more savage than Madara's ability. Moreover, the opponent also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. The pressure from that ocular power made him not dare to be careless in the slightest. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path didn't hesitate, pouring his full power into the Rinnegan. A powerful repulsive force field instantly expanded, meeting the descending chakra sword. Boom. A terrifying explosion once again shook heaven and earth. The invisible repulsive force and the solidified chakra sword collided violently, producing a deafening roar loud enough to split eardrums. The shockwave from the collision spread outwards in a ring, once again scraping away a layer of the already ravaged ground. Impossible. It can withstand the power of Shinra Tensei. Deva Path's figure was forced downwards by the colossal force of the impact. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. The force was mutual. When the opponent was strong enough to withstand the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, Deva Path would also suffer the recoil. Hikari's Susanoo was also slightly hindered in its downward slash by this powerful repulsion, the giant blade bouncing back slightly. But Hikari's attack wasn't just a single slash. The Susanoo's other arm formed a fist, a giant fist burning with dark red chakra following closely behind, smashing down like a battering ram towards the Animal Path nearby. Summoning technique. Animal Path hurriedly formed seals, summoning a hellhound to block. However, the few remaining summoned creatures, just severely damaged by the 9 masked beasts, hadn't recovered and were slow to react. Crash. The chakra fist slammed towards Animal Path pain. The hellhound trying to block the blow was instantly pulverized into paste. Even with the advanced prediction from the shared vision of Rinnegan, Animal Path still couldn't completely dodge this powerful strike. Crunch. A sickening sound of breaking bones echoed. Animal Path's body was sent flying like a rag doll, his chest visibly caved in. He landed heavily, struggled a few times, and then lay still. Clearly, the internal structures had been destroyed catastrophically. Another one lost. Nagato's heart bled. Creating these pain puppets was extremely difficult, each one costing a great deal. Bastard. Deva Path let out an angry roar, purple light blazing in his Rinnegan. This time, he held nothing back, pouring even more powerful chakra into the Rinnegan. A repulsive force far more terrifying than before was about to erupt. He wanted to push away, even crush, this entire area, along with the damned Susanoo. However, Hikari's combat intuition was frighteningly sharp. The instant Deva Path began gathering power, the Susanoo's wings beat fiercely. The massive body, with an agility completely unbefitting its size, shot into the air. Simultaneously, the chakra sword in its hand changed from a slash to a sweep. A crescent-shaped dark red wave of energy shot from the blade, getting there first, aiming to bisect Deva Path at the waist. Shinra Tensei. He forcibly interrupted the power gathering, releasing the repulsive force forward while propelling himself backwards and to the side. Boom. After a brief resistance from the repulsive force, the energy wave missed, cleanly slicing through a small forest behind him, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. Hikari, seizing the advantage, pressed the attack. The Susanoo lunged forward again, its wings beating, its speed extreme. The chakra sword swung again and again with immense force, launching a relentless, storm-like assault on Deva Path. Her fighting style was savage yet precise, full of the Uchiha's characteristic Sharingan insight and lethal intent. Every strike aimed for a vital point, forcing Deva Path to constantly dodge and block, occasionally using Shinra Tensei to repel attacks, but never finding an opportunity to launch a powerful enough technique to turn the tide. Boom. 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 The earth trembled continuously. New craters and fissures appeared constantly. Dark red chakra and the Rinnegan's purple light collided and annihilated each other wildly. Sher Sui had long since retreated to a great distance, watching this battle, which far surpassed the level of his own fight, with shock. Hikari's strength was immense, her fighting style wild, making his heart palpitate with fear. He finally understood why Menma had said, the upcoming battle is not something you can intervene in. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sher Sui murmured to himself, feeling a pang of loss for his own lost eyes. Far away in the dense forest, Nagato's face grew paler, sweat soaking his withered hair. Controlling the Deva path in such a high-intensity battle placed a tremendous burden on him. Frustrating. Extremely frustrating. Since obtaining the Rinnegan and summoning the Ghetto statue, this was the first time he felt so powerless, so humiliated in battle. The opponent hadn't even shown his main body, merely remotely transmitted power through a subordinate, and now this suddenly appearing, absurdly powerful Mad Uchiha woman had cost him 3 precious pain puppets and had his strongest path, the Deva path, locked in a difficult fight. The opponent hadn't even used her Mangekyo's unique dojutsu, and his own trump cards. The Super Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei required charging time. Exposing the Ghetto statue would have unpredictable consequences, especially under the watchful eye of the Shura who seemed to know everything about him. These were the killing moves Nagato had prepared for Shura, but now, he hadn't even seen Shura's face. He was actually being pressed and beaten by a Mad Uchiha woman. He couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Conan. Retreat immediately. Head towards the land of wind. Nagato's voice suddenly rang out, filled with urgent panting. Conan, though not understanding the specifics, obeyed without question. Paper fluttered. On the battlefield, Deva Path suddenly swung his arm, a powerful repulsive force momentarily pushing back the Susanoo's next slash. Using the recoil, he shot backwards at high speed. Trying to escape. The killing intent in Hikari's eyes intensified. The Susanoo's wings beat, pursuing closely. Bancho ten in. Deva Path abruptly raised his hand, but not towards the Susanoo. Instead, he sucked up large amounts of shattered rock and earth from the distance. The rocks, pulled by the attraction, shot towards the pursuing Susanoo like cannonballs, attempting to hinder its speed. Simultaneously, his body shot backwards. He turned without hesitation and fled at high speed towards the northeast without looking back. He needed to lure away this terrifying Mad Uchiha woman. Trying to run. The killing intent within the Susanoo burned brighter. Hikari manipulated the Susanoo to slash through the barrage of rocks, its massive strides pursuing. However, Nagato's decision was extremely resolute. While his main body was being relocated by Conan, the Deva Path used the terrain to maneuver quickly, leading Hikari in the opposite direction. Along the way, Deva Path disregarded the cost, continuously using Rinnegan's abilities, using Bancho Tenin to suck up rocks for brief obstructions, using Shinra Tensei to desperately block a chakra slash from the Susanoo. Finally, he managed to vanish into a black dot on the horizon. Hikari Susanoo stopped at the border, not pursuing further. Maintaining the complete body Susanoo was immensely draining. Even though her, Yachihoko, was connected to Menma, granting her a seemingly endless supply of black Nine-Tails Chakra that she refined into ocular power to achieve strength akin to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the battle had still left her eyes aching. Hikari snorted coldly and dismissed the Susanoo. Her figure slowly descended from the air, landing on a cliff at the border. Her long black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Her crimson Mangekyo Sharingan coldly watched the direction where Deva Path had disappeared, before finally slowly closing. When they opened again, they had returned to ordinary black pupils, though the coldness and killing intent in their depths hadn't diminished in the slightest. Outside Hanmatsu City, Sher Sui stood in place, looking at the scarred battlefield, his mood indescribably complex. Dragging his exhausted body, he slowly walked towards Hanmatsu City. What he had seen and heard today had completely overturned many of his perceptions. His heart was filled with countless questions, about Shura, about Akatsuki, about the Rinnegan, about Hikari, about Konoha, about the ninja world, about peace. Everything that happened today had caused a massive impact on the beliefs he had held for over a decade. And Nagato, fleeing into the distance, through Deva Path's vision, took one last look at the shrinking dark red Susanoo in this land that had brought him such great shock and loss. His Rinnegan were filled with resentment, doubt, and anger. And a trace of fear he himself was unwilling to admit. If the real Uchiha Madara hadn't been dead for decades, and this Mad Uchiha wasn't a woman, Nagato might have thought Uchiha Madara had been resurrected. Chapter 237, Chapter 237 Suspicion. Deep within a desolate sandstone canyon in the land of wind, hidden in an extremely secret cave, dry winds whipped sand grains futilely against an entrance cleverly concealed by Genjutsu. Inside the cave, it was slightly chilly, illuminated only by a few dim oil lamps that cast flickering light on Conan's worried face. She carefully used her dance of the Shikigami to assist Nagato, settling his emaciated body, connected to the Ghetto statue's chakra receivers, onto a relatively flat stone platform. Nagato, what exactly happened? Only now, assured of temporary safety, did Konan finally speak, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. She had been guarding Nagato's main body nearby, sensing the distant, blurred chakra collisions through her paper, but the final, sky-rending, all-destroying golden pillar's terrifying might had made her soul tremble, even from such a great distance, as if facing divine wrath. That light. Nagato coughed violently several times. Blood, unwiped, traced paths down his pale, bloodless cheeks from his sunken eye sockets, stark and grotesque against his pallor. The overuse of the Rinnegan's power and the massive psychological shock had left him in a worse state than ever before. He gasped for a moment before speaking, his voice raspy like sandpaper. We lost. Asura path. Human path, and animal path. Konan's pupils constricted. The 6 paths of pain were extensions of Nagato's power, the symbol of God. Each one was extremely precious and difficult to create. Losing 3 in one battle was an unprecedented heavy blow. How could? Konan found it hard to believe. She had sensed the battle's intensity but hadn't imagined it would reach this level. That Shura, he didn't even appear in person. Nagato's tone held a trace of lingering fear he himself hadn't noticed. His Rinnegan flashed with bloody light, as if seeing that despair-inducing scene again. He began to narrate slowly, from the land full of vitality and hope at the Land of Stars border, to the encounter with Natsuhi's team, to Sher Sui's sudden intervention, and the unbelievable, remotely transmitted vast dark red chakra through the seals. That chakra, filled with coldness, savagery, yet with a strange vitality, vast and nearly endless, like a tailed beast. Nagato's voice was low. And that method of remote conduction and precise control, it shares similarities with the chakra receivers on my pains, even, perhaps more efficient. Konan listened quietly, the shock in her light purple eyes growing. And then that attack. Nagato's breathing became rapid again, as if the mere memory drained his strength, no perceivable source, no discernible trajectory, as if from beyond the sky, that extremely compressed chakra attack. Just one strike, only one strike. Asura path and human path, not even a speck of residue remained dash. He paused, adding with difficulty, and he could even perform a technique similar to Shinra Tensei. Its power was no less. Konan fell completely silent. Main body absent, remotely transmitting tailed beast-level chakra, summoning mysterious creatures, using techniques similar to the Rinnegan, finally even invoking a heavenly punishment-like attack. This Shura's methods were simply unheard of, unfathomable. Nagato's narration continued, mentioning the suddenly appearing Uchiha woman who manipulated the dark red giant. And that Uchiha woman mentioned before by Madara and Zetsu, she's strong, very strong. Her power could directly contend with my Shinra Tensei, and even, killed animal path. Finally, his voice became heavy, revealing the part that had shaken him the most. And the most terrifying thing is, he knows. He knows the pains are puppets, he knows about the Rinnegan, he knows about Uchiha Madara dash. Nagato looked up, his blood tear-streaked Rinnegan staring directly at Konan, enunciating each word. He called me by my real name. The air in the cave seemed to freeze. Konan covered her mouth, her eyes filled with dread. Since Yahiko's death and the near destruction of the original Akatsuki, leaving only the 2 of them, Nagato had operated from the shadows. Only she, the one who called himself Uchiha Madara, and the black and white Zetsu knew of Nagato's existence. Over the years, Akatsuki had secretly recruited missing nins from various villages, absorbing new members. But these people were, at best, Jonin level. Nagato had used Deva Path to recruit them. There simply couldn't be a 4th person who knew Nagato was the one manipulating Deva Path from behind. He also mentioned Yahiko. Nagato's voice was filled with suppressed pain and great confusion. He said the true mastermind who orchestrated that tragedy, who caused Yahiko's death, who killed the Akatsuki's members who came to rescue us, has actually been hiding by my side all along. What? Konan exclaimed, this news shocking her even more than the revelation of Nagato's name. Yahiko's death was an eternal pain in her and Nagato's hearts, the root cause that prompted Nagato's complete transformation and his belief in the experience pain, path to peace. Now, someone was saying the truth wasn't what they thought. Besides Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Omega Kure, and Shimura Danzo, leader of Konoha's root, who were present at the scene, there was a mastermind behind the scenes. That person has always been by my side. Nagato repeated this phrase, complex lights flickering in his Rinnegan, doubt, anger, and a trace of fear he didn't want to dwell on intertwined. 2 figures instantly surfaced in Konan's mind. The Uchiha Madara with the tiger-striped mask, elusive and mysterious. And Zetsu, always half-black, half-white, with his strange, ambiguous demeanor. Could it be them? Konan's voice trembled, the words almost escaping her lips unbidden. Once the seed of doubt was planted, many previously overlooked details instantly became clear. Their appearance was too timely. Their assistance to Akatsuki always carried a certain purpose. Especially that black Zetsu, he always gave off a sinister and mysterious feeling. Nagato slowly nodded. Though weak, his gaze sharpened, although there's no proof, their appearance was indeed too coincidental. He recalled Obito proposed the Eye of the Moon plan, his obsession with collecting the tailed beasts, and his subtle yet noticeable focus on the Rinnegan's power. The clouds of suspicion in Nagato's heart grew heavier. He couldn't fully believe Shura's words, but the accusation itself was like a key, unlocking the door of doubt that had been tightly shut in his heart. A long silence fell in the cave, broken only by the soft pops of the oil lamps burning. Conan needed time to digest this earth-shattering information and the immense doubt that followed. After a long while, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and asked, "Nagato, what should we do next?" Nagato closed his bleeding eyes, seeming to gather strength, or perhaps to think. After a moment, he reopened them. Though still weary, he had regained some of the calm and decisiveness belonging to a god. This battle, though a heavy loss, was not entirely without gain. His voice returned to its usual monotone. At the very least, we truly tested part of the strength possessed by the Land of Stars, or rather, that Shura. Far exceeding estimates. He looked at Conan, regarding Iwagakure and Inoki's mission. We will report back. We attacked a key border town of the former Land of Swamps but encountered fierce resistance from Star Ninja. The enemy deployed several elite jonin, including 2 Uchiha clansmen of extremely high strength, at least approaching Kaga level. Akatsuki's elite task force suffered heavy losses. The mission was partially completed. He paused, adding, as for detailed intelligence on those 2 Uchiha, and further information on the Star Ninja's leader, Shura, tell him that's a separate price. Whether he believes it or how he verifies it, the battle happened outside Hanmatsu City. The commotion wasn't small. News will spread sooner or later, so he'll have to believe it. Conan nodded thoughtfully. Reporting it this way concealed the secret of the 6 paths of pain and the fact that Nagato personally intervened and was thwarted, preserving Akatsuki's mystery and deterrence. It also directed trouble towards the Land of Stars and the Uchiha clan, and could even extort more intelligence fees from the suspicious Inoki. It was indeed the best strategy. As for Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, a cold light flashed in Nagato's Rinnegan. First, find a way to investigate their backgrounds secretly. But for now, we cannot move against him. Akatsuki needed Obito's support and Zetsu's intelligence. More importantly, Nagato still held a sense of wariness and a desire to utilize the power of that Mangekyo Sharingan and the plan Obito claimed to have. We cannot fully believe Shura's words, Nagato concluded, a hint of calculation in his eyes, but he clearly holds great hostility towards Madara as well. Perhaps we can use this to our advantage. Days later, deep within the secret base in Omegakure. The humid air was thick with the smell of rust and dust. The massive Geto statue stood in the shadows. Conan pushed Nagato, seated in a specially made wheelchair, slowly into the core area of the base. 2 people were already waiting. Uchiha Madara, wearing his orange swirl-patterned mask, revealing only 1 crimson Sharingan, leaned casually against a stone pillar. He seemed lazy, but his single eye subtly scanned Nagato, especially his Rinnegan, which seemed overused and even faintly streaked with residual blood. On the other side, the half-black, half-white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground like a Venus flytrap growing from the earth. The white half spoke in an exaggerated tone, "Good grief. It seems the leader didn't come out on top this time, did he? How rare." The black half remained silent, but his small yellow eyes were also carefully observing Nagato's condition. Uchiha Hikari. To think that woman possesses such power. She was overlooked before. After all, Black Zetsu, over his millennium in the ninja world, had focused on the chakra reincarnations of Azura and Indra, naturally paying little attention to a girl from Uchiha clan. Nagato's expression remained impassive. He didn't react to White Zetsu's teasing, merely uttering a faint HN to acknowledge the mission's lack of success. He skipped over the topic directly, instead turning his gaze to Obito, carrying a hint of inquiry and barely perceptible scrutiny. "That mad Uchiha woman is strong." Nagato spoke slowly, as if stating a fact, yet also questioning. "She manipulated a dark red chakra giant, balanced in offense and defense, with astonishing power. It could even withstand my Shinra Tensei." He paused, his Rinnegan locking onto the eye behind Obito's mask. "That kind of power. Why have I never seen you use it?" Obito was silent for a moment, frowning slightly beneath his mask. Nagato suddenly bringing up Uchiha Hikari's power and directly asking about the Susanoo surprised him and put him on guard. It seemed a lot had happened in the Land of Stars. He replied in a tone fitting Uchiha Madara's identity, slightly weathered and haughty, "That is the 3rd power hidden within the Sharingan, the Susanoo. Not all who awaken the Mangekyo can manifest it, but once awakened, one obtains the power of a god." He straightened slightly, as if recalling past glory. "In my prime, I could naturally use it as well." He stopped there. Nagato looked at him deeply, not pressing further, but the doubts in his heart weren't dispelled. The answer only made him think that Uchiha Madara was hiding far more than he imagined, and that the Uchiha Madara before him was definitely not the real one. But who was he? Thinking of the mad Uchiha woman from the Land of Stars, Nagato couldn't help but wonder, could there be other Uchiha clan's member living outside? Suppressing his speculation, Nagato turned his gaze to the Zetsu, changing the subject. What about the intelligence gathering on the Hoshigakure? He wanted to know how much Zetsu knew about this. The white half immediately chimed in, its tone still exaggerated, so sorry about that, leader-sama. That Land of Stars has Uzumaki clan's member. Their sensory abilities are super powerful. My clones can't get too close at all, and there's a risk of being discovered if we even get near so detailed intelligence, hee. Black Zetsu added in his characteristically low, hoarse voice, currently, we only know they are annexing surrounding small countries very quickly, and their internal management seems very strict. But specific combat force composition and high-level information are indeed difficult to probe deeply. He skillfully attributed the lack of intelligence to the other side's tight defenses, hiding his own potential knowledge and unreported intentions. Hearing this, Nagato inwardly sneered, just as expected. He ignored Zetsu and issued a direct order, release the intelligence we do know. Through the underground bounty exchange and all covert channels, spread two pieces of information. First, the actual ruler of Hoshigakure is Shura. Second, there are Uchiha clan's members colluding with Shura, serving him. He paused, a cold gleam flashing in his Rinnegan. Pay special attention to the channels of Konoha and Kimogakure. Let's see who among the 5 great ninja countries will be the first to lose their composure and go cause trouble for the Shura after learning this news. Obito's single eye flickered slightly beneath his mask, but he didn't voice opposition. Spreading intelligence and stirring up chaos fit his plan to fish in troubled waters. The white Zetsu let out a meaningless laugh, indicating it would be done immediately. In the gloomy base, each party harbored their own schemes, and a chain of suspicion quietly formed. Chapter 238, Chapter 238. Could it be Uchiha Madara? The intelligence deliberately spread by Akatsuki quickly circulated through the underground bounty exchange, spreading throughout the ninja world like a massive rock thrown into a calm lake, quickly stirring up ripples within the intelligence networks of all major powers. The combination of keywords Land of Stars, Shura, and Uchiha was enough to draw the serious attention of any kage. Kimogakure, the Raikage office. A heavy thud echoed in the office. The fourth Raikage, A, wasn't wearing his symbolic white Raikage cloak, but only a black sleeveless undershirt, exposing his muscular arms. The stump where his left hand and forearm were missing was particularly conspicuous, but it didn't affect his strength in the slightest. At this moment, using only his right hand, his 5 fingers like iron pincers, he gripped an astonishingly heavy oversized dumbbell, effortlessly and steadily performing curls. Each movement showcased his bulging muscles, full of explosive power. Fine sweat beads dotted his bronze skin, testament to his unrelenting training. The office door opened quietly, and his secretary, Mabui, entered. She wore the standard Kimogakure's ninja uniform, the faint scar on her forehead a record of the ferocity of the attack years ago. She held a scroll in her hand, her expression calm yet carrying a trace of gravity. Raikage-sama. Mabui bowed slightly. HN. Raikage grunted from his nose, his movements not stopping, but his gaze swept over. What is it? The Underground Bounty Exchange Intelligence Network has a new important update regarding the Land of Stars and that Shura. Mabui presented the scroll. The speed and scope of the intelligence dissemination are highly unusual. Preliminary assessment suggests someone is spreading it with a specific purpose. Shura. Raikage's movements halted abruptly. The muscles in his right arm instantly tensed, the massive dumbbell pausing midair as if weightless. Fury blazed in his eyes like a beast whose scales had been touched. The air in the office seemed to grow stagnant and hot from his anger. That bastard. Raikage's voice thundered, making the windows rattle. He slammed the dumbbell onto the ground with a loud boom, causing spiderweb cracks to instantly appear on the sturdy floor. Mobilize the troops immediately. I'll lead them myself. Raise that damn Land of Stars to the ground. I'll rip his head off and use it as a ball. Raikage roared, his remaining right fist clenched, faint lightning flickering around it, showing his extremely agitated state. Mabui seemed to have anticipated the Raikage's reaction. Unfazed by his ferocity, she calmly adjusted her glasses and reminded him in a steady voice, Raikage-sama, please calm down. The Land of Stars is located in the western part of the continent and does not border our country. Vast stretches of the land of Earth and several other countries lie between us. A large-scale military operation simply cannot bypass Iwagakure's surveillance. And our relationship with Iwagakure. She paused, emphasizing, remains hostile. Raikage's chest heaved violently, his rough breathing audible. Mabui's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing part of his impulse, but allowing another, deeper, more humiliating fury to burn in his heart. The painful memories of the Third Great Ninja War instantly flooded back, his father, the Third Raikage, holding off 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas alone to cover their retreat, eventually dying from exhaustion, worn down by the old fox Inoki. This sea of blood and hatred, he had never forgotten for a moment. And immediately following that were the two disastrous encounters with the mysterious man who called himself Shura. The first time, the other party single-handedly assaulted Kumogakure, moving as if through uninhabited land, clashing head-on with him and B's AB combo, not only severely injuring them but also causing over 200 ninja casualties within the village before leaving unscathed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a bounty of 70 million ryo. It was an unprecedented humiliation in Kumogakure's history. The second time, learning the other party was in the land of Lightning's Hell Valley, he didn't hesitate, personally leading 12 Umbu elites, including Darui and C, to encircle and suppress him, swearing to wipe away the shame. The result? Another crushing defeat. B and Yujito, the two perfect Jinchuriki, were critically injured, near death. Among the 12 elite Umbu, more than half dead or wounded. Even he himself paid the heavy price of his left arm. These two blood debts were like red-hot brands, deeply seared into Reikich's heart, burning him day and night. He constantly thought of revenge, of tearing Shura to pieces. He punched the nearby desk fiercely. The hard wooden surface shattered with a crash, splinters flying. Damn the distance. Damn Inoki. Reikich growled, his voice hoarse from suppressing rage. He knew Mabui was stating facts. Launching a large-scale war across most of the ninja world was simply unrealistic, it would only give the watching Iwagakure and Konoha an opportunity. He forced himself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, and asked in a low voice, what about Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure? Any movement? How are they reacting to this intel? Mabui was prepared and immediately reported, regarding Konoha, due to our previous strong questioning attitude, they seem to think we are being unreasonable. They haven't provided further explanation about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki specific situation, only repeatedly emphasized that the Jinchuriki is safe and sound, and firmly denied the possibility of Shura obtaining Nine-Tails Chakra from Konoha. Regarding Shimura Danzo, Mabui continued, our intelligence personnel conducted an in-depth investigation. This person is the leader of Konoha's route and was a student of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. According to records, when the second Hokage led a delegation for peace talks and encountered the Gold and Silver Brothers' rebellion and attack, Danzo was indeed present. Calculating his age, he is now over 60. Whether in terms of age, identity, or past experience, it is impossible for him to be the terrifyingly powerful Shura, who appears to be a youth. After listening, Reikich snorted coldly, it seems the Shura deliberately used that name to confuse the issue, or does he have some personal grudge against that Shimura Danzo? He leaned towards the latter, after all, such framing tactics weren't uncommon in the ninja world. What about Iwagakure? Reikich was more concerned about his old rival's movements. There are no signs of large-scale military mobilization within Iwagakure, Mabui replied, however, we have reliable intelligence indicating that Iwagakure's elite jounin, Monga, has been unusually active in the underground bounty exchange recently, frequently contacting some stronger rogue ninja organizations and mercenary groups. Preliminary assessment suggests Inoki likely wants to use hiring methods to probe or sabotage the Land of Stars, to avoid losses from directly using Iwagakure's forces. That old fox, he sure knows how to scheme. Reikich scoffed, but had to admit it was the most beneficial course of action currently. Finally, A's voice lowered, carrying a trace of barely perceptible concern and helplessness, B and Yujito, how are their injuries recovering? Mabui sighed softly, Killer B-sama and Yujito-sama's injuries are both very severe. Although their lives are not in danger, they require long periods of rest and recovery. The latest assessment from the ninja hospital is, at least another 6 months or more before they can initially regain combat capability. 6 months, huh? Reikich fell silent, the fury in his eyes gradually replaced by a heavy oppression. Losing the high-end combat power of two perfect Jinchuriki significantly reduced Kimogakure's defense and deterrence. Even if he wanted to do something, he felt restrained. He walked to the window, looking out at the cloud-shrouded Kimogakure. The areas destroyed by Shura's attack years ago had been repaired, but the devastation from back then was still vivid in his mind. Reikich's massive fist slowly clenched. His one-armed figure appeared exceptionally resolute, yet also carrying a trace of lonely indignation. This grudge, I've noted it down. He said to the window, his voice low, as if declaring it to the distant Land of Stars, Shura, Land of Stars, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will personally lead a force to settle this debt. Principal and interest together. Land of Earth, Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. The third Tsuchikige, Inoki, small in stature with white hair and beard, floated in midair, his tiny brows tightly furrowed as he listened to the report from the Umbu's member before him. He held the report just submitted by Monga regarding the Akatsuki mission's execution. Mission encountered strong resistance from Star Ninja. The enemy deployed multiple elite jonin, including 2 Uchiha clans members of approaching Kaga-level strength. Akatsuki lost multiple elites, mission partially completed, have now confirmed the Hoshigakure's leader is Shura. Inoki stroked the beard on his chin, his small eyes flickering with suspicion. Those guys from Akatsuki, though their prices are steep, their strength is decent. Losing multiple elites in one mission. The enemy has ninja approaching Kaguya level. Monga's report is probably inflated. He instinctively felt things weren't that simple, but also questioned if Akatsuki was exaggerating the outcome. He had hired Akatsuki more than once. The strength of those rogue ninjas wasn't to be underestimated, enough to destroy a small country. So he wondered how could they easily suffer such a heavy loss at the hands of a newly emerging power. Was that Shura really that strong? Intelligence on Shura, though Konoha and Kimogakure had withheld part of it, Iwagakure's intelligence department had still gathered quite a bit. And 2, approaching Kaguya level, Uchiha. How was that possible? Konoha's Uchiha clan was scary enough, so he didn't believe the Land of Stars could possibly have Uchiha clan's members. Just then, the office door knocked, and another ninja from the Umbu's intelligence division entered quickly, respectfully presenting an intelligence scroll. Tsuchikage-sama, this is intelligence brought back by merchant caravans from the border area of the Land of Swamps. It has been verified through multiple sources and has relatively high credibility. Anoki took the scroll and unrolled it to read. The contents were fragmented, mostly eyewitness accounts. Approximately a few days ago, a brief but exceptionally intense battle erupted near the former Hanmatsu city in the Land of Swamps. The commotion was significant, shaking the earth. There were even strange golden lights descending from the sky. Rumors flew, but one in particular caught the Umbu's intelligence personnel's attention. Multiple eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a dark red armored giant flying over Hanmatsu city and joining the battle. A dark red armored giant? Anoki thought to himself. Initially, he didn't pay much mind, thinking it might be some new type of summon or ninjutsu. However, the next second, a nightmare scene sealed deep in his memory, one that brought endless humiliation and fear, violently crashed into his mind. It was from the distant past, when he was still young and brash, accompanying the second Tsuchikage, Mu, to Konoha village to meet the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, seeking an alliance. They encountered that man, like a demon god. Uchiha Madara. That man had also stood within a giant that touched the sky and the earth, a warrior god descending, crushing everything, invincible. He and his teacher had seemed so pale and powerless before that giant. The fear of being dominated by absolute power, the humiliation of being at Tsuchikage yet unable to protect his village, instantly overwhelmed him. Anoki's body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he nearly lost control of his flight technique, falling from midair. He hurriedly grabbed the desk, his breathing becoming rapid. And no. Impossible. How could? He muttered distractedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Susanoo. The Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's. Could it be, he isn't dead? No. That's not right. The color is wrong. Madara's was blue. Dark red. After the extreme shock and fear passed, Anoki's brain began working frantically. Combining the 2 Uchiha clan's members mentioned in Monga's report and Akatsuki's anomalous loss report, a terrifying conjecture formed in his mind. What Akatsuki encountered wasn't some approaching Kaguya-level opponent. They likely encountered top-tier Uchiha powerhouses who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and could activate the Susanoo. Perhaps. Maybe even more than one. That's why Akatsuki, capable of destroying small countries, suffered a setback and used this vague report to cover it up. If the Land of Stars possessed Uchiha power of this level, plus that mysterious and inscrutable Shura who had caused trouble for both Konoha and Kimogakure. Anoki's face became extremely grim. He had originally just wanted to spend a little money, hire Akatsuki to cause some trouble for this upstart that didn't play by the rules and was annexing small countries at will, and incidentally test its strength. But now, he realized the water in this Land of Stars was far deeper than imagined. It might even be connected to that terrifying existence, Uchiha Madara. Could it be that guy Uchiha Madara? Back then he slowly sat back in his Tsuchikage chair, his small body sinking deep into it, falling into prolonged contemplation. The office was utterly silent, save for the old Tsuchikage's heavy breathing and the tap-tap of his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. It seemed the strategy towards the Land of Stars needed to be re-evaluated. Chapter 239, Chapter 239 The Extremely Paranoid Danzo. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The afternoon sun streamed through the large windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor, but it couldn't dispel the heavy atmosphere in the office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, sat behind his large desk, holding a confidential file just compiled by the intelligence division. His brow was deeply furrowed as he took a deep drag from his pipe, letting the pungent smoke swirl in his lungs as if it could slightly calm the turmoil within. The contents of the file were the intelligence about the Land of Stars and its leader, Shura, that had been spreading wildly recently through the underground bounty exchange and various covert channels. Phrases like mysterious Uchiha ninja and dark red armored giant were heavily circled in red by intelligence personnel, glaringly conspicuous. A dark red armored giant. Susanoo. Hiruzen muttered to himself, his graying eyebrows tightly knit together. Seeing this description, he couldn't help but recall the mysterious Uchiha ninja that Sher Sui and his team had encountered years ago while investigating the upheaval in the Land of Bears. At that time, Sher Sui had been severely injured, even losing his left eye. The report had also mentioned that this Uchiha clan's member was extremely powerful and could use the Susanoo. At the time, he and the advisors had discussed it, thinking it might be a follower of Madara from when he defected from Konoha village, or a bloodline left behind outside. After all, the Uchiha clan's history was long and it wasn't entirely impossible for a branch or two to be scattered outside. However, in the over 50 years since the village's founding, the Uchiha clan within Konoha village, while having a delicate relationship with the village, had overall been relatively peaceful without substantial rebellious actions, which had somewhat reassured the higher-ups. But now, this mysterious Uchiha clan's member, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan and capable of activating the Susanoo, had appeared again. This forced Hiruzen to be vigilant once more. Could the initial speculation be true? Did Uchiha Madara really leave such a fearsome contingency plan outside? Hiruzen's elderly heart was filled with worry and uncertainty. Ashura, who could easily defeat Kimogakure's AB combo and enter and leave Konoha village as if it were uninhabited land, and a mysterious Uchiha clan's member with Mangekyo Sharingan, was troublesome enough. Now, there was another mysterious Uchiha clan's member. The threat level of the Land of Stars rose sharply in his mind. Just then, the office door opened, interrupting Hiruzen's thoughts. Danzo, leaning on his cane, walked in slowly. He was dressed in his usual attire, his right eye and right arm bandaged, his remaining left eye sharp and sinister. He gave a slight nod as a greeting, his voice low. "Hiruzen, what's the urgent matter?" Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took another deep drag from his pipe, then gently pushed the intelligence file on the desk forward, indicating for Danzo to read it himself. "Take a look at this first." Danzo stepped forward, his eyes scanning the contents. There was no surprise on his face. His root's intelligence network was far more pervasive than the Hokage's Umbu. He naturally already knew about these messages, possibly in even greater detail than what Hiruzen had seen. After a cursory glance, he looked up, his voice slightly hoarse. "It seems this Land of Stars Ashura has grown powerful, becoming a liability. Now, it's confirmed that there are Uchiha clan's members colluding with him." He emphasized the word colluding. Hiruzen put down his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke rings. "Uchiha living outside aren't necessarily colluding." Danzo snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his left eye. "Not necessarily." "Hiruzen, have you forgotten what Uchiha Itachi secretly reported before? That Shura, and that woman called Uchiha Hikari, once secretly infiltrated the village and visited Uchiha Fugaku. This matter was reported by Itachi to the third Hokage after a fierce internal struggle, having witnessed Shura and Hikari appearing in his home to speak with his father. Upon learning this, Hiruzen took it extremely seriously and had secretly discussed it with the two advisors, Mito Kato Hamura and Yudatane Koharu. Danzo, as the leader of Root, naturally had channels to learn of it as well. Hiruzen's face darkened. "That meeting. Fugaku did not report it afterward. It is indeed suspicious. But based on a single unverified secret meeting, we cannot conclude that the entire Uchiha clan is colluding with Shura. At the very least, all Uchiha clan's members within the village are under surveillance, and no abnormal movements or secret contact with the outside have been detected." All. Danzo's voice suddenly rose, filled with clear doubt and pressure. "What about Uchiha Sher Sui? How do you explain his disappearance?" The name Sher Sui was like a sharp thorn, instantly pricking the most sensitive nerve between the two old men in the office. Hiruzen's gaze instantly turned sharp. He stared directly at Danzo. "Sher Sui is a hero of the village. He made great efforts and sacrifices for the peace between the village and the Uchiha. I trust his character. He would never collude with a dangerous person like Shura." "Trust?" Danzo chuckled coldly. "Trust is the cheapest thing in the ninja world. Hiruzen, your weakness and excessive trust will harm Konoha sooner or later." Then, Hiruzen slowly stood up, leaning on the desk with his hands, his body slightly forward, his gaze burning as he stared at Danzo, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious. "Where were you on the night Sher Sui disappeared, Danzo?" The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. The pupil of Danzo's exposed left eye contracted almost imperceptibly, but the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest, remaining as gloomy as ever. He met Hiruzen's gaze without flinching, his voice even carrying a hint of indignation at being wronged. "I was naturally handling official business at the Root base." "Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect I did something to Sher Sui?" Hiruzen stared at him tightly, not speaking, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate Danzo's disguise and see the truth hidden beneath his bandages. In fact, since Sher Sui's disappearance, Hiruzen's first suspect had been Danzo. Danzo's extreme attitude towards the Uchiha clan, his greed for the Sharingan, and his habitual use of dark methods gave Hiruzen ample reason to suspect him. Moreover, that night, some Roots members did have abnormal activity patterns. But there was no direct evidence. Danzo was extremely careful and cautious, almost never leaving any evidence. More importantly, the situation inside and outside Konoha was complex now. Kumogakure was watching covetously, the land of stars was rising, and there were internal issues with the Uchiha clan. He still needed to rely on Danzo and his root to handle those unsavory tasks. After a stalemate, Hiruzen slowly sat back in his chair, his expression becoming inscrutable again. He picked up his pipe, relit it, and took a deep drag, as if wanting to exhale all his doubts and helplessness with the smoke. Enough. He waved his hand, his tone returning to its usual steadiness but carrying a trace of fatigue. Let's not dwell on the past for now. Danzo, what's important now is the future. The threat of the land of stars is right before us. I need your root to use all its power to intensify the investigation into the land of stars, especially the Chura and the mysterious Uchiha. Any clue, any possible piece of intelligence, must be excavated as much as possible. Once there is a major discovery, you must report to me immediately. Understood. Danzo, looking at Hiruzen who seemed to have chosen compromise, allowed a barely perceptible curve to form at the corner of his mouth beneath the bandages. He bowed slightly, his tone returning to its usual respectfulness, but his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Understood. For Konoha, Root will naturally spare no effort. He responded in a deep voice, then turned and left the Hokage's office, leaning on his cane. Root base, deep within. Dark, damp, oppressive. This was a corner of Konoha where sunlight could never reach. Danzo sat in his seat, his single remaining eye gleaming with a ghostly light under the dim lamp. Aburaim Tatsuma appeared silently before him, bowing respectfully. Danzo-sama. Tatsuma, Danzo's voice was low and cold. Any new messages from Yakushi Kabuto? Tatsuma adjusted his sunglasses, answering calmly, there is indeed some intelligence about the recent battle in the Land of Stars. It's more detailed than the versions circulating outside and sold in the underground bounty exchange. It confirms multiple Uchiha participated in the battle. One female Uchiha used an ability similar to the Susanoo, with extremely terrifying strength. But regarding the detailed identity of the other Uchiha, the intelligence does not specify clearly. The other Uchiha Danzo's fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest, a cold light flashing in his single eye. Is it Sher Sui? He highly suspected it was Sher Sui. That Shura could infiltrate Konoha village without anyone noticing, even able to steal the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family. His familiarity with Konoha's barriers was alarming. And after Sher Sui's disappearance, a powerful Uchiha expert appeared in the Land of Stars. The coincidence was too great. But then again, the suddenly appearing Hikari was also unfathomably powerful. If there really was a Uchiha branch living outside, there were probably more than one or two powerful individuals. The water was muddier than he had imagined. Just then, he remembered another matter that stuck in his craw like a fishbone. The accidental death of Yakushi Nono. This important pawn he had placed in Iwagakure had inexplicably died in action during a routine border patrol mission, without even a body to be found. It was too fishy. He absolutely refused to believe it was an accident. The extremely paranoid Danzo instantly connected these events. The mystery of the Land of Stars, the abnormality of the Uchiha, Nono's bizarre death. It was as if there was an invisible web behind it all. He needed confirmation. Confirmation of whether Kabuto was still loyal, confirmation of the true situation in the Land of Stars. Danzo abruptly looked up, a flash of resoluteness and ruthlessness in his single eye. Tatsuma, immediately send the highest emergency level secret order to Yakushi Kabuto. Content. Tatsuma asked without any fluctuation. Order him, no matter what, at all costs, he must return to Konoha village within 7 days to report. Danzo's voice was decisive and firm, leaving no room for doubt. Tell him, this is Root's highest directive. Failure to arrive on time will be treated as defection. He would use the news of Kabuto's foster mother, Yakushi Nono's death, as a probe. He would use Kabuto's immediate reaction and whether he could return on time to judge if he had betrayed them, or at least force some more core secrets about the Land of Stars from his mouth. Tatsuma didn't hesitate in the slightest, bowing to receive the order. Yes. Danzo-sama. His figure slowly retreated into the shadows to carry out this order that could decide Kabuto's fate. In the depths of the gloomy root base, only Danzo remained, his single eye flickering in the shadows like a lurking venomous snake, waiting for its prey's response. Chapter 240, Chapter 240 Shinigami, Sacrifice, Namikaze Minato. Land of Stars, Star City. This increasingly prosperous capital was bursting with vitality under the warm spring sun, a scene of thriving activity. The streets were bustling with traffic, and most pedestrians had expressions of anticipation for the future. Land of Stars Medical Department, in a quiet study room. Kabuto was concentrating fully on his palm. A soft, faint green glowing chakra rotated slowly under his precise control, sometimes condensing into fine needle shapes, sometimes spreading into a thin mist. He was deeply studying higher-level medical ninjutsu while simultaneously trying to understand and master the nature transformation of Yin attribute chakra. Since being recognized by Shura and formally taken under his wing, he hadn't been assigned to a combat unit. Instead, due to his outstanding medical talent and calm mind, he was specially transferred to the medical department for in-depth training. In addition to honing his medical ninjutsu, he also received some espionage technique courses. Just then, an encrypted stream of information flowed directly into his mind, a contact cipher from Konoha's route, sent by a Yamanaka clan's ninja. Kabuto's movements didn't falter in the slightest. The chakra in his palm quietly dissipated. His expression unchanged, he tidied the scrolls and equipment on the table, excused himself from his instructor, and slowly left the medical department. Only when he reached a deserted spot did he quickly decipher the cipher's content. Return to Konoha within 7 days at all costs to report. Failure to arrive on time will be treated as defection. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sharp light flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. No anxiety, no panic, only calm analysis running at high speed. Danzo is suspicious. That was his first judgment. The news of Director Nono's death had been relayed back, yet I had failed to provide more definitive intelligence about the Land of Stars' core echelons, especially regarding Shirasama and those powerful Uchiha. Coupled with the possible leakage of some information from the recent battle at the Land of Stars' border against unknown ninja, the paranoid Danzo must have lost his composure. This order was less a summons and more a blatant probe. A probe into my loyalty, and possibly an attempt to force the truth about Nono's death from him. He had to return. Not only to eliminate Danzo's suspicion and protect the secret of Nono's fake death, but also because Menma was still in Konoha. He couldn't let the child face Konoha's darkness alone. His mind made up, Kabuto didn't hesitate. He turned and headed towards the Land of Stars' administration building. I needed to report to Shirasama and receive instructions. Top floor of the administration building, Shura's office. Menma sat behind a large chair, quietly listening to Kabuto's report and analysis. His fingers lightly tapped the desk. The gaze beneath his white, three-eyed fox mask was profound and unfathomable. That old fox Danzo has a keen nose. A low, calm voice came from beneath the mask, betraying no emotion. If he wants to test, then let him test. He pondered slightly before continuing, prepared to return. As for intelligence, you can appropriately leak some things to him. For example, confirm that there are indeed multiple Uchiha clans ninjas in the Land of Stars. One is female, with extremely terrifying strength. And the other Menma paused, deliberately emphasizing, is a male, possessing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kabuto's mind raced, immediately understanding Menma's intention. Revealing partial true intelligence about a male Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan could increase credibility, muddy the waters, and might even misdirect Danzo's attention to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, thus causing him to underestimate the Land of Stars' true threat. Yes, Shirasama. I understand. Kabuto bowed respectfully. Remember, your safety comes first, Menma added, his tone flat but carrying a sense of protection. If necessary, the Land of Stars is your eternal backing. Thank you, sir. A slight warmth touched Kabuto's heart. He bowed again and left the office. After leaving the administration building, Kabuto didn't immediately set off for Konoha village. Instead, he headed towards the Star Ninja Academy. The school bell had just rung. Children poured out of classrooms like cheerful little birds, laughing and running towards their families outside the school gates or heading to the training grounds in groups for extra ninjutsu practice. The campus was filled with vigorous vitality and energy, starkly different from the subtly competitive and oppressive atmosphere in other ninja villages' academies. Kabuto stood in the corridor's shadows, quietly watching the scene, the children's carefree, smiling faces reflected in his glasses. Once upon a time, he and Nono had also yearned for such a peaceful, hopeful life in Konoha's orphanage. He arrived outside the principal's office and gently knocked. Come in. Kabuto pushed the door open. The office was furnished simply yet elegantly. Nono was sitting behind the desk, reviewing documents. She now served as the vice principal of the Star Ninja Academy, primarily responsible for student ideological education and life management. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes filled with peace and satisfaction, a far cry from the wandering Miko, who had constantly walked the line between life and death. Kabuto. Nono smiled gently upon seeing her foster son, but then noticed a trace of barely perceptible gravity between his brows. What's wrong? Did something happen? Director Kabuto walked to the desk, lowering his voice, succinctly explaining the root cipher and Danzo's probing intent. The smile instantly vanished from Nono's face, replaced by worry. Danzo. Kabuto, it's too dangerous. Him calling you back at this time, he definitely has ill intentions. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the pen, her knuckles whitening. She knew Danzo's methods all too well. I know, Director. Kabuto's tone remained calm. He adjusted his glasses, comforting her, but precisely because of that, I must return. Not going or delaying would only make him more suspicious. He might even detect that your death was fishy. Moreover, his gaze became determined, Menma is still in Konoha village. I can't leave him there alone. No matter what, I must return to Konoha village once. Please don't worry. I will be careful. Nono looked at this foster son who had long matured into a steady adult, knowing his mind was made up and that he spoke sense. She sighed softly, stood up, walked over to Kabuto, and straightened his already neat collar, her eyes full of affection and reluctance. You must be careful. Put your safety first in everything. I'll be waiting for you and Menma to return safely. I will, Director. Kabuto nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, after handling the day's necessary administrative affairs, Menma returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard the sound of sobbing. He saw Kushina sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet, tightly holding the furry, human-form Kokyu in her arms. A melodramatic romance series was playing on the large-screen TV in front of them. T/N, Kokyu is Menma's black Nine-Tails. Kushina was watching with tear-filled eyes, completely immersed in the plot, even unconsciously grabbing Kokyu's fluffy tail and unceremoniously using it to wipe her tears and runny nose. Wah. It's so touching. Why does there have to be a misunderstanding? If they just talked it out clearly. Wah she sobbed and muttered. Kokyu had a look of utter despair, disgustedly trying to pull her tail back but not daring to use too much force. She could only pull a long face piteously, shooting a resentful little look at Menma who had just entered, as if accusing, control your mother. My tail is not a towel. The corner of Menma's mouth twitched slightly. He walked over and spoke helplessly, Mom, you're going to rub Kokyu's fur bald. Ah. Menma, you're back. Only then did Kushina notice her son. She hurriedly let go of Kokyu's tail, somewhat embarrassed as she wiped the corner of her eye. This drama is just so tear-jerking. Kokyu seized the opportunity to rush onto Menma's shoulder, rubbing her head against his cheek and letting out a pitiful light hum. Menma gently rubbed Kokyu's head, then looked at Kushina, his tone calmly dropping a bombshell. I'm preparing to begin. To liberate father's soul from the Shinigami's stomach, and then use the impure world reincarnation. The expression on Kushina's face instantly froze. The emotion in her eyes shifted from the drama's sadness to real shock and anticipation. She keenly sensed something, her voice tightening slightly. Menma, you suddenly decided to do this, are you preparing to move against Konoha? She knew her son's strength and his unfathomable ambition all too well. In his plan to unify the ninja world, Konoha was inevitably a hurdle he couldn't avoid. Menma shook his head, walking to the window and looking out at the Star City scenery. No, it's not yet time for a full-scale move. It's just that, the extermination script Konoha wrote for the Uchiha clan seems to be nearing its performance date. He turned around, his mask already removed, revealing a young face with a depth unsuitable for his age. I think we need some audience to appreciate this rare, theatrical performance together. And as the fourth Hokage, father, should perhaps see with his own eyes to what extent the Konoha he once gave his life to protect has rotted from within. Of course he paused, a tone of pure investigative interest entering his voice. I am indeed somewhat interested in researching soul-related techniques. The Shinigami, the dead demon-consuming seal, the impure world reincarnation, these areas involving the taboos of life and death are quite interesting, aren't they? Kushina fell silent. She understood that while Menma's words had some truth, they were more of an explanation and reassurance. Reviving Minato, even through impure world reincarnation, necessarily had a deeper strategic purpose. But she didn't ask further, only nodding gently. I understand. What do you need me to do? Just come with me. Menma said. Menma brought Kushina to a certain deep underground level within the military district. It was heavily guarded, the atmosphere cold and solemn. Kisame Hoshigaki, returned from the front lines, was already waiting there with 3-star Umbu. Behind them, 2 men wearing Yukigekir's forehead protectors were tightly bound by special chakra chains, looking dejected. They were the captured Land of Snow's daimyo, Kazuhana Dodo, and his general, Roga Nadar. Shirasama. Kisame bowed respectfully upon seeing Menma. The 3 Umbu also bowed simultaneously. Amen, well done. You may withdraw now. Guard the perimeter. No one is to approach without my order. Menma instructed indifferently. Yes. Kisame didn't hesitate in the slightest, immediately leading his 3 subordinates to retreat into the shadows and disappear. In the spacious and icy underground space, only Menma, Kushina, and the 2 captives remained. Kushina, holding Kokyu, watched the scene before her somewhat nervously, her heart filled with anticipation and unease. Menma raised his right hand. The dark red seal on the back of his hand began to emit a faint, mysterious glow. Simultaneously, faint traces of the same seal pattern appeared on the bound hands of Nadar and Dodo. Their eyes instantly became empty and vacant, as if they had lost all self-awareness, standing rigidly in place like lambs for the slaughter. This was the secondary authority Hikari had granted Menma, allowing him to manipulate these completely controlled assets through the seals in her absence. Kushina watched as Menma summoned an item from a storage scroll. It was a grotesque white mask with a ferocious face and two horns, emanating an extremely ominous and cold aura. "This is the Shinigami mask," Kushina exclaimed in a low voice, recognizing the object. It was the dangerous forbidden object enshrined in the Uzumaki clan's mask hall, used to communicate with the Shinigami. Her heart leaped into her throat, both anticipating seeing Minato and feeling an instinctive unease about the impending forbidden ritual. Menma examined Nadar and Dodo, as if evaluating something. Finally, he chose Nadar, who had greater chakra and life energy. He handed the ominous Shinigami mask to the completely controlled Nadar. Then, Menma issued an instruction through the seal. Nadar, wearing the Shinigami mask, began to move stiffly, performing a dance filled with an eerie aura, the dance of the Shinigami. As the dance proceeded, a powerful, visible stream of blue chakra erupted violently from Nadar's body, swirling around him madly. A sinister wind howled in the underground space, the temperature plummeting. The next second, a terrifying huge phantom slowly materialized behind Nadar. The phantom was over 10 meters tall, with long, pale, disheveled hair floating like seaweed, wearing a wide white robe that revealed bizarre purple skin beneath. Its face was extremely ferocious, holding a gleaming short sword in its mouth, with a pair of crimson-red sharp horns curved towards the sky on its head. It was the manifestation of the Shinigami itself. Kushina, as an impure world reincarnation, was essentially among the dead and could clearly see this terrifying Shinigami. Menma, relying on his powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of the Red Moon Scroll, and his deep understanding of yin-yang release techniques, also directly gazed upon this deity symbolizing death. The ritual reached its most critical step. The Shinigami's phantom slowly raised its emaciated arm, took the short sword from its mouth, and then stabbed it violently into its own abdomen and sliced to the side. Simultaneously, a huge, bloody wound appeared out of nowhere on the abdomen of Nadar, the sacrifice and ritual performer. His body shook violently, his life force rapidly draining, but he couldn't make a sound. The scene was eerie and horrifying. As the Shinigami sliced open its own belly, a wisp of ghostly blue soul flame drifted out from the cleft in the Shinigami's opened abdomen. It was Minato's soul. The Shinigami seemed to have fulfilled the contract. It greedily extracted the soon-to-disperse soul of Nadar, who had been sacrificed for the ritual, and swallowed it. Then, the massive phantom slowly dissipated into the air, seemingly satisfied. Nadar, now soulless, collapsed to the ground like a broken puppet with a thud, completely lifeless. Minato. Kushina looked excitedly at the wisp of ghostly blue soul flame, her voice choking. Menma didn't pause for a moment. His hands flew through hand seals. The long-prepared Impure World Reincarnation's formula instantly lit up on the ground. Impure World Reincarnation. The blue soul flame fell into Dodo's body. Countless gray-white, paper scrap-like ashes surged from the formula, pouncing on the dazedly standing Dodo as if alive, rapidly enveloping and devouring him. Gaia. Dodo let out a piercing shriek, his body twisting and deforming within the ashes. His flesh, his soul were being forcibly transformed as the sacrifice and vessel. The ashes gradually condensed and took shape. Amidst the sky full of paper scraps, a figure appeared with brilliant golden hair, a handsome face covered in cracks, and wearing the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robes. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. Do you want to know the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack? The gray-white dust fully coalesced, and the Impure World Reincarnation was complete. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, once as brilliantly blue as a clear sky and filled with light and intelligence, were now dull and gray, clouded by the nature of his resurrection. Yet, the sharpness and vigilance flashing within them remained undiminished. His consciousness was wrenched from an endless slumber, leaving him momentarily disoriented. But the instincts of a veteran ninja took over, and he immediately assessed his surroundings. Cold metal walls. Dim light. An unfamiliar underground space. And two figures standing before him. His gaze first locked onto the one directly ahead, a mysterious man in a black robe, his face hidden by a strange white mask with three fox-like eyes. The man's powerful aura and unfathomable presence put Minato on instant high alert. Who are you? Minato's voice was rough from disuse but controlled. This is the Impure World Reincarnation. He recognized his state immediately. As the fourth Hokage, he was familiar with the second Hokage's forbidden techniques, and a deep sense of foreboding settled in his gut. But then, his eyes shifted to the figure behind the masked man, and his entire body froze. Red hair. A face he knew as well as his own. And those eyes, also gray now, shimmering with an intensity of emotion he hadn't seen in years. Kushina. His wife. But Why was she holding a little fox girl he had never seen before, complete with a pair of furry tails? The small creature was tilting her head, studying him with large, intelligent eyes. Minato's gaze snapped back to the masked figure. The figure remained silent for a long moment, then slowly raised a hand and removed the mask. Beneath it was the face of a boy of about 15 or 16. His black hair was spiky and unruly. His features were handsome but carried a gravity far beyond his years. And his eyes. Minato's breath caught. They were as blue as a summer sky. Just like his. Just like Naruto's. Is it? Naruto. The name was a whisper, a desperate hope. But he instantly knew it was wrong. The boy's calm, detached demeanor was nothing like the son he imagined. Another name surfaced from the depths of his memory, Yor. Menma. His tone was thick with disbelief and a dawning, painful realization. The child who had been kidnapped, whose fate was a mystery, was alive. The hair was different, but the blood-deep resonance, the familiar yet alien complexity in those blue eyes, it had to be him. Menma met his gaze, a flicker of unreadable emotion passing through his own blue eyes. He gave a single, slow nod. Minato looked at his firstborn son, now a young man. 1,000 words choked him, finally emerging as a sigh laden with guilt and wonder. You've grown so much. He tried to smile, but it was a hollow, pained expression. I imagined so many ways we might meet again. But never like this. He paused, his gray eyes filled with deep sincerity. I am sorry, Menma. The failure to protect his own child, to let him be stolen away at birth, was a wound that had never healed. Menma seemed slightly taken aback that Minato had recognized him so quickly. He reached up and touched his own spiky black hair, a parent's intuition. Even like this, in a different form and with different hair, you knew me. Minato shook his head gently. You were always special. That night, you were born, and you opened your eyes. You just looked around, quietly. You didn't cry, not like Naruto. The memory was as vivid as if it were yesterday. The guilt surged back, and I failed as a father. I let that masked man take you. Menma was silent for a beat, then slowly shook his head. I don't blame you. The situation was beyond anyone's control. His tone was disturbingly calm, as if discussing a stranger's misfortune. He then shifted the subject. In reality, it has only been 7 years since you died. This form isn't my real body, it's a transformation technique. He began his prepared explanation. The moment I came into this world, that masked man hit me with a genjutsu. Limited Tsukuyomi. It was immensely powerful, creating a nearly perfect illusory world. I lived a full 15 years inside that lie before I finally broke free and returned to reality. Minato and Kushina listened, Minato reeling from the revelation, Kushina's heart aching for the son who had endured such a lonely, twisted existence. Menma continued, his voice taking on a formal, serious edge. I used the impure world reincarnation to free your soul from the Shinigami, father. I wanted you to have your freedom back, and to ask you about the details of that night. But there is another, more important matter I must inform you of. The atmosphere in the chamber grew heavy. Kushina unconsciously held Kokyu tighter. The small fox, sensing the shift, stilled in her arms. Minato's gray eyes narrowed. A cold dread crept up his spine. He knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever came next would change everything. Menma looked him directly in the eye and spoke with chilling clarity. Soon, in a relatively short time, the Konoha's leadership will issue an order. An order for the complete massacre of the Uchiha clan. What? Minato's voice was a strangled gasp. Even for him, this was too monstrous to comprehend. Annihilate an entire clan. It was unthinkable. But Menma wasn't finished. For this event, I have prepared spectator seats. I would like you to be there. When it happens, I will intervene. I will take a portion of the Uchiha clan and bring them into my village. My nation. Minato was struck dumb again. Menma's village. His nation. Menma's voice was flat, declarative, as if stating an inevitable fact. Then, when the time is right and we have gathered enough strength, I will lead these ninja of the new era. We will launch the fourth great ninja war. He paused, his gaze sharpening into a blade, piercing through Minato's shock. We will sweep across the 5 great nations. We will destroy the 5 great ninja villages. We will unify the entire ninja world. We will put a final end to this 1,000-year era of conflict. We will finish the work the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could not complete. He let the silence hang for a moment before delivering the final, pointed question. So, father. Will you try to stop me? Silence. A dead, crushing silence. Minato stood utterly paralyzed, his mind a roaring void. The Uchiha massacre. Menma's own village and nation. A 4th great ninja war. Unification. Any one of these concepts was world-shattering. Together, they formed a vision of such staggering scale and ruthlessness that he could scarcely process it. Was this the boy he had just met? This, architect of a new, bloody world order? Why? The word was a dry croak. He fought for composure, grappling for logic. Why would Konoha order such a thing? It's impossible. Who is the Hokage now? And Menma, your village? Your nation? This isn't Konoha. He gestured at the cold, metallic room, his confusion immense. Menma answered with dispassionate precision, this is not Konoha. This is the land of stars, which I founded. As for what this nation is, and how its ninja differ from those of the old era, you will have to see for yourself. Konoha, he said, a hint of frost entering his tone, is currently under the rule of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then began to lay out the grim logic, the reason the Uchiha face extinction, the root lies in the Nine-Tails attack. You remember, don't you? The Nine-Tails eyes that night. They held the tomo of the Sharingan. Many of the ninja who fought saw it. Minato's face darkened. He remembered all too well. It was the central mystery of that night. Menma went on, and the Konoha military police force, which should have been defending the village, was hamstrung by Danzo's route. They were given tasks like civilian evacuation, kept away from the main fight. In the years that followed, the Konoha's leadership, Danzo in particular, became convinced the attack was linked to the Uchiha, or at least to a rogue Sharingan. They restricted them, watched them, pushed them to the margins. Resentment festered on both sides. Suspicion breeds hatred. Oppression breeds rebellion. Menma's voice was cold, final. The Uchiha's discontent grew. The leadership's fear deepened. The path only leads to one end. Minato's face was ashen. As a former Hokage, he understood the dark mechanics of power and the vicious cycles they could create. As if to drive the point home, Menma added, there is a precedent. A few years ago, in Kirigakure, the Yuki clan, with their ice-release Kekkei, was exterminated by the third Mizukage for treason. Soon after, the more militant Kaguya clan rebelled and were slaughtered almost to the last. I took in the sole survivor. The Kaguya clan, wiped out. A chill, colder than any grave, seized Minato's heart. He could no longer doubt Menma's prediction. Konoha's Uchiha were walking the same path. It wasn't them, Minato insisted, grasping for the one inconsistency, the men who took you, who killed us. He had a Sharingan, yes. But his space-time ninjutsu. It was unlike anything. It couldn't have been any Uchiha from Konoha. They couldn't control the Nine-Tails. This had always been his core belief. Menma gave a soft, hollow laugh, tinged with pity. You're right. He is not a member of Konoha's Uchiha clan. But dash. He paused, his gaze flicking to Kushina before returning to Minato. He spoke the name slowly, clearly, letting each syllable land like a hammer blow. He is Uchiha born. And you knew him, father. Minato stared, his gray eyes wide with dawning horror. Who? Menma looked at him and delivered the final, shattering blow. His name is Uchiha Obito. Minato was struck by lightning. He stood frozen, his whole world collapsing into a silent, screaming void. His eyes trembled violently, filled with a storm of denial, shock, and agony. No. It was a breath, a plea. That's impossible. It can't be Obito. The boy who was always late. The one with the sunny smile who dreamed of being Hokage. The boy who loved Rin, who fought with Kakashi only to become his closest friend. The student who had died a hero's death at Kanobi Bridge, giving his eye to Kakashi as a final gift. He was the monster behind the attack. The one who murdered them. Who stole our child. The psychological impact was absolute, more devastating than any physical blow. In that moment, Menma's grand ambitions, his question of opposition, were utterly forgotten. Menma, knowing Minato needed time, did not press further. The next morning, Menma came downstairs to find his parents on the Engawa. Minato still looked shell-shocked, while Kushina's anger at the revelation about Obito was still simmering. They had clearly been up all night. Mother, Menma said, his tone casual, as if the previous night's conversation had never happened, why don't you show father around Star City? Anywhere you like. He glanced at Minato, I'll leave you two to it. The Land of Stars has just absorbed 3 new territories. There's much to manage. His blue eyes held a challenging depth, and father, you can see this nation for yourself. Think about what the world might look like, after it is unified. Kokyu, tired of being cooped up, took her chance. With a happy "cho," she squirmed from Kushina's arms, scrambled up Menma's shoulder, and settled triumphantly on his head, her 9 tails swishing as she claimed her perch. Minato opened his mouth to speak. He had 1,000 questions, a torrent of thoughts. But Menma was clearly done talking. Before he could form a word, Kushina erupted. Let's go, you idiot. She snapped, grabbing his arm with surprising force and hauling him to his feet. Her temper, fueled by the Obito revelation and old resentments, was fully ignited. He said we should go, so we're going. Stop dragging your feet. Faced with a furious, red-haired Kushina, Minato wisely chose surrender. He allowed himself to be dragged away, a familiar, resigned wry smile on his face. Some things never changed. Inside him, the een half of the Nine-Tails stared intently at the little fox on Menma's head. The feeling it got from her was strange, like a tailed beast, yet like another version of itself. It wondered what it is. Disguised as an ordinary couple, they melted into the bustling streets of Star City. Kushina was soon distracted by the vibrant markets, her excitement a poignant echo of the girl she had once been. Minato watched her, his heart aching with a mix of tenderness and sorrow. Their time together had always been so brief, so stolen. It felt like a lifetime ago they were preparing for a baby who was now a conqueror. As they walked, Minato absorbed the city's unique character. The streets were clean and wide, the shops overflowing with goods he'd never seen in Konoha village. He saw chakra-powered lamps and ordinary citizens using small devices powered by glowing crystals to operate simple machinery. Chakra storage units, Kushina explained, a note of pride in her voice, from the research institute. Ninja charge them, and regular people can use them. Handy, right? Minato could only nod, amazed. This civilian application of chakra was revolutionary. A loud whistle cut through the air. Minato looked up to see a long, metallic train speeding along elevated tracks. The Raiden, Kushina said, runs on lightning attribute chakra. It's our main long-distance transport now, connecting the capital to the counties. They're even extending it to the new Snow County. Minato watched it pass, his mind reeling. This nation's progress was on a completely different path. The sheer density of the crowd prompted his next question. Kushina, how big is this city? The population seems immense. I'm not sure of the exact number, she mused, but I heard from Canon it's over 500,000 now, and still growing. 500,000. The number was staggering. Konoha, the largest ninja village, housed maybe 100,000 at most. The scale of governance here was monumental. How is order maintained? He pressed. Does the land of stars have that many ninja? Kushina shook her head, launching into an explanation. Our ninja are part of the formal Star Ninja Army. They're salaried professionals, their gear, training, everything is provided by the state. They don't live mission to mission like we did. Being a ninja here is a profession, an honor. Talented ones get more resources. The ones who work hard earn points and merits to exchange for better gear and techniques. And public security? Minato asked as they navigated the crowd. That's the police's job, she said. Regular police are mostly civilians or people with just enough chakra to be like genin. They handle patrols, small disputes. The special police are the elites. Chunin or even special jounin level. They handle emergencies, armed gangs, disasters. The army only gets involved if it's a full-blown crisis. As if on cue, a peculiarly shaped vehicle humming with blue chakra light rolled past, marked, police. The officers inside scanned the streets keenly. The citizens gave way respectfully, their looks holding trust, not the fear or resentment Konoha's villagers often showed the Uchiha police. The difference was palpable. Kushina took him everywhere. At the Star Ninja Academy, they saw children no older than 10 sparring with a skill that nearly matched genin. The investment in the next generation was clear. In the trade district, merchants from all 5 great nations haggled loudly, a testament to the nation's open and thriving commerce. In the western farmlands, strange steel machines tilled the soil with incredible efficiency, directed by technicians working alongside farmers. At a construction site, they saw ninja from an infrastructure corps, using earth and water release to shape foundations and channel water, working in harmony with machinery. The sight of ninjutsu used for creation, not destruction, moved Minato deeply. The villages around the city echoed the same theme, busy, purposeful, and filled with hope for the future. The vitality of the land of stars was undeniable. But Minato sensed something missing. The entire structure of noble lords and ruling daimyo, the bedrock of the old world, was absent. Kushina, he asked, frowning, the nobles, the daimyo, where are they? Her expression grew solemn. She led him to a grand building in the city's heart, the Land of Stars National Museum. Inside, Minato walked through a stark and brutal history. Artifacts, pictures, and documents detailed the excesses of the noble classes from the 5 annexed nations. Extravagant luxuries were contrasted with evidence of the common people's suffering. Most chilling were the public trial records, page after page of ordinary citizens testifying to the nobles' crimes, land theft, arbitrary taxes, murder, enslavement. He saw schoolchildren being led through the exhibits. The teachers weren't preaching hate, but guiding them to ask why such inequality existed and how to build a fairer society, instilling the Land of Stars ideal of a world shared by all. It was a direct challenge to the will of fire and loyalty to the Hokage that Minato had been raised on. He found the complete rejection of the old order radical, yet he couldn't deny the progress and hope it had spawned here. He remembered Menma's words, what the world might look like after it is unified. His mind was a whirlwind of conflict. Could a world without nobles, without warring villages, a world where power built instead of destroyed, could it truly be better? Lost in thought, they began the walk home. As they passed a quieter street near the military research zone by the U River, Minato's senses prickled. He stopped dead. His gaze snapped towards a group of people. A figure in a researcher's white coat, with long black hair, pale skin, and distinctive golden, serpentine eyes, was overseeing the transfer of crates marked, dangerous, to Star Ninja's officers. The face was slightly different, but the sinister aura was unmistakable. Orochimaru. The name was a shocked whisper, torn from Minato's lips. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. What was he doing here? Chapter 242, Chapter 242 Long time no see, Minato-kun. Minato's exclamation wasn't loud, but it was enough to draw the attention of the men not far away. Orochimaru, which is occupying a female body, slowly turned his head. His signature golden, snake-like pupils shifted, immediately locking onto the anomalous aura emanating from the seemingly ordinary couple nearby. It was the unique chakra signature of the deceased, cleverly masked by a transformation technique, but it couldn't deceive an expert like him, who toyed with forbidden life and death technique. A look of intense interest appeared on his pale face, the corner of his mouth lifting into an inscrutable smile. Orochimaru casually waved a hand, signaling the researchers and Star Ninja's officers behind him to continue the handover and move the supplies. He himself strode with an elegant, somewhat effeminate gait, walking unhurriedly towards Minato and Kushina. He stopped before them, his golden vertical pupils examining them up and down with keen interest, as if appreciating two precious, long-lost artifacts. He extended his tongue, habitually licking his lips, a gesture that appeared particularly unsettling coming from his current female form. What a pleasant surprise, this reunion. His voice still carried that characteristic hoarse magnetism, though the pitch was higher than Minato remembered, better suiting his current appearance. Long time no see, Minato-kun. And Kushina. That Orochimaru could see through their transformation and recognize them didn't surprise Minato or Kushina. This man's scientific prowess and understanding of forbidden techniques had long reached unbelievable levels. They were more curious about another matter. Orochimaru-sama, Minato remained cautious, his gray eyes meeting the other party's gaze directly. Why are you here? He couldn't understand why one of Konoha's Sannin would be in this nascent land of stars, seemingly even cooperating with its military. Orochimaru let out a low, soft chuckle, as if finding Minato's question amusing. It seems you have only just returned and are not yet well acquainted with the situation here. He turned slightly and made a please gesture. I am currently in a cooperative relationship with the founder of this city, Shura. How about it? Would you care to tour my laboratory? It might help you understand the current state of affairs more intuitively. Faced with this invitation, whose nature, friendly or trap, was unclear, Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance. Minato pondered for a moment, then nodded. He truly needed more information, especially regarding Orochimaru's relationship with this nation. Although, before his death, Orochimaru's crimes involving human experimentation hadn't yet been exposed, as a candidate for the fourth Hokage, Minato had vaguely known about some of the darkness surrounding Danzo en route, and had heard rumors that Orochimaru's research utilized death row prisoners or enemy spies. He needed to see with his own eyes what the nature of this cooperation was. After all, as a father, he was worried about what kind of bottom line his eldest son might have crossed in his dealings with Orochimaru. Then, we'll trouble you, Minato said gravely. Cuckoo, follow me. Orochimaru turned and led the two towards a more heavily guarded complex of buildings within the military zone east of the U River. As they walked, Minato couldn't help but ask again, Orochimaru-sama, have you left Konoha? This question had been burning in his mind. Orochimaru was the third Hokage's most accomplished student, a genius of exceptional talent and power, who should have been a key pillar of Konoha. Orochimaru didn't look back, his voice flat, as if narrating a trivial matter unrelated to himself. Why? It's simple. I once accepted Danzo's invitation to join Root, to research some special ninjutsu for him. This naturally involved some necessary human experimentation. He paused, a hint of mockery entering his tone. Later, because the source of the experimental materials accidentally included some of the village's own people, my teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found out. So, I had no choice but to leave. When they heard, included some of the village's own people, both Minato and Kushina frowned deeply, expressions of disgust and anger appearing on their faces. No matter the purpose, turning their blades on comrades was an absolutely intolerable line to cross. But as a Hokage, Minato thought further, was it Danzo who instructed you to use village personnel for experiments? Or was it your own choice? Orochimaru glanced at Minato out of the corner of his eye, his look seeming to say, you would actually ask such a naive question. Is there a difference, Minato-kun? He chuckled in retort, Danzo provided resources and protection, and I provided technology and results. A mutual exchange. As for the specific source of the materials, does it matter? In that environment, certain boundaries are easily blurred. Minato fell silent. He understood Orochimaru's meaning. Danzo's route was a massive quagmire. Once you stepped in, it was hard to stay clean. Orochimaru, pursuing forbidden techniques and truth, and Danzo, needing dark power to consolidate his authority, were essentially accomplices. Regardless of who led, Orochimaru participated, Danzo condoned or even supported it, and Konoha's ninja became the sacrifices. This was the most naked display of Konoha's dark side. As they talked, they passed through several layers of strict identity verification and barriers, entering Orochimaru's underground laboratory located in the Star City's military research zone. The atmosphere here was completely different from the sunlit city outside. The air carried a faint smell of disinfectant and formalin, occasionally mixed with a hint of blood. Cold metal walls reflected stark white light. Precision instruments and glass containers filled with unknown liquids were everywhere. The interior space of the lab was vast, filled with various sophisticated instruments and cultivation tanks. Most striking were the several dozen observation rooms separated by reinforced transparent glass in the central area. Each observation room contained one or more human bodies restrained in special devices, with clear numerical codes branded on their foreheads or arms. A quick scan by Minato showed the numbers already exceeded 100. Researchers in white lab coats were busy recording data or injecting different reagents, chakra, or even strangely glowing tissue samples into the experimental subjects via conduits. Occasionally, muffled groans of pain or inhuman roars could be faintly heard from the soundproofed observation rooms. The scene before them made Minato and Kushina extremely uncomfortable. Even though they were accustomed to the horrors of the battlefield, this was a cold, systematic cruelty that completely objectified human beings. Orochimaru seemed pleased with their grim expressions. He spoke in a tone one might use to introduce works of art. As you can see, this is my primary research facility now. Although Shura has placed some restrictions on my research direction. His tone was slightly playful when mentioning restrictions, prohibiting the use of civilians and citizens of the Land of Stars, and encouraging the use of alternative materials. Fortunately, the Land of Stars' resources of severe criminals and death row inmates are mine to pick from. Of course, even severe criminals must voluntarily sign agreements to participate in experiments. Survivors can receive reduced sentences. His golden snake-like eyes swept over the numbers. Moreover, thanks to our neighbors, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, continuously sending spies into the Land of Stars, we are never short of high-quality ninjas to serve as experimental apparatus. Recently, the Land of Stars has just annexed the Land of Darkness, Land of Swamps, and Land of Snow. Aside from the stubborn Yukigekyo's ninja from the Land of Snow who became prisoners of war, the Land of Darkness and Land of Swamps also had many rogue samurai and ninja who served the old nobles and daimyo, unwilling to lay down their arms and accept reformation. Most of these people are now here as well, contributing their final value to scientific progress. Despite their innate disgust for human experimentation, Minato and Kushina's expression softened slightly after hearing Orochimaru's explanation. As ninja, they knew well that mercy towards enemies was cruelty to oneself. Using these stubborn hostile elements for experiments held more value than letting them roam free or simply executing them. This cold-hearted logic, though hard to accept, was not incomprehensible in the ninja world. Just then, Minato's gaze was drawn to a figure in the corner of the laboratory. The person wasn't tall, had messy white hair, and most peculiarly, possessed a pair of crimson eyes. He wore a white restraint garment similar to a patient's gown and was pacing casually outside an observation room, watching a prisoner inside convulse in agony after being injected with some kind of cellular tissue. His eyes were as indifferent as if he were looking at a stone. Orochimaru also noticed Minato's gaze. Following it, a meaningful smile curled his lips. "Oh. Interested in my neighbor as well?" Orochimaru said, raising his voice to call out, "Hirako." The white-haired man named Hirako turned his head at the sound, his face showing a trace of impatience at being disturbed. He shuffled over, his crimson eyes sweeping over Orochimaru before indifferently glancing at Minato and Kushina. He didn't seem to recognize their true identities, only showing a slight curiosity towards the death-tainted chakra of their impure world reincarnations. "What is it, Orochimaru?" Hirako's voice was hoarse and dry, lacking inflection. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, "Still the same, only concerned with your research. I was just curious what brings you to my lab for a stroll." Hirako snorted softly, holding up a small scroll. "I've run out of white Zetsu experimental materials on my end. Heard you still have some in stock, came to get a few." His tone was matter-of-fact, but he added, "Of course, I won't take them for free. I'll trade you for my preliminary research data on the latest Storm Release Chakra nature transformation." A glint of interest flashed in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. He was clearly interested in Hirako's research data. After all, the Chimera technique was something even Shura valued. Orochimaru took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. Storm release data. That does have some value. But he dragged out the word, my white Zetsu stock is low too. I can only spare you 3 at most. If you want more next time, apply to Shirasama yourself. 3. So few. Hirako was clearly dissatisfied, but he seemed somewhat apprehensive about applying to Shirasama. He grumbled a few words but ultimately nodded. Fine, 3 it is. Hand them over quickly. Their conversation made Minato and Kushina's hearts lurch. White Zetsu. What was that? It sounded like an extremely special and precious experimental material. And they discussed going to Shura to apply for it so casually, as if Menma were their superior supplier. Minato's gaze returned to Hirako. Hirako's defection happened early in the Third Great Ninja War, before Minato became Hokage, so they had no interaction. But after becoming the 4th Hokage, while reviewing the village's missing Nin files, he had seen Hirako's profile. He knew this was a highly talented and powerful ninja from the same era as the Sannin, who defected due to forbidden technique research and was later classified as an S-rank missing Nin. He had never imagined this legendary dangerous figure had also been subdued by Menma. What caught his attention more was the subtle difference in attitude between the two during their conversation. When Orochimaru mentioned Shura, his tone was more like that of an equal, even slightly teasing collaborator. But when Hirako heard the name Shura, a hint of unconcealed apprehension and fear instinctively flashed in his eyes, a visceral reaction of a subordinate facing an absolute authority. Menma, just how did you manage to make these unruly, incredibly dangerous missing Nins work for you? Watching the scene, Minato gained a deeper understanding of his eldest son's abilities and methods, while a more complex emotion welled up within him. This nation founded by his son was far more mysterious and unfathomable than he had imagined. Chapter 243 New Type Chakra Armors. Over the next half-month, the figures of Minato and Kushina traversed almost every part of the Land of Stars' territory. In their impure world reincarnated bodies, relying on their superhuman mobility, they meticulously observed this nation built by their son. What they saw repeatedly impacted their ingrained perceptions. In the Land of Stars' original land of Bears and Demons County, the cities were unimaginably prosperous. The streets were wide and clean, shops lined the roads, and crowds flowed like tides. Chakra-powered public lighting systems, convenient ride and transport networks, and gradually popularized civilian chakra devices all showcased the close integration of technology and daily life. Most people wore expressions of busy fulfillment, rarely showing the numbness and fear common in the ninja world. They ventured deep into the Land of Stars' rural heartlands. On vast plains, immense stretches of farmland were neatly planned. Many strange-looking steel farming machines they had never seen before roared as they worked, plowing, sowing, fertilizing, irrigating, their efficiency astonishing even the well-traveled former Hokage. Only a few technicians were there to teach local farmers how to operate or maintain these machines. The farmers' faces were filled with anticipation for a bountiful harvest. Even in remote mountain villages, they saw active Land of Stars grassroots officials. These young officials, with passion and professional knowledge, promoted new farming techniques to the villagers, distributed carefully cultivated high-yield, drought-resistant crop seeds suited for mountainous terrain, and patiently explained the Land of Stars' agricultural policies. The villagers gradually shifted from initial wait-and-see and doubt to acceptance and gratitude. They followed the Yu River upstream. In the Darkness County, they saw an awe-inspiring sight. Vast tracts of former flood-prone, muddy marshland had been transformed beyond recognition by massive earth-release ninjutsu combined with manual labor. Sturdy embankments snaked like giant dragons. Meticulously dug irrigation channels diverted river water in all directions. Former swamps and wastelands had become thousands of hectares of fertile fields. Countless farmers and organized construction teams bustled in the fields, the joy of spring planting permeating the air. Large-scale water conservancy facilities were under construction, clearly for long-term water resource allocation and disaster prevention. In the Swamps County, they witnessed a public trial of former Land of Swamps great nobles. On a high platform, the former nobles knelt, faces pale, listening as countless commoners below accused them of their crimes, their voices choked with tears. Land seizure, exorbitant taxes, grain price manipulation, human trafficking, treating human life as worthless. The evidence was conclusive, each charge more heinous than the last. Finally, these deeply sinful nobles were sentenced on the spot, receiving their due punishment. But Minato also noticed that not all nobles were purged. Some lesser offenders, or those who had performed good deeds in certain aspects, were stripped of their noble titles and illegally acquired land and property but were allowed to continue living as ordinary civilians. Some found new positions within the Land of Stars administrative or commercial systems based on their knowledge and abilities, others chose to become ordinary farmers, self-reliant. This differentiated treatment showed the Land of Stars wasn't solely about slaughter, but was attempting to establish a new order based on law and merit. They traveled north into the cold Snow County, the former Land of Snow. The changes here were equally dramatic. A brand new railway, like a steel artery, pierced through the continuous snow-capped mountains, tightly connecting the warmer provinces with this harsh, cold land. Via the Raiden, vast quantities of daily necessities, like grain, vegetables, cloth, medicine, were continuously transported into the Snow County, greatly improving the lives of the local people. Simultaneously, the Snow County's abundant mineral resources and unique northern fishery products were efficiently transported out, converted into wealth supporting the nation's development. Towns once desolate due to cold and poverty were now gradually bustling with trade and resource development. Many Land of Snow's commoners ate fresh vegetables from the south for the first time in winter. Children's faces also gained a rosy hue. After half a month of investigation, an ironclad fact gradually became clear in Minato and Kushina's hearts. On this land, stripped of its traditional noble and daimyo classes, while the privileges of a few were stripped away, the lives of the vast majority of commoners had genuinely, tangibly improved. Ninja and chakra were no longer synonymous solely with slaughter, they also facilitated the liberation of productive forces and technological advancement. The Land of Stars' society was developing at an unprecedented speed. This subversive reality collided violently with the education they had received since childhood, their understanding of the one country, one village system, and their belief in maintaining balance to achieve peace. Minato fell into prolonged silence and deep thought. When they concluded their inspection and returned to the Star City, walking along the quiet, special street leading to Menma's residence, Minato noticed that many of the mansions on this street displayed different clans' crests. These are? Minato asked curiously. Kushina followed his gaze and explained with a smile, these are all the ninja clans Menma has taken in and protected. Some are on the verge of extinction, like our Uzumaki clan. Others, like the Kaguya clan, were nearly wiped out by their original villages for rebellion, with only orphans remaining. Menma gave them new homes and sanctuary. She pointed at the various crests nearby, look, that's the Uzumaki clans. Over there are the Yuki, Kaguya, and even the very mysterious Otsutsuki clan dash. Oh, and over there, that's the above-ground settlement of the Iburi clan. Because of their unique Kekkei-genkai, some of their unstable members live in the underground settlement. The Uzumaki clan. Surprise and delight flashed in Minato's gray eyes, there are survivors besides you. He had always thought the Uzumaki clan had been completely wiped out in the wars. Of course, Kushina's face showed a warm smile as she pointed to a mansion next to theirs bearing the Uzumaki clan's crest. Menma rescued a mother and daughter from Kusagaku earlier. The mother is Uzumaki Kanon, the daughter is Uzumaki Karen. They live next to us now. Kanon works in the administration department, and Karen goes to school, she's a very lively child. Mentioning her clansmen made Kushina's tone noticeably brighter. Minato felt a surge of emotion. Menma hadn't just built a nation, he was also quietly saving and gathering these scattered bloodlines. Meanwhile, in a highly secured underground testing ground within the Star City's military research zone, Menma stood with his hands behind his back, watching the testing area ahead. Hikari stood beside him, arms crossed, her scarlet three-tomo Sharingan calmly scanning the entire area. Behind them stood several others, the calm and capable Kanon, Natsuhi, and her husband Harubi in their standard Star Ninja's flak jackets, the fierce-looking Kisame with his shark-like face, and Gata, along with several other Star Jonin. Everyone's gaze was fixed on several Umbu in special uniforms at the center of the area, and the eye-catching equipment they wore. Chakra armor. The armor was deep blue overall, with sleek, tech-inspired lines. Key areas like the chest, shoulders, elbows, and knees were reinforced with protective plates, balancing flexibility and defense. Completely different from the somewhat bulky chakra armor of the Land of Snow, these improved models from the Land of Stars appeared much lighter and more modern. One of Menma's shadow clones, designated 019, was acting as commentator, his voice amplified clearly through headsets. What you see now is our research department's latest achievement, the chakra-powered exoskeleton, initial test model. It's made from special alloy and composite fiber materials, lightweight with excellent protective performance. Its power core is a high-energy density chakra storage battery, which can be pre-charged by Ninja. Both endurance and output power have been optimized. The shadow clone gestured for an Umbu's member to demonstrate. Additionally, we've adopted a modular design. For example, this can be added dash, he pointed to a pair of foldable, wing-like metal structures mounted on an Umbu member's back, the Swallow type back module, providing short-range low-altitude flight and gliding capabilities. He then pointed to a device resembling a ballista mounted on another Umbu's member's arm, and this, the Honeycomb type ninja tool launch module, capable of rapidly firing improved senbon, shuriken, even micro-explosive tags. As for the Land of Snow's repeating crossbows, the shadow clone shook his head. Their power is acceptable, but their firing rate and accuracy are less effective against high-speed moving ninja. They're more suited for dealing with clusters of ordinary soldiers. Next, live combat simulation tests were conducted. Hikari personally took to the field as the mock enemy, engaging in several rounds of combat against Umbu elites wearing the basic Type 1, Enhanced Type 2, and Special Forces Type 3 chakra armor respectively. the results were impressive. The Armored Umbu's member showed significant enhancement in speed, strength, defense, and ninja tool usage. Especially the Type 3 armor, which even allowed an excellent Chunin to briefly burst with combat power approaching that of a special Jonin, holding their own against Hikari for 10 exchanges before being defeated. Even though Hikari here wasn't going all out, primarily testing, it was enough to prove the power of these chakra-powered exoskeletons. After the test, Hikari returned to Menma's side, giving a slight nod and an objective evaluation. Good equipment. If mass deployed, it could indeed greatly enhance the overall strength and combat floor of the Star Ninja Army. However, she changed her tone, her scarlet Sharingan sweeping over the testers who looked somewhat fatigued after removing the heavy armor. Over-reliance on external objects is not the way of the ninja. Once the energy is depleted, or the armor is damaged in complex battlefield conditions, can these ninjas, who are accustomed to the armor's enhancements, survive on the ever-changing, brutal battlefield? Will their personal strength stagnate or even decline under long-term dependence? Her concerns were valid, representing the traditional ninja's instinctive wariness towards such scientific ninja tools. However, Menma, as a transmigrator, held a completely different perspective. In his eyes, this wasn't merely an external object, but the inevitable trend of productive and combat power development, just like firearms replacing blades and tanks replacing cavalry in his previous world. The key was how to correctly use and continuously improve it, while simultaneously conducting supporting basic training and tactical innovation for personnel. Hikari, your concerns are reasonable, Menma spoke, his voice transmitted through his mask. Any new equipment has its pros and cons. What we need to do is not refrain from eating for fear of choking, but establish strict operational doctrines, strengthen basic training, ensuring soldiers remain competent warriors even without their armor. Simultaneously, we must continuously improve the technology, enhancing the armor's reliability and energy endurance. The form of future warfare will inevitably change because of this. He turned to his Shadow clone and asked the most critical question: what is the current production capacity? Shadow Clone 019 immediately replied, currently, 3 models are finalized and can be produced in small batches. The Type 1 Chakra armor, when worn by a rigorously trained ordinary person, can grant stable Genin-level combat power. The Type 2 can allow a Genin to exert Chunin-level combat power. The Type 3 can allow a Chunin to briefly reach special Jonin-level combat power. But beyond that, the requirements for individual base quality and armor material/energy increase exponentially. Current technology finds it difficult to break through. The Shadow clone paused, reporting a more practical issue. Moreover, the production capacity for these 3 models varies greatly. With current production lines and technician proficiency, the Type 1 Chakra armor's estimated monthly output is around 100 units. The Type 2, with more complex craftsmanship, has a monthly output of roughly 20 units. As for the Type 3, since it involved more precise cores and materials, maximum monthly output is probably only 3 units. Moving from lab finalization to mass production requires time and process, the Shadow clone summarized. Based on the current expansion plan, it is estimated that in 1 year, the annual output of Type 1 could equip at least 1,200 Genin trained from ordinary people. The Type 2 could equip around 240 Chunin. The Type 3 could equip roughly 36 special Jonin-level elites. This will greatly alleviate our issues of insufficient manpower and the long training cycle for high-tier combatants. Menma listened quietly, already calculating in his mind how to deploy these new forces into his future strategic layout. The path to unifying the ninja world was destined to be filled with blood and fire. While he and Hikari could overpower the various ninja villages, they couldn't handle everything themselves. Therefore, besides high-tier combatants, technologically armed mass-produced armies would become a sharp blade in his hand to shatter the old structure. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, A Family of 4. His gaze swept over the people present, finally settling on Hikari. Hikari, what are the exact numbers and tier distribution of the registered professional ninja in the Star Ninja Army currently? Hikari, who had long memorized the data, immediately reported clearly. The original Hoshigaku's foundation had 264 members. After years of training, absorbing rogue ninjas, and integrating smaller country ninja clans, the current total number of registered professional ninja is 452. Among them, 334 are Genin, 89 are Chunin, 20 are Special Jonin, and 9 are Jonin. Her voice was steady, carrying a hint of a commander's efficiency. After hearing Hikari's report on the Star Ninja Army status, Menma quickly ran some projections in his mind. 452 registered professional ninja was a respectable number for a nascent nation, but it still seemed insufficient when facing the potential Fourth Great Ninja World War, which could involve allied forces numbering in the tens of thousands. Menma calculated rapidly in his head. Once the chakra-powered exoskeletons were deployed, the enhancement would be revolutionary. Those 334 Genin would collectively leap to Chunin-level combat power, the 89 Chunin could rival Special Jonin, and the 20 Special Jonin could briefly burst with combat power comparable to Jonin. As for the existing 9 Jonin, while the direct enhancement from the chakra-powered exoskeletons was relatively limited for them, it would still boost their endurance and survivability. This was a technological force capable of altering the entire ninja world's power balance. Good, Menma's voice came through his mask as he issued various orders. Order the research department to fully expand the production scale of the chakra-powered exoskeletons while ensuring quality. Resources are to be prioritized for production line expansion and technical worker training. He then turned to Kisame, who stood nearby like a statue. Kisame, you are responsible for selecting a group of resolute and outstanding elites from the Star Ninja Army to replenish the Umbu. Simultaneously, transfer a group of experienced veterans from the current Umbu personnel back to the Star Ninja Army to serve as instructors. This instructor corps will be directly commanded by Hikari. Their primary task is to comprehensively enhance the basic combat power, tactical literacy, and teamwork of the ordinary Star Ninja. We cannot let our warriors become overly reliant on equipment and neglect their own fundamentals. Yes, sir. Kisame responded in his deep voice, a flicker of excitement on his shark-like face. He was very interested in selecting and training elites. Menma's gaze shifted to Kanon, who was listening calmly. Kanon, you are responsible for assessing and selecting the most outstanding, loyal, and strong-willed ordinary people from the basic police force. They will form a special police test unit, the first to be equipped with the Chakra Type 1 powered exoskeletons. Then, train them comprehensively in militarization to genin standards, no, even stricter standards. I want to see what kind of combat power a unit composed entirely of ordinary people equipped with chakra-powered exoskeletons can achieve. Understood, sir. I will immediately draft a detailed selection and training plan. Kanon adjusted her glasses and accepted the order coolly. This task was of great significance, related to new directions for expanding the Land of Stars' future manpower pool. They needed to determine how long it took for trained ordinary people equipped with the exoskeletons to reach standard genin combat power, and also identify what kind of ordinary person was best suited for the equipment. Everyone accepted their orders and departed, leaving the testing ground empty once more. Menma and Hikari also left the research area, walking towards home under the setting sun. The sunset stretched their shadows long. Hikari tilted her head slightly, looking at Menma, who had removed his three-eyed fox mask, revealing his delicate profile. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Menma, that person who attacked us last time, who exactly is he? And those puppets he controlled, those eyes, they felt very strange and powerful to me. Are those, the legendary Sage of Six Paths eyes? The pressure and eeriness brought by those Rinnegan were still fresh in her memory. Menma walked with his hands in his pockets, his steps unhurried. He sighed softly and explained, his name is Nagato. He's a lost descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and in a way, a pitiable person. Almost his entire life has been lived under the deception and manipulation of others. He paused, organizing his words. The 4 puppets that came last time are called the 6 Paths of Pain. Their original bodies were core members of the first Akatsuki. That organization was initially founded by Nagato and his 2 closest friends, Yahiko and Konan, with the original intention of bringing peace to the war-torn land of Rain. T/N, from what I remember, the 6 Paths of Pain were composed of individuals that Jiraiya had met when they were alive, which he added to his first novel. Hikari listened quietly, a flicker of emotion passing through her scarlet eyes. An organization founded for peace in a war-torn country. It reminded her of some distant memories. But, Menma's tone turned cold, their ideals were crushed by Hanzo and Danzo working together. Yahiko died in that conspiracy. And afterwards, a guy hiding in the shadows dash. That masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara last time, Uchiha Obito. He attacked the members of the first Akatsuki, making Nagato believe that Yahiko and his comrades' deaths were all due to Hanzo colluding with Konoha, thus reaching a temporary cooperation with him. The bodies of the 6 Paths of Pain were made using Yahiko's and other deceased Akatsuki's members' remains. As for those eyes, Menma confirmed Hikari's guess, they are indeed the Sage of 6 Paths Rinnegan. But Nagato didn't awaken them himself, they were transplanted into him when he was a child. They used his massive Uzumaki clan's chakra and life force to nourish these eyes that didn't belong to him. Transplanted. Hikari keenly caught the word, her elegant brows furrowing slightly, those eyes. I always felt they seemed to have some deep connection with the Sharingan. Menma looked at her appreciatively, your perception is sharp. Correct. The Rinnegan can theoretically evolve from the Sharingan. And the pair on Nagato, their original owner was the real Uchiha Madara. In his later years, after merging with Senju Hashirama's cells, he finally managed to awaken these legendary eyes. Evolve. Hikari found it somewhat hard to believe, Uchiha Madara. But Nagato's strength, while powerful, doesn't feel like it has an absolute gap compared to that masked man last time, Uchiha Obito, right? Obito only has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Because the current Nagato is not at his peak condition, Menma explained, his real body has long been emaciated and severely depleted of life force due to constantly overdrawing chakra to supply the ghetto statue. Moreover, in the battle that destroyed the original Akatsuki, his legs were blown off by explosive tags, losing his ability to move freely. He can only act by controlling the pain puppets. Even so, relying on those Rinnegan and his Uzumaki constitution, he is still one of the top-tier powerhouses in the current ninja world. Of course. Menma paused, his tone carrying absolute confidence, that ranking excludes the two of us. Upon hearing this, the corner of Hikari's mouth lifted in a barely perceptible curve. Then she recalled the details of the fight and commented, however, his fighting style felt very, She couldn't find the right word for a moment. Very basic, or crude, right? Menma finished for her with a laugh, hitting the nail on the head. After all, Nagato never underwent systematic, formal ninja training. He obtained the Rinnegan's power too suddenly and overwhelmingly, resulting in many of his tactical applications and techniques being very direct, even clumsy. He relies more on the Rinnegan's various bizarre, powerful abilities and the 6 paths of pain's immortality to achieve numerical superiority. It's a classic case of brute force over finesse. As he spoke, Menma seemed to remember something amusing and muttered under his breath, speaking of which, Nagato's best combat performance was actually later, when Kabuto controlled him with the impure world reincarnation. His own operational skill level, well. He shook his head, the unspoken words clear. Although Hikari didn't fully understand terms like brute force over finesse and operational skill level, she grasped Menma's meaning and couldn't help but smile. Talking and laughing, they had already reached their doorstep. Warm light spilled from the windows, and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Hikari suddenly stopped, a rare blush and nervousness appearing on her face. She tugged at Menma's sleeve and whispered, Menma, your mother is still at home. I should go back to my own place first. The thought of eating at the same table with Menma's mother, that seemingly gentle Kushina, made her feel flustered. But Menma took her slightly cool hand in his grip gentle but firm. He looked into her somewhat panicked eyes and smiled, what are you afraid of? You'll be living together eventually anyway. Come on, it's perfect timing today. There's also a new family member to formally introduce to you. A new family member. Hikari blinked, her nervousness replaced by a flicker of curiosity. She let Menma lead her as he pushed the door open. While changing shoes in the ginkan, Menma, following the family etiquette he knew, naturally called out, we're home. Hikari was momentarily stunned. Looking at Menma's profile, she imitated him, using a slightly stiff but earnestly clear tone, we're home. This feeling of someone waiting, of announcing one's return home, was both unfamiliar and made her heart feel slightly warm for someone who had been an orphan since childhood and later sealed away for centuries. Era just in time. Kushina, wearing a green apron, popped her head out from the kitchen, her face lit with a warm smile, go wash up and get ready, food will be ready soon. Okay, Mom/Kushina-san. The two responded. While washing their hands in the bathroom, Hikari looked at her slightly flushed cheeks in the mirror and took a deep breath, trying to appear calmer. When they entered the dining room, several delicious-looking dishes were already arranged on the table. And seated at the table was a man with brilliant blonde hair and a handsome face, reading a newspaper. Hearing their footsteps, he put down the newspaper and looked up, revealing gentle gray eyes and a smile as comforting as a spring breeze. Welcome home, Minato said with a smile, his gaze soft as it settled on the two, lingering on Hikari for an extra moment. Menma pulled the slightly stiff Hikari to sit opposite Minato, then introduced her, Hikari, this is my father, Namikaze Minato. Then he said to Minato, Dad, this is Hikari. Hikari looked at Minato's face, which bore some resemblance to Menma's but was more mature and gentle. Her heart pounded wildly. Subconsciously, she gave a slight bow, her voice even changing pitch, hello. Dad. As soon as the word left her mouth, she realized what she had said. Instantly, her face turned bright red, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Minato was momentarily taken aback, then understanding and deeper gentleness flashed in his eyes. He responded very naturally, Hikari, is it? I've heard Menma and Kushina mention you often. Thank you for always being by Menma's side. We, as parents, owe this child too much. We'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. His tone was sincere and carried a paternal affection, skillfully dissolving Hikari's embarrassment. Hikari quickly waved her hands, eagerly explaining, and no, it's not like that. I should be thanking Menma. He was the one who freed me from the long seal, gave me a new place to belong. I found a new meaning in life because of him. Her words were somewhat chaotic but filled with genuine emotion. Just then, Kushina came over carrying a steaming pot of miso soup, carefully placing it in the center of the table. She then took off her apron and sat down next to Minato, saying with a smile, all right, all the dishes are here. Everyone, let's eat. We're all family here, no need for such formality. The family of four, or rather, the family reunited in this peculiar way, all placed their hands together, following mealtime etiquette. Let's eat. Dinner began in a slightly delicate but overall warm atmosphere. Minato ate the home-cooked food Kushina had made, a taste he hadn't experienced in a long time. Although the impure world reincarnation had no sense of taste, the warmth filled his gray eyes with contentment and nostalgia. As he ate, he casually asked Menma questions about the Land of Stars development, including the ninja training system, the deployment plans for the new equipment, and what concerned him most. Minato put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Your mother and I ran into Orochimaru a few days ago. Menma's hand, holding his chopsticks, paused briefly before resuming normally. He nodded. Yes, I assumed so. His laboratory is rather conspicuous. You've taken in Orochimaru, and even Hirako. Minato chose his words carefully, his brow slightly furrowed. I understand they possess extraordinary talent, but their danger, and the crimes they committed in the past. Are you truly confident you can completely control them? Ensure their research won't spiral out of control again, won't harm the innocent. Menma also put down his chopsticks, looking directly at his father. He knew this was his father's deepest concern, both as a parent and as a former Hokage. Father, Menma's voice was calm and confident, the Land of Stars development is already on track. The power and potential for development we possess far exceed your imagination. Even if the 5 great nations formed an alliance and attacked immediately, we might not necessarily lose. At the very least, we could make them pay an unbearable price. He shifted the topic back to Orochimaru. As for Orochimaru and Hirako, you're right, they are dangerous. But the question is, if I didn't take them in, would they stop their research? They would only hide in darker corners, conducting their forbidden technique development in more extreme, unregulated ways. At that point, no one would truly be able to stop them, and no one would know what even more terrible things they might do for the sake of their experiments. The safety of civilians and ordinary ninja would hold no value in their eyes. Now, they are under my watch, abiding by the bottom lines I've set. I can suppress them, guide them, and constrain their research directions and achievements as much as possible within controllable, even beneficial, boundaries. Many of their research directions, like biotechnology, Kekkei Genkai, the nature of chakra, new energy sources. Their foundations hold extremely high feasibility and value. The key lies in how they are used. I can guarantee that this power will ultimately be used for construction, medical purposes, and enhancing national strength, not for meaningless slaughter and destruction. Menma took a kunai from Hikari's tool pouch, spinning it deftly on his fingertip. It's like this kunai. It can be used to kill, or to hunt food, carve tools, even save lives in a crisis. The difference lies solely with the person using it. Should we kill all blacksmiths who can make kunai and ban all research and production of iron tools just because a kunai can kill? Minato listened quietly to his son's reasoning, complex lights flickering in his gray eyes. He had to admit that Menma's perspective was more macroscopic and reflected a ruler's pragmatism. He just couldn't completely eliminate his worry about those two individuals' inherent natures. Finally, he let out a soft sigh and said, there is sense in what you say. Perhaps my past identity and experiences make me overly cautious. I just hope you can always maintain control of the situation and not let them cross the bottom line of humanity. I will, Dad. Please rest assured. Menma promised solemnly. The latter half of the dinner resumed a lighter atmosphere. Menma and Minato discussed more topics about the Land of Stars governance and technological development, while Hikari and Kushina ate quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words in low tones. Hikari watched the scene before her, listened to the gentle conversation around her, and felt the warm lighting and the steam from the food in the dining room. The frozen, barren land in her heart that had lasted for centuries seemed to be infused with a warm current, quietly melting. Is this what family feels like? She lowered her head, hiding the slight moisture gathering in the corners of her eyes, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up into a faint, gentle curve. Chapter 245 Naruto's childhood wasn't lonely. In Konoha village, the afternoon sun carried a hint of laziness, but it couldn't penetrate the gloom in certain corners. Naruto, clutching a large cardboard box almost half his height, struggled a bit as he walked home. The box was filled with instant noodles of various flavors, the most noticeable being several beautifully packaged, limited edition flavor cup noodles. This was his newly purchased, strategic food reserve from the Gato department store in the village center. The Gato department store was a large shopping mall that had opened in Konoha village in recent years. Its wide variety of reasonably priced goods quickly made it the villagers' preferred shopping destination. For Naruto, however, this place held a special significance. It was one of the few places that didn't look at him strangely, didn't shoo him away, and definitely didn't deliberately sell him expired or poor quality food. He even occasionally received small snacks secretly slipped to him by the staff or discounts on near-expiry items. All because the store's mysterious owner was the esteemed Mr. Gato, and village rumors said Mr. Gato greatly admired a boy named Menma, had taken him as a foster son, and Menma was Naruto's best friend. Although Naruto didn't fully understand the complex story behind this relationship, he clearly felt the store's kindness towards him. However, the store's kindness couldn't isolate him from the entire village's indifference. Walking down the street carrying the box, the familiar, nagging whispers and cold stares once again crept in from all sides. "Look, it's that child again dash. TCH, buying so many instant noodles dash. Stay away from him, he's bad luck dash. I don't know what the third Hokage was thinking dash." The voices were hushed, but they pierced Naruto's ears like needles. He straightened his small back as much as he could, pretending not to hear, and quickened his pace, wanting only to return to that home which, though empty, could at least block out those stares. Finally, he reached the familiar apartment building. Naruto took a deep breath, pushed open the stairwell door with his shoulder, and clattered up the stairs. Standing in front of his door, he silently pulled out his key and unlocked it. Creak. The door opened, releasing a stuffy air mixed with the smell of instant noodle seasoning packets and a hint of mold. Naruto habitually took a deep breath, then shouted in the loudest, most energetic voice he could muster. "I'm home." His voice echoed in the empty hallway. Beyond that, there was no response. The hopeful light in his bright blue eyes quickly dimmed. The lights inside were off, making it rather dark. Naruto fumbled for the switch on the wall. Click. A dim yellow light flickered on, illuminating the scene inside. It was a mess. Dirty clothes were casually thrown on the sofa, chairs, and even the floor, crumpled into balls. In the kitchen sink, a mountain of dirty dishes seemed to have been sitting for a long time, giving off a faint, unpleasant odor. The small table in the living room was covered with empty instant noodle cups, some even containing unconsumed broth. It was less a home and more a temporary stopover, an untended, lifeless dorm room. Naruto seemed long accustomed to this. He laboriously moved the new box of noodles to a corner in the kitchen, where several similar boxes were already stacked. He glanced at the sink, his small face scrunching up, and finally decided to wash them tomorrow. He walked to the sofa, pushed a few dirty clothes onto the floor to make a small space for himself, and then collapsed backwards into the cushions as if his bones had been removed. His body sank into the somewhat worn-out sofa cushions. He tilted his head back, staring blankly at the dusty light fixture on the ceiling, his eyes empty. Silence. Deathly silence. Only the occasional sounds of laughter or clattering dishes from other families outside the window could be faintly heard, emphasizing the cold desolation inside. "It's so quiet." Naruto murmured to himself, his voice almost inaudible. He buried his head in his knees. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head again, as if to dispel the suffocating loneliness, and leaped up from the sofa. He ran to the center of the room, cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, put on a stern face, and said in what he thought was a mature, gruff voice, "Cough. Naruto. Did you listen to Iruka-sensei properly at school today? No causing trouble. You must work hard to become an excellent ninja." He was playing the role of an imaginary father. Then, he quickly ran to another spot, put his hands on his hips, deliberately raised his pitch, and imitated the tone of gentle mothers he occasionally overheard. "Naruto-chan, are you hungry? Mommy made something delicious for you. Did you make any new friends today?" He was playing the role of an imaginary mother. In this empty room, he performed a one-man show, sometimes the strict father, sometimes the gentle mother, sometimes switching back to himself, answering the parents' questions. "I was really good today. Ramen. I want Ichiraku ramen. Menma, and Choji, and Kiba are all my friends." But his performance gradually slowed, his voice growing quieter and quieter. Finally, he stopped, standing bewildered in the middle of the room. Because he suddenly realized he didn't even know his own parents' names or what they looked like. Grandpa Third never told me, and the villagers were tight-lipped about it. Dad. Mom. Naruto lowered his head, looking at his dirty shoes, a barely detectable sob in his voice. "I wish you were still alive." Lunch was, as usual, a bowl of instant noodles made with hot water. After eating, Naruto felt even more bored. He longed for school to start. At school, there was at least Iruka, and friends like Menma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. They could attend class together, pull pranks together, even if they often got scolded for it, and train to be ninjas together. The liveliness could dilute the loneliness. But it was vacation now. Vacation meant everyone had their own families, their own things to do. Shikamaru had to play shogi with his father or was forced to train in his clan's secret techniques. Choji went to family gatherings or underwent Akimichi clan's physical training. Kiba practiced tracking. Even his best friend, Menma, seemed to only come out to play with him regularly on Saturdays and Sundays. Most of the time, Naruto was alone. The afternoon sun grew milder. Unable to stand the stifling atmosphere inside any longer, Naruto decided to go out for a walk. He wandered aimlessly and, without realizing it, found himself back at the Naka River at the edge of the village. This was a place he frequented. The sound of the flowing river could give him a moment of peace. He found a flat rock to sit on, picked up small stones nearby, and threw them into the river one by one, watching the ripples spread in circles before disappearing. He sat there daydreaming like this, watching the sunset gradually dye the sky and the river surface orange-red. Just then, footsteps sounded on the path above the riverbank. Naruto instinctively turned to look. Sasuke was walking along the riverbank, hands in his pockets, his face set in a cool, aloof expression, looking straight ahead. He seemed to be heading home after training. Their eyes met in midair. Instantly, invisible sparks seemed to crackle. Naruto immediately turned his head away, letting out a clear "umph" from his nose. Sasuke also snorted coldly, lifting his chin even higher. Just as the atmosphere between the two was both awkward and filled with childish rivalry, another voice, carrying a somewhat lazy tone, came from further down the river. "Hey, you two, what are you doing here?" Posing. Naruto turned his head in delight and saw Menma walking slowly up from downstream, hands behind his head, his face wearing his usual, slightly teasing smile. "Menma," Naruto called out happily. Seeing Menma only added fuel to Sasuke's already irritated mood. Standing on the riverbank, looking down, he pointed at Menma and shouted loudly, "Menma. Just you wait. In the practical combat class after the next semester starts, I will definitely defeat you and take back the top spot in the grade." Being easily defeated by Menma in the last practical combat class was a great humiliation he couldn't swallow, and he had been training frantically with his brother, Itachi, ever since. Menma picked his ear, wearing a "here we go again" expression, and drawled lazily, "Ah. Got it, got it. We'll talk about next semester when it comes. Sasuke, you're so naggy." With that, he ignored Sasuke, who was practically puffing up with anger on the riverbank, and turned to Naruto with a smile. "Let's go, Naruto. I'm hungry. How about some Ichiraku ramen? My treat." "Really? Awesome." Naruto instantly forgot his earlier gloom, cheered, leaped up from the rock, and ran over to Menma's side, overjoyed. The two walked off shoulder to shoulder, chatting and laughing, heading towards the village center. They left Sasuke alone on the riverbank, watching their retreating backs. He stamped his foot in frustration, could only puff out his cheeks, and run off sullenly towards the Uchiha clan's compound. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the opposite bank of the Naka River, three figures stood quietly on a thick tree branch, watching everything happening on the far riverbank through the layered leaves. It was Menma's true body, along with his parents, Minato and Kushina. Watching the cheerful backs of Naruto and Menma's shadow clone bickering and gradually disappearing into the distance, a complex yet relieved smile appeared on Minato's face. He sighed softly, reached out, and patted the shoulder of the Menma beside him. His voice was gentle and full of gratitude. "You've worked hard, Menma. Always, taking care of Naruto like this, silently." He could imagine how dark and withdrawn Naruto's childhood would have been without Menma's frequent companionship and guidance. Menma's gaze also followed the bouncing blonde figure. He shook his head, his tone flat but carrying a trace of imperceptible warmth. "It's nothing. After all, he's my little brother too. And besides me, Naruto has many friends. That show-off kid, despite bickering with Naruto, actually cares about him too. And there's Iruka-sensei at school, classmates like Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba. Naruto's childhood isn't lonely." Kushina, standing to the side, was frowning slightly, as if trying hard to recall something. She pointed in the direction where Sasuke had long since disappeared from the riverbank and spoke somewhat uncertainly. "By the way, that black-haired, arrogant little brat just now, he's from the Uchiha clan, right? I keep feeling he looks somewhat familiar." Menma nodded and explained, "Yeah, his name is Uchiha Sasuke. He's the youngest son of the current Uchiha clan's head, Fugaku. Fugaku and Mikoto's youngest son." Kushina's face lit up with understanding, a nostalgic look appearing. "No wonder he looks familiar. Mikoto was my best friend. When I was pregnant with you and Naruto, I often went shopping with her. She was holding little Sasuke, who had just been born. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, that child is already so big, and he's even classmates with Naruto and the others. Her tone held a sense of wonder at the strangeness of fate, and also a bit of longing for her old friend. It was just that now, she was in an impure world reincarnated body, while her friend was still in Konoha village, living a life that seemed peaceful but was actually fraught with undercurrents. They were already in two completely different worlds. Minato reached out and gently took Kushina's hand, offering silent comfort. In the distance, the faint, happy sounds of Naruto and Menma arguing about what toppings to add brought a touch of warm vitality to the quiet dusk. The three figures gradually blended into the twilight of Konoha's forest. "Come on, Menma. I'm starving," Naruto yelled, running ahead and looking back to urge his companion, who was following at a leisurely pace. The spring air still held a chill from the end of winter. The setting sun was warm and lazy, casting its light on the streets of Konoha village. Naruto, like an unleashed puppy, was full of energy, his spiky blonde hair particularly striking in the sunlight. A faint, lazy smile played on Menma's lips. His hands were in his pockets, his steps unhurried. Yeah, I know. Are you a starving ghost or something? The two arrived at the Ichiraku ramen stand, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Lifting the curtain, the familiar, rich scent of the broth greeted them. At this hour, the shop wasn't very crowded. Tochi was busy behind the counter preparing soup stock, while his daughter, Ayam, deftly wiped down a table that had just been vacated. Yo. Naruto, Menma. Ayam looked up, saw the two familiar small figures, and immediately broke into a warm smile, especially towards Naruto. She had a soft spot for this always energetic yet somehow heartbreaking child. I am Nichin. Naruto greeted loudly, skillfully sliding onto a stool at the counter, his eyes fixed eagerly on the bubbling pot of soup and the various toppings laid out beside it. Ayam finished wiping the last table, walked over smiling, and habitually ruffled Naruto's messy blonde hair first before turning her gaze to Menma beside him. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Huh? Menma-kun, you came alone today. Didn't bring that pretty young lady from the Hyuga clan with you. Did you two have a fight? Menma sighed helplessly, long accustomed to this topic. Ever since Big Sis Hinata made her territorial declaration during the school introductions, his relationship with Hinata had become a frequent subject of teasing, especially among those who knew them. Ayame, please stop teasing me, Menma sighed, pulling up a stool to sit down. Hinata has clan training today. She couldn't come. Oh, so the strictly raised young lady has to practice. Ayam deliberately drew out her words, continuing to tease him. I suppose someone feels like something's missing, and even eating ramen doesn't taste as good. Menma rolled his eyes, deciding not to take the bait, and turned directly to call out to Tuchi-san. The usual. 2 bowls of the signature tonkatsu ramen. Tuchi's booming voice came from the kitchen area. All right. Naruto's with double Narutomaki, Menma's with extra Menma, right? Coming right up. He had long memorized these two kids' preferences. Yep. Thanks, Tuchio-jisen. Naruto cheered, brandishing his chopsticks, already poised and waiting for the ramen to arrive. Just then, the curtain was pushed aside again. A seemingly ordinary man and woman walked in. The man was tall, wearing common dark blue casual clothes, with brilliant blonde hair, though the end seemed slightly duller, and a gentle yet somewhat distant smile. The woman had vibrant red hair tied into a neat ponytail, her face full of curiosity and excitement as she looked around this place that felt both intensely familiar and strangely unfamiliar in her memory. They were, of course, Minato and Kushina, using transformation techniques. In the ninja world, blonde and red hair weren't particularly special colors, many clans had members with such hair. But the combination still felt vaguely familiar to Tuchi. Minato's eyes quickly scanned the small shop, then naturally fell upon Naruto and Menma sitting side by side. A complex, indescribable emotion flashed in his gray eyes, guilt, relief, and deep love. He struggled to maintain a calm expression. Kushina, however, could barely control her emotions, especially when she saw Naruto's small back. Her eyes grew slightly hot. She quickly took a deep breath, forced herself to look away, and pretended to be very interested in the menu on the wall. Welcome. Ayam immediately went to greet them. Please, sit over here. Minato nodded politely, his voice deliberately altered to sound slightly deeper. Thank you. 1 tonkatsu ramen for me, please. Extra Menma and Narutomaki. The flavor he ordered unintentionally matched the combination of Menma and Naruto's orders exactly. Kushina also leaned in, looked at the menu, and said in as normal a tone as she could manage, then I'll have the family delight, ramen. 1 with all the toppings. Ayam smiled and acknowledged the order, gesturing, sure thing. Please wait a moment. You two can sit over there dash. Before she could finish, Minato and Kushina very naturally walked towards the counter and, quite coincidentally, chose the 2 empty stools right next to Naruto and Menma. Minato sat on the other side of Naruto, while Kushina sat on the other side of Menma, effectively sandwiching the 2 children between them. Naruto, who had been intently watching Tuchi kneading the ramen dough, felt someone sit down beside him and instinctively glanced over. Seeing the blonde man next to him, he blinked his bright blue eyes, tilted his head, and a look of pure confusion appeared on his face. Huh. Naruto muttered quietly, I feel something strange. But his straightforward mind was quickly captured by more important matters. Tuchi was placing 2 steaming, generously topped bowls of ramen in front of him and Menma. Chapter 246, Chapter 246 Ramen. Sorry for the wait. Naruto, Menma, your ramen. Tuchi placed 2 bowls of ramen in front of Naruto and Menma. Wow. Finally. Let's eat. Naruto instantly forgot the strange feeling from before, clapped his hands together energetically, then eagerly picked up his chopsticks. He blew on the steaming noodles and started eating in big mouthfuls, his cheeks puffing out immediately. Menma also picked up his chopsticks. Compared to Naruto's voraciousness, his eating was much more refined. The corner of his eye glanced at the red-haired woman beside him and the blonde men on the other side. He knew exactly who these two uninvited guests really were. His movements seemed to pause for a fraction of a second before returning to normal as he silently began eating his noodles. Minato and Kushina's ramen arrived soon after. Tochi placed the bowls down while making his usual small talk. Here you go, 2 bowls. Please enjoy. You two look unfamiliar, not regulars in Konoha, are you? He looked at Minato and Kushina, especially Minato's brilliant blonde hair, which was rare even in Konoha village, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity but unable to place it. Minato smiled gently, answering in his altered voice, yes, it's been a long time since we've been back. It's changed a lot. He wasn't lying. Kushina looked down at her, family delight, ramen, so full it was almost overflowing. She picked up her chopsticks, carefully lifted a piece of chashu pork, and put it in her mouth. Although her impure world reincarnated body had no sense of taste, and the food turned to flavorless ash in her mouth, she ate with extreme care, as if savoring the most delicious treasure in the world. Every bite was taken with a near-reverent cherishing. She could hear Naruto's satisfied eating sounds beside her. This simple, everyday act of a family eating together had been an unattainable luxury for her and Minato. Now, even if achieved in this bizarre and secretive way, it was enough to make her long-still heart feel a bittersweet warmth. Minato was the same. Watching Naruto and Menma, he ate his noodles quietly, his movements elegant but equally tasteless. Most of his attention was focused on his 2 sons beside him. Hearing Naruto hiss from the heat, watching Menma's profile as he ate quietly, he wished time could stand still for just a little longer. For a while, the small shop was filled only with Naruto's satisfied swallowing sounds, the faint clatter of Tochi organizing his utensils, and the distant noise from the street outside. After a while, Naruto finished first, slurping down the last of his broth. He patted his stomach contentedly and let out a loud ah. So good, which made Minato and Kushina beside him glance over involuntarily, their eyes full of tenderness. Full. Let's go. Menma, who had also finished, put down his chopsticks and took out his small wallet. Yeah. To the park. You promised to teach me that awesome throwing technique today. Naruto hopped off his stool, full of energy. Menma paid for both bowls of ramen and nodded to Tochi and Ayam, thanks for the meal. Come again. Ayam responded with a smile. Watching the 2 children leave one after the other, their figures disappearing behind the curtain, Minato and Kushina almost simultaneously stopped their unnecessary eating. They looked at each other, seeing deep reluctance and satisfaction in each other's eyes. Minato gently put down his chopsticks, also took out money, and placed it on the counter. His voice held a bit more of its original gentleness. Check, please. Tochi came over to collect the money, smiling. How was it? Did it suit your taste? It was very delicious, Minato said sincerely, even though he couldn't taste anything, the broth was very rich. Nostalgic. Kushina also stood up. She looked at Tochi, suddenly stepped forward, and gave a very formal, slight bow. Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Thank you very much, for always taking care of that child. Tochi and Ayam, who was clearing dishes, were both taken aback, confused by this sudden, solemn thanks. Ah. You're too kind, ma'am. Tochi quickly waved his hands. We just run a ramen shop. All customers who come are guests and should be treated well. Kushina straightened up, her eyes slightly red. She forced a smile and didn't explain further, only repeated, really, thank you very much. With that, she and Minato turned and walked out through the curtain. Tochi held the money, looking at the still swaying curtain, scratching his head in confusion. Strange customers. But they seemed like good people. He simply attributed the thanks to their kind hearts. Ayam came over with a cloth to clear Minato and Kushina's bowls. She suddenly stopped, a look of confusion on her face. Huh? Dad, look. She showed the bowls to Tochi. These 2 customers' ramen, it looks almost untouched. Indeed, the noodles and toppings in the 2 bowls were almost exactly as they were when served. Only the broth seemed a bit reduced, as if it had been stirred slightly, but it definitely didn't look like anyone had eaten from them properly. This was completely at odds with the money they paid and the satisfaction they expressed. Is that so? Tochi leaned over to look, also finding it strange. Maybe they had poor appetites. Or just wanted to taste the broth. He shook his head, not dwelling on it. All right, hurry up and clean. More customers will be here soon. Just as Ayam was about to clear the table, the curtain was pushed aside again. A figure walked in. He wore a standard Konoha's Jonin flak jacket, with unruly silver-white hair covering part of his face. A black mask covered most of his face, leaving only one somewhat lazy, half-drooping black eye visible. Most notably, his forehead protector was worn slightly askew, covering his left eye. It was Hatake Kakashi, who had just finished with a mission and ready to appease his stomach. He habitually scanned the shop, his eyes passing over the empty seats as he prepared to find a place to sit, but he suddenly froze. His peripheral vision, through the gap in the curtain, caught the retreating backs of the men and woman who had just left the shop, merging into the street crowd. The blonde man and the red-haired woman. Just a fleeting glimpse, but those two backs struck Kakashi's nerves like a bolt of lightning. Blonde and red hair weren't particularly strange colors in the ninja world. But that combination, that height difference, especially the blonde man's walking posture, that innate gentleness and upright bearing. A feeling so familiar it was heart-stopping instantly seized him. What? Kakashi's visible eye widened abruptly, all laziness gone, replaced by immense shock and disbelief. Without even thinking, his body moved first. He spun around and rushed out of the ramen shop, standing on the street and looking around anxiously. The evening street was crowded and bustling. There was no trace of the two figures left. They had vanished without a trace, like drops of water in the ocean, as if that glimpse had been an illusion. Kakashi stood still, his brow tightly furrowed. An illusion? Am I too tired from recent missions? Or? He couldn't convince himself that the intense feeling was false. That bone-deep familiarity, especially the blonde back. He took a deep breath, suppressing the storm in his heart, and pushed the curtain aside again, returning to the slightly noisy Ichiraku ramen. Welcome. Oh, Kakashi, greeted him with a smile. But Kakashi didn't respond with his usual laziness. His sharp gaze swept to the seats where the couple had been sitting. His voice held a barely perceptible tension. That man and woman, the two customers who were just sitting there. Do you remember them? One with blonde hair, one with red hair. The customers just now. Was taken aback by Kakashi's slightly urgent tone. She thought for a moment. I remember. What about them? Do you know them, Kakashi-san? Did they do anything special? Say anything. Or do anything. Kakashi didn't answer, pressing on. His gaze fell on the counter hadn't finished cleaning, where a bit of moisture seemed to remain. Special. Tried hard to recall. Well, the male customer ordered tonkatsu chashu ramen, with extra menma and Naruto maki. The female customer ordered the family delight. They seemed to like Naruto quite a bit, looked at him several times. Oh, and when the female customer left, she thanked my dad very formally, which confused us a bit. As spoke, she picked up the two almost untouched bowls from the counter. Wait. Kakashi suddenly stopped her. His gaze was fixed on the two bowls in hands. The ramen inside was almost completely intact. Only the broth seemed reduced, and the toppings weren't very disturbed. This almost untouched state. And the blonde man ordered the same flavor as Naruto, extra menma and Naruto maki. A memory buried deep, almost forgotten, slammed into Kakashi's mind. A sunny afternoon. The young Minato, with a gentle smile, sat at the Ichiraku ramen's counter, picking the Naruto maki from his bowl and putting it into the bowl of his red-haired wife, Kushina, beside him, saying with a laugh, Kushina, have some more. I still prefer the texture of menma, after all. And Kushina would complain with a smile, really, Minato, Naruto maki is delicious too. But her face was radiant with happiness. Back then, Minato-sensei always habitually ordered tonkatsu ramen with an extra side of menma. Blonde hair. Red hair. Familiar order preferences. Unusual attention towards Naruto Almost untouched ramen And that familiar back. Sensei. Could it be that you? Countless clue fragments collided and pieced together madly in Kakashi's rapidly working brain, pointing towards an absurd, yet heart-pounding possibility. His breathing suddenly became rapid. The single visible eye was filled with shock, confusion, and a faint glimmer of something he didn't dare hope for. He looked up sharply towards the direction the two had disappeared, his fingers unconsciously tightening. No. It's impossible. How could it? He muttered to himself, his voice drowned out by the noise of the ramen shop. But the seed of doubt had been planted and was growing at an unprecedented, frantic rate. I had to find out who those two people were. Elsewhere. Sasuke, who had parted ways with Menma and Naruto by the river, returned to the Uchiha clan's compound with a pout and some fatigue. The evening glow painted the ancient eaves of the Uchiha clan's compound a warm golden red, creating a subtle contrast with the increasingly heavy atmosphere within. Sasuke opened the door. The Ginkan was unusually quiet, with only the faint sounds of his mother, Mikoto, busy in the kitchen, the aroma of miso soup wafting from the pot. Mom, I'm home, Sasuke called out while changing his shoes. Welcome back, Sasuke, Mikoto peeked out from the kitchen with a gentle smile, was training hard. Your father and Itachi aren't back yet. Dinner will be a little while. Oh, Sasuke replied, feeling slightly disappointed. He had wanted to show his father the new jutsu he mastered today and, even more, hoped for recognition from his brother, Itachi. He went and sat on the engawa, letting his legs dangle over the edge, swinging them. His gaze fell on the long shadows cast by the setting sun in the garden. The compound was quiet, but this quiet felt different from usual, carrying an indescribable tension, like the heaviness before a storm. Sasuke vaguely knew the adults were busy with something important lately, often gathering for meetings. His father's and brother's expressions were always especially grave. But he was, after all, still a child. Those conflicts and pressures seemed distant. Right now, he just wanted to get stronger, earn his father's praise, and surpass that annoying Menma. Sasuke rested his chin in his hands, lifting his small face to watch the twilight sky gradually being dyed by ink-black night, silently calculating when his father and brother would return. Chapter 247 Countdown to the Night of the Massacre. At this time, deep underground in the sacred and secret Uchiha clan's meeting place at the Naka Shrine, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of the peaceful sunset outside, filled with the smell of gunpowder and anger so thick it was almost tangible. The flickering torchlight illuminated faces full of rage and resentment. Nearly all the Uchiha clan's jonin and core members were gathered here. The crowd was restless, their whispers like the surge of an underground current. Standing at the forefront were the clan's radical elite jonin, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Tekka, Uchiha Inabi. Their faces were flushed with excitement, their eyes sharp as knives, their voices impassioned and forceful. Fugaku-sama. Yashiro's voice was loud, carrying an undeniable urgency, breaking the gloom of the underground room. How much longer must we endure? The Konoha's leadership has long seen us as a thorn in their side. Ever since the night of the Nine-Tails attack, the look in their eyes has been full of suspicion and apprehension. Tekka slammed his fist against the stone wall beside him with a dull thud. The police force's authority has been cut back again and again. Our movement is restricted. Even the village children hide when they see the Uchiha clan's fan crest. This is an utter disgrace. Inabi took over, his tone resolute. Sher Sui's disappearance is definitely their doing. He was one of our strongest ninja. How could he just vanish without a trace? It must be the Konoha's leadership, that old bastard Danzo's dirty work. And now they're trying to pin the blame on Itachi. Mention of Sher Sui caused a stir in the crowd. Grief and indignation spread like a tide. Sher Sui was not only the pride of the Uchiha clan but also an object of admiration for many young Uchiha clan's ninjas. His mysterious disappearance was like a poison thorn deeply embedded in every clansman's heart, and the Konoha's leadership's vague investigation results only intensified this suspicion and resentment. That's right. We can't just let Sher Sui's matter go. They're slowly pushing us to our deaths. We Uchiha possess the strongest Kekkei Genkai. Why should we put up with this humiliation? Let's revolt. Fugaku-sama. Lead us to reclaim our rightful dignity. The crowd was incensed. Pairs of scarlet Sharingan unconsciously manifested in the dim light, emitting a dangerous, powerful aura. The chakra fluctuations in the air became disordered. All eyes were fixed on the man standing opposite them, the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku. Fugaku's face was as stern as carved stone, his brow deeply furrowed. He wore the traditional Uchiha attire with the jonin flak jacket over it, his arms crossed, trying to use his authority as head of the clan to suppress this nearly uncontrollable torrent. Over the past year, he had managed to placate the clan by citing practical pros and cons, the lack of support from other clans, the difficulty of opposing the entire Konoha with Uchiha strength alone. He had even sent his eldest son, Itachi, into the Umbu, ostensibly to gather intelligence, know yourself and know your enemy, which temporarily stabilized the situation. But now, Sher Sui's disappearance was the final straw. The long-suppressed resentment within the clan had completely erupted. He felt as if he were standing on a volcano about to erupt, a force nearing the limits of his control. Quiet. Fugaku's low and authoritative voice rang out, temporarily overpowering the clamor. His sharp gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the black-haired youth who had remained silent at the back of the crowd. Itachi, Fugaku's voice was unreadable, you report. What have you learned recently? What is the current attitude of the Konoha's leadership? Are there any concrete leads regarding Sher Sui's disappearance? All eyes instantly focused on Itachi. Those gazes were complex, scrutinizing, expectant, but mostly filled with deep distrust. Itachi slowly raised his head. His face was calm, even overly pale. His black eyes were as deep as unfathomable, cold pools, perfectly hiding all emotion. He took a step forward and spoke in a steady voice, reporting carefully selected information that seemed important but was actually inconsequential. Based on my observations, there are disagreements between Hokage-sama and advisor Danzo regarding how to handle clan affairs. The Umbu and Root also check each other, it's not a monolithic block. Currently, the leadership's main attention seems drawn to the newly emerged land of stars outside the village. As for Sher Sui, more of the same. His words were immediately cut off by Yashiro's impatience. Itachi, you've been in the Umbu for over a year now. Every report is this ambiguous nonsense. The leadership isn't united. What use is that? We need their concrete action plans. How did Sher Sui die? Who is the murderer? I think he's just going through the motions. Tekka added sharply, maybe he's already been brainwashed by those higher-ups, become their spy within the clan. He might even be involved in Sher Sui's death. Enough. Fugaku snapped, but the accusations continued to flood towards Itachi. I don't think he wants to help the clan at all. Fugaku-sama, we can't trust him anymore. Right. Why does he always speak for the village? Listening to his clansmen's undisguised suspicion and accusations, Itachi's heart sank lower and lower. Looking at those faces twisted by anger and narrow-mindedness, seeing the flames of hatred burning in their eyes, flames sufficient to consume the entire clan, an immense sorrow and disappointment submerged him like icy water. Everything he had done, everything he had endured, appeared so despicable in the eyes of his clan. The path of peace he sought showed not a glimmer of dawn here. Amidst the uproar, Fugaku's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew that if he didn't give a clear stance today, he might not be able to quell the clansmen's anger, and it could even spark internal conflict on the spot. He was being pushed by the surging will of the people to the edge of a cliff. He took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and suddenly raised his hand. The room quieted down again. Everyone looked at him expectantly. I understand everyone's anger. Fugaku's voice echoed in the shrine, the dignity of the Uchiha will not be trampled. But dash. He changed his tone, his voice becoming extremely serious, rebellion is not child's play. It cannot succeed on passion and anger alone. We need a meticulous plan, the right timing, we need to consider all possible contingencies. Charging blindly towards the Hokage building will only plunge the Uchiha clan into an abyss of destruction. His words temporarily suppressed the agitation. The clansmen began whispering among themselves, thinking their clan's head had finally relented and was seriously considering a rebellion plan. Yashiro, Tekka, Inabi, Fugaku named them, you will take the lead. Immediately draft a detailed combat plan. Assess all risks. List the forces we need to win over and the enemies we need to guard against. Until we have a foolproof plan, no one is to act rashly. Yes, Fugaku-sama. The three elite jonin responded with delight. The other clansmen also seemed to see hope. Though their emotions remained high, they were at least directed towards the planning phase. Fugaku closed his eyes wearily and waved his hand, everyone, disperse. Remember, until the plan is mature, maintain absolute calm. Do not let any information leak. The clansmen left the Naka shrine one after another, filled with excitement and anticipation. Finally, only Fugaku and Itachi remained in the empty and chilly underground room. Fugaku walked up to Itachi, looked at his son's expressionless face, and was silent for a moment before saying quietly, Itachi, go to the Umbu. Report as usual. Say that, the clan still holds grievances over the Sher Sui matter, but I have temporarily suppressed it. They are currently still observing and have no concrete plans. This was clearly instructing him to pass on false intelligence, to lull the higher-ups. Itachi looked up and met his father's gaze deeply. He saw deep exhaustion, struggle, and a trace of unwilling compromise in his father's eyes. He said nothing, only gave a slight nod, turned, and left the shrine. His back looked especially lonely in the dim passageway. After leaving the Naka River, Itachi did not go home. He went straight to the Hokage building. The night was deep, but the Hokage's office was brightly lit. Not only was the third Hokage, Hiruzen, present, but the three Hokage advisors, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, were also there. Clearly, they had been waiting for Itachi. Itachi knelt on one knee, his face impassive, his voice steady without a single ripple. He reported everything that had happened in the Naka shrine, including his father being forced to agree to formulate a rebellion plan, the clansmen's impassioned demands to seize power by force, truthfully and without omission. The office fell into dead silence. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. His face was full of heartache and reluctance. Wreathed in smoke, his wrinkles seemed deeper. In the end, he had failed to prevent this. So it has come to this after all. He murmured, his voice hoarse. Itachi, you have done well. You have not betrayed Sher Sui's efforts, Hiruzen said, praising the motionless kneeling Itachi. Then Hiruzen commanded, you may go and rest now. Continue monitoring the Uchiha clan's movements. If the timing is confirmed, report to me immediately. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi bowed his head deeply, his tone unreadable. After Itachi left, Danzo was the first to speak. Hiruzen. At a time like this, what are you still hesitating for? Danzo's single eye gleamed with a cold, sharp light, his tone aggressive. The Uchiha clan is a cancer on Konoha's body. If we don't cut it out now, are we going to wait for it to fully erupt and drag the entire village down with it? The outcome of the Kaguya clan's rebellion in Kirigakure is a lesson from history. He took a step forward, his voice growing even darker. Moreover, who can guarantee that Fugaku won't collude with those two Uchiha from the Land of Stars? That woman called Uchiha Hikari, her strength is unfathomable. Even Sher Sui suffered a great loss at her hands. Once the Uchiha launch a rebellion from within, with powerful enemies supporting them from outside, Konoha will face an unprecedented crisis. We must purge them immediately, to cut off the problem at its root. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances and nodded gravely. Danzo's words, though radical, are not without reason, Hamura said, pushing up his glasses. The Uchiha problem can no longer be resolved peacefully. Their Sharingan is too dangerous. Once they run amok, the consequences are unimaginable. However, with Konoha's current strength, to completely suppress the Uchiha clan would likely result in heavy losses. Koharu added, we need to recall Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately. With the two of them back to bolster our forces, plus the Umbu, Root, and the power of clans like the Inoshikacho, we should be able to control the situation. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his face full of helplessness. He sighed, Jiraiya's whereabouts are uncertain. Tsunade, she has hemophobia. Even if she returns, how effective can she be? And distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Danzo snorted coldly, as if he had expected this. He changed the subject, his sinister single eye fixed on the door through which Itachi had left. Since we can't rely on external forces, we'll solve it from within. Hiruzen, you know Itachi's strength well. Sher Sui said more than once before his death that Itachi's talent surpassed even his own. His strength is second only to Fugaku within the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing sharply. Danzo, what do you mean? Danzo's voice was cold and merciless. The meaning is simple. Have Itachi do it. Have him eliminate those radical core rebels. We don't need to kill them all, just throw the Uchiha clan into internal chaos and panic. At that time, the Umbu and Root can intervene under the pretext of quelling internal strife and thoroughly purge the Uchiha clan. Finally, pin all the blame on Itachi, declare him the clan-destroying missing mean. This is the best plan to minimize losses for the village. It's also the best opportunity to deal with the Uchiha clan. Danzo's right eye, hidden under bandages, the one transplanted from Sher Sui, stirred restlessly. Izanagi, that reality-altering jutsu, is too overpowering, but the cost is too high. I need more 3-tomo Sharingan. The office fell into deathly silence once more. Koharu and Hamura didn't speak, but their silence itself seemed like a form of acquiescence. Hiruzen looked at Danzo in shock. He couldn't imagine the cruelty of having a youth personally slaughter his own clan. Danzo. You're insane. How can we have Itachi dash? Hiruzen tried to refute. But Danzo cut him off, this is the only choice. The Uchiha rebellion is a foregone conclusion. Their fate is sealed. The focus of discussion is no longer how to avoid it, but how to remove this huge hidden danger capable of destroying the village with the smallest cost and the most thorough method. Exterminating the clan is the only choice. Or do you want to see the Uchiha clan collude with the Land of Stars Ashura and that Uchiha Hikari, attacking Konoha from within and without? Causing even greater casualties than the Nine-Tails attack. Danzo's cold words struck everyone's hearts. Koharu and Hamura both looked at Hiruzen in the center. The Uchiha clan, as the strongest ninja clan in the world, had elite jonin like Fugaku, Yashiro, Tekka, Inabi, and others. Add to that other jonin who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, the number was no less than 10. Not to mention clansmen like Mikoto who had retired from active duty after marriage. If the Uchiha mobilized the entire clan, it would be a rebellion of at least a dozen or 20 jonin and over 100 chunin, far more grand in scale than the Kaguya clan's rebellion of sickly weaklings. It would be no less than a large-scale battle. Hiruzen's aged face was bitterly wrinkled as he fell into deep silence. The night grew deeper. Beneath Konoha village's seemingly calm surface, the undercurrent surged towards a critical point. Chapter 248, Chapter 248 Plans for Graduation Exam. In the top-floor meeting room of the Star City's administration building, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Seated around the massive circular conference table were the key ministers forming the core of the Land of Stars' power. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room brightly and reflecting off the national flag on the wall, a deep blue background adorned with brilliant stars. The head of the table naturally belonged to the figure clad in a black robe, his face hidden behind a white three-eyed fox mask, Menma, appearing in his persona as Shura. Though he presented himself in his youthful form, his calm yet immense presence filled the entire room, leaving no room for underestimation. Seated around him were the pillars of the Land of Stars. The Internal Affairs Minister, Kanon, her vibrant red hair was neatly tied up, wearing thin-framed glasses, her expression calm and efficient, a thick stack of report documents in front of her. Finance Minister, Oyasuhiro N., Usually nonchalant, he was unusually dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his gaze sharp behind his diamond-shaped sunglasses. Defense Minister and Military Commander-in-Chief, Hikari, dressed in a dark blue clan attire, her black pupils occasionally swept across the room, carrying an air of aloofness and sharpness. Umbu Commander, Kisame, still with his fearsome shark-like face, he sat silently in the corner with his arms crossed, like a dormant beast, though his aura seemed less brutal and more settled compared to before. Head Priestess of the Shrine Maidens, Miroku, dressed in sacred priestess robes, her demeanor was graceful and serene, her eyes holding compassion and wisdom. Education Minister and Deputy Head of the Ninja Academy, Nono, her smile was gentle, but her eyes revealed the resilience and wisdom born of experience. Justice Minister, Yosei, the former Hoshikage, now with a serious, meticulous expression. National Construction Minister, Gata, long-term field assignments on infrastructure projects had tanned his skin and roughened his hands considerably. Additionally, there were two special observers, the similarly red-haired Kushina, and the blonde, blue-eyed, gentle-mannered Minato. The two sat slightly further back, quietly observing the functioning of the nation their son had built, their eyes filled with novelty and unconcealable pride. The meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. Each minister stood in turn to report to Menma on the development of various aspects of the Land of Stars over the past year. Cannon reported on internal affairs and population in a clear, steady tone. In summary, thanks to the agricultural development of the middle and lower reaches of the U River and the integration of the Land of Snow's mineral resources, our nation's total economic output officially surpassed that of the Land of Water by the end of last year. Grain production is expected to potentially exceed that of the Land of Fire after the next spring harvest, achieving self-sufficiency while maintaining substantial reserves. She paused, adjusted her glasses, and continued, according to preliminary statistics from the Census Department, our current total population is approaching 16 million. While the original Land of Star and Land of Demons are mostly mountainous and forested with a combined population of less than 3.5 million, the newly incorporated Land of Swamps has over 6 million, the Land of Darkness over 5 million, and the Land of Snow also over 1 million. It is worth noting that due to our land distribution policies and preferential treatment for the poor, news has spread, and many desert tribes from the Land of Wind and impoverished people from the Land of Earth are attempting large-scale migration to our nation. The daimyos of Wind and Earth have dispatched troops and ninja to blockade the borders to prevent this, but many impoverished people still risk crossing. It is estimated that this year alone, immigrants from these two countries could exceed 500,000. Properly settling these new immigrants will be a key focus for the Internal Affairs Ministry going forward. Oya's hero and followed with a more detailed financial report, including various taxes, commercial trade, military expenditures, education spending, special allocations for the construction of the three capitals, etc. A series of staggering revenue and growth figures all pointed to the vibrant vitality of this newly emerging nation. Hikari briefly reported on military reorganization, training, and border defense, her tone concise and forceful. Miroku spoke about the role of the priestesses in reassuring the people, medical aid, and the cultural integration of the new territories. Gata reported on the progress of major infrastructure projects, especially the railway network connecting the capitals, the construction of water conservancy facilities, and the recovery situation in the three provinces. Yosei reported on the implementation of the new legal code and the progress of improving the judicial system. Minato and Kushina listened quietly, their hearts filled with unparalleled astonishment. They had never imagined that the combination of ninja's power and state machinery could unleash such astounding constructive force, capable of creating such a prosperous and hopeful nation in such a short time. This was completely different from the Konoha village they remembered, filled with missions, slaughter, clan interests, and village leadership politics. If their memory serves, it's only been about 4 years since Menma took control of the Land of Stars and founded the Land of Stars, and he's already created a new nation that can rival the 5 great nations. Menma listened quietly throughout, occasionally nodding or asking 1 or 2 pointed questions at key moments. Finally, he summarized, the past year has been hard work for everyone. The Land of Stars' current situation is inseparable from the efforts of everyone present here. In the new year, I hope you will all continue to strive. Regarding the immigrant settlement issue, Cannon, you need to put in extra effort, coordinating closely with Gata's construction ministry and Miroku's priestesses to ensure the new immigrants can settle down stably and become a new force in building the Land of Stars. Regarding border pressure, Hikari, you and Kisame need to pay close attention. We must guard against any desperate actions by those two countries, but also, when necessary, provide a path to life for those civilians seeking hope. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with respect and motivation. As the meeting neared its end, Education Minister Nono stood up, her expression carrying a trace of gentle insistence. Sir, regarding the Ninja Academy, I have a request. Nono's voice was as soft as ever, yet clear to everyone. The overall level of the first, second, and third year students has stabilized at Genin level. Among them, the most outstanding have strength approaching Chunin level. What they primarily lack is the tempering of practical combat experience. She looked around and continued, I understand that you, sir, have strictly limited the difficulty of early graduation exams to ensure the children build a more solid foundation. This is responsible. However, these children, especially those from the first 3 years, are mostly war orphans. Their desire to become stronger, to contribute to this nation that gave them new life, is extremely urgent. Keeping them suppressed within the academy for too long might not only dull their edge but could even lead to psychological issues. Therefore, I earnestly request your permission, sir, to allow a batch of outstanding students to graduate early. The conference room fell quiet, all eyes turning to Shura at the head of the table. Hikari also seemed to be pondering something. Menma was silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table. He understood Nono's concerns. He regularly reviewed the files of those children, and they were indeed promising talents. The ninja world emphasized bloodlines, but the people here almost all possessed the Sage of Six Paths heritage. Even commoners could produce geniuses from time to time. For example, after the first Hokage founded Konoha village, he discovered a large number of talented ninja from commoner backgrounds, the most famous including Sannin like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, as well as Minato, Might Dway, and his son, and even Kakashi's clan seemed to have commoner origins. The Land of Stars had been stable for several years now. It was time to reap the first fruits. You are right, Nono, his steady voice came from behind the mask, it is time to give them a chance. Excessive protection is not a long-term solution. Hikari. Here, Hikari responded immediately. Have the military dispatch experienced examiners to organize the graduation exams. Any student aged 12 or above can volunteer to participate. Exam standards, the 3 basic jutsu must be mastered proficiently. Additionally, they must master at least 1 practical weapon throwing technique or 1 offensive ninjutsu, Menma ordered. Yes, Hikari replied succinctly. At this point, Observer Cannon suddenly spoke up with a suggestion. Shirasama, since this graduating class is special, with students from 3 years competing together, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Perhaps we could offer some additional rewards, both to motivate the children and to demonstrate the nation's emphasis on the new generation. Menma nodded, feeling this was a good suggestion. Indeed. Any specific proposal? Cannon, clearly having thought about it beforehand, spoke fluently. The top 9 students based on comprehensive final scores will form 3 elite squads, led personally by Jonin on missions. Furthermore, all graduates who pass the exam will be rewarded with 1 D-rank jutsu. The top 3 will receive an additional C-rank jutsu. And the top student of this year. She paused, emphasizing her tone, will receive an additional B-rank jutsu as a reward. Moreover, their name will be engraved on the Academy's honor wall, serving as an example for future students. A B-rank jutsu. For these newly graduated genin, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation and a precious resource. Menma looked at Cannon with approval, approved. Proceed with this plan. His gaze then swept over Hikari, Kisame, and the other department heads present. Notify everyone, on the day of the graduation exams, all jonin from various departments, barring urgent missions, are to attend and observe. If they spot promising seedlings, they can make contact in advance and consider taking them as disciples for focused training. Yes. Everyone accepted the order, understanding deeply how much importance Menma placed on nurturing the next generation's strength. As night fell and the Star City lit up, the administration building, having concluded its serious daytime meetings, gradually quieted down. After finishing his daily umbu duties, Kisame walked out of the heavily guarded building and immediately spotted the figure waiting for him under a street lamp. Miru was dressed in practical umbu's casual wear, her long brown hair flowing softly over her shoulders. The dim lamplight cast a soft glow on her gentle face. She wasn't wearing her mask. Seeing Kisame emerge, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. Several umbu team leaders also leaving work saw this and exchanged knowing looks. One of the bolder ones couldn't resist whistling, teasing, "Yo. Commander, someone's here to pick you up after work." That's right. So envious. Commander is lucky. Kisame's shark-like face showed a trace of embarrassment. He glared at them irritably, mission reports all finished. Too much free time. The team leaders laughed and pushed each other, quickly making themselves scarce, leaving behind hearty laughter echoing in the night air. Kisame walked over to Miru. His tone was still a bit gruff, those guys, getting more and more undisciplined. Seems their usual training load is still too light. Miru looked at his pretend ferocious expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly, her voice like a spring breeze. I think this version of you is much better than before. Kisame was taken aback, better. How? More human, more like a living person, rather than just a blade that only knows how to execute missions. Miru gazed at him, her black pupils reflecting the street lamp's light, and his figure, this version of Commander Kisame, I really like. Kisame fell silent for a moment, his shark-like face seeming to soften slightly. He didn't respond directly, just somewhat unnaturally averted his gaze and muttered, "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to check out the night market?" Miru nodded happily, naturally reaching out to link her arm with Kisame's muscular one. Kisame's body stiffened momentarily, but he didn't pull away, allowing her to hold his arm as the two merged into the bustling night market crowd of the Star City. Chapter 249, Chapter 249 Niji's practice partner, Kimimaro. The night market was lively and noisy, filled with the calls of various food vendors, the aroma of food, and the sounds of people laughing and talking, all interwoven with the atmosphere of everyday life. For Kisame, who had spent years living in the Bloody Mist village, constantly surrounded by conspiracy and betrayal, this was an unfamiliar and novel experience. His tightly strung nerves seemed to relax bit by bit in this noisy yet peaceful environment. Miru seemed very happy, stopping from time to time at stalls selling small trinkets or specialty snacks. Kisame stayed by her side, silently watching her chat with vendors, watching her pick up shiny hair clips and try them on, asking for his opinion. He always gave brief evaluations, passable. Too flashy. Poor for concealment. This elicited more light laughter from Miru. As they walked, at a crossroads, Kisame's steps suddenly halted. His gaze sharply focused on a bustling takoyaki shop at the street corner. Miru followed his gaze, curious. What is it, Kisame? Do you like takoyaki too? She knew Kisame had little interest in sweets and rarely paid attention to such snacks. Kisame didn't answer immediately. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly scanning the shop and its surroundings as if assessing a mission environment, subconsciously analyzing, this shop is very good. Oh. How can you tell? Is it because there are many customers and it smells good? Miru asked with interest, thinking he had finally developed some interest in food. No, Kisame shook his head, his tone in its usual calm analytical mode. This crossroads is a traffic node for this area, with dense pedestrian flow. The shop's location is right at the corner, with an open field of view, allowing observation of movements from all four directions without blind spots. And look, he continued, the alley behind the shop leads directly to another parallel snack street. In case of an emergency, whether choosing to defend on-site using the shop or quickly evacuating through the back alley, it's very convenient. This is an excellent reconnaissance point and could also serve as a temporary safe house alternative. He finished his serious tactical analysis but found no response beside him. Puzzled, he turned his head to see Miru covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly, her smiling eyes curved like crescent moons, clearly trying hard not to laugh. Puffed. Ha. Finally, she couldn't hold it in, letting out a light, bell-like laugh. You. I thought you meant its takoyaki tasted very good. Turns out you were analyzing its tactical position as good. Really? Kisame looked at the laughing Miru, belatedly realizing what he had just said. He turned his head away somewhat annoyedly. Habit. Miru stopped laughing, but her eyes still held gentle amusement. She took Kisame's hand and pulled him decisively towards the takoyaki shop. Since its location is so good, let's go try how its taste really is. She bought a portion of freshly made, steaming takoyaki, carefully skewered one with a pick, blew on it gently, and then brought it to Kisame's mouth, her eyes shining with expectation. Here, try it. Maybe the taste is as good as its location. Kisame looked at the smiling woman before him, then at the food offered to him. He hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth, allowing Miru to feed him the takoyaki. Crispy on the outside, soft and chewy inside, the octopus piece is firm, the sauce rich, an unfamiliar, warm taste belonging to ordinary life spread in his mouth. How is it? Miru asked expectantly. Kisame chewed slowly, silent for a few seconds before muttering his evaluation. The taste is indeed good too. Miru's smile brightened even more, as if she had received the highest praise. She ate one herself, then linked her arm with Kisame's again, leaning against him contentedly. Then let's come to the shop with good location and good taste, often from now on. Kisame didn't answer, just let her hold his arm as they continued walking. The bustling lights of the night market reflected on his face, diluting much of the usual sinister ferocity that surrounded him. The slight upturn of the corners of his mouth was something even he might not have noticed. The night market crowd hadn't thinned, the noise and aromas intertwined to form the Star City's unique nighttime vitality, warm and auspicious. For many, a new life was just beginning. Miru took a small bite of the last takoyaki on her pick, savoring it delicately, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. The octopus here, or rather, the fish used, has a very distinctive taste, she said softly, her voice cutting through the surrounding noise. The flesh is firm, with a hint of the clear, sweet coldness unique to the North Sea. It should be caught in the northern waters of the Snow County, right? It's very different from the fish we often ate in the land of water. Kisame listened attentively. He wasn't very sensitive to the taste of food itself, but his long ninja career had accustomed him to observing and analyzing every detail. The fish in the land of water mostly come from warm seas, the flesh tends to be softer, the flavor different, Miru continued, as if reminiscing, or perhaps sharing, life nurtured in different waters truly carries the mark of its homeland even in its texture. Kisame nodded thoughtfully. His thought process made him focus more on the information behind her words, logistics, supply chains, regional specialty trade. But what he wanted to share more at the moment was something else. In a few days, he began, his voice still low but lacking its usual killing intent, there will be a large-scale graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Miru turned her head, her black eyes looking at him inquiringly. Shirasama has ordered it, Kisame explained, requiring all departments jonin, barring urgent missions, to attend and observe. The intention is to select promising seedlings from among them, take them as disciples, and provide focused training. Hearing this, understanding dawned on Miru's face. She gently tapped her chin with the pick. I see. Shirasama's emphasis on the new generation is indeed extraordinary. He is accumulating strength for this nation's future, cultivating a cornerstone completely loyal to the land of stars and understanding the new ninja philosophy. Her analysis always carried the clear logic characteristic of an intelligence officer. This isn't just about supplementing combat power, it's also about establishing inheritance and a sense of identity. Miru nodded slightly and continued, our Umbu's intelligence division truly needs fresh blood as well. Many reconnaissance and infiltration missions require young people with meticulous minds and strong learning abilities. I'll go take a look then. If there are suitable children, perhaps I can bring them back to the intelligence division and train them personally. Her tone held a note of expectation, like a gardener looking forward to seeing good sprouts. Kisame looked at the mentor-like sparkle in Miru's eyes and felt a slight stir in his heart. He found himself paying more and more attention to these matters unrelated to pure killing. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Niji finished his day at the Ninja Academy and walked home alone, his school bag on his back. The setting sun stretched his solitary shadow long. Passing by the school training grounds, it was still bustling inside. Lower-year students were engaged in tedious physical running drills, their clothes soaked with sweat. In one corner, a familiar scene was unfolding. Naruto, with his spiky blonde hair, was animatedly saying something to Sasuke, who stood with his arms crossed, looking cool and aloof, retorting with short, sharp remarks that made Naruto jump around even more. Their vitality was almost blinding. Niji's gaze involuntarily shifted away, then settled on another spot. Hinata, that timid heiress of the main family, was standing slightly blushing, clinging like a small bird to a boy with spiky black hair. It was Menma. Hinata was saying something quietly to Menma, her fingers nervously twisting together, while Menma listened with a lazy yet patient demeanor. Seeing this, an extremely complex emotion surged in Niji's heart. Was it disdain for Hinata's weakness? Disgust at her main family status? Bafflement at Menma's seemingly casual yet always attention-grabbing demeanor? Or, a trace of isolation and loneliness that he himself was unwilling to admit? He quickly averted his eyes, his face expressionless, and quickened his pace, leaving this training ground filled with various sounds. The fate of the Hyuga clan's branch family was like the unremovable caged bird seal on his forehead, constantly reminding him of his limits. Returning to the strictly regulated mansion of the Hyuga clan's compound, dinner was quiet and oppressive. Following the rule of silence during meals, only the faint clinking of bowls and chopsticks could be heard. After dinner, Niji took almost no rest and went straight to the clan's dedicated training ground. Assuming the gentle fist's opening stance, the young figure moved swiftly across the empty field, his palm strikes fierce, each blow carrying a relentless determination to defy fate. Some Hyuga clan's members passing by, seeing his diligence, couldn't help but whisper praises. Niji is so hard-working. Such talent and so diligent, truly worthy of Hisashi-sama's son. What a pity. Those unfinished words following the pity pricked Niji's heart like needles, only making him train even more desperately. Only when his sweat had thoroughly soaked his training clothes and his chakra was nearly exhausted did he stop, panting heavily. Dragging his tired body home, he washed up, washing away the day's fatigue and jumbled emotions. Lying on the tatami, physical exhaustion quickly dragged his consciousness into a deep sleep. However, just as he fell into slumber, an extremely secret mark on the back of his right hand, usually almost undetectable, quietly emitted a faint glow perceptible only to spiritual senses. Niji's spirit seemed to be gently pulled by a powerful force, breaking free from his body's constraints and falling into a realm both familiar and unfamiliar. It was a mental space constructed by a powerful genjutsu. Here, it wasn't dark, but an infinitely extending world where the ground shimmered with watery ripples and the ceiling was an endless starry sky. A figure was already waiting there. It was a boy about his own age, with rare pale white hair and unusually fair skin. Most notably, he also possessed pure white eyes, the Byakugan. At this moment, he stood there quietly, his demeanor cool and aloof, with a hint of unapproachable pride. It was Kaguya Kimimaro. You're here. Kimimaro's voice was calm and even, like the space itself. Niji took a deep breath, assumed the Hyuga-style gentle fist-opening stance, his eyes sharp. Enough talk. Let's begin. This wasn't the first time. Ever since Menma had placed this mark on him, almost every night when he fell asleep, his spirit would be drawn into this space to engage in unreserved life-or-death battles with this boy named Kimimaro. Here, there were no restrictions of main or branch families, no threat of the caged bird, not even worry about death or injury. Any wounds would slowly heal after the battle. They could unleash their full power, pushing each other to their limits. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji launched the first attack, his figure swift as lightning, palm strikes flying everywhere, attempting to seal Kimimara's chakra points. This was the so-called secret technique not taught outside the main house. The 8-year-old Niji, relying on his exceptional talent, had independently comprehended the 64 palms, though still in its formative stages, had already broken the main family's monopoly on the gentle fist's advanced knowledge. However, Kimimara's movements were bizarre and unpredictable, often evading Niji's fiercest attacks from inconceivable angles. Even more terrifying was his Kekki Genkai. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger drilling bullets. The next moment, pale white bone spurs shot out from Kimimara's 10 fingertips, whistling towards Niji like bullets, astonishingly fast. Niji's Byakugan could clearly see the trajectory of the bone bullets. His body rapidly dodged, but he was still grazed by 2 or 3, bringing simulated sharp pain on a spiritual level. The battle continued. Niji pushed the intricacies of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist to the extreme, his 8 trigrams palms realm continuously expanding and being forced to contract. But Kimimara's Shikatsumiyaku was both offensive and defensive. Bone blades, bone spears, even thorny bones bursting from his body, his attack methods were endless, bizarre, and lethal. Finally, after a feint and a rapid charge, Kimimara's arm transformed into the sharpest bone spear, capitalizing on a tiny flaw during Niji's palm transition. Thud. The pale bone spear pierced through Niji's shoulder, pinning him harshly to the mirror-like ground. Intense, simulated pain instantly swept through his entire body. Ugh dash. Niji grunted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his body twitching slightly from the pain. Kimimaro slowly withdrew the bone spear, standing beside him, looking down at him. His eyes remained calm, but within that calmness, there was a trace of recognition for a worthy opponent. Over this period, under orders, he had been training this little guy named Niji in the engraved Tsukuyomi space. Each time the other fell, he would get up faster. Each failure, he would learn the lesson and become stronger. His perseverance and talent had earned Kimimaro's respect. That's enough for tonight, Kimimaro stated flatly. Niji lay on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling the tingling, itchy sensation of slow repair at his wound site. Gritting his teeth, unwilling, he asked, "Why?" "I can keep going." "A few days off," Kimimaro explained succinctly, "I have matters to attend to." "What matters?" Niji instinctively pressed, filled with curiosity about this opponent, who possessed both the Byakugan and the Shikatsumiyaku Kekki Genkai, whose taijutsu skill far surpassed his own. Kimimaro was silent for a moment, as if considering whether to answer. Finally, he said, "The Ninja Academy is holding graduation exams. I need to return." "Graduation exams?" Niji was stunned. "Your Land of Stars Ninja Academy." "MHM. Shirasama requires us to return and observe the performance of the new generation," Kimimaro added. A complex emotion instantly welled up in Niji's heart. That distant, mysterious Land of Stars, the place that had such a powerful peer. He couldn't help but ask, "What level are you considered there?" Hearing this, Kimimaro's 2 red dots markings on his forehead furrowed slightly as he tilted his head in thought. His white eyes looked into the distant void, as if weighing something. "That year, 6 of us graduated early together," he finally replied, his tone not boastful, merely stating a fact. "The other 5, they're all no worse than you." "No worse than me." These words struck Niji's heart like a heavy hammer. He had always considered himself a genius, the strongest hope of the Hyuga clan's branch family, outstanding even among all his Konoha peers. Even losing to this strange Kimimaro, he attributed it to the other's unique dual Kekki Genkai. But now he knew that in another part of the world, there existed 6 monsters his own age, possibly stronger than him. An unprecedented sense of urgency and a clear recognition of his own weakness instantly flooded Niji. Konoha's small world, the Hyuga clan's internal strife, at this moment, it all seemed so ridiculous and pathetic. I needed to become stronger, strong enough to break this damned fate, strong enough to see the wider world. The mental space slowly faded, Niji's consciousness sinking into deeper sleep. But that resolve to become stronger remained deeply engraved in his heart, like a brand. Chapter 250 Star Ninja's Graduation Exam. The morning sun streamed through the clean glass windows, illuminating the spacious and bright dining room of Kanon's home. Kimimaro emerged from his bedroom on the 2nd floor. He was still dressed in a plain white kimono, his pale hair impeccably neat, his expression cool and detached. After washing up, he quietly entered the dining room. Haku was already seated there, wearing light blue casual clothes, his demeanor gentle as he sipped warm water. Seeing Kimimaro, he offered a warm smile. "Good morning, Kimimaro." "Morning, Haku." Kimimaro nodded slightly and took a seat beside him. On the other side, Karen was idly swinging her legs. Her red hair was tied into 2 buns, and upon seeing Kimimaro, she immediately grinned and greeted him. Good morning, Kimimaro and I. Morning, Karen. Kimimaro's tone remained flat, but his eyes softened a little. At the head of the dining table, Kanon was carefully reading a copy of the Star City Daily, a cup of coffee steaming in front of her. A hired middle-aged maid was busy in the kitchen, the aroma of fried eggs and toast filling the air. Ever since arriving in the Star City and being adopted by Kanon, Kimimaro and Haku had lived here. For them, who had experienced hardship from a young age and were even seen as weapons by their own clans, Kanon's home provided rare familial warmth and a sense of belonging. Deep down, they had long regarded Kanon as a mother. Breakfast was soon served, simple toast, fried eggs, and milk. The atmosphere during the meal was quiet yet warm. After finishing breakfast, Kanon put down the newspaper, adjusted her glasses, and looked at the 3 children. The Ninja Academy has graduation exams today. It should be quite a spectacle. Kimimaro, Haku, take Karen to see it. Let her see what excellent peers look like, and motivate her a bit. As she spoke, she cast a slightly helpless glance at her daughter. This child, clearly inheriting the Uzumaki clan's excellent physique and sensory abilities, still stumbles over the most basic chakra-shaped transformation. She can't even touch the edge of early graduation. Karen immediately pouted, somewhat dissatisfied but unable to refute. She could only mutter under her breath, I'll work hard. Haku smiled gently and comforted, Kanon obeison, Karen is still young. Staying in the academy a few more years to build a solid foundation will allow her to walk more steadily in the future. Rushing things isn't good. Kimimaro also nodded, succinctly agreeing, Haku is right. Foundation is important. Kanon looked at the 2 defending their little sister, shook her head helplessly, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. All right, you 2 always stick up for her. Hurry up now, I need to get to the administration building too. They split up to take action. Kanon headed for the administration building, while Kimimaro and Haku took the excited Karen to the Ninja Academy. The closer they got to the academy, the livelier the atmosphere became. Many students and people who looked like parents were streaming into the campus. Before they even entered the gates, they ran into some familiar faces. Yo. Kimimaro. Haku. Over here. A boisterous voice called out. They saw Shunji waving vigorously. He was wearing a Star Ninja's reserve uniform, his black hair cut short, full of energy. Next to him stood Hazuki, the girl with a neat, light tea-colored short haircut, curiously observing the growing crowd. Nearby, Chino also approached. Her white short hair was conspicuous in the sunlight, her blood-red pupils scanning the group before giving a slight nod in greeting. Her demeanor was much steadier than a year ago, but that never-say-die spirit seemed etched into her bones. Yukimine is here too. Karen, sharp-eyed, pointed not far away. They saw Yukimi running over, her medium-length brown hair flowing in the wind, the freckles on her face looking lively. She greeted everyone with a smile, her deep blue eyes full of excitement. These were the first batch of geniuses who graduated early in the Land of Stars, now new rising forces in the military. Their names and deeds were still widely circulated among the academy students, benchmarks looked up to by many who came after. Everyone's here, Haku smiled, looking around. It's been a long time since we were all together like this. Shunji slapped Kimimaro on the shoulder heartily, which Kimimaro deftly avoided. He then sighed, yeah. In the blink of an eye, we graduated 2 years ago. Feels like the academy has so many more people now. Chino, with her arms crossed, recalled, I remember my year, the 4th class, had expanded enrollment, about 60-something people. After annexing the 3 countries, the 5th class recruited even more. There must be over 100 students in the academy now, right? As the daughter of the finance minister, she was a bit more sensitive to these figures. Hazuki asked curiously, I heard the new vice principal, Yakushi Nono-san, is a very gentle and capable person. The previous vice principal was transferred to the judiciary department, I think. Chino nodded. Principal Nono is indeed very gentle, and her medical ninjutsu and intelligence processing abilities are outstanding. She had received guidance from Nono before and could speak with authority. On the other side, Yukimi was chatting with Haku. Haku, any new progress with your ice release lately? I always feel like my Kekkei Genkai isn't just turning into smoke, sometimes I feel other powers surging inside, but I can't grasp them. She frowned slightly, seeming troubled. Haku listened patiently. Kekkei Genkai development can't be rushed, it requires patient sensing and guidance. My ice release was also slowly explored. Maybe we can find time to practice together, exchange insights. Kimimaro remained relatively silent, holding Karen's hand as she looked around, preventing her from getting lost. But his thoughts drifted to last night's opponent in the genjutsu space, Niji. That boy's talent and resilience were indeed astonishing. Although Kimimaro never showed it outwardly, he He had to admit internally that if Niji hadn't grown up in the oppressive Hyuga clan's branch family in Konoha village but had received systematic and open training in the Land of Stars from a young age, his strength might truly pose a serious challenge to Kimimura's position as the top of the new generation. This inexplicable sense of competition made him feel a hidden sense of anticipation for today's exam as well. Just how many promising seedlings were hidden among the Land of Stars' new generation? The group chatted as they entered the academy and made their way to the massive first training grounds at the back. It was already bustling with noise and excitement. The training ground was clearly divided into several areas. The spectator stands were already quite full, mostly mid to high-level star ninja, government department personnel, and some invited representatives from various sectors. Most notably, the appearance of a certain figure on the raised platform on one side of the training ground caused suppressed, excited murmurs. Menma had unusually taken off his iconic white three-eyed fox mask today, revealing his delicate and serene face. He wore a black happy coat with red trim, standing there with an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. He was speaking quietly with Hikari, Kanon, and Nono beside him, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd below. In a slightly forward position in the spectator stands, Minato and Kushina were also seated. Minato looked at the grand, well-organized scene, especially the young boys and girls below with their fervent, energetic eyes, and couldn't help but whisper to Kushina beside him, "This is truly more grand and lively than Konoha's Ninja Academy graduation ceremonies back in the day." Kanon gripped her husband's hand tightly, her eyes filled with excitement and pride. This was the world their son had created. Not far from Minato and Kushina in the crowd, Sher Sui watched the lively figures on the training ground below with a heavy expression. For the first time, he felt that the star ninja force Azura had built already possessed the ability to continuously nurture fresh blood. Below, the students taking the exam had formed 5 relatively neat squares according to their class years. Standing at the front were the slightly older first, second, and third-year students. Most of them were orphans saved from the war and ruins of the Land of Bears and Land of Demons during the Land of Stars founding, or children from ninja clans who had followed Menma early on. From the initial 30+, supplemented by some genius youths over time, they now numbered 64 and were the main force in today's exam. Although their class years differed, their experiences were similar. Their eyes generally held the resilience born of hardship and a cherishing of their current lives. Behind them were the 4th and 5th-year students. The 4th year were students normally enrolled last year, while the 5th year were the large batch of new students recruited after annexing the 3 new counties this year, including many talented commoner children and children from minor ninja clans. Their numbers were noticeably larger, their eyes filled with envy for their seniors and longing for the future. Around the training ground, many ninja in star ninja flak jackets from the military were busy maintaining order, planning the exam areas, and setting up exam equipment. In the spectator stands, a group of Land of Stars Jonin and Special Jonin, including Kisame, Miru, Natsuhi, Hatarubi, and Gata, had already taken their seats. Their eyes scanned the students below like searchlights, ready to scout fresh blood for their future teams or departments. When everything was ready, Menma stepped up to a microphone set up at the front of the high platform. He didn't need to raise his voice, his words were clearly transmitted throughout the training ground via the amplification equipment. The noisy grounds instantly fell silent. All the students, and even many spectators, held their breath, their gazes fervently fixed on the figure on the platform. He was the founder of the Land of Stars, the god who had saved them and given them new life, the supreme idol in countless hearts. Menma's voice was steady and powerful. He didn't talk about specific exam rules, but instead reiterated the fundamental difference between New Era Ninja and Old Era Ninja. Ninja of the Old Era were blades in the hands of nobles and daimyo, tools of slaughter, links in the cycle of hatred, his voice spread across the grounds. And we ninjas of the Land of Stars are the power to break chains, the shield that protects peace, the cornerstone that builds the future. The chakra and ninjutsu we master are not for creating hatred and division, but for eliminating injustice, for bringing true, lasting peace and stability to this world. His words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring huge waves and resonance in the hearts of the young boys and girls. Thunderous, fanatical cheers erupted from below, countless eyes shining with worship and determination. Next, Nono stepped forward and began announcing the specific exam content, rules, and the enticing, generous rewards. The top 9 entering the elite class, Jonin leadership, D rank, C rank, even B rank ninjutsu scrolls as rewards, each item made the students below breathe faster, their eyes becoming sharper and more combative. She also encouraged those who didn't make the top 9 not to be discouraged, as the Land of Stars military and various departments always kept their doors open to qualified graduates. The exam officially began. 3 special Jonin and 9 experienced Chunin dispatched by the military served as examiners, conducting strict basic assessments for the 64 students of the first 3 years, proficiency in the 3 basic jutsu, and mastery of at least 1 practical tool technique or offensive ninjutsu. The assessment process was tense and orderly. To Menma's slight surprise on the high platform, 32 people actually passed the rigorous basic assessment in the end. A pass rate of over half far exceeded his expectations. He keenly noticed that these children had very solid foundations. The chakra control and tactical thinking displayed by many of them, with a bit of experience, could fully reach Chunin level. It seems Nono and the previous vice principal put a lot of effort into education, Menma said quietly to Kennen and Nono beside him. Both women showed gratified smiles. After the basic assessment concluded, the practical sparring immediately followed. The 32 students were divided into 16 groups by lottery, facing off in designated areas. The rules were simple and direct. Within the set time limit, fight until one side surrenders, loses the ability to fight, or is knocked out of bounds. The atmosphere instantly became more white-hot. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air, the collision of ninjutsu, the dull thuds of taijutsu exchanges, and the shouts of the students' efforts rose and fell across the field. The jonin in the spectator stands watched even more carefully. Hikari, with several members of the jonin team, observed like precise scanners, calmly evaluating each student's performance. Her gaze lingered for a moment on a doll-faced girl with golden hair and black eyes. That girl, named Suzuhara AI, showed unexpected calmness and tenacity when facing a physically strong opponent. Not only did she skillfully maneuver with taijutsu, but she also used quite impressive medical ninjutsu at critical moments for assistance, evasion, and counterattacks, displaying clear tactical thinking. Kisame sat with his arms crossed next to Miru, his shark-like face expressionless, but a glint of interest flashed in his small eyes. He noticed a boy with silver hair and black eyes, named Ida Yusukir. This boy's swordsmanship style was fierce and sharp, carrying a distinct aura of real combat and killing, completely different from the swordsmanship typically taught in the academy, clearly indicating a different lineage. His temperament also seemed exceptionally steady, his eyes as firm as a rock even in intense combat. Even Minato in the spectator stands couldn't help leaning forward slightly. His gaze was drawn to a boy with medium-length black hair, a scar over his right eyebrow, and crimson eyes that somewhat resembled his memory of that reckless student. Sionji Sato. This boy's fighting style was full of passionate, broad strokes. His fire-release ninjutsu was powerful but control was slightly rough, his taijutsu was aggressive but defensive loopholes were obvious. That impulsive energy and occasional hot-bloodedness made Minato momentarily see the shadow of a young Obito, causing him to lose focus for a moment. And Menma on the high platform, his gaze sweeping the entire field, finally settled on one figure, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. It was Otsutsuki Tonari. This descendant of the Otsutsuki from the moon was actually quietly standing among the participating students. He was currently using his Byakugan to counter his opponent's attacks, his movements elegant and precise, an ethereal, transcendent aura subtly emanating from him, out of place with the surroundings. A slight curve touched Menma's lips. Tonari's participation undoubtedly added more variables and anticipation to this already fascinating graduation exam. 16-8, 8-4. The battles grew increasingly intense. The students spared no effort, fighting for the precious slots and honor. During the mid-exam break, they could only quickly replenish their stamina with soldier pills, simulating the harsh conditions of the battlefield, which also tested their willpower greatly. Finally, as the afternoon sun began to tilt westward, the final four were born. Otsutsuki Tonari, Ida Yusukir, Suzuhara AI, Sionji Sato. The intense semi-finals and finals were about to begin, pushing the graduation exam to its climax.